Let's take it back to when YouTube was young, when watching videos of cats and babies was peak comedy. The early 2010s, there were no Instagram Reels, no brain rot memes, just the heavy use of the impact font. If you wanted to find something, you'd have to look it up. And at some point, we all came across the word creepypasta. Whether you heard it at school or a YouTube narrator's video, it intrigued us. So I welcome you to listen along, drive along, sleep to, or just have my voice in the background as I go through one creepypasta from every state. Now, this is my 5th creepypasta video, and honestly, it was the hardest to record. I started this project on April 15th and finally finished now in December. I tried reading a story daily, but with having a life, yes, I know that's a shocker to some of you guys that I have a life, it was extremely difficult. And on top of that, gathering creepypastas based on the 50 states is no easy task. At first, I was gonna go with the mainstream creepypastas, but surprise, not a lot of them say a place of origin, and also we've already talked about the mainstream creepypastas. If you want to hear my voice telling those stories, there'll be a link down in the description to a playlist of all my creepypasta videos, but I honestly like that all the stories in this video are underrated and low-key. This also means that for some of the stories, there's only a slight mention of the state, so don't expect to hear something like, this story takes place in California. Like, there's not a direct sentence. Some of them only mention the state once and then just get over it. I tried my best to find something for each state, and honestly, I'm pretty proud of myself. And one last thing before we begin our plunge into the creepypastas. So if you watch my other creepypasta videos, then you know that whenever I'm reading a story, I usually leave something on the screen, just like an image of, let's say, Jeff the Killer, for example, and I leave it there. That's basically it for like an hour. It's just an image. You're looking at an image. And the videos perform really well. I'm gonna assume a lot of you just sleep to my voice or have it playing in the background like I said. But I wanted to do something special for this video. So while I'm reading each story, you're gonna see a fully 3D modeled living room, and the TV will be displaying an image for that specific state. And you're also going to be seeing me on the couch, and it makes you feel a little bit less lonely. So for all my video listeners for this video, you're going to have something to look at, and we're really proud about it. With that being said, I do not think this video will have an outro, so if you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe, leave a like on the video. I'll see you guys next time I upload, and let's get started with one creepypasta from every state. Can you read me a bedtime story, Grandpa?
Sure, kid. I have a lot of creepy stories memorized from back in my day.
Really? Why?
Well, before these holographic AI influencers you guys have, we used to have these things called YouTubers.
YouTubers?
Yeah. We'd sit in front of a camera, talk about a topic, get views, and get paid for it.
Whoa. I've never heard of this.
Because times have changed, kid. If people wanted information, they'd go to ChatGPT, and they'd no longer hear our voices. We became obsolete.
But you have a great voice, Grandpa.
I know that. But if you do want a creepy bedtime story, I got you.
Okay.
Just keep in mind, it's 5 hours long.
What? 5 hours?
Yeah.
Bruh, fuck you mean 5 hours, bruh? I'm not trying to listen to all that shit.
No. See, we're gonna start with the 50 states, okay? The 50 states, one creepypasta from every state. 5 hours, you got enough time. What time do you wake up, at 6 a.m.? What is it right now? 1 in the morning? We got it. We'll be up by then. We'll see the sunrise together.
Washington. Washington's inconceivable. Let me begin by stating that I've always had a fascination with nature and its creatures. Even at a young age, I would watch documentaries that explain nature, its inhabitants, and humanity's place as the apex predator. As I progressed from childhood to adulthood, the documentaries ingrained in my subconscious would determine my career. An ecologist. I was 25 when I applied for ecology, and I was ecstatic when I received a phone call from Seattle's ecologists accepting me as their latest employee. Weeks transitioned into months, and months became years as I worked tirelessly to solve any problem an ecosystem faced, whether it be a lack of a carnivore's diet or too many herbivores. Sure, that work was tedious and demanding, but it provided me satisfaction for the effort of doing something worthwhile. Providing relief for the wildlife's misfortunes was all I required, aside from my paycheck. It had been an uneventful day at the University of Washington, and I had been reviewing the statistics of local lobsters when I was approached by one of my colleagues that, for privacy, I will name Mr. J, who seemed to be troubled by something I could hardly fathom. His perplexed face was enough to warrant my inquiry into the matter. When asked what troubled him enough to seek me, he seemed to remember he'd been gripping a clipboard that escaped my notice. He handed me the clipboard, and as I read the report attached to it, I soon became confused as well. The source of my confusion was that, for reasons not understood, the black-tailed deer population had dramatically declined at Olympic National Park. There were multiple scenarios that served as a valid answer. Perhaps a foreign predator had entered the territory, the population of predators in the area could have greatly increased, or the deer could have contracted a disease. All of these scenarios were plausible, but until the cause of this mysterious occurrence was ascertained, it was difficult to know. Once I had finished reading the report, I voiced my question of how this pertained to me. Mr. J's reply was an apologetic look before seemingly mustering the courage to tell me that he had been planning a vacation that couldn't be delayed. He had prepared for the vacation to begin tomorrow, and he sincerely hoped that I would complete his assignment with a young man who had been employed. Reluctantly, I agreed to his request, with no small amount of annoyance developing inside of me. Satisfied with my answer, he left my sight with a joyous smile and an energetic skip in his step. What my coworker failed to mention was that his assignment would begin 2 days after he received it, and the deadline was in 6 days. Perhaps he didn't feel the need to speak to me about this information, whether it was laziness or lack of memory. It only reminded me of the regret I felt for accepting his request. Our conversation was exchanged 3 days ago. Now I sat in the passenger seat of a small, white Jeep being driven by a new employee who I, or the other ecologists, had not been well acquainted with. There wasn't much known about him. Only individuals who personally knew him would say he was a quiet man, socially withdrawn, but he did possess compassion for animals. In certain aspects, he was identical to me, albeit he was much younger and my 30th year was approaching. One rumor had spread rapidly throughout the university. Some people believed he was the man whose sister had perished with his house to a fire when he was a small child, but it wasn't my right to pry into his personal life. As the young man continued to drive us towards the destination, the sky became darker and the last rays of sunlight disappeared. In response, my driver turned on the Jeep's headlights to get a better look at his surroundings as nightfall became evident and stars glittered in the sky. It had taken several hours to come close to our destination, and it had been quite some time since I had seen another vehicle on this barren concrete road. The only company we currently had were the vast amount of trees that lined the road on both sides. Some of the trees even appeared to be covered in moss. Soon, a wooden sign came within view on the right side of the road, and we halted the vehicle. We observed the sign and were relieved to have finally reached our destination, Olympic National Park. The sign itself was lovely. The base of the sign was supported by stones, and the wood was adorned with a small insignia of a tree and mountain. Still, we didn't come this far to admire a mere sign. We had quickly driven past it and continued our route. We drove further into the national park until we arrived at a security booth operated by a middle-aged forest ranger who seemed to recognize us as the team from Seattle. He welcomed us through the window of the booth before politely asking that we park the vehicle on the side of the road, which we complied as we turned off the ignition and headlights. After exchanging pleasantries, the forest ranger, grasping a flashlight, led us to a thin dirt trail winding into a section of the forest. He proceeded to give us orders to follow the trail until we found a cabin. He also advised us to be wary of wolves, bears, and cougars as he had handed us his flashlight. Satisfied with his warning, we thanked him as we entered the forest. After walking a considerable distance and seeing nothing but trees, bushes, and an occasional stream, we were greeted by the sight of a large circular clearing. At the far end of the clearing, positioned on a small hill, was a decent-sized cabin. Once we strode across the clearing and up the small mound, I was able to obtain a better examination of the cabin. Upon closer inspection, I was slightly disappointed. Numerous areas of the windows were cracked and the exterior wood had been rotting for quite some time. Silently praying that the interior structure wasn't horribly damaged, I grasped the door handle and opened the cabin door, only for the acrid smell to pierce the air. My colleague and I quickly retreated from the door to escape the nauseating stench and the fear of regurgitating our meals. When the scent had dissipated, we spent several minutes scouring outside the cabin to identify the origin of the smell that we had the misfortune of inhaling. Unable to find the source, we decided to enter the cabin and were astonished by what we saw. Despite the exterior structure being damaged, the interior was unharmed. The cabin only had one room, yet was spacious enough to hold a large group of people. 2 green beds accompanied by a nightstand for each, and a desk was positioned near the front of the window. Although we were interested in the room, we began to feel weary from the trip, and the bed seemed to almost beckon to us like sirens to sailors. With haste, we discarded our clothing, placed the flashlight and Jeep key on a nightstand, dove into our beds, and drifted to sleep. The next 2 days spent trying to find any sort of problem that plagued the deer population were in vain. Despite my years of expertise, I couldn't find anything abnormal. During our many breaks of our work, we also attempted to locate the source of the mysterious stench from the first night for curiosity's sake, yet the origin continued to elude us. I had thought this would be another regular assignment that would provide an easy answer, but I was proven extremely wrong. The next 3 days' events are what truly disturbed me, and they had me concerned for my partner. Over the course of those days, he'd become increasingly agitated, sluggish, and complaining about painful headaches. He would barely eat any of the packaged jerky we had stuffed into our pockets, and would occasionally leave to vomit in random bushes. I didn't know what ailed my coworker, but I was determined to see him receive treatment. Night soon overcame the day, and we prepared to accept that we wouldn't discover the answer that had been elusive. Once again, we discarded our clothing, climbed into our beds, and drifted to sleep. I can't recall when I awoke that night. All I can remember was that it was extremely dark when I glanced out the window. It was unusually quiet, and I was slightly frightened. There was no chirping of crickets, no croaking of frogs, nothing that indicated anything was alive outside of the cabin. As I pondered about this unusual behavior of the wildlife, a repulsive stench filled the room, only it was much more intense than the first night I was exposed to it. I was soon alerted to faint footsteps outside the cabin, and I could see something stirring outside the window. I strained my eyes to peer out the window and immediately regretted it. Something was definitely outside, and although I couldn't properly see it, I knew that it was immensely large. The door groaned as the shape outside pushed it open, and I quickly hid under the covers and remained motionless. I desperately tried to gaze through the fabric of the sheets at what stood outside the doorway, yet I could only see the faint shape of the creature. It was obviously massive and bulbous, but despite its large shape, it was somehow able to step through the doorway, almost as if it passed through a non-existent door frame. Its footsteps, oh god, it sounded unnatural. The rhythm of its footsteps would give someone the impression that it had more than 4 legs. That was impossible. No mammal that was recorded had more than 4 legs. I continued to watch the shape as it seemed to disregard me. Instead, it focused its attention on my partner. Once it strolled across the room and stood beside the bed of my associate, it proceeded to simply stare at the sleeping form. Several moments passed before I saw the silhouette of the young man awaken and leave his bed. He seemed to stare at whatever was in front of him before muttering in disbelief, "Cassandra?" He began to sob uncontrollably, and to my utter horror, embraced the thing that stood in front of him. "I missed you so much. It was my fault for playing with that lighter. I couldn't have known what it would have done," he whimpered. The thing continued to remain still as the man embraced it as if he had known it his entire life. He quickly composed himself before asking the creature why it wanted him to follow it. The reply was only chittering and guttural noises, yet the man seemed content with the answer. He quickly wiped away his tears, followed the creature out the cabin and into the night. Once the pair had disappeared, the forest life seemed to return. I could hear the croaking of frogs, the chirping of birds, and sounds of movement in the forest encircling me. I remained frozen in shock as my mind tried to process what had occurred. The realization of what happened finally sunk in. I threw the bedsheets from my body, donned my clothing, grabbed my Jeep key from the nightstand, and sprinted out of the cabin. It's known that when a person experiences copious amount of fear, it overwhelms said person. This was especially true for me. In my panic-stricken state, I had sprinted into the nearest section of the forest, completely forgetting the flashlight and losing sight of the trail that I was supposed to follow. Now I could only hope that I was close enough to the trail that my coworker and I had followed when we first arrived. My hopes of quickly exiting the forest began to diminish. I didn't recognize this part of the forest, and I could only imagine that I was running deeper into the dense woodland, but I couldn't stop. I wouldn't stop. That thing was after me. I knew it was. In my moment of casting fervent glances in any direction I could, I had failed to notice the object was lying in front of me and proceeded to trip and fall on top of it. I had become disoriented by the fall and I required a moment to regain awareness of my surroundings. Once my head had cleared, I decided to look at the object I had fallen on and immediately scrambled away from it. What had tripped me wasn't simply a log or something someone would expect, but the corpse of a deer, a black-tailed deer. The mammal's chest appeared to have been sliced open and its organs strewn across the ground. I would never forget its eyes, those lifeless eyes that seemed to stare into my very being, and its visage displaying the most human-esque expression I had ever seen from an animal, terror. I soon became aware of the other corpses of animals that littered the ground. There were wolves, rabbits, and even numerous bears. All seemed to have suffered the same fate as the deer, and all displayed looks of absolute horror. I quickly rose to my feet, ignored the coagulated blood that covered me, and continued to dash through the forest, my desperation increasing with every step I took. I could scarcely imagine what fate had in store for my friend, and I shuddered as I recalled him following whatever led him away from the cabin. He hadn't bothered to grab his clothing, and the way he left the cabin seemed as if he was in a trance. I had been so distracted by my thoughts, I hadn't realized that I emerged from the forest and was in familiar territory. I instantly recognized the security booth in the distance, and the Jeep parked on the side of the road leading away from the nightmarish place. With renewed energy, I sprinted down the road, past the booth, and to the door of my Jeep. I fumbled the key from my pocket and inserted it into the vehicular door as my mind raced with thoughts of relief. As I prepared to leave, I noticed movement in the side mirror of the vehicle and froze. I saw it, its true form, its inconceivable form that elicited a primal scream from me, and my vision darkened. I don't know when I regained clarity in a padded cell, and many of the doctors who worked at the Western State Hospital had told me they had no hope for my recovery, and it was a miracle I had recovered my sanity. As they removed my straitjacket and prepared the release forms that would grant me my freedom, I requested to know why I had been placed there. They exchanged worried glances to each other before answering that people had found me crawling down the road away from Olympic National Park, muttering unintelligible words and phrases, and the appearance of my hair and clothes disheveled and covered in dark, dried blood frightened onlookers. Throughout my year of insanity at the psychiatric hospital, the doctors also mentioned that I produced many sketches of odd symbols, constellations, planets, and a creature that appeared to have a crustacean body and arachnid legs with slender feelers on its chest, 2 large claws protruding from its back, possessing multiple humanoid eyes and no visible mouth. Underneath the drawing was an abnormal word simply spelled Zilcha. The drawings disconcerted the doctors whenever they gazed at them, and they were often thrown away or burned. A missing persons report had also been filed for my friend. The police found my partner's nude, decayed corpse deep within the woodland, his visage displaying a look of terror and his rotting organs scattered across the ground. To this day, I dread to envision him resembling the animals I'd found. It wasn't long before the memories of my days of being insane returned, although I wish they hadn't, for it was not merely memories but lifelong altering facts. Nothing excited me anymore. I didn't dare to continue my work. I no longer had sympathy for animals, only contempt for exposing me to the reality of life and my value in this world. Often, I resorted to drinking liquor to repress the horrendous truth that I knew. Humanity was simply a plaything. We treated our illusion of superiority only to never have been contested. Now, as I prepare to throw myself out my apartment window in hope of ending my life, I can only advise that you don't travel to the Olympic National Park, lest you are unfortunate to encounter the epitome of madness that I had discovered. Oregon, the thing in the fields. When I was young, I lived on a farm in rural Oregon with my parents. I was the only child. We weren't a big commercial farm, just a family type thing. We had 5 cows, 3 horses, a small herd of goats, 2 dogs, and 1 chicken coop. We also had some Indian runner ducks we kept mostly as pets. We didn't really make any money off the place, just enough to sustain the animals and a little extra for ourselves. Money enough to take a decent vacation every couple of years. Dad had his other job in town, an insurance agent. He was the only one around, really. The town wasn't more than about 1,500 people. Mom gave horse riding lessons as well. We weren't rich, but we were comfortable. It was really an easy life, or at least it could have been a lot worse. I went to school, Dad went to work, Mom took care of the animals, then we all had dinner together every night. And I would go to bed while Mom and Dad had a beer or two and watch the news. Sometimes at night I would hear things outside, mostly just normal stuff. The cows or horses would get spooked by a coyote or something, or I could hear the dogs chasing a rabbit, barking their heads off. Every once in a great while we would find a dead chicken. Dad would always tell me about it, but never let me see the body, although I asked frequently. He would keep Mom and I inside until he had gone out, did whatever he did with the body, throw sawdust over any blood, and then life would go on as normal. I assumed it was foxes as I had seen a couple of them out in pasture over the years, slinking around back and forth through the grass. The summer when I was 10 years old, I remember helping Mom change the bedding in the horse stalls when we heard a huge racket going on outside. If you've ever heard the sounds of a horse in pain, you don't want to. Trust me. It sounds almost like a person screaming. Well, that's what we heard. And one of our horses, the Palomino, came running into the barn with a wound on its left thigh. 4 long marks, like claw marks, ran across its body for about a foot. It had blood running down its leg and was limping. I was so scared by the sight of that much blood that Mom locked the horse in a stall and made me go inside with one of the dogs. She told me to lock the door and stay inside until she came in to get me. I did. Eventually, Mom came inside and told me that the horse had hurt itself on the barbed wire that ran the perimeter of the pasture. We owned more land beyond that, but it was mostly forested. I guess I believed her at the time. But at dinner that night, I noticed Dad was being particularly quiet and Mom was talking a lot more than she normally did. She was being really animated. And I noticed that Dad had gotten his rifle out and set it by the back door. Usually he only did that when the coyotes had been acting up. That night I went to bed as normal, but I had trouble falling asleep. I turned on my desk lamp and decided to read comic books until I got tired. I have a very vivid memory of reading Uncanny X-Men and hearing the back door open. Looking out, I could see my dad by the porch light, lighting a cigarette and holding his rifle under his arm. He started walking over to the driveway and then turned to follow the fence line. I couldn't sleep until I knew Dad was back safe. I kept coming downstairs with the excuse of getting water to see if Dad was back in the house yet, and each time all I saw was Mom sitting on the couch in the living room staring at a blank TV screen and looking worried, sighing occasionally. Eventually, at about 4 in the morning I think, Dad did come back, and I was so tired and relieved that I fell asleep as soon as I knew he was home. He never told me what he did that night, but I never thought to ask. 2 months later, I was back in school. It rains a lot in Oregon in the fall, and this day was no different. All I could hear from my bedroom was the rain hitting the ground and the aluminum roof of the chicken coop. There was light thunder in the distance, but it was getting closer. I thought I had heard a coyote yapping out in the garage, or it could have been one of the dogs. I looked out, straining my eyes to see whatever there may have been. In a brief and distant lightning flash, I saw something. It looked almost like a person, but hunched over, with a long torso. It was tall, taller than Dad, who was a good 6'4" at least. I just barely caught a glimpse of it on the near side of the garage. Then the light faded and I didn't see it again that night. There was another dead chicken the next morning. the third in just as many weeks. I told Dad what I had seen the previous night. The color went out of his cheeks momentarily until he told me that the storm must have been playing tricks on me. I accepted that. 4 months after that, we lost a cow. It was the middle of the night, and we all woke up at the same time. There was a lot of noise in the pasture, but only briefly. The cry of a dying animal and a primitive guttural yell that I had never heard before. Dad rushed up to my room. I could hear him running up the stairs. He had his rifle in hand and opened my door. He saw I was awake and told me to stay inside no matter what and try to go back to sleep. I don't think I have to say that sleep wasn't really an option any longer, but I did stay in my room with a blanket held tight around my shoulders and staring out the window. Probably about 10 minutes later, I heard gunshots in the field. I don't know what he was shooting at, whether it was whatever had attacked the cow or the cow itself, trying to put the animal out of its misery. Dad rarely, if ever, talked about that night. I later found out that he had gotten to the cow only to find it ripped open on the ground, bleeding from its torso. The shots I heard were him shooting the cow in the head. It kept going like that for years. A chicken or a duck here and there, something bigger only very rarely. It sounds absurd, but I almost came to think of it as a commonplace. I only ever caught glimpses of the thing until what comes next. It terrified me. It happened in the middle of the day over the course of a long weekend when my parents had gone to Seattle to see my uncle who was ill. It was on a Saturday afternoon. I was 17 years old. I was out in the barn putting out food for the horses and the dogs. The horses were running around in the pasture, and the dogs were asleep in the corner of one of the horse stalls. I heard something rustling in the tall grass outside of the pasture. The dogs looked around a little bit, but didn't seem to mind. I assumed it was just one of the horses waiting for me to leave so they could eat. I kept going about what I was doing, and in several minutes, I thought I heard breathing. I turned to look, and it was standing in the door. Tall as hell, even hunched over. The sun was streaming in behind it, lighting up all the dust in the air around it like some kind of sickly halo. It was looking at me, considering me. Maybe it was trying to decide whether or not I was food. I remember swearing, turning, and running as fast as I could for the house, not even thinking. Panic causing my legs to move. It was behind me, not even breathing hard. I heard its feet hitting the ground in a constant rhythm. I got to the house, opened the door, slammed it behind me, and locked it as fast as I could. I tore through the house, locking every door and drawing the blinds on every window. I could hear it snarling outside the back door. The dogs were barking at it, but they wouldn't try to attack the thing. It was too big and they knew it. It roared at the dogs and they ran off, probably to hide in the pasture. I went to my parents' bedroom and got my dad's rifle. I loaded it, set up a chair in the living room facing the back door, and waited. I started prowling around the house. I could hear its feet crunching on the gravel of the driveway and the wooden planks of the back deck. It kept walking, back and forth. I thought about trying to look through a window to see it, but I was too scared. Eventually, after hours of hoping it would go away, the sun went down. I turned on all of the outside lights and went up to my room. I opened my window with my rifle in my hands, hoping to be able to pick the thing off from above. I saw it lurking just beyond the glow from the porch light. It had extremely long arms and walked with a bent knee. It was by the chicken coop. Then it disappeared from view. I heard the chicken squawking and screeching. The thing reappeared with a dead, bloody chicken in its hands. It bit off one of the wings with jaws that were dripping with slime and drool and let the dead bird drop on the ground at its feet. Then it looked at me. Its eyes made contact with my eyes. It turned away again, back to the chickens. It came back with another bird, mutilated it in front of me, and dropped it. It went back again, and again. I should have taken a shot at it, but I was astounded and confused, trying to figure out what it was doing. Then it hit me. It was a show of power. It was showing me that it was stronger than me, that it could do whatever it wanted to do because I couldn't stop it. At the same time, I felt powerless and sickened. Powerless because what it was saying was true. If it was just that thing in me, I wouldn't stand a chance. Sickened because I realized what kind of intelligence it would need to be able to convey that message. The thought shook me out of my stupor, and I remembered the rifle at my side. It was heading back to the chickens, and I decided that when it came back, I would take my shot. It strode back to the porch, almost arrogant, walking on a bended knee with those arms so long that the chicken was nearly dragging on the ground. I raised the rifle up to my eye and tried to steady myself. My heart was beating so hard I could see the rifle shaking ever so slightly in rhythm, and with each heartbeat, I could hear the pounding in my own ears. It raised the body to its mouth, and just as it was about to put the chicken's head inside, I squeezed the trigger. The crack of the gun echoed in the now shattered quiet of the nighttime standoff, and I heard it howl. A painful, loud, startled howl. I had hit it on the outside of the shoulder. It ran off into the night. I never saw it again. It was still out there though. It still killed chickens and other things, more often than before. I'm writing all of this now because my parents died 3 weeks ago. They were killed in a collision with a drunk driver. He survived. They left me the farm, and I intend to live here with my own family. I'm 32 now, and I work for an Oregon Fish and Game office in Salem. I'm married to a wonderful woman named Stephanie. We have one son, Zachary, who is 4 years old. We're expecting a daughter in 4 months. I've come to the farmhouse alone today. I told Steph I just wanted some time alone in my parents' house to deal with some emotions. She was very understanding. I've come back to claim what's rightfully mine. I have Dad's rifle next to me on the table, and it's almost dusk. I've also brought several portable halogen lights to set up around the house and my own shotgun. I'm borrowing a handgun from Joe, a guy at Fish and Game who I work with. When I'm done typing this account of memories, I will print it out and leave it on the dining room table, along with my wedding ring and my key to the safe deposit box where my will is kept. Everything is loaded and ready. Hopefully, I will return to collect these things and nobody will ever know I wrote this. Steph, in the event that you are the unfortunate soul to find this, which I'm terrified to think seems a likely outcome, the thought of you having to go on alone hurts me more than anything in this world ever can. Know that I love you more than anything, and I hope you understand that I'm doing this to keep you safe. Zachary, I love you, and can only hope you grow up to be a good, kind-hearted, and strong man like your grandfather was. To my unborn daughter, if I don't live long enough to meet you, it will be the single greatest regret of my life. Tell the police, tell Fish and Game, call Joe, he's one of the few people who knows about this. Make this situation known. Eventually someone will kill it, even if it isn't me. Goodbye for now. California, the Nightcrawler. There's been a lot of discussion surrounding the mysterious footage of the so-called Nightcrawler. I grew up in the Fresno area of California and for many years had no handle on a terrifying teenage experience that haunts me to this day. It began in 1993 when 3 friends and I decided to spend an autumn night in the woods near Millerton Lake. It was the perfect conclusion to an amazing summer and something we had planned for so long but always found a way to put off. We walked aimlessly by the lake for hours, skipping stones, fishing, and enjoying the warmth of the quickly fading sunlight. The warmth soon disappeared behind the treetops and we decided to walk a little further into the undergrowth to find a good spot to set up camp for the night. Alex and I set up the tent while Terrence began collecting wood for campfire. We had a beer, meat, and all the necessary components for a long night supply of s'mores. The cold autumn night air soon enveloped our campsite and crickets began to sing as the smoky scent of the steak we were cooking drifted through the trees and up into the clear night sky. As we finished off the last of the beer, we noticed that we had slightly underestimated the amount of wood needed to keep the fire going, and so I decided to hunt around for some dry logs and branches. I paced around the campsite but couldn't find anything more substantial than a couple of twigs, so I decided to grab a flashlight and leave the safety of our enclosure out into the wall of darkness surrounding us. It became clear that this forest had experienced a fire because for the life of me, I couldn't find anything big enough to justify carrying it back to the camp. I didn't think I had wandered far when I heard a rush of air behind me. I turned around and saw the leaves on the forest floor twirling in the beam of my flashlight. A small dust devil perhaps. But as I fixed my gaze ahead of me and back towards the campsite, I noticed that things weren't quite right. I hadn't walked more than 200 meters, and yet I couldn't see any glow of a fire whatsoever. I began to feel incredibly uneasy at the implication that I had somehow wandered further from the campsite than imagined and was now lost in these ominous woods alone. I managed to collect myself and began retracing my steps. The sameness of every direction was disconcerting. However, I could see impressions in the dirt where I had previously walked. So I followed intently, knowing that I would soon see the glowing orange light of the fire and the welcoming silhouettes of my friends by the tent. The more I walked, the more I began to feel that things weren't right. I was still following the trail of my footsteps, and yet somehow, after 5 minutes of walking, I was no closer to the campsite. I knew I hadn't walked for this long on my way out here. I stopped, feeling the need to crouch down and consider the situation before fear began to take hold. I looked around and began to notice that the trees around me felt strangely distant and faint, almost as if they were shrouded in a dark mist. This wasn't a physical mist, but rather something ominous that had somehow cloaked the forest in darkness. This wasn't just the darkness of night, but beyond that, you could feel it. I stood up, however, and logic prevailed as I continued along the path of my footsteps. In the distance, I could see something familiar. I immediately picked up the pace, and as I got closer, I realized that it was the campsite, but there was no fire. The camp felt completely cold and empty. It seemed strange that the fire would have died out so quickly, but not beyond reason. I finally reached the tent, and that uneasy feeling I had managed to suppress quickly reappeared as I realized my friends were no longer there. I called out their names and shined my flashlight into the surrounding area, but there was no response. At this point, all semblance of exposure left my body. I realized that they could have simply wandered off to try and find me, but I somehow knew that wasn't the case. Call it sixth sense if you will. I decided the only thing to do was to try to restart the fire with whatever fuel I could find, but no matter what I did, no flame would appear from my Zippo lighter, as if it too wanted to hide away from this overwhelming darkness. I sat down again with my head in my hands, racking my brain for an explanation of the events thus far. I began to feel the surrounding blackness scurry closer towards me, as if it knew that somehow the absence of fire had removed some protecting force field from around the camp. The next thing I can recall is just being confronted by the most terrifying sound. It can only be described as an eerie whirring noise, almost like a tornado siren, but completely unnatural and unlike anything I've ever heard. Chills ran down my spine as I sat up to determine the source of this haunting sound. It seemed to reverberate throughout the tree trunks in all directions, as the breeze, which had been ever present throughout the evening, seemed to retreat almost instantly into silence. I heard footsteps and immediately rejoiced that my friends were returning to the camp and that we could discuss the night's events and at long last put myself at ease. As I listened to these footsteps drawing closer, I felt a sudden uneasiness as I realized that there was something very wrong with the sound. They were far too slow. It sounded as if someone was walking unnaturally leisurely, artificially, or alternatively that they were on stilts. The more I listened to these footsteps, the more convinced I became that this was the sound of someone walking on stilts, and this thought really scared me because after all, who or what would be walking on stilts in this pitch blackness in the thick of a forest? I shone my flashlight in the direction of the sound, dreading what I might see, but I had to know. The footsteps were closer than ever now. They must be right here, I thought. Suddenly, I see an object glint in the beam of light. The footsteps stop. At this point, I'm absolutely frozen in terror as I glimpse a small white object through the trees. It moves slightly, and I see what looks like a head and legs. The head slowly turns towards me, and what I see causes me to scream, but no sound comes out of my mouth. The quote-unquote head is completely featureless. There are no eyes, no mouth, no nose, and no ears, and yet somehow I know that it's looking at me. It had no body, just a featureless head attached to long legs, and must have been no taller than 4 feet. It slowly turned its face back to the direction in which it was traveling. As far as I could tell, it began its uncanny gait back into the darkness. I sat there, shaking and mumbling as I tried to console myself. I had no explanation for what I had just seen. Just as quickly as it had arrived, the ghostly darkness that had surrounded everything vanished and the breeze returned to the trees. There they were, my friends, between the trees. I ran towards them and they were shocked to see my expression. "What the hell is wrong?" Terrence shouted as I reached them. It seems they heard something moving towards the edge of the lake and had gone to investigate, thinking it was me. It seems they too couldn't find their way back to the camp and had also found themselves trapped on some endless path to nowhere. I mentioned the sound, but they hadn't heard anything and had no idea how the fire had been extinguished, as it was still burning strong when they left. I told them about what I had just experienced, and Alex's facial expression turned into one of terror. He told me that Native Americans in the area had described seeing such creatures for generations, and that they often carried with them a sense of dread. We headed to the camp and noticed that all of our watches had stopped running, and so we had no idea of the time frame in which these events occurred. Needless to say, at this point, we didn't sleep a wink that night, but the rest of it was uneventful. We hastily left at dawn. For years I had wondered what these creatures were, and why this one felt the need to show up at our camp. All I had was this tale of Native American legend, and the fear that stayed with me since that night. It seems now that there's video evidence of these creatures venturing outside of the forest and into built-up areas. I can't help but wonder what it is drawing them closer to humankind, and just what it is that they may be planning. In the meantime, we'll never know. Alaska. I'll never visit the woods of Alaska again. I'll never visit the woods of Alaska again. America's last frontier, a place of beauty for most, but a place for horror for those who have encountered the thing. I grew up in a small town north of Anchorage. I lived in a cabin a bit out of town. I had a few friends. Redneck could be an understatement, living comfortably a good decade behind in technology. I was 14. I got a call from Rick after school. This guy was one crazy sob, the mad genius type. "You gotta come see this." "What?" "My gun. I didn't think it would work, but holy crap, come down here. Bill, Ron, and I are going shooting." When Rick calls, shit got interesting. So of course I hopped on my bike and rode over as fast as possible. I pull up to see Rick, Ron, and Bill waiting in Rick's garage. After some chatter and Rick just saying, "You'll see," we set off into the woods. Ron lagged a bit behind, but eventually we made it atop the shooting hill, a hill that looked out amongst a clearing that we shot into cans, scrap metal, etc. And check this out. Rick takes his rifle off his back and proceeds to dump his entire magazine of .308 Winchester into some poor unsuspecting tree. As we were questioning how and why he made a machine gun, I noticed Ron wasn't with us. Guys, Ron still hasn't made it up. As Rick is fiddling with his monstrosity trying to re-engage the safety with thick gloves on, Bill and I look around and call for Ron. Ron being the slightly heavy-set one of us, he was a bit slower through snow, but he was never the kind of guy to just wander off driven as hell. Bill had an idea. We probably should go look for him. He's the most likely to get eaten by a bear out of all of us. With that information, we decided to split up, cover more ground, and meet back at Rick's garage in 5 minutes. I checked the main path. Rick went right, Bill went left. About halfway through the trail, I hear a snap. As most people familiar with the outdoors understand, the only things clumsy enough to snap twigs are humans and bears. "Ron!" I receive no reply. It moves closer. "Ron, you're scaring me." I ready my pistol. "I'm armed. Identify yourself." It starts running. I aim. It bursts out of the tree line about 10 feet in front of me. The thing, I don't know how you describe it, It stood on two legs like a human, but it wasn't human. It had long, muscular arms, legs that appeared to be crouching permanently. It had fangs similar to that of a lion, was about 9 feet tall, bloody intestines hanging from its teeth. The feasting creature stood in front of me. I managed to snap out of it and put 3 shots into its chest before diving into tree cover. It doesn't flinch. It all happened in what felt like one fluid motion. The creature snaps the tree line in half like nothing. Rick pops up like he's Vietnamese and opens fire. 30 rounds. All 30 rounds hit this creature. It survived, but not unscathed. Groaning, the creature stumbles backwards before retreating back into the woods. Bill, hearing machine gun fire, sprinted over while I was still curled up in the fetal position, shaking in fear. We need to leave now. That thing probably has a pack nearby. Do Bigfoots live in packs? I don't want to find out. Bill grabbed my arm and held me up while Rick reloaded. We skipped the trail, that's where it's been picking from, weaving through the trees as fast as we can. Now we're being hunted. Arriving home, Rick slams his dad's pickup truck into gear and peels out with us holding on in the back. We practically drifted into the police station. Rick and I keep the truck running as Bill practically falls through the door. Help, help! Our friend's gone, it's still out there! Without missing a beat, we lead a squad car over to the trail. Nothing. We hike back up the trail. Our police escort didn't help much. We were a mile when I hear Bill's typical alpha energy drop. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck! I look back and see the thing that haunts me to this day. A human corpse. So mangled it didn't look human. Entire midsection ripped open. His skin had completely drained of color. Mouth leaking blood. Organs had been ripped out. The officer puked when he saw Ron. There was no explanation, the officer just said. Son, I don't know what did that, and I don't want to know. We just need to leave and never come back. With that, we left. No press, nothing. Small town PD just closed down all the trails. They claimed it was to preserve the wildlife. Only Rick, Bill, the cop, and I ever knew what actually happened. If it's already closed off, why am I writing this? With the pandemic and people not socializing, outdoor activity has started to grow, and so have the recent disappearances. It's still out there. I didn't learn much that night. All I know is that creature took 3 shots of .45 auto without flinching, and only retreated under machine gun fire. Remember, if you're out in the Alaskan wilderness and you hear cracking in the woods, you might as well be dead. Idaho, rabbits in the creek. I'm writing this because my family won't talk about it anymore. I'm the only one who can't seem to forget. I was raised in the outskirts of Preston, a small town in southern Idaho with a population of around 5,000. My immediate community was an isolated dead-end dirt road called Bear Creek. Less than 20 families lived on Bear Creek. I didn't mind being so isolated. I grew up in the comfort of wide fields and close neighbors that only rural people know. We were a Mormon community, very church-centered, very community-centered. All the young girls, myself included, were part of the young women's group, and all of the boys were members of the local Boy Scout troop, which doubled as a church group in our area. We had 4th of July parties at the local ballpark and swam in the nearby reservoir. It was a good, quiet community. My house, a 92-year-old farmhouse built by my great-great-grandfather, was situated on a small hill surrounded by a wide grass field on one side and a snaking dirt road on the other. Across the road was the creek bottoms. Southern Idaho is categorized in a desert climate, so not much grows outside of the irrigated fields besides sagebrush and burrs. The creek bottoms were the exception. The creek fed the growth of a thick tangle of bushes. In the late fall, we used to go down into the bottoms and pick the white, cottony willow seeds to decorate the fences of our driveway. Being so isolated, it wasn't uncommon for animals to come down from the mountains. We had a female moose who brought her calf down and lived in our orchard every winter, and the occasional lion wasn't unheard of either. The summer when I turned 8, I remember because it was the same year as my baptism, a smaller mountain lion was spotted several times in our area. We weren't worried. The big cats stayed away from the farm and usually moved on when the area didn't yield enough food. The same summer, my neighbor Peyton was working on his Eagle Scout project. He loved National Geographic and thought it would be pretty cool to try putting together a National Geographic submission on our little creek bottoms. The young lion that happened to be in our area at the same time made him especially excited. He decided he wanted to try and get pictures of the lion and email the National Geographic team for advice. They recommended setting up an automatic camera that takes shots every couple of seconds in an area the lion was known to visit. They also recommended setting some kind of bait so the lion was more likely to come by. No one in the creek liked the idea of live bait or carry-on, so we came up with a different kind of bait. We decided to set up an audio recording of a dying rabbit and play it on loop through the set of speakers hidden in the willows. I remember when everyone was down in the bottoms testing the speakers and I heard the noise for the first time. The sound of a dying rabbit is horrible. It's been described as almost identical to the sound of a screaming child. If you've never heard it yourself, there's plenty of recordings available online. It's worth a listen. The camera was set up, the speakers were set up, everything was perfect. Peyton explained that he would allow the camera and recording to play uninterrupted for a week, and then he would go check it out. This would give time for our scent to fade from the bottoms and encourage the lines to come closer. At first, I was worried about the noise. It was a truly horrible noise, and our house was the closest to the setup point in the bottoms. My father assured me that the noise wouldn't reach as far as our house, and I was relieved when I arrived home that night and he was correct. The bottoms were far enough away that I couldn't hear anything. I remember Peyton the next day at church. He was fidgety and excited to check on the equipment, but he had to wait a week, which everybody kept reminding him. He couldn't risk going down too early and scaring the line away for good. That night, I woke up to an awful noise. I sat ramrod straight in my bed with my eyes wide in the dark, hands clutched so hard my palms bore the indent of my fingernails for hours after. I knew that noise. It was the recording of the rabbit. It sounded faint and far off, like it really could have been coming from the bottoms. But that was impossible, because the recording had been going on all night the previous day, and I hadn't heard a thing. I didn't sleep that night. I was too scared to get out of bed and wake my parents. The recording played over and over again. I had the loop memorized. In the morning, I stumbled into the kitchen for breakfast. My mom and dad were sitting at the kitchen table. They too had dark rings under their eyes. I hadn't been the only one who'd heard it. Mom was convinced the equipment must have been broken. She wanted to go down to the bottoms to check it out. Dad refused. He was a kind gentleman and didn't want to stir up any unnecessary drama. He was sure there had been a strong wind last night, and the wind was carrying the noise farther than its natural reach. He told us to listen. We did. He was right. We couldn't hear it now. We forgot about it and went about our daily goings. The next night, it happened again. I stayed up in bed with my back to the wall. The screaming was even louder than before, but this time something was different. It was lower pitched than I remember. The parts of the loop were slowed down, as if the recording were warped in places. At times, the loop didn't loop naturally, and instead picked up at a random place in the middle. My mom didn't mention anything at the breakfast table, but both her and my dad seemed tense. The third night, I mustered the courage to stand beside my bedroom window and look out into the yard. For a moment, I stood, rooted to the spot, my hands shaking no matter how hard I clenched them. The noise settled in through the cracks in the window. I watched the outline of the trees in the yard, perfectly still. Not even the slightest breeze stirred their branches. My mom announced that she would be going to visit her sisters in town the next day and would probably spend the night there. She invited me to come along, but I was a daddy's girl at heart and chose to stay at the farm. I took mom's place besides dad in their bed that night, but even that didn't help. I don't think my dad was asleep either, for he was unnaturally still the whole night. We began to hear the noise during the day too. I was drawing with chalk on the sidewalk when it happened. My shoulders tensed and the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. There was only one scream, a short, high-pitched one, and then the recording fell silent. It happened again several times throughout the day, but never the whole loop, just clips from it. Later that evening, Peyton's dad came up the driveway on his four-wheeler. He said he was looking for their dog, a sweet yellow lab who had been missing since that morning. Dad said he was sorry and that he hadn't seen her. I stared at him, silently begging him to mention the recording, but he didn't. He was a quiet man after all. He didn't want to bring any unnecessary drama. Mom stayed away the whole week. Dad and I couldn't sleep. By Saturday, the screaming could be heard constantly, though it seemed to have deviated from the familiar loop entirely. I didn't recognize any of it. Sometimes the screams were thin and long, other times they were hardly more than growls. Once, while my dad had been heating up meatloaf for lunch, the noise rose into such a rancorous din that he dropped the plate and it shattered. I pressed my hands over my ears where I sat at the table and squeezed my eyes shut, but it didn't help. The noise forced its way through the cracks of my fingers and pinched my throat and rattled in my ribcage. The din lasted for a whole minute, then fell silent. Dad was shaking. That was the last we heard of the noise that day. Peyton came by Saturday evening to ask permission to cross our road to collect the equipment. He was so excited. I watched him disappear into the creek bottoms with a sense of tired relief. After the equipment was gone, it would all stop. I couldn't wait to get a full night's sleep. Not a minute later, I spotted Peyton coming back from the creek. I was confused. It had taken us much longer to set up the camera and speakers, so I only assumed it would take just as long to collect them. My breath stilled when Peyton came closer. He didn't look right. His eyes were wide and his face pale. Something wet dribbled from his chin and onto his shirt. I later realized it was vomit. My dad caught him before he fell and demanded to know what happened. Peyton couldn't speak. He just cried. We called his dad. I looked after Peyton as both my dad and his dad went into the bottoms. They were gone a long time. When they returned, their faces were grim. They smelled funny. I noticed red on my dad's hands. I asked what was wrong, but they brushed right past me and immediately called the police. Nobody would tell me what happened. I sat on the couch as a blur of neighbors and police officers swirled around me. At one point, an officer placed something on the kitchen table and left. I looked into the kitchen curiously. It was the camera from the bottoms. I wish I hadn't looked. The camera was a little banged up, tiny scratches and dents over the plastic casing. When I lifted it, my hand stuck to the plastic. Something tacky and odorous covered the screen, but it turned on fine. The first set of photos were normal, just the willows cast green in the glow of the night setting. As I continued to click through them, they quickly became strange. At one point, the camera angle changed, as if the camera had been knocked from its post. Grass now obscured most of the frame. Flicks of red appeared on the lens and remained for the rest of the sets. One photo made me pause. There was a figure in this one, or half a figure as most of the upper torso hadn't made it into the frame. I thought it could be human, but it didn't look like it should be standing upright. Its legs were twisted like an animal, and it seemed to be having difficulty supporting itself from an upright position. Besides the legs, a long, thin arm hung. Whatever it was must have been stooped over, for its fingertips hung below its crooked knees. The next set was different. It was as if the camera had been picked up and was now being held. The first photo was of the bottoms at night. The next startled me. I had to look closely before deciding what it was. A rabbit had been laid in the bushes, but its ears and most of its scalp had been peeled away. The next was of the same rabbit, but a thin, dark hand was holding it up against the sky. Its limp body hung like something from a nightmare. In the following photos, more rabbits joined the one, each with their ears and scalp removed. Then a cat, then more cats, then a dog, the yellow lab, then the lion. The following photo was 7 rabbits, 3 cats, 1 dog, and the lion, all laid out in a row facing the same way. Their arms and legs had been arranged as if they were marching, like some parade. All of their scalps had been removed, and tiny white glints of their skull could be seen. The last photo was overly bright, like the photo had been taken too close with the flash on. An eye dominated the frame, but it was yellowed and crusty and had a bar pupil like a horse. In the bottom corner, the edge of a mouth could be seen. No lips, just teeth, sharp and little, with white gaps of red gum between them. I wish I hadn't looked. I heard my dad talking to the police outside. They said the speakers had malfunctioned. The recording had only played the first night. Nevada, bad trip. It was my 5th day in Wyoming, Nevada, an unincorporated township skirted on all sides by scorched barrenness. I had never been this far west before, and so the craggy, acacia-dotted desert was dazzling to my senses. I remember wishing that I could extend my stay, but also knew that doing so would be impossible. My business in the town was concluded, and the presentation had gone well. I was expected to be back at the home office on Monday. Rather than spend my night at a hotel, I lodged with 2 old friends who had moved out to the area after graduation. Jason and Clara were old sweethearts who eventually married and moved west to live freely and without external instruction, as they often phrased it. They were glad to host me for the week, and I enjoyed catching up with them, even if they had become hallucinogen-fueled desert spiritualists. I was afraid to try mescaline, and I was especially terrified to experiment with psychedelics so far away from the relatively settled streets and services of Wyoming. Still, Clara assured me with eager confidence that the experience would be safe as well as beautiful. When we're way out there in the silent air of the desert, she told me, and the peyote kicks in and there's no motion at all except for us and the campfire, all under a billion glittering stars, she searched for more words but instead could only smile serenely. You'll know what I mean. I agreed to join them on one of their quote trips before returning home. That night, as we were preparing for the drive out together, Jason retrieved a glass jar with a tin screw cap from his closet. He held it up for me to see. Inside were perhaps 200 small, clear gelatin capsules. Jason removed the tin cap and tipped several of the strange pills into his palm for me to inspect. I saw that each capsule was packed with shredded bits of something fibrous and hazel-colored. It reminded me of tree bark. When we were ready, the 3 of us headed out together. Jason drove while Clara directed him out of the city, then along dozens of miles of unpaved roads. Eventually, we were completely off-road, and I could feel the crags and small boulders of the landscape beneath us jostling the car as we drove. Soon, Clara and Jason decided that they were satisfied by the pristine quality of the nature around them, and so Jason parked the car. The 2 of them set up camp while I prepared a makeshift fire pit. When the dusk came and deepened into the night, Clara lit the campfire they had built, and Jason brought me my dose of peyote, along with a beer to help me swallow down the fistful of capsules. Just eat them one by one, Jason advised. It won't take long. He demonstrated, placing a gel cap onto his tongue, sipping his beer, and then opening his mouth to show that the pill was gone. Over by the campfire, I could see that Clara was taking hers 3 or 4 at a time, pausing only to take a swig from her drink. Soon we had each finished taking our dose. We drank and watched the fire together, and waited for what would come next. At first, we spoke aloud to each other while we waited, but before long we were sitting in silence. The emptiness of the desert pressed inward with a tangible urgency for quiet, and it had rendered us mute. Eventually, I noticed that I had become raptly attentive to the campfire flickering in front of me. Prismatic streaks of color had begun to spark out from the flame and into the night air, each one cascading like a living mote of light. I felt giddy and noticed that Jason and Clara both seemed to have entered similar states. With smiles and searching eyes, they were watching the stars. I turned my back towards the fire, eager to lose myself once again in its dazzling movement. I began to melt back into its warmth, but soon noticed in myself a strange sense that something large was moving through the darkness nearby. Turning my focus towards the motion, I saw a human shape standing alone in the desert, only barely illuminated at such a distance by the campfire's flickering light. If it were only a few paces further away, I thought to myself, the shape would be completely obscured by darkness. I see something. I heard myself say it out loud. but my voice sounded hazy and strange. Jason and Clara lazily turned their attention towards me. With a peaceful smile, Jason spoke. "What do you see, Vince? Describe it for us." I strained against my own vision, which was already limited by the dark, but now also warped by the peyote. Indeed, even the sand in the trees seemed to be moving and shifting around me. Still, the figure was not something abstract. It looked like a large man who was marching in place unsteadily, listing back and forth as he did so. It would take a step forward, then 2 steps back, then perhaps 4 rapid, mincing steps in our direction again, and another 3 steps back. It was staring in our direction the whole time this went on. The figure's torso bounced gently against the elastic, up and down motion of its knees. "I see a person," I began hesitantly. "Or, I think I do." I shifted in place nervously, and then corrected myself. "I don't think it's a person. The eyes haven't blinked at all." Indeed, the eyes were shining bright to me, like 2 illuminated pinpricks against the darkness around them. They never flickered or dwindled at all as the figure marched. "It's probably just an owl," Clara offered, her back still turned away from the thing. "Does it seem like the eyes are darting around in circles or making shapes in the dark?" "Yes," I replied with a sobbing sort of crack in my voice. "But see for yourself, it's not an owl." Clara propped herself up on one arm and looked over her shoulder to follow my pointed finger. Her lazy smile turned suddenly into a deep frown, and I felt nauseous to see the way her face had dropped. Jason noticed too and turned to look with the same sudden loss of relaxation. It seemed like the thing was really there. A series of warbling, clicking vocalizations rang out suddenly from the thing's direction. As it continued, the process of sounds grew more complex and strange, and soon the noise was rolling over itself like an ungodly, squealing battle cry. It seemed to me that the thing was calling out to us deliberately, and this idea made my whole body tense up until I began to feel paralyzed. Clara and Jason began to shout at the form, which still marched aimlessly without moving closer. "Get lost, asshole!" Clara's voice rang out fiercely, but I could hear that she was growing afraid. "You're gonna wish you hadn't fucked with us," Jason added, projecting his voice across the desert in a similarly unsure tone. But the thing did not seem to mind their threats. In fact, it began to advance slowly and deliberately. Soon, it was close enough to the campfire that I could see it more fully. I wasn't sure, but I felt that I could see the thing spasm badly across its whole body with every few steps that it took. It was as if the creature was struggling through some kind of grand mal seizure as it moved, and somehow it was winning the fight. In my vision and in my mind, both of which were already swimming with peyote fantasies, the thing contorted and twitched like a grotesque and poorly directed marionette. As it lurched evenly across the land, seemingly unresponsive to our shouted inconsistencies that it leave, the thing began to click and mumble its strange sing-song noises again. This time though, the sounds it made were more like English. "Just get lost already," Clara shouted, and rose to her feet to confront the humanoid creature that was only a short distance away. "Just get lost?" the creature bellowed back, and then added a hiccuping sort of chuckle that echoed softly in the night silence. It did not slow its approach. "Find me the car keys," Jason said quietly to Clara. "It'll scare it away." Keys in hand, Jason moved quickly to unpack a tire iron from the trunk of the car, and then stood by the campfire with the makeshift weapon brandished over his head. "This is your last warning," he shouted. "Don't make us hurt you." He took several steps towards the thing, as if prepared to attack. To our relief, the creature planted its feet and stood still. Clara and I shared a glad smile before turning our attention back to Jason. When we did, however, we saw that Jason had dropped both the car keys and his weapon to the earth. He was now walking, lazily but deliberately, towards the thing that now stood patiently in the nearby darkness. The creature, staring at Jason with its shining and seemingly lidless eyes, waited patiently for him to join it where it stood, and then seemed to lead Jason backwards into the opaque dark beyond the campfire in a marching sort of dance. It had squatted down low and craned its head forward into Jason's face. That's what I saw. It seemed to me that the creature had hypnotized my friend with its unbroken stare as it backed away into the dark. Worse still, the thing actually had to stoop down, drop its shoulders, and bend its knees before its eyes were level with Jason's. Whatever it was much taller than humans generally get. Clara and I both began to scream. We were so lost in panic that we couldn't register anything besides our own begging sobs for Jason to return to the campfire, to please, please, please come back. We howled until we were both breathless, and when we finally stopped, we felt that utter and complete silence from before pour back over the desert. For perhaps a minute, the emptiness of the place was punctuated only by the soft crackling of the fire. Then there was Jason screaming from somewhere that sounded like it was an impossible distance away. He was crying out in the kind of frantic anguish that only comes from someone who truly can't believe the pain that they're in. I looked at Clara in wide-eyed terror, and she mirrored my expression perfectly as her head swung around to look at me. As suddenly as they had begun, Jason's lamentations died into silence with a slushing, drowning sort of final gasp. I was too petrified to move, but Clara was already on her feet. She hoisted me up by the front of my shirt and ran me over to where the car was parked. Before I could even fully register what was happening, she had pushed me into the back seat and then rushed to retrieve the car keys from where Jason had dropped them on the ground. Soon she was back, sitting in the driver's seat and doing her best to start the engine despite her badly shaken hands. "Which way is the road into town?" she whispered urgently, as if afraid to raise her voice too loudly. "Which way did we come from? Answer me, Vincent." "Just go," was the only response I could muster. "Just get us away from here." I felt an overwhelming vertigo at the moment, as if my spirit was trying to escape my doomed body. And so I shut my eyes tightly to regain my orientation. After a short while sitting like this, I realized that Clara wasn't talking to me anymore. In fact, she wasn't making any sound at all. My head was swimming so badly that I had been certain the car had at least lurched into motion. But when I opened my eyes, Clara was sitting placidly in the driver's seat of a stationary vehicle. She was staring silently through the window. As I followed Clara's gaze, I saw that the thing was back, perched on its haunches a short distance away. The illuminated orbs in its eye sockets were focused on her. It was drawing her away from me. I pleaded with Clara to not leave me alone as she removed the keys from the vehicle's ignition and dropped them casually on the vehicle mat at her feet. She stepped out of the car and towards the creature. I stumbled dizzily from the back seat and attempted to grab her around the shoulders. In automatic response, she elbowed me viciously in the guts and left me winded. I collapsed against the car, and when I found the strength to raise myself up again, she and the creature were gone. I struggled desperately to get the car back into motion, but the combination of mescaline and adrenaline in my system made progress difficult. The steps involved in starting the engine, then putting the car into drive escaped me, and the lettering on the manual gearbox felt alien, as if I had forgotten the Roman alphabet completely. It didn't help that as I was working to start the car, I could hear Clara's voice, always so sweet and calm before tonight, now screaming wildly with a throat that sounded choked with gore. Clara always spoke like music, pleasant and soft and wonderful. What tore through the cold desert air now, though? It was ragged and wordless grasps of pitiful agony. The silence that eventually followed was worse, though. It told me that I was all alone. I turned to peer out the driver's side window from where I sat at, still having failed to start the car. I could see that the creature had returned, once again lumbering playfully out from the obscurity of darkness, but this time directly towards me. I felt as if my panic would cause me to faint at that very moment, but mortal fear galvanized me to keep fighting. I finally managed to summon the engine to life, but pressing the gas only caused the engine to rev and park. I could feel the creature's eyes on me, and I knew that it was nearly at my window. I turned my back away from the window as deliberately as I could, while still pressing the clutch down with my foot, and gripped the stick shift to pull it into a new, but arbitrary, position. My vision was swimming too heavily to discern precisely what gear I was in now, but I didn't care as long as the car would start moving. I faced forward and prepared to step on the gas, but suddenly found myself staring directly into the eyes of the creature. It was perched on the hood of the car now and watched me through the windshield with those bulb-like electric eyes. I closed my eyes tightly in a final bid to resist the thing's hypnotic lure. I was preparing myself to die, but in a monstrous shriek and the sound of wild, receding footfalls broke my terrified meditation. It sounded to me as if the creature had suddenly been attacked and was now fleeing. After remaining motionless for several moments with my eyes shut, I noticed the faint sensation of sunlight on my eyelids. Sunrise was breaking over the distance. The creature was gone, and it occurred to me that such a horrible thing could only exist in hellish darkness. For the first time since the creature had appeared, I felt as if maybe I could relax. Completely distraught, I drew the deepest comfort I've ever known from the warmth of the sunlight on my face. I lost consciousness without realizing how exhausted the night had left me and slept for a few hours. When I awoke, I found that the peyote had mostly worn off too. Feeling mostly sober now, I drove straight into town to find help for my missing friends. I went to the police and tried to tell them my story in a way that would seem at least halfway believable. I admitted everything that I could, knowing full well that it sounded like a stereotypical bad trip. Skeptical and more than a little annoyed, a pair of officers eventually agreed to follow me out into the desert to investigate the details of Jason and Clara's disappearance. Together we found the remains of our campfire and a snarl of erratic tire tracks in the sand, but there was no sign at all of my companions, nor did the officers detect any signs that a struggle had occurred anywhere near the site. The police soon concluded that the disappearance of my two friends was probably a simple matter of Clara and Jason having been surprised by the strength of mescaline. They thought they were prepared by their previous experiences, said one of them, already walking back towards the cruiser to drive us into town again. And so they trusted themselves to wander out into the night alone. Shared delusions are fairly common in these sort of scenarios, the other officer agreed. You were lucky it was your first time trying this stuff. You were too overwhelmed to follow them, and so you stayed by the fire instead. That, and the fact that you sat in the car with the engine turned on until sunrise probably saved you from freezing. He paused and raised his gaze upward, as if stopping to feel the sun on his face. We'll do our best to find your friends out here, but in all honesty, I'd be surprised if they survived the night. I'm home now, safe and far away from whatever that terrible creature was, or at least I think I am. But I've realized something awful, and more the idea is driving me crazy. There's no way for me to be completely sure that I'm still not out there, hypnotized and being led to my death while the fantasy of escape goes on. Let me try to explain it a little bit better. Ever since the night I left Nevada, I keep having the same exact dream, every single night. The same terror plays out in my head in precisely the same way, and it always goes just like this. I'm driving out of Wyoming. It's around noon, just after the police told me, we'll do our best to find your friends. I'm glad to be heading home. I consider calling my mother before I begin driving, but then realize that I don't know what I would say if she answered. I'm still shocked and exhausted, so I decide simply to make distance between myself and the town. I press eagerly on the accelerator as I drive, and yet for hours it seems that I make no progress. With a creeping sort of anxiety, I realize that there hasn't been another car in sight for hours. Even the signage of the roadside has dwindled away into nothing. My surroundings are now like an unfinished painting, jarringly without details. This is nothing like the road on which I had originally traveled into town. I don't recognize anything. With a suddenness that rends my heart from top to bottom, the steering wheel melts away from beneath my hands, the car, the road, and even the sun above me all dissolve in an instant. I find myself standing in the undisturbed sands of the desert, teleported back into the almost perfect darkness of that gruesome nighttime. The creature looms and croaks a sound nearby, staring directly into my eyes. I realize that I've been looking into its face for who knows how long. The safety of that morning's sunrise, the relief of my narrow escape, they were all simply delusions inflicted upon me to occupy my mind as I march myself towards execution. And this time, my waking life is the fantasy. I'm still out there with the creature. The thing howls at an ear-splitting volume, and I brace my hands against the skull in an attempt to resist the sound. Still, my knees buckle and I fall into the ground. The thing is inches away now, and I can see that it draws oxygen into itself from a number of chitinous vents, which dot its chest and neck. Periodically, they suck inward like gasping mouths before relaxing again. As the thing leans in to consume me, the sound it makes becomes quieter and more discreet in tone. It begins to suck air more rhythmically and releases each breath with a low hiss. As I feel it finally touch me with its hand-like appendages, it chokes out words. "Don't you miss your friends?" With a slobbering, suctioning sort of sound, the flat and featureless jawline of the creature unfolds into a gaping maw. Chevrons of razor-edged teeth present themselves from fleshy folds all along the insides of the thing's throat, which is now spread open like the distended jaws of a snake. Now exposed to the air, they shimmer against the blackness of the night like stars. In this dream, I'm still under the effects of the peyote, and so I see ghostly emanations of impossible color snake outwards from the creature's face and form. Quivering hallucinations pull around the thing, like lesser nightmares gathering to join it. Jeering ephemeral demons spring through the night air towards me with each eager spasm of the thing's face. Fractals drip from its lidless eyes, and I can feel that I too am weeping. In this dream that I can't stop having, the sun does finally rise over that expanse of forsaken desert, but I am not alive to greet it. I discovered a new species while backpacking in Utah. I need to get this information off my chest. I'm riding this on the shoulder of the highway in Utah. It's 4 a.m. and I've been driving nonstop for almost 2 hours. I don't know if you've ever been to Utah, but it gets pitch black at night. Nothing exists beyond the high beams of my car. Well, at least from what I can perceive. I know something is out there, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I was backpacking through Zion National Park, this fantastic place where the canyon walls are a deep sunset red and pine trees grow straight out of the rocks. Even in my delirium, I can still appreciate the beauty of it. My trip wasn't anything serious, just a 3-day turnaround trip spanning about 30 miles in total. I don't see that many people around this time of year, aside from the occasional day hiker. Most tend to stay out during the winter due to cold weather, snow, and the risk of flash floods brought on from the rainy season. I, however, thrive in isolation. The fewer people around make it easier for me to appreciate the park and its natural beauty. For the uninitiated, backpacking is a challenging activity that most people don't dare to try, which is unfortunate. I feel like people become the most alive when they push themselves and do these kinds of things. And as cheesy as it sounds, you really do experience some magic when you're this far removed from the city and our modern luxuries. I could go on about the ecosystems that have never encountered human contact and how it feels to step into a truly wild world, but I'd be talking out of my ass. Because after today, I realized I genuinely have no idea what lives in those woods or any area not lived in by people. It was my second night. After 2 long days of walking in a straight line and slowly pacing myself and exploring, I set up my tent and got ready to hurry back to my car. As much as I love the outdoors, nothing can compete with the sensation of hot fast food after several days of roughing it. As I ate my military rations, I was already imagining the cheeseburgers I'd be eating the following day. Over the last 2 days, I walked about 15 miles into the park, covering about 7 miles a day with my heavy bag. I'll be the first to tell you how important it is to not overpack for trips like these. Every pound makes a difference when you're carrying it through the brush. Even short excursions can be challenging if your bag is too heavy. Fortunately, I learned from my previous trips and kept my pack to around 35 pounds. After my meal of powdered lasagna and a candy bar was finished, I poked at the hot coals in my makeshift fire pit. I also packed a camp stove to cook with, but when you go camping, you have to make a campfire. It's an unofficial rule that everyone follows. There's something about being in the wilderness at night that triggers a subconscious instinct in us to build a fire and illuminate the dark. Our ancestors used this instinct daily to survive, and it became embedded in our DNA. Tonight, this instinct kept me alive. As my fire began to shrink, my desire for sleep began to increase. When you're in the woods with no technology, the oppressive darkness brought on by night naturally makes you drowsy. I was getting ready to stand up and put out my fire when I suddenly noticed a sensation that I was being watched. The feeling washed over me, and after identifying it, I realized that there were no sounds in the woods around me. Even in the winter, you can hear noises from the non-hibernating critters, but all I could hear was the wind rustling through the trees above me and see the gaps between branches barely illuminated by the light of a crescent moon. At the time, it felt like a better idea to build my fire back up. I could always put it out later after all, and this was my last night in the woods, so I could spare using extra materials. As I put my remaining wood in the fire, I thought I heard something in the tree line. I had set up my tent in a small clearing no larger than 15 feet. It was just big enough for me to put my tent in the center and have about 10 feet on all sides. So whatever I was hearing was incredibly close to me, and even with my medium-sized campfire, I couldn't see anything outside of the clearing. A couple of times I heard rustling in the leaves, and I shined my spotlight in the direction of the noise, but all I would ever see were the same piles of dead leaves that would cover the forest floor everywhere else in the winter. I didn't smell blood or rot or anything you usually read about in ghost stories. I genuinely had no idea at all what was moving around my camp, and I think that was more unnerving. I just know that something was circling my shelter, but wouldn't walk into the clearing. This isn't entirely unexpected. After all, Zion is home to many different species of animals, including coyotes, foxes, and mountain lions. My worst fear at this moment would be to have a cougar in my camp, not the fun kind in this case. I sat back in front of the fire after patrolling my site's perimeter and found a red flower right in front of where I sat before. Now, I know this may seem insignificant to the uninitiated, but finding a flower like this in the middle of January was entirely out of place. And stranger still, I had no memory of seeing this flower from the previous 3 hours of sitting by the fire. I studied it closely, noting that it was indeed rooted to the earth. It hadn't been placed on the ground, it must have already been there, and I just didn't notice. I picked it and realized I didn't recognize the species. I'm no expert in the flora and fauna of Zion, but I haven't seen a plant like this anywhere before. I washed out the bag my MRE came in and placed the flower inside to take home and look up on the internet. I was sure someone on Reddit would be able to identify it. With no other oddities, I eventually gave in to my exhaustion and went to sleep. I know you're not supposed to, but I let my fire burn out on its own. It was low enough and I didn't think it would be a hazard, but the soft glow gave me a feeling of security to sleep. I must have been asleep for about an hour before I woke up to the feeling of something large moving under my tent. The best way to describe it is to imagine a large snake slithered under your sheets in bed. It was so unnatural I shot up awake immediately, and still trapped in my sleeping bag, fell over the process of my escape. Turning on my light and aiming it at the floor revealed that something was moving under the thin material of my tent's floor, inspecting the warm spot where I was sleeping. My mind was racing as I began to theorize what it could possibly be. Maybe it was a skunk that was getting too nosy for its own good, or maybe it really was a snake. But I couldn't think of a species of snake in Utah that could be thicker than my arm. Also, again, snakes aren't usually active in the middle of winter, especially in the dark of the night. The fear of the unknown propelled me out of my tent, with just enough clarity for me to grab my bag and step into the clearing. I can't begin to describe the feeling of confusion and dread that overcame me when I saw a ring of those damn red flowers completely circled around my tent. They were all planted in the ground the same as the first, but forming a perfect circle that nature could not produce so accurately by itself. Without any warning, I heard the sound of fabric tearing apart, followed by the sounds of something desperately clawing at my tent, and what I can only describe as a low, bassy groaning. It didn't sound natural. It sounded more like a low frequency you'd hear if you tuned the bass on your car all the way up, and amplified that several times. It was more than just a sound. It reverberated in my insides and made me feel nauseous. Then, illuminated by my spotlight, I saw a massive arm shoot out from the top of my tent, an inhuman appendage with odd-numbered digits and skin that more resembles tree bark than flesh. The demon limb pulled my entire tent under the earth in one swift move, leaving behind a crumpled mess of dirt, but leaving the flowers undisturbed. I was shocked. I couldn't move. Hell, I couldn't even process what just happened. Nothing in my wildest dreams could prepare me for what I could only describe as a shark pulling my shelter under the compact soil like it was water. I stood there for what felt like hours, but in reality, it was only a few moments. I felt that frequency again from below the earth. It sounded frustrated, like it didn't get what it was after. I finally found my courage and ran from that spot. I lost some supplies that I had left inside my tent and around my campsite, but I couldn't care less at the moment. I just ran through the brush with my light trembling in my hand. I was constantly bumping into trees and grazing my legs on the thorny bushes, but the only thing on my mind was survival. Fight or flight is another instinct we inherit from our ancestors, the primal knowledge when we know we're up against something out of our league. I continued to hear the shifting of leaves behind me, but no matter where I shined my light, I saw nothing chasing me. I would gladly take a cougar at this point. At least I could have identified the threat and could know how to handle it. Then, at the last moment, I caught a glimpse of another one of those damn red flowers right in the middle of my path. I barely noticed it before I stepped on it by accident. As I said, it was right smack dab in my path, almost deliberately placed. The second my foot came into contact with it, I felt the earth shift under my weight. I lost my balance and fell face first onto the ground. I broke my nose in the process, but I didn't get the chance to appreciate the pain before that same arm wrapped its fingers around my boot. I don't think fingers is an accurate description. They were more like roots from a tree, long and gnarled and extending across my foot and up my leg. I released my boot from myself and propelled myself away from the crater. The arm whipped back into the ground, taking its prized boot under the dirt with it. Despite the discomfort of only wearing one boot, I continued to run, bloodying my unprotected foot but not caring about the pain. Survival was the only thing on my mind. I started throwing things out of my pack to make travel a little easier. I had dropped about 10 pounds of gear when I found the bag with the red flower in it. I remembered how the thing attacked me when I stepped on the flower. Was this thing tracking me because I took the flower? My curiosity wasn't worth being pulled beneath the earth. I took the flower out of my bag and threw it behind me in the direction of the noise of churning dirt. Before it even hit the ground, the same arm shot out of the dirt and caught it. To my surprise, it caught the flower with a tender palm, not crushing the flower. A second arm emerged from the dirt, followed by a third and fourth until there were more arms to count in the darkness. Then what I perceived to be the creature's head rose from the center. I say perceived because it didn't have a face or anything I could recognize as a face, but it was in the center of its bulky mass, and the hand with the flower was raised in front of it. In complete contrast to its behavior up until now, it delicately nurtured the flower, applying some kind of ointment to the bottom of the stem where I had cut it out, and planting it into the ground. Its low frequency now resembled the cooing of a mourning dove, still as deep as before, but anger replaced by something else. At this point, I began to back away from this creature. I stepped on a dead tree branch and it snapped its head in my direction and turned back to its precious flower. I ran for hours until I reached my car. I'd never been so relieved to find my beat up pickup in my life. As I pulled out of the woods and onto the main park road, I noticed a couple of red flowers along the side of the road. I made note to steer clear of them. I now know what happens if you mess with this creature's prized flowers. Looking at the clock, it was 2 a.m. The sun must have set around 5 p.m. the day before. I had covered 15 miles on foot in that time, and I was still on edge. The ranger station was closed for the night. The lights of the building turned off as I sped by. I stopped my car because my engine is running hot after pushing it so hard for the last couple of hours. I'm taking a break from camping for now. I love the outdoors, but seriously need to reconsider what threats live just out of the sight of man. I'm not entirely sure what I saw tonight, but if you go camping, do not take anything that doesn't belong to you, and always listen to your instincts. Mine kept me alive today. We have them for a reason. Arizona. For her birthday, I took my girl Katie to Arizona so we could stay with some friends of hers and spend a few weeks partying and getting crazy and stuff before heading back to school for the year. We drove up in my dad's car. It's a really old Ford make and it's pretty beat up. The road there was bumpy and long. Our relationship seemed at its strongest on the road. We were really in love. That was the first time I realized that. I had never truly been in love before. We were about halfway there when we realized we were gonna run out of gas long before the nearest petrol pump. Katie's head was out of the window, sunglasses on in the blistering heat outside, nothing but the wild desert landscape to be seen in all directions. We became frantic. We hadn't seen another car on the road in almost an hour. What if we broke down here, in the middle of the desert with no food or water, with no one out there to find us? I sped up slightly, driven by these fears. It was then that we came across a gas station, smack bang in the middle of nowhere, in dry, empty nowhere. It was an old, worn-down servo. Long yellow grass blew in the breeze beneath it. Outside were 2 rusted gas pumps. At first, we didn't know if it was occupied. It seemed so lifeless, but as we pulled up and saw the petrol stains in the dirt, we were convinced otherwise. Katie started refilling the car and I went inside to pay and grab something to eat while on the road. When I first went to open the door, it jammed. This caught me off guard, so I looked up at the sign to check and was reassured that the store was open. Well, that was according to the torn sign that hung in between the dull yellow curtains at the door window. I pushed harder and harder with effort, and I got into the shop. Inside, it was totally abandoned and left to ruin. Complete aisles lay on the ground, the fridges were smashed and glass coated on the floor. Despite the brightness outside, the interior of the gas station was dark and bitterly cold. Then there came from behind me this quiet weeping like a child's. I felt my heart race. It was coming from the back room. I stepped over the smashed glass and twisted metal remnants on the floor, over where the patches of grass had grown through. I ran my hand along the wall and felt the crisscross of ivy beneath my fingers. It was overgrown. There came the crying again, and now I was facing the back room door. It was directly in front of me. I pushed the door open, and it creaked with rust in its joints. Inside there lay several wooden steps into the basement. It was pitch black, and the smell was horrific. The drip drop of water alerted me to the fact that the basement was flooded. The water was up to my knees. Again, there came the crying, and a small splash in the far corner of the basement. "Hello?" I called out. "Is anyone there?" I started approaching the corner. The smell was horrible, and cold water eventually got to me. The sobbing was getting louder. In the corner, I swore I saw something move amongst the shadows. "Hello?" I called again. "What's wrong?" I finally reached the corner. Still dark, I had to bend down to avoid the pipes, which leaked down my back and trickled down my spine. The figure in front of me was very small and black, hunched over, sobbing quietly, head in its hands. "Why are you down here?" I whispered. Then it stopped moving completely. It was totally still. All noise seemed to cease, but for the quiet dropping of a broken pipe somewhere behind me. I outstretched my arm to touch its tiny shoulder, but it then began to slowly turn in my direction, to look me eye to eye. As its face swiveled around to look into mine, I remembered screaming and swinging my head up in recoil, cracking it on the pipes above. The face was as white as a sheet, pale like a hideous moving mask. The eyes and mouth were completely black holes, huge and widening as I looked at them. They were so huge they almost consumed its entire face. As I desperately tried to escape, it splashed towards me at rapid speed, uncurling its long, thin fingers. It was wailing now, staring into me with its huge black eyes. And as I scrabbled up the stairs with great difficulty, I felt my legs begin to give way beneath me. It sprinted out of the water and up the stairs towards me. I slammed the door, flipped the lock, and tore out of the store into the old Ford. Katie began to laugh when she saw me, jeans wet, trembling with sweat soaking my chest. But I grabbed her and screamed her to drive. For about half an hour, I could barely tell her what happened in the store. She listened and gave me a look of sheer horror when I finally gave in and told her everything. She pulled the car to the side of the road and began to cry herself. I asked her what was wrong. She said, "I saw something while you were gone. When you were in the store, I was putting the pump back when I saw this little girl and a man, her father I guess. The father stared at me with blank eyes and a hanging jaw. But the girl, oh God, the girl. She was staring at me, grinning with this huge smile that just stretched so far across her face. I couldn't see any hair on her, and her skin was so dark. Not dark like a colored girl, but dark like a shadow. And her smile was just shown through the window. I convinced myself it was a trick of the eye and looked away, but when I looked back, they were gone. Then, a little while later, you came back out. It was dusk by now. We had nowhere to stay. We hadn't traveled nearly as much as we hoped to that day, and the nearest motel meant going back past the gas station. So we drove up from the roadside where we were, into the clearing a little way up where people camp sometimes. We had obviously come the night after a big party. There was broken glass everywhere. When we arrived, however, it was empty. After a while, I tried to reassure her that we were okay. I calmed her down, put my arms around her, and we started to kiss. I moved to get closer to her when she suddenly screamed like hell itself. "It's her! It's her!" she screeched, fumbling to start up the engine. I turned in time to witness a small black face, grinning literally ear to ear with only darkness inside. It was crawling into the car through my open window with its limbs splayed out like an insect. It had too many limbs, way too many long arms, the fingers feeling my face like antennas. We sped off back onto the road. Back on the road, nothing seemed right. There were no stars. That was what I noticed first. I was too shaken to think much of it, but there were no clouds that could be blotting them out. There was just the vast night sky, devoid of all light. Then, a few minutes after we had been driving forward, still sweating and breathing heavy, we passed the gas station. My heart skipped a beat. The gas station was at least half an hour away in the opposite direction. All the lights were on, and I saw the door sliding open. As we shot past it, Katie was in such hysterics she found it hard to keep driving. We stopped the car in the middle of the desolate road. I decided we should switch seats so that I could drive. She shuffled across from her seat to mine, and I opened the door to get out. As soon as I was outside, the foul stench of the basement overwhelmed me. I gagged, then vomited down the side of the car. It was then I noticed the runner. A pale white thing sprinting towards us through the fog, its limbs practically a blur. I could make out no face. How long had it been following us? Running after us in the night? I got into the driver's seat as quickly as possible. We drove off again, not talking. Katie whimpered and I silently prayed. Then we passed the gas station again. The door was open now. There were two figures standing at the door, waiting. As we forced ourselves on, we both became aware of a soft, barely audible weeping in the back seats. Neither of us dared to turn around. "Ignore it," I whispered. My trembling hands gripped the steering wheel. Katie was curled in the fetal position, holding her head in her hands. The wailing increased, becoming extremely loud, ear-piercing, and horrific. Finally, I ordered myself to end it and looked behind me. For a split second, I thought it was a girl in a white dress looking back up at me, but she was gone as she had appeared. I checked the seats carefully. There was nothing. In my tiredness and fear, I had completely lost track of the road. I drove on, and all through the night, Katie whimpered. I touched her once, but she screamed. I never tried again after that. The noises from the backseat started up again. We passed the gas station twice more. The people at the door were closer and clearer every time. The finest slither of red light had begun to settle on the horizon. It was still dark as hell, but at least I was able to see the road ahead of me now. Katie had been silent, face concealed under her hands for some times. I decided to check the time, so I turned on the radio. At first, there was only static. Instead of time or anything at all, the digital clock simply appeared black. I fiddled with the dial, trying to change the station. In between the static, I found only one audible channel. It had a high-pitched buzz in the background. A man was muttering names and numbers under his breath. 29, Lucy. 30, Adam. 31, Katie. I switched back to static. I knew which name was next. When we got to Katie's friend's house, it was morning. It was overcast and everywhere had the smell of rain on it. Her friends weren't home. Katie's friends lived way out in the country with no one else around in a mile. The grass was climbing the walls outside. How long have they been out? As soon as we were inside, Katie started whimpering again. I realized that while she had been silent, she was biting on her lip. Blood was trickling down her chin and the skin around her mouth was torn and chewed through. She grabbed a newspaper and some masking tape off the table and began blocking out the windows. After the night's event, I didn't know whether I would be insane to join her or stop her. I simply watched. She covered the windows, jammed the door, and turned the lights off. For some time, it could have been minutes or hours, we sat silent in the dark. I offered to turn the television on. Katie said nothing, sitting blank and comatose. I turned the television on anyway. A grainy black and white image flickered to life before us. A white face with empty eyes, and an impossibly huge smile flashed up, the smile growing wider and wider the longer we stared into it. There came the sound of weeping. From the television or in the house, I couldn't tell. We turned off the TV. It's been 3 whole days now. I haven't seen Katie at all today. She spends her time in the closet crying. I once tore the door open and screamed at her. She screamed back, her face contorting into something grotesque and inhuman. I slammed it in her face. The phone rings often. A voice, my mother's I believe, whispering under its breath. I can only catch snippets of what it says. Come back. You're always welcome to come back. Sometimes in the background I hear quiet chuckling. I hang up without saying a thing usually. The bathroom is shining white. I hear the shower running and will walk in to find nothing. Nothing at all. Then, when I'm in the bathroom, I'll hear the television flick back on. It always goes to the face. In the background, there are muttering voices now. I've called the police. Twice. All I get is the whispering woman's voice. I called Katie's friends too, just as fruitlessly. There are knocks at the door a lot now. Through the newspaper on the other side of the window, I see their hands slam against the glass and slide down. They do this for hours on end sometimes. They press their eyes up to the glass through the holes in the newspaper. At night, we hear screaming from the guest room. I boarded it up. Sometimes I find tiny pieces of glass on the ground. A leak sprang up about a day ago in my room downstairs. Black spots of mold have appeared on the walls. There's a smell throughout the house, seeping in from my room. The odor of decay. I pray. I pray hopelessly and I wish, I swear to God, I wish that I had never gotten out of that car. Montana. Broken. I wrote this work of nonfiction on a bitterly cold January evening. Did this really happen? Yes. It was December 30th, and at the time I still lived with my parents. I currently reside with my uncle. I've cataloged each event that happened to me and my family on that frozen winter night. December 30th, 2009. My name is Jacob Thompson, and for the first 17 years of my life, I lived with my mother, father, and sister. My parents loved each other dearly and boasted 18 years of a strong marriage, and my sister had recently turned 12. The best word to describe our family at that time is happy. And now I'm cutting the bullshit. My name is Jacob Thompson, and I'm an orphan. I hope the previous paragraph didn't make you believe this is a happy story. All of that happiness was applied in the past tense. It is the past and can never return. The Christmas decorations were in their final stages of their replacement and storage, and the year of 2009 had almost concluded until some fucking asshole broke into our house. I was in my room and awaiting the arrival of New Year's Eve as I slowly drifted off into a deep state of slumber. I assumed my sister Emma had fallen asleep hours ago, but my parents were still up and awake by the time that the 2 hands of the clock pointed north with a chime. I heard a dreadfully loud shattering of glass and my eyelids were instantly snapped open with a sudden jolt of fear. I thought, what the hell was that? I'm 17 and wasn't scared to abandon my bed and sleep for an investigation. I walked to my bedroom door and grasped the chill doorknob. As I attempted to turn the brass fixture and discover what the shattering of glass was, something stopped me. My parents were screaming, and it was undeniably due to horrific fear. My hand released the doorknob with newly developed sweat upon my palm. Now I was scared. Those screams, they just didn't sound right as they echoed through the hallway and terrorized my sense of hearing. Then I was hearing, "No, no!" and confirmed my suspicions of disaster. And after that, "Shut the fuck up!" I nearly vomited in fear. It was an unfamiliar voice of aggression, and it was inside my home. I could no longer contain myself in the darkness of my room. I flicked the light switch with a trembling hand and a quivering lip accompanied by tearful eyes. The tears are still flowing down my cheeks as I write this story more than a month later. And then, a couple of gunshots. They were louder and more terrifying than the screams. I didn't know what was being shot at, but I could still hear both of my parents screaming in terror. They were alive, but my fear refused to vanquish my body as some motherfucker was threatening my parents with a gun. I don't know why it took so long, but then I remembered 3 numbers. 911. No, I do remember why it took so long. I had never felt this traumatization of terror to this brutally painful extent as I was literally frozen with fear. I forced my glaciered legs to retreat from the door and I grabbed my cell phone. This isn't one of those stories where the phone lines are down or there's coincidentally no signal. I had shitty reception here in the state of Montana, but I managed. I heard someone say 911 on the other end of the line, and an extremely minor release of relief was within my emotions. And then more deafening gunshots followed by, "You fucking bitch," and I could only let out a sob to the operator as the trepidation of fear overwhelmed the relief. "Hello? What's your emergency?" Another moment of speechless gulping occurred until I could clear my throat and cry, "My house has been broken into!" And I gave the operator my address, and then I waited. There were only 2 seconds of chronology until I heard Emma screaming my name. I dropped my only line of communication and opened the door. Emma was there and staring into the depths of the hallway. I progressed and grabbed her shoulders, but it was as if she didn't even notice me. She could only see what I tried so hard not to see. But I looked. Emma and I stared through the tunneling hallway of darkness and into the living room of which we saw our mother. And beyond her, we saw Larson McCormick. I'm not even bothering to change the names with this true story. Google Larson McCormick and see what sick and twisted fucked up shit comes up. And then, just as Emma attempted to scream for our mother, the redundancy of gunshots occurred. The pistol's barrel was aimed directly at my mother's head, and a semi-automatic firing of rounds was released. I don't have an accurate count for the number of shots fired, but it was too fucking much. I saw my mother's head erupt into streams of blood that twisted throughout the air and spiraled through an instant shedding of her blonde hair. I pulled Emma with so much force that her blouse had been torn and my fingernails were within her flesh. We re-entered my bedroom and collapsed upon the floor. I never swore within the presence of my little sister until the moment I realized that my mother's head had been severed from her body due to an excessive amount of bullets that projected from Larson McCormick's gun. I cried with a dry throat and dampened cheeks. Fuck! And I knew that the criminal had saw us. 2 unarmed children at the end of the hallway with worried faces that had witnessed our mother's undeserved execution. Larson McCormick would step through our doorway any moment and shoot the living shit out of both me and my sister. I inspected Emma. Her breaths were wheezing and she began to cough up blood. Her torso revealed a large splotch of blood that had left her body and soaked her blouse. A stray bullet from the murder of my mother had struck my little sister. Emma couldn't even scream. She only gazed at me with dying eyes and an agape mouth of drooling blood. Why the fuck did I keep her in front of me? I still blame myself for that damn bullet that pierced her pancreas. From my experiences of fictional media, I've been told to apply pressure upon the wound. I did, and I could physically feel the hole within her flesh as the blood gushed from it and coated my hands like red latex. The hose was about the size of a nickel and was releasing more fluid than would seem possible. It flowed down her chest and abdomen and pulled upon my carpet. I retained a constant state of pressure upon my dying sister's wound as she coughed up and sputtered words that I wish I understood, but it only sounded like gargling of blood. I almost forgot about Larson McCormick, but then I heard my father shouting with a deepened voice that boomed an escalation of decibels. "Fuck you! Fuck you!" Then another shattering of glass in addition to thuds and cracks and other indescribable onomatopoeias that reached my ringing ears as a struggle of which pertained to my father. The profanity continued as I watched Emma with despair and remembered the 911 call. I reached for the phone and the operator was still online. They're trained to never hang up on one who is requiring assistance. "I need an ambulance. My sister's been shot." And the words rolled off my tongue and spilled from my mouth with a foul and revolting taste of disgusting horror. I never believed that those words would have ever been said. A dispatch was developed, but no one had arrived. I'd estimate that it had only been minutes since the call, but within those minutes, my mother had been killed and my sister had been shot. Another 30 seconds, and my father would probably be dead too. Then I heard, "Jacob! Emma! I temporarily abandoned my sister with hopes of rescuing my father from whatever terrorizing dangers he was concealed in. The noises had settled and I approached the living room with hopes of Larson McCormick's termination, and I hoped it'd be as violent and demented as my mother's assassination. I eventually entered the same room, of which held my father and Larson McCormick. My stomach had been turned inside out and my heart was electrically stimulated by a rapidly malignant digestion of fear. I stood inches away from my mother's bloody and decapitated corpse and glared at the murderer who stood within the debris of broken glass and furniture. He held a gun with its barrel pressed against my father's forehead, and then Larson McCormick pulled the trigger. And then I, Jacob Thompson, was converted into an orphan as I watched my father's skull exit through the back of his cranium. I felt the splatters of blood land upon my face, and I realized that both of my parents were now deceased due to the brutality of grotesquely vicious violence. The bullet was point blank as it speared my father's forehead and annihilated his brains, removing the upper portion of his head. All that remained was his jaw that presented his lower row of teeth as they dangled from his unsupported neck. I saw the top of his spine, and blood was profusely spewing onto the ceiling instead of being redirected into his brain, of which was now smeared across the room. And then my adrenaline exploded through my pulse with vengeance. I didn't know where the police and paramedics were, but they were somewhere other than within my family's household. I've never participated in a football game, but I tackled Larson McCormick with so much force that I dislocated my shoulder. I didn't give a shit about the pain because I had already felt the maximum excruciation of a broken heart. Larson McCormick dropped his gun and collapsed upon the shattered glass as I was mounted on top of his chest with fire in my eyes. He had broken into the house through the window, and I grasped the shards of glass within my hands and began to repeatedly stab him. I finished what my father had started. Fuck you! Fuck you! Even with a dislocated shoulder, I used both arms and both hands to thrust the sharpened fragments of glass into his face. After one particular incision traveled into his mouth and down into his throat, the glass shard broke upon impact and was lodged within his esophagus. Larson McCormick, unfortunately, suffered very little. Another shard of broken glass was launched into his throat and tore the flesh into a fillet of excessively bleeding skin. That was the death of the fucking asshole who killed my family. But I wasn't done. I treated the cadaver with so much disrespect as I continued to pick up the broken glass and implant it into his head. The blood had squirted from his gashes and onto my face, but I took no notice as I treated him like a taxidermist project and was stuffing the body with glass as I heard the broken fragments crumble within his head and a pleasurable viewing of a mutilated face lied before me, with jagged edges of glass jutting from its entire surface area. And then, finally, the authorities entered the house and its crime scene and pried my bloody and wounded hands from the body. There were massive pieces of broken glass beneath the flesh of my palms, but I didn't feel any physical pain. It was entirely overwhelmed by the emotional pain. I always believed that'll never happen to me, but my beliefs were massacred with the disproven hypothesis of an enjoyable life that would only end by natural causes, not by fucking Larson McCormick. The next morning I saw my house and its broken window on the news. The anchor's description wasn't nearly enough detailed as to what I had witnessed. It was simply referred to as shot in the head, and the listening audience was given the largest understatement in history. My mother and father were dead, and Emma had died in the hospital due to severe blood loss from her punctured vital organ. I was fostered into my bachelor uncle's care, and my life had ended as my habits evolved into drugs and alcohol while I coped with an abusive guardian. But there's not enough weed or wine coolers in the world to allow me to live on with my family's death that began with a broken window and ended with a broken heart. The new year was only a continuation of my life, of which was now undesired. I slit my wrist daily, and one of these days, I'm gonna let it bleed a little longer than usual, and I will become reunited with my family. Jacob Thompson. The Wyoming Incident. The Wyoming Incident, or the Wyoming hijacking, is a lesser-known case of television broadcast hijacking/hacking. A hacker managed to interrupt broadcasts from a local programming channel believed to serve several smaller communities in the county of Niobrara and aired his or her video. The video contained numerous clips of disembodied human heads showing various emotions and poses. The camera position changed often, usually every 10 to 15 seconds, and the video was often interrupted by a special presentation announcement. This clip is taken from one of these intervals. The video is most locally well known and would probably not even be that popular if it weren't for the effects it had on the few residents who watched it for an extended period. Complaints included vomiting, hallucinations, headaches, etc. While some believed it was paranormal, specialists have determined that the cause of these afflictions was frequencies played regularly throughout the broadcast. In this clip, the frequency being played is somewhere between 17 and 19 Hz. This range of frequency, when played for long periods, causes the eyes to subtly vibrate, sometimes inducing visual hallucinations. This video is significant in that it's one of the most recent television hijackings. Such actions were rare even in the 80s. Search for Chicago Max Headroom incident, and even are rare today. The hacker has not yet been caught, and all attempts to trace the video have proven futile. Colorado. Colorado fishing trip. Our trip started in late February as my 3 friends, John, Steve, Max, and I, drove my truck deep into the backwoods of Boxwood Gulch to follow the North Fork of the South Platte River. Steve owned a cabin up in the backcountry, so we left my truck there and we began our 57-mile hike into the wooded terrain following the river. We had all of our camping and fishing gear packed, and enough food to hopefully last us the 3-day journey both ways. The pre-spawn base wouldn't be an easy catch once we reached the hole, but if we were going to endure this brutal cold, we wouldn't go home without a fight. As we first set out in the early morning, a few light snowflakes began to fall. The terrain was heavily wooded and uneven, making for slow going, but the cool mountain air rustled through the trees and sunlight streamed through the canopy, making the snowflakes glint and shimmer as birds chirped overhead. It was going to be a near perfect trip. We stopped for a quick rest a few hours in. The weather had been slowly worsening since we'd left, but it was only then that we realized how bad it had really gotten. The snow was whipping around us in a blinding fury as the wind howled. The crooked, mangled trees creaked and swayed violently, almost threatening to snap in two. The ground had already accumulated a good 6 inches of snow. It was about midday, but the sky was black. And I don't mean dark due to the ever-intensifying storm. I mean that in between the gaps of the clouds, there was no blue, just solid black. None of us really made note of that at the time, as it was hard to notice through the thick cascade of snow and the limited visibility. After continuing our hike for some time, however, it became all too apparent that something was wrong. In addition to the sky, we also realized that there was nothing in the distance. There should have been some mountains or something like there had been at the start, but no matter which way we turned, the world only seemed to extend 50 or so feet around us. Then it disappeared into the blizzard. It was nighttime now, or at least it was dark out. My watch, however, read 2 in the afternoon. As we walked forward, new things slowly came into view, but everything behind us disappeared, and although we could progress further, we couldn't seem to double back. Once we left something behind us, we couldn't reach it again. Steve had forgotten his lighter a little while back when we stopped to eat, but when we tried to turn around and go back, we were greeted by a wall of snow and fog impossible to see through. Our flashlight's beams didn't penetrate the fog, they stopped as they hit as if it was a physical wall. Tendrils of vapor danced across the indistinct surface, and the gray void behind it seemed to extend into eternity. Curious, Steve slowly reached out and moved his hand into the fog. First, his fingertips disappeared, and then his whole hand vanished into the haze. We all stood in disbelief, looking at the wall, which was impossibly tall and extended as far as we could see. There was no real gradient to it. Things didn't fade into the distance. There was a clear line where the wall began, and nothing was visible beyond that point. We were making note of all this when Steve muttered something. "What was that?" I asked. He stammered. I can't feel my hand." He said this slowly, as if realizing it as he said it. Puzzled, he retracted his hand slowly and then screamed. His glove was shredded, almost disintegrated, and his hand looked like it had been forced through a wood chipper. Deep gashes revealed white bone underneath, and what fingers were left were stripped clean. We all panicked. Oh God, this is bad," Max cried. Steve simply stood, clutching what was left of his hand and hyperventilating. We had to get him to a hospital or he would certainly bleed to death, but we were almost a day's walk from Steve's cabin, which was already remote enough. We were all frantically checking our phones for signal when the worst happened. Steve fainted. His eyes closed and legs buckled, and he fell forward into the fog. None of us noticed at first, but when we finally did, all we could see were his legs protruding from the mist. We immediately, without thinking, rushed to pull him out. We grabbed his legs and strained to drag him back into the view. Before we even saw him, however, we immediately regretted doing so. We somehow knew what we would find. The thing we dragged out was not Steve. Not anymore. All his skin was cleaved off, his ribcage ripped open with his entrails spilling out, and his face instantly burned into my vision, becoming an afterimage that haunts me to this day. Not merely because it was horrendously mutilated, not because his eyes had been torn out leaving only empty sockets, but because it smiled at me. A big, wide smile that started small, but the gashes in his face allowed it to literally stretch from ear to ear. Max screamed and shoved Steve's mangled body back into the fog. We ran as fast as we could, the only way we could, deeper into the woods. Just as before, the snow and fog parted before us, but swallowed up everything we left behind. As we ran and ran, the scenery around us began to slowly change. The trees surrounding us were now withered and dead. The grass was flattened and bleached white. In fact, everything around us was lifeless and dull. Colors had all but disappeared, leaving only shades of gray and an intensified feeling of loneliness and death. "Guys," I shouted while I ran, not daring to stop even a minute. "We can't turn around and we can't go straight back, but maybe we can circle around back to Steve's cabin. Then we can get the truck and get the hell out of here." John and Max nodded their heads, and we turned 90 degrees right and continued running. Eventually, we ran through what appeared to be a herd of deer, all of which were laying on the ground, gray and lifeless, hacked to pieces. Blood soaked the snow-covered ground. As we ran through the herd, dodging corpses, it was hard not to notice that their dead, lifeless eyes seemed to follow us. When we felt confident enough that we wouldn't be doubling back on ourselves, we turned towards Steve's cabin towards safety. We ran for at least another hour. Eventually, however, none of us could run any longer. Our bodies simply wouldn't allow it, and we were forced to stop. After some time, Max, John, and I managed to get a fire going despite the snow and damp tinder. We hoped that it would bring some sense of warmth and security, but we were wrong. The flames were a bright orange hue, bleeding some color into the grayscale world. It clearly did not belong, nor did we. The longer the flames crackled and popped, the more we began to hear something. Distant and quiet at first, but slowly growing closer, louder, and more numerous. A chorus of blood-curdling wails and moans soon filled the stagnant air around us. Focused on the fire and pretending to be safe, mesmerized by its beauty, we didn't immediately notice a mangled deer carcass slowly dragging itself out of the fog into the view. Nor did we notice a second, nor the third. Finally, we snapped out of our trance, just in time to scramble to our feet in terror as a myriad of different animal carcasses clambered out of the fog, drawn to the strange light of the fire. We were intruders in their world. I was paralyzed by fear, unable to breathe. The corpses moved with a surreal and broken haphazard toss of limbs, as if poorly animated puppets. I turned to my friends to find that they were no longer beside me. They had taken off running, leaving me behind. I turned around to run after them, but something grabbed me by my shoulder. I didn't need to turn around to know what it was. I could tell by the hand gripping my shoulder, a hand that looked as though it had gone through a wood chipper. I flailed and managed to free myself before it could get a good grip on me and took off running. I didn't look back. No way did I want to see the face of what once was my friend. I could no longer see John or Max, and I assumed that they must have been ahead of me, but I was the one with the keys to the truck and Steve had the keys to the cabin. They wouldn't be any safer if I couldn't meet up with them, so I ran and ran faster, and for longer than any human could possibly do under normal circumstances. Finally, after God knows how long, I could faintly make out a structure in the distance. It was the cabin. I felt a twinge of hope. The wails continued to ring out in the night air, but I seemed to have a lead on them at the time. I reached the truck, unlocked it, and jumped inside. I scanned the area for Max or John, but couldn't see neither. I couldn't just leave them, but I couldn't wait forever either. I sat sweating and shaking nervously as the wails grew closer and louder. I had just about made up my mind to leave when I could suddenly make out someone sprinting towards me. It looked like Max. I started up the truck and motioned for him to run faster, but for some reason, I found myself subconsciously pressing the switch to my left, locking all of the doors. My instinct told me that something was wrong. I looked down at my hands, they were shaking like crazy. I looked back up and Max's horribly mutilated face was pressed up against the driver's window, staring at me, smiling. He was trying to open the door. I slammed my foot on the gas and drove off, shaking like a madman and holding back my vomit. As I drove home, the sky slowly brightened back up into a blue hue and I could eventually see the sun breaking through the clouds. It was 9 in the morning. I began to see other cars on the road and the people inside waved at me as I waved at them. Nice, normal people. I went straight home and asked my girlfriend to marry me. I'm sorry, that's just not true. I'm sitting in my house now, door locked and barricaded, windows boarded up, and I'm writing the story. And I felt happy for the first time in a long time writing that ending. I hardly even remember what a blue sky looks like, but I just wanted to picture it in my mind one last time. I just needed to imagine a happier world, because in reality, that's not how it ended. The truth is, as I drove, the sky didn't brighten up, the sun didn't reappear, and the fog still surrounded me as it now surrounds my house. I hear wailing all around and knocks on my door constantly. And when I look through the peephole, all I ever see is something smiling at me. The stench of death is everywhere. The phone doesn't work, the TV and radio broadcast nothing but static. I hear the locks on my door being undone at night and I must constantly keep watch and relock them. I'm simply waiting on the night they get into my house when I forget to check the door, or when they break through a window, or when I wake up in the middle of the night and see them next to me. Their smiles, inches away from my face. New Mexico. The Howl in the Darkness. Horror can stem from a variety of sources, each with varying degrees of subtlety. Something as small as the flicker of a shadow has the ability to grip a person's heart with an icy hand, just as an otherwise inoffensive scent might bring forth memories best left forgotten. Each sense guards its own gateway to that deep and pervasive fear, but none is more potent nor compelling than our ability to hear, or perhaps more accurately to listen. A sound is just enough to make a mind ask questions, but is rarely adequate to answer them. It leaves us reaching for more, even as we feel that growing unease within. Some sounds, of course, stand out as being far more frightening than many. There's a local legend in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which involves a mysterious and supposedly deadly sort of otherworldly creature. Some versions claim that it's like a man-like shapeshifter, capable of blending in with the shadows as it stalks through the desert. Others describe the beast as being curiously canine in nature, albeit with 2 long limbs, black claws, and fathomless pits of darkness staring out from its skull. One thing that remains the same every retelling, though, is the high and eerie keening noise it's said to make whenever it hunts down its prey. There's no way to describe this call without drawing comparisons, yet none of them capture the true nature of its essence. One might liken it to a fierce wind forcing itself through a jagged crack in a canyon, or to the furious, an agonized scream of a woman seeing her child expire. It's felt as much as anything else, and in a way that never seems to quiet, leaving its mark on a person's soul. I know this because when I was about 11 years old, I heard it. I had been lying in bed, reading beneath my covers with a flashlight, when a mournful howl pierced the air from somewhere across the moonlit sands. My first thought was that it was just a coyote, but as the sound echoed through the night for a second time, I felt a shiver of panic flash up my spine and a deep weight of dread coalesce in my chest. That evil wail wasn't the call of anything I had ever encountered, nor of something that should have even existed in the waking world. It was the cry of a nightmare incarnate, and no amount of reason or rationality could shake me of that notion. Now, at around the same time as this story, I'd been doing my best to foster a reputation for being an independent and unflappable badass. That goal went swiftly out the window as the screeches seemed to draw even closer, and I quickly ran from my room to seek the protection of my parents. Upon reaching their door though, I was presented with an even more terrifying discovery. The howls were coming from inside the house, along with a lot of heavy breathing and the occasional whisper. I couldn't look my mother in the eye for a week. Hawaii, the truth behind Morgan's Corner. If you're from the state of Hawaii, namely the bustling city Isle of Oahu, then you're probably familiar with the story surrounding Morgan's Corner. If you aren't, then you're probably lost already. The gist of it is, it's a supposedly haunted place deep within the twisting trees and vines of the Pali Road overlooking Nu'uanu. It's easily enough found, as it's gained a lot of popularity over the years, so a quick search on Google can give you the address, but I beg you not to venture there. I want to save as many adventurous souls as possible from that gateway into hell, which is the reason I wrote this for you all. Hopefully my story of my experiences there will take away any desires to go to this awful place. I was a 14-year-old at the time, very interested in the occult, the paranormal, anything weird or creepy really. Hawaii was such a great place to study these subjects, as the island chain is full of haunts and specters. When I try to think about why such a beautiful place was filled with so many spirits, I had come to this conclusion. The isles are not haunted more, it's just that the haunting is condensed. The spirits are basically water, and their container is the land. Every area in the world generally has the same amount of water, but every place is a different size of container. Hawaii, being as small as it is, must have a very small container, so small in fact, that the water was basically overflowing at the rim. That made things much clearer to a 14-year-old reading ghost stories and obake files. So I decided to stick with it. 2 years later, in the year of 1996, I found out about the place that was called Morgan's Corner, and how there were ghost tours going on for this place. I saved up enough money and on Halloween, took a few of my friends along with me to go check it out. The tour started at about 8:30 p.m. and drove us up to the Pali to start the hike to the destination. If you've ever been in a forest at night with no streetlights, the black void would still be consumed by the pure darkness that is a Hawaiian jungle. Armed with only our flashlights, we all inched forward while making jokes at each other's cowardice. The entire tour party was silent and, to be honest, we didn't see much. The darkness of the entire thing was really bothering us, and we weren't allowed to bring any cameras along with us, so in short, we didn't see jack shit. We followed a dirt road between bending trees and grasping vegetation for about half an hour. Then there was an intersection in the road, and we took a right. Half an hour again passed, and we were back on the road. Okay, so this is a waste of time, I thought. I just paid money to walk around in darkness while my friends giggled like schoolgirls looking at the supermodel with nice hair. To be honest, I was pretty pissed off. But one thing stopped me from feeling completely let down. There was an intersection. We went right. Right was the direction that led us back the same way as the road. Left was a path that led deeper into the forest, and I didn't recall seeing the path leading to a giant tree and ending at it, which was the trademark for Morgan's Corner. Thinking about all this, I planned to come back alone and take the path going left. 2 days later, on a Sunday, I decided to take my leave for the corner. Taking a backpack, a flashlight, some water, and a video camera with me, I left my house under the guise of going on a camping trip with my friends. Taking 2 city buses to the Pali wasn't hard, and the walk down the Pali Road was long, but again, not hard. The only problem was now I had no idea where I was supposed to go. We had arrived at the opening in the jungle at night, and I'll be damned if I can remember a small hole in miles of banyan trees. It took me about 3 hours and 12 minutes of walking before I finally reached something that looked somewhat like where we entered. Since it was around 7 p.m. and already getting dark, I figured this was my best shot at getting to the corner tonight. Luckily enough for me, it was the correct path. A long dark dirt road was before me, the trees and shrubbery swayed in the wind, and trees creaked as they moved against each other. I took out my camera, flipped on the night vision setting, and started to walk forward, the camera being my guide. About 15 minutes later, I hit the intersection. I looked through my backpack and of course, the recording discs for the camera were shattered. Sighing, I went down the left road and glared through my window into vision. The darkness was back in full force. It was so pitch black that without the camera, I couldn't tell if I was closing my eyes or if I had them open. Being alone in a pitch black dirt road in Hawaii's outback is the most unsettling experience I've ever had in my entire life. There's no real danger from the wild animals, considering that the most dangerous animal to humans is a boar, but I still felt like I had someone silently following my every step, breathing cold wind down the back of my neck while his brethren stare at me through openings in the tree line. The unsettling atmosphere wasn't going to stop me. I was here for a reason, and I was too deep into it to turn back now. Besides, going back there would take hours. I tripped on a stone, my camera smashed against the ground, and my window into light sputtered out. Picking up my dead lifeline, I felt a sharp piercing pain and threw it down. The lens had shattered and the glass had cut my hand when I grabbed it. I was completely in the dark now. I only knew of two truths. There's a path behind me and there's a path in front of me. I got up, stored my broken friend in my pack, and walked forward, carefully watching my steps now. Not having the gift of sight makes all your other senses heightened to almost inhuman levels. The swaying of the trees, the creeks, the bugs and frogs making their orchestra all rang in my ears clearly and loudly. The smell of dirt and mud, fresh rain, and forest filled my nose. The wind chilled my skin, and the mud seeped into my shoes. I walked. I don't know how long I walked into the darkness. I couldn't keep track of time by any means. I can't tell you how long it was until I heard it. The sound appeared fast and without warning, but it was loud and clear, as if right behind me. It was a low-pitched droning sound, much like a tugboat's horn, but much more guttural, more organic, and the sound lasted much longer. I spun around to the source of the sound, only to be met by darkness. I couldn't see anything. The droning sound grew much angrier, filled with malice and horror. It was like this thing was screaming and snarling all at the same time. Then the pats happened. Pat, 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 pat. What was that? Pat, 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 pat. Fuck. Whatever this was, it was following me, fully sprinting towards my location. I knew if it caught me, I would be begging for a death that would not come soon. Running in the opposite direction, I exploded forward. My heart thumped hard in my chest, begging for relief. My lungs filled with fire as I pushed forward into the void. The entity behind me was catching up, moaning and shrieking while hunting me. I saw light ahead. There was a light ahead of me. Was this my chance out? I didn't care. I ran for it. I ran as hard as I fucking could towards the light. I dropped my backpack. I dropped everything. I ran to my light. I noticed something though. The light was coming from the moon, in a small opening through the tree line. The light illuminated the ending to the path in which a large banyan tree took residence in. I stopped at the base of the massive tree. My only way out has now become the ending to me. I turned around back at the path and it emerged. It was like a human, bare pale. It was missing its head though. A hole where the head should be instead created the droning sound. Teeth encompassed the mouth of this neck as it drooled and panted in a way that I cannot begin to describe. It ran like some sort of ape on all fours, except they had more than 4 limbs. It smelled like death. The limbs moved in spasmodic ways that mimicked a spider or a scorpion in its final moments. I looked up to the banyan tree, hoping to climb it for safety. What I saw in the tree's branches has forever changed me. Thousands of eyes, thousands of organs, children's heads talking to me, whispering sweet nothings, dogs flayed open on the branches, horrible, horrible images of gore, death, and disgust. I woke up in Hahayone, a valley far away from the Poly the next week. My parents cried tears of joy when they finally saw me again after a long absence. I lost my ability to digest some foods after that. I had to get surgery to replace some organs that were gone. I will never return to that place. North Dakota. This is an apology. The following manuscript, along with 2 videotapes of security camera footage, was found in the 4th floor of an empty office building next to what remains of a mangled, once locked metal door. The building, located deep in the forests of North Dakota, was repossessed by the city, repaired, and sold to a software company. The tapes and files were thrown away and later stolen from the trash. Their current location remains unknown. What follows is a letter written by Dr. Richard Banks, who has been missing for over 2 years. This is an apology. I've gotten 3 people killed already, and I'm certain that more will follow. I'm sorry for that, I really am. 10 goddamn years of paranormal research tossed in the garbage, our big, revolutionary project up in flames, but I'm getting off topic. I should start from the beginning. We were fresh out of grad school and newly unemployed, quickly realizing that a PhD doesn't get you a job teaching science to first graders. That's when my good friend James Weldon approached me with an idea. All 4 of us had been obsessed with the paranormal, but James was really into it. He showed us this study out of Russia where the scientists were able to conjure what they referred to as Ten Shelovik, aka the Shadow Man. Though we were naturally skeptical at first, all of us were intrigued by this research. The files went into explicit detail about how to conjure, contain, and study the Shadow Man that for the sake of the public safety I will not repeat here. By some miracle, we acquired what used to be an office building that was far enough away from the nearest town. We set up what passed for a lab and 3 weeks later began the ritual. We just about shit ourselves when the inky form appeared in the observation room. We actually did it. The scientist in me was astonished, but the rest of me was deeply unnerved. The shadow man was downright creepy. The figure before me was a humanoid shape that didn't look like it was entirely there, almost like it was made out of smoke, like you could put your hand right through it. It had no discernible features. We performed countless tests and experiments on this entity, but much to our disappointment and curiosity, the shadow man didn't respond to stimuli. Heat, cold, light, dark, we tried it all. It didn't react. That's not to say there were no changes though. We noticed that as the days progressed, the shadow man grew more corporeal. Its form seemed to solidify and take more of a permanent shape. As the shadow man evolved, it frightened me even more. It looked more human each day. James thought that the shadow man was copying us. While it did appear very human-like, it couldn't get it just right. The shadow man's limbs were jagged, like they had been badly broken in several places and hadn't set properly. Jane Addams, behavioral psychologist and member of our team, had already begun writing a paper on the shadow man. We told her that absolutely no one would believe a word of it, that it might even ruin her career, but she didn't care. I guess we were all too blinded by how strange the situation was to think rationally. A couple days later, I was in the observation room by myself. I had stayed late that night, promising to close up when I left. I think the shadow man knew I was alone. It approached the glass wall separating us and pressed its bony, mangled fingers against it. The lights went out. The power was still on as the computers were still running, but the lights turned off and wouldn't come back no matter what I tried. Though it sounded ridiculous, I thought that the shadow man was smart. Now, it was impossible to see the creature in the darkness, and I think that's what it wanted. When I was turned around messing with the fuse box, the shadow man began to throw itself against the glass wall. Violently, these bangs rang out into the dark room, reverberating off of the walls and through the air. I ran out of the building and didn't come back until noon the next day, when I was sure the sun would be at its brightest. Aside from that night, the shadow man experiment was going pretty well until James called us into the lab at 3 in the morning. He took me aside, leaving the others in the observation room. James was freaking out as he threw a stack of papers on the table before us. "We fucked up," he said. I picked up a few pages and thumbed through them, but I soon realized, as they were all in Russian, I didn't understand a word of it. I asked him what was wrong and what all these papers were. He told me that they were new publications from the scientists in Russia, the ones studying the shadow man. They're all dead now. The whole town just fucking vanished. He went on about how after 2 weeks of their experiment, just a few days longer than our own experiment has lasted, they started noticing changes in the shadow man. It was becoming malevolent. Then it disappeared. James explained that the papers in my hand were the last publications the scientists released about the shadow man, saying that on several occasions the creature tried to harm the scientists. The physical attack started small, with the shadow man clawing and scratching the research team, but quickly escalated into life-threatening incidents, even putting one of the scientists in the hospital. As if this wasn't scary enough, James continued to tell me that the shadow man got out of the Russian lab, which was certainly better equipped than ours. He rifled through the scattered pieces of paper on the table before pulling out an article from a Russian newspaper where about 6 scientists were found dead in an empty laboratory. They were ripped apart, an animal attack, the police officers believed. Now look at this, James handed me another article. Everyone in the town surrounding the lab died in the same way. I stared at the papers in front of me, not wanting to believe what James was telling me. What have we done? Maybe we should have waited for the results of the Russian experiment before trying to replicate it. I knew that we had to leave. I planned on staying with family living 2 states away, but James said that we had to kill the shadow man. Reluctantly, I agreed, knowing that I wouldn't feel right about letting everyone in the city die, but I made James promise that if we couldn't kill this thing in 2 days, we would leave. He agreed, and with some persuasion, the others did too. Nothing could kill the shadow man. Not guns, knives, poison. We even tried spraying it with Raid. We just made it angrier. All of us decided to leave the lab the next morning. We gathered all of our data on the shadow man and left it on the table, knowing that whenever the building was sold, someone would find it and maybe even believe it. Before we were able to leave, the door to the observation room flew off its hinges, smacking against the wall and toppling onto the floor. We sprinted towards the exit, but only James and I made it out. The 2 of us stood outside, listening to the screaming in the building. Abruptly, it ended, and James and I took off, not wanting to wait for the shadow man to come for us. We came back 2 days later, and we found what was left of Jane smeared on the floor and walls. Lisa Altman, the 4th member of our team, tried to escape the observation room via a 5th-story window after seeing what happened to Jane. I can tell you that Lisa was better off. This is my apology to you. The shadow man experiment was a mistake, and I fully admit that what we did was wrong, even if it's not going to change anything. I've been scouring the internet for days and there's been no mention of the shadow man anywhere. Hopefully that means the Russians and us are the only ones who have been dumb enough to conjure it. James stopped returning my calls yesterday. The shadow man caught up with him. I know that I'm as good as dead. I leave you with this. Ever since the beginning, the shadow man gave me a weird vibe. I was always frightened of it. Please follow your instincts and think twice before you get involved with things like this. If you do, just for a moment consider the consequences. Regretfully, Richard Banks. The first tape is from a camera mounted on the wall of what is assumed to be the observation room Dr. Banks describes in his letter. 4 people look into a room behind a wall of glass. The footage is low quality, but 5 candles, 3 of which are unlit, surrounding scattered pieces of scrap metal, are visible in the room. In the middle of the room behind the glass wall, a figure appears. It is dark and inky and matches almost perfectly Dr. Banks' descriptions. The scientists are clearly excited as they begin to observe the entity, which remains completely still in the observation room. All of them frantically scratch down notes and snap photos. The second tape, released from police custody after an investigation into the disappearances of the scientists, contains footage of what is believed to be the night the Shadow Man escaped. It appears to have been filmed by the same camera as the first tape. All 4 members of the research team are in the lab, cautiously watching the Shadow Man from behind the glass. The Shadow Man seems to disappear for a moment and then launches itself at the thick metal door, ripping it off its hinges. The door lands on the laboratory floor 5 feet from the wall of the observation room. Richard Banks and James Weldon run out of the room. Lisa Altman forces open a window and quickly jumps out of it. Jane Addams stands in the middle of the room, frozen. The Shadow Man pauses for a moment before darting across the room and throwing itself onto Jane. When it moves, its limbs swing out almost comically, but in such a way that should not have allowed this entity to move at all, much less as rapidly as it did. The Shadow Man rips apart Jane Addams, flinging pieces of her flesh across the room, tearing her down to the bone. The Shadow Man then exits the observation room through the open door, eyes never leaving the camera as it leaves. Local police department in the surrounding area have reported a spike in reports of animal attacks and sightings of a quote disturbing figure stalking the town. Neither Dr. Richard Banks nor any of his potentially living associates have been located. South Dakota. Never answer the door at night. My father grew up on an Indian reservation in South Dakota. It's a place with a few trees and even fewer people, and there has been little development since the place was settled many years ago. The people live in clusters of nearly uniform houses that were built by the government, and the only place to go shopping or see a movie is nearly 2 hours away. It's hot in the summer, cold in the winter, and sometimes the wind blows for days without letting up. Even now, the people there have to be tough to survive. You look out for your friends, you help your neighbors, and you don't forget about your family. His grandmother died when he was very young, but he's told me that he retains one particular vivid memory of her. It was winter and they were at the house together in the early evening, and she was cooking in the kitchen while he played with a deck of cards in the front room. He can't quite recall what she looked like, but he can still remember the smell of the food that she was making that night. It's funny how memory works that way. His parents, grandfather, and 2 older sisters had caught a ride into Rapid City to buy supplies before the big storm came through, so it was just the 2 of them. She went on cooking and he went on playing with those cards until he'd lost track of time and it was pitch black outside. There was a knock at the door, not a loud knock like the police or the friendly kind of knock that a neighbor uses when he's stopping by to borrow something, just a slow, quiet tapping on the door. Tap, 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 just like that. Naturally, he figured his family had to make it back from the city, so he went right over to let them inside. Before he had a chance to reach the door, his frail, elderly grandmother grabbed him by the arm and pulled him away like he was a rag doll. "Never answer the door at night," she told him, covering his mouth so he couldn't say anything. He could feel her arm trembling. There was no more knocking, but my father couldn't shake the sense that there was someone familiar standing on the other side of that door, waiting to be let inside. When she finally let go of him, he asked her why she had stopped him. "Sometimes the dead try to come home," she said. There were tears in her eyes. His family didn't return that night, and there was no phone service, so they couldn't call. When they made it back the following day, he learned that his grandfather had died from a heart attack during the trip. My father never said anything about the knocking, and neither did his grandmother. It was like it never happened. His grandmother wasn't the same after that and followed her husband to the grave. My father was 6 years old. It was much later when my father found himself alone at night during a particularly bad winter storm, the wind howling outside and the rest of his family stranded miles away. They had gone into the city that morning and wouldn't be able to come back until the storm let up and the roads were cleared. Eventually the electricity went out and the only light came from the stove they used for heating. The worst part of the storm lasted a few hours, but finally it got quiet outside as the wind slowed and the windows stopped rattling. Then the knock came again. That same tapping at the door from years before, like fingers just barely brushing against it. My father couldn't bring himself to look out the window to see if anyone was standing outside, but for some reason, he found himself drawn to the door, like he had to open it. It was only when he felt the cold from beneath the door on his bare feet that he stopped. He called outside asking who was there. "It's me," came the voice from the other side of the door. "Let me inside, it's cold." He recognized the voice. It belonged to his eldest sister. He had his hand on the doorknob when his grandmother's words came back to him, and he could feel her hand gripping his arm. never answer the door at night. There were many things he could have asked his sister at that moment. He could have asked her where his parents were or why he hadn't heard the car pull up when they were dropped off. He could have even asked why she needed to knock at all. They didn't lock their doors on the reservation. He didn't ask her any of those things. Instead, he told her to go around to the back and he would let her inside. Before he could say anything else or even think anything else, he heard the knocking start at the back door, like she had been there the entire time, instantly. Tap, tap, tap. He didn't open the door. He spent the rest of the night curled up on the floor. His family had tried to return home earlier that evening and got into a car accident in the snow. His father had broken his leg in 2 places. His eldest sister had died, mangled in the wreck. He didn't tell anyone what had happened, but he knew in his heart that sometimes the dead do try to come home. My father wasn't afraid of what might have happened that night. When he told me the story, he was sorrowful. He always regretted that he lost his opportunity to see his sister one last time. I know that's why he went home by himself and waited when my mother died. You don't forget your family. I know he heard that knocking on the door like he remembered from his youth. I also know that he forgot something very, very important. The fear in his grandmother's voice on that cold winter night and the way she held him with all her strength. Never answer the door at night. When we found him the next day, the front door was wide open and he had been torn limb from limb. There were no footprints in the snow. Nebraska. My students are disappearing. My name is Oliver Strick. I'm a 52-year-old biology teacher from a small town in northeastern Nebraska, and I have been for almost 14 years. I'll be the first to admit that lecturing to a bunch of uninterested high school students wasn't what I had planned to do after getting my master's degree in medical biology, but it covers the rent of my 1,500 square foot townhouse. Plus, the seasonal work gives me some time to pick up other odd jobs here and there during the off seasons. But I'm sure you don't want to listen to me ramble on about my day-to-day life, and that's not what I'm here to write about. I'm writing this because strange things are going on that no amount of schoolwork or experience has prepared me for. Friday was the day it all began. My coworker Joe was sitting in the teacher's lounge after I had just finished my 3rd class of the day, finally reaching my conference hour. He was sitting on one of the room's many flimsy plastic chairs, grading papers and nursing what I suppose was his 4th cup of coffee. "How's the prep for tests coming, Ollie?" Joe inquired, referring to the upcoming finals. He always called me Ollie despite my attempts to deter him, and at this point, I didn't even bother fighting with him over it. Joe's the school's photographer teacher of 7 years so far. Honestly, I thought he would have given up on this little town years ago to move to a bigger city fitting his personality. Not bad, but you'll never believe the excuses I'm getting this year. At this point, I can't tell if their excuses are getting better or worse as the years go by, I joked. Although, I don't think he ever really got the same treatment as us core subject teachers did. He did his best to be as empathetic as possible. Well, speaking of students, as if we weren't always, I heard from a little birdie that there's a new kid that'll be starting school next week. Yeah, I got an email about him earlier this week. It's some kid from the coast apparently. He'll be in my 1st hour class. Really? This late into the school year? I thought it might have just been a rumor, Joe admitted, leaning back in his chair. I smiled weakly, half of me excited for a fresh face in this ocean of familiar ones, and a half already preparing for how much this boy's mere presence was gonna stir the pot. Yet despite my previous anticipation and concern, when Monday rolled around it was the same routine as always. Get up, get dressed, and get to school before the first student, who was always Laura, could zombie walk into class. I had almost forgotten about the new kid just as the bell rang. A black-haired boy, notably in a suit, came striding into the class like he owned the place. Immediately recognizing that this must be the infamous transfer, I stood up from my desk and made my way over to the front of the room where he was waiting for me expectantly, almost like he had done this before. "Good morning, class. I hope you all had a good weekend. I'd like you to meet David. He's your new classmate and I expect you all to treat him with the hospitality I expect from this class." I then turned my focus to David. "Well, is there anything you'd like to share about yourself?" I prompted, hoping just as much as the students that he would delay the class's start. But my hopes were short-lived. David was silent. So completely silent that we all quickly fell under a blanket of awkwardness and I rushed to fix what I had invoked. Clearly, David wasn't ready to handle all the attention. I would have felt bad for the kid if his glaring dark brown eyes weren't cutting into me like a knife. "Well, that's all right. You don't have to. You can go ahead and take a seat now and we'll begin class." And so David gave me a quick look and started walking down one of the rows of the desks only to stop at Laura's desk, the first in class, and he just stared at her. Laura was a bit of a loner. Probably the reason she was always in class first, and it seemed like she was keeping her head down like a scolded puppy in an attempt to act like she hadn't noticed the boy standing beside her. I opened my mouth to tell David there were other empty desks when she eventually looked up at him and without a pause, gathered her things, got up and walked away with her face as straight as a professional poker player. It was odd, almost automated, but David and Laura both now had seats and I wasn't about to make a big deal out of it, so I began the day's lesson. It was almost 15 minutes into the hour when I got a tingling feeling I was being watched. Some of you might be thinking, "But you're a teacher, of course you're being watched." And yes, I'm being watched the majority of my day, but not like this. I found confirmation from the shiver going down my spine when I looked across the sea of students and found David was staring at me. And I mean staring. Not like the kid was off in dreamland or high. I mean he was staring at me wide-eyed and unblinking, following my paces from one side of the room to the next, completely still. It wasn't like he wasn't hearing me at all. And at that moment, I felt like I wasn't seeing a student. I was facing a predator staring down his prey. This continued throughout the entire hour. I was still shaken up and confused by the time class ended and the afternoon came around, where I found myself sitting across from Joe in the lounge. This time it was me nursing a cup of coffee. I was unnerved enough to even tell Joe about the oddness of it all. He sat and listened to me for a bit, nodding his head every once in a while until I eventually ended my tangent. "Wow, that is a bit crazy. I seriously don't know what to tell you, Ollie," Joe eventually responded. "So very helpful," I sighed with a thick sarcastic tone. But still, talking to someone made me feel a bit better about the incident. At least it did until Tuesday. Tuesday, Laura disappeared. Laura was one of the only constants in my first class of the day. In fact, by the near end of the year, she didn't have a single tardy on her record, rather yet an absence. At first, when she wasn't there, I figured she must have had something come up to break her streak, and when class started, I was ready to mark her absent, but I couldn't. According to the computer, there was no Laura on record. Still, I made excuses to put this off as a glitch, then ran my eyes over the crowd of students, then my eyes landed on the boy in a black suit, David. Yet instead of sitting Laura's empty seat like yesterday, today he sat at Adam's desk, a big guy who made sure everybody knew he was captain of the wrestling team, not someone you'd want to mess around with. But instead of sitting in his ordinary seat by the window, Adam was now cowering at a desk in the back room, and he looked traumatized. Head down, arms holding one another, feet firmly planted. I got up to ask if he was alright, but the moment I did, David shot his eyes up at me and glared with a smirk on his face, forcing me back into my desk chair. I honestly can't explain why, but when our eyes met, it was like I had no control over my body, like I was some sort of puppet on a string, and yet I was calm, like the world's problems had just vanished. So I did what any rational person would do in my situation. I finished taking attendance, and I started class under the watchful eyes of David. By Wednesday, both Laura and Adam were gone, and David took the seat of a girl named Lily. And even if I hadn't fully put everything together yet, I knew that was probably going to be the last time I saw Lily. I was getting more and more anxious, and I confided in Joe once again. However, to my disappointment, Joe met me with confusion rather than understanding. "Who are you talking about?" Joe questioned with his raised eyebrows. "Laura. I told you about her and then you kid Monday, Joe." "Sorry, man. I just don't remember you mentioning her." The earliest student, Laura, was Tuesday. Adam, the captain of the wrestling team, was Wednesday. Lily, an advanced 8th grader who took classes at the high school, was Thursday. Steven, a quiet kid who sat right behind me playing video games on his DS constantly, probably why he had thicker glasses than bulletproof glass, was Friday. These were all kids, my students, that had vanished sometime during the school day. The only thing they had in common was giving up their seat to David. Even more curious is that the other kids don't even seem to recognize that people are missing. I've asked them several times if anyone knows where any of the missing kids are, and they all tell me that they don't know anybody by those names in class. You're probably asking yourself now, why haven't the parents called the school? Why haven't you gone to the police? Why are you blaming some little kid when there's probably a maniac on the loose? Well, the answer is simple. Nobody remembers them but me. Lily has an older brother whom I questioned upon her disappearance, and he told me he never even had a sister. Honestly, I don't know what to do anymore. And as each day passes by, the terror in my veins begins to build that I will be the next person forgotten. So if anyone out there can tell me what's going on or has any theories about what's happening, I'm always here. And one last thing, don't give up your seat to a kid in a suit. You never know who or what it could actually be. Kansas. The disappearance of Ashley, Kansas. Sometime during the night of August 16, 1952, the small town of Ashley, Kansas ceased to exist. At 3:28 in the morning on August 17, 1952, a magnitude 7.9 earthquake was measured by the United States Geological Survey. The earthquake itself was felt throughout the state and most of the Midwest. The epicenter was determined to be directly under Ashley, Kansas. When state law enforcement arrived at what should have been the outskirts of the farming community, they found a smoldering, burning fissure in the earth measuring 1,000 yards in length and approximately 500 yards in width. The depth of the fissure was never determined. After 12 days, the statewide and local search for the missing 679 residents of Ashley, Kansas was called off by the Kansas state government at 9:15 p.m. on the night of August 29th. All 679 residents were assumed to be dead. At 2:27 a.m. on August 30th, 1952, a magnitude 7.5 earthquake was measured by the United States Geological Survey. The epicenter was situated under what used to be the location of Ashley, Kansas. When law enforcement investigated at 5:32 a.m., they reported that the fissure in the earth had closed. In the 8 days leading up to the disappearance of the town and its 679 residents, bizarre and unexplainable events were reported by dozens of residents in Ashley, Kansas, and law enforcement from the surrounding area. On the evening of August 8, 1952, at 7:13 p.m., a resident by the name of Gabriel Jonathan reported a strange sight in the sky above Ashley. The town itself, having no official branch of law enforcement, called into the police station of the neighboring town of Hayes. Gabriel reported what appeared to be a small black opening in the sky. Within the next 15 minutes, the Hayes police station became overwhelmed with dozens of phone calls all reporting the same phenomenon. The phenomenon was never reported by any neighboring communities. A decision was made to send a trooper to Ashley to investigate the matter the following morning. At 7:54 a.m. on the morning of August 9, 1952, Hayes police officer Alan Mace radioed the Hayes police station. He reported that despite following the one-way road leading into Ashley, he had become lost. According to his report, the road, quote, continued along its normal path but somehow ended up back in Hayes. Officer Mace went on to add that the road never curved or bent in any direction. At 9:15 a.m., 7 of the town's 10 police cars were sent to investigate the situation, and all members of the team came to the same conclusion. The only road leading into Ashley stopped leading into Ashley, but instead led back to Hayes. Phone calls continued to pour into the Hayes police station, all reporting that the black opening in the sky continued to grow in size. All callers were advised to remain inside and to not travel unless absolutely necessary. At 8:15 p.m., Mrs. Elaine Cantor reported her neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Milton, and their 2 children, Jeffrey and Brooke, missing. According to Mrs. Cantor's phone call, the Miltons attempted to leave town in their family car earlier in the evening. They never returned. Law enforcement officials from Hayes never reported the car or individuals coming up the one-way road. At 7:38 a.m. on the morning of August 10, 1952, phone calls from Ashley into the Hayes police station reported that the town was in total darkness. The sun had never risen. At 10:15 a.m., at the request of Hayes law enforcement, a helicopter from Topeka, Kansas, flew over the region in which Ashley, Kansas stood. The town was never observed from air. At 12:43 p.m. on the afternoon of August 11, 1952, Miss Phoebe Danielowski called into the Hayes police station. She reported that her daughter Erica had begun to have conversations with her father, who died 3 years prior in a drunk driving accident. To add to her concern, Ms. Danielowski reported that Erica was attempting to go outside into the dark to, quote, join them. Over the course of the next 12 hours, a reported 329 calls were placed into the Hayes police station, all describing a similar phenomenon with the children of the town. The following morning of August 12, 1952, the situation became dire. During the middle of the night, all 217 children in the town of Ashley, Kansas disappeared. A reported 421 phone calls were placed into the Hayes Police Department. Unable to be of any useful assistance, Hayes law enforcement instructed all callers to remain inside to avoid any and all attempts at finding the missing children. At 5:19 p.m. on the evening of August 13, 1952, Ashley elderly man Scott Luntz reported a growing, distant fire to the south. According to his description, the fire seemed to turn the distant black into, quote, bright red and orange that seemed to extend high into the sky. Throughout the rest of the day, calls continued in, stating that the fire, in addition to moving north, now seemed to come out of the black sky. No fire was ever witnessed by any of the neighboring communities or law enforcement officials. The reports continued until 12:09 on the morning of August 14, 1952. The last phone call, placed by Mr. Benjamin Endicott, reported that the fire in the sky had grown so intense that it began to appear as daytime over the town. The phone call ended abruptly. This transcript is from the phone call placed by Benjamin Sherman Endicott. Just hold on. Wait. Yeah, I see something. It's to the south. It looks like... End phone call. The next phone call wouldn't be placed until the following evening. The following is the entire transcript of the final phone call to be received by the Hayes Police Department out of the town of Ashley, Kansas. It was placed at 9:46 p.m. on the evening of August 15, 1952. In this recorded phone call, the officer on duty is Officer Peter Welsh. The caller has been identified as Miss April Foster. Begin phone call. Hayes Police Department. Hello? Yes, hello? Ma'am, who am I speaking with? My name is April Foster. Please, sir, please help me. What's happening, ma'am? Last night they came back. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to... Last night they came back. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to calm down and speak clearly. What happened? Who came back? Everyone. Everyone? They all came in a fire. They all came in the fire. What do you mean, everyone? My son. I saw my son last night. He was walking down the street. He was burnt. Jesus Christ, he was burnt. Ma'am, he died last year. I raised him since he was a baby. It was just me and him. I told him to watch for cars when he rode his bike, but he never wanted to listen. Ma'am, what you're saying isn't making any sense. You said everyone came back? Are you fucking listening to me? Everyone came back. Everyone who died or went missing, they're back. And they're looking for us. He said, Mommy, I'm okay now. See, I can walk again. Where are you, Mommy? I want to see you. Ma'am, where are you now? Are you safe? I'm hiding, just like everyone else. We saw them coming through the fields and some people opened their doors for them. God, the screaming. I don't know what happened to them, but their houses caught fire and they caved in. I have my curtains drawn. I'm hiding in the closet right now and... Ma'am, is everything all right? Are you okay? Ma'am? Oh my God. Ma'am? Something just came in. Ma'am, stay as quiet as you can. Don't make a sound. Mommy. He's inside the house now. Stay absolutely still. Don't leave. Mommy, where are you hiding? Stay quiet. I found you, Mommy. Ma'am? The following morning at 6:55 a.m., the law enforcement officials of the Hayes Police Department arrived at the location of Ashley, Kansas. A smoldering, burning fissure in the earth was all that remained. Man in Oklahoma Nowata Forest. A while back, me and my buddies went on a camping trip to Nowata Forest in Oklahoma. We thought it'd be a blast, but damn, we couldn't have been more wrong. Nighttime crept in, and this weird vibe took hold of us. We felt like we were being watched, man. Freaky stuff. Strange noises echoing through the trees, sending chills up our spines. Curiosity got the better of us, so we went to go check it out, and that's when it happened. One of our buddies straight up vanished. Poof. Gone without a trace. Panic took over, and we searched like madmen. But that forest played tricks on us, leading us in circles. A week later, I got a text that's pure nightmare fuel. It said, "Goodbye." And attached was a freaking photo. When I opened it, my heart stopped. It was that same figure we saw in the woods, man. Eyes glowing with some messed up otherworldly light. The picture was a chilling farewell, a reminder of the horrors we faced. I'm telling you, that forest is cursed. It messes with your head, hides its secrets, and takes your friends. It's a place forever tainted by the unknown, and it still gives me the creeps just thinking about it. Nowata Forest ain't no joke. It's a haunting reminder that there are things out there we ain't meant to understand. So if you ever find yourself wandering those woods, watch your back and pray you make it out alive. My people from Oklahoma, I'm sorry you guys got this lame story. Someone literally commented, quoting the part of the story where the person says, "It's that same figure we saw in the woods, man." And then they say, "No previous mention of seeing a figure in the woods." Way to write a creepypasta and then skip over all detention. Try not to describe how scary something is, and make me believe it instead. I swear, dude, it was super spooky. Does not instill fear. It detracts from it. Too bad the pic had me hooked. Kosciuszko, Texas. There are some places in Texas I advise you to go to. San Antonio, Austin, Petite, Dallas, La Vernia, just to name a few if you want to experience the real Texas in a breathtaking way. And then there's Kosciuszko, Texas, a place that I would never bring up in normal conversation. It's a place you shouldn't go to. It's a place you should drive far away from when nighttime falls. It's a place where your car stops and stalls, and you feel sweat beating down your neck as you try to jiggle the keys in fear. Don't go to Kosciuszko, ever. Pull up Google Maps and try to find the town. Here's a hint. You won't. You'll go immediately to a marker labeled Kosciuszko Meat Market, but no indicator that there's a town anywhere. There's no street name called Kosciuszko Street or Avenue, just Kosciuszko Meat Market. It's really more or less an abandoned town, only about 10 people reside there, and country separates them all in between. There's a meat market, like I said, and an old dance hall that people used back in the 1970s. There used to be a school which resided there, but they merged with Poth ISD way back in the 1970s. Even the history of Kosciuszko is lackluster. A simple Polish town that was established as a rural trading point for settlers as they headed to San Antonio. No battles were fought there. No historical significance. Except technically one. The story of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a fabricated story based on Ed Gein, who murdered and sewed the skin of women together. Urban legend held on to the belief that the real incident of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre happened in Poth, Texas. This isn't true because in reality, it was Kosciuszko where the legend began. Poth got attached to it because Kosciuszko lived and died with a very difficult sounding name. When the movie came out, the locals murmured and whispered among themselves that Kosciuszko's secret and dark past had been taken by Hollywood and transformed into a slasher film, complete with a cannibal family and bloody corpses that lined the grounds. It's a coincidence. The film had nothing to do with the town, but have you ever seen something that was so eerily coincidental and similar that you couldn't help but feel a connection? Even the lonely, isolated feeling of the landscape felt like the harsh, hard ground of the ghost town. Kosciuszko is the home of a violent clan of inbred cannibals that live in the countryside, kidnapping and victims before eating them alive. Nobody exactly knows where they came from, but it's rumored that they were simply left behind when people started to move away. It's agreed that they are Polish descent and otherwise unintelligent humans, but that's all anyone can say. Right before Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out, a young, naked, and bloody man drove his car into a street post in Poth, Texas, and got out, screaming wildly in the dark of the night. The police and ambulance came, bringing him to a hospital center in Floresville. After sedating him enough to clean him, the nurses and doctors found irregularities. He was bruised and bloodied, and his flesh had been stripped on his thighs and buttocks, like a knife had been skinning him. He had no tongue and was unable to speak. His wrists were hanging off the joint, as if it had been bound so tightly that it was essentially severing them clean off. His ankles were shattered and broken, and it seemed like it was pure will and luck that he even made it that far to Poth, in a car nonetheless. The police detectives gave him a pen and paper and asked him what happened. The only thing he wrote was Kosciuszko, and he died a day later from injuries and infections. His body was studied by the medical examiner of San Antonio, who took interest in the case, and the medical examiner promptly remarked that this would be his last autopsy, as this was the worst he'd seen. Shortly after he signed the papers, the medical examiner resigned and moved out of Texas. The medical examiner reported that the young man had been held captive for about a week or so, bound by something tight like ropes or chains. His circulation was cut off in many parts of the body, requiring amputation of the fingers and toes. There were several infections raging in his body that would have eventually, by miracle had not, killed him. He was also tested positive for tetanus, and fragments of rusty metal were found in his bloodstream. He was dehydrated, starved, and repeatedly in the rectum, mouth, and a hole in the base of his spine was found to be filled with semen. Shockingly, this didn't result in paralysis, and the doctor still can't explain it. His tongue was missing, and the doctor presumed it was cut using the same rusty blade as the fragments found in the bloodstream, as well as the skinning of his thighs and buttocks. He was also tested positive for HIV, which wound up quarantining the hospital. Blood, traces of seminal fluid, and rotted meat were found in his stomach, as well as a wristwatch. The guess is as good as anyone else's on how this poor man escaped his captors. The doctor theorized that maybe he freed himself by dislocating his wrist and slipping out of his bonds. How he was able to run was pure will to escape and survive, and the car he might have stolen on a highway or from his captors. An informal police report differs, suggesting the man was meant to be tossed in a river nearby and overpowered his captors while in the car and operated it into a frenzy. The weirder mystery was the word Kosciuszko. It wasn't any difficulty to see that he meant Kosciuszko, Texas, so the police began a search out there, starting with the Kosciuszko meat market. There, they found an elderly couple running the store as usual and selling pork rinds in plastic bags. A detective bought one to eat on the search, and eventually, that was all the search actually accomplished. Nothing was found and nothing was gained. Nobody in the small town had seen or heard of the man, and nobody reported a car missing or stolen. The detectives returned back several times over a course of months, attempting to secure more information. However, they were largely unsuccessful and considered the case had run cold. The last time they were there, they went back into the meat market. A young girl of maybe 6 or 7 was sitting behind the counter, eating a type of Polish candy. One of the detectives decided to go ahead and try to talk to her. He first bought a bag of pork rinds to try and start conversation, which she had returned with energetic favor. She seemed pleasant enough as any 6-year-old would be. Then he offered her one of his pork rinds to curry favor. Mama says I only eat those if they made of piggies. The detective laughed a bit and told her that they were made of pig, hence pork rinds. She shook her head. No, they're not. I seen Grandpa make them. He gets a shipment of skin every month, and while they're screaming and crying and hollering, he takes the skin right off and tosses it in the fryer. Immediately, the detectives became unsettled and left, opting to hand over their pork rinds to the lab. They then dispatched and attempted to find the old couple. Every time they went to the meat market, it was closed, and every time they would try to find them, everyone in town didn't remember them. After some digging through the history books and birth certificates to locate the identity of the couple, the detectives learned a terrifying fact. Everyone in Kosciuszko is related. There's no deviancy in the family trees. Any settlers who immigrated there were blemished out mysteriously. The results came back. Now, this was back in the day where forensics didn't exist, so DNA testing was a science fiction fantasy. The inspectors determined the pork rinds were of, quote, untraceable origin, but were definitely not made of pork or any hog products, end quote. This resulted in a search and seizure of the town. The town of Poth dispatched and requested help of several towns to seize all the people of Kosciuszko. People were arrested and kids were transferred to Poth, where they couldn't be in their family's possession. Violence and fights broke out, homes were destroyed and torn apart in ravaged police searches. In one home, they found equipment with noticeable blood. In another, fragments and bone were found. In yet another, teeth were buried under the soft ground. Nobody was talking, and nobody was saying anything. This was before DNA, so the police couldn't determine what the blood was. The household claimed they butchered their own livestock. The teeth came from burying it for the tooth fairy. Bones and fragments were from slaying pigs with hammers. The rabbit hole went too deep and the police didn't know what to do, so they shut down Kosciuszko and ferried the kids to the Poth ISD schools. When they could no longer hold the townspeople in custody, the townspeople moved out of the homes and went deeper into the country so they couldn't be found. Then the movie came out, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and everyone was utterly convinced someone in Kosciuszko sold the story. Of course, it was just a coincidence. The two are unrelated and the case of Kosciuszko never went solved. By that time, everyone knew to stay away from Kosciuszko, and the kids who were shipped to the pod schools were bullied so hard that eventually they too left for the isolated countryside. The thing is, now Kosciuszko is trying to open up the doors again. The dance hall is open and the meat market is under new management. Kosciuszko is trying to sell itself as a quote historic town and bring business back into the ghost town. People have gone there for dances and insist that there's a homely, cowboy-like charm to the place, and the pork rinds can't be beaten. And the nice couple who runs the meat market are just the best people, or so I hear. Minnesota, Anoka State Asylum. In Anoka County, Minnesota, there's an old mental asylum that borders the high school. I'm talking right up next to it, sharing a fence and everything. My mom said that when she went to the school there in the 1970s, she'd see patients walking around the grounds. Sometimes they'd come right up to the fence edge and watch while mom's tennis team practiced. I guess there are old graves in one of the courtyard corners too, which makes sense as it's been a running hospital since 1898. It no longer serves as a mental hospital. It's now a recovery center for troubled teens and addicts. The underground tunnels are non-functioning and for all intents and purposes closed, but it's still patrolled. I can't imagine recovering from substance abuse or being in juvenile detention in a place with that history. With this kind of reputation, obviously it's been victim to a number of stupid teens vandalizing, sneaking onto the property to ghost hunt or whatever. Also, obviously, I have been one of them. In 2005, I was in high school and dating this guy named Max who volunteered for the fire department. His dad was a fire chief. All the quote minor volunteers were given a rotation of duties. Now, normally a minor volunteer wouldn't be asked to patrol the asylum, but since Max's dad was chief, and Max had been volunteering for 3 years now, and they were understaffed because of a massive storm, he had asked Max if he could patrol the tunnels for a week to help out. This was our chance. I was in the middle of finals, but I was done with school for that year that Thursday. I thought a cool end of the school year exploration of the building would be an epic summer starter. He said he'd let me know after his first night what it was like and if I'd be able to sneak down there. On Tuesday morning, I heard from him before I went to class saying that the tunnels were cool and creepy. He said he patrolled alone, so I should be able to sneak down there with him for that bit, but might not be able to patrol with him on the actual grounds perimeter, which was fine. All I really cared about were the tunnels. He also said to bring a flashlight because there was a short period of time where he had to turn off the light before turning on another, and the wiring was all wonky. On Wednesday morning, he said there was a smell down there and I should bring water shoes. Some of the flooding had backed up into the tunnels, and the smell was likely a sewage break or drowned rats. The water wasn't very deep, but it was gross to him. On Thursday morning, he told me to meet him on the path behind the asylum at 10 p.m. It ran along the river. I was a little creeped out by the idea of walking alone on that path at night, but decided it would be fine. I told my friend Anna where I'd be, and said I'd text her a code word every hour to let her know I was okay. The code was a line of lyrics from a Tenacious D song, 1 word each hour, sent in order. I may like creepy things, but I'm a huge pansy. I dressed in ghost hunter stuff, aka all black, with a hood and my rain boots. I held my keys in my hands like a weapon. You know, that thing you do in case someone attacks you and you think, I'll jab them with my keys and they'll leave me alone, knock on wood. Max was waiting there when I got there, so I didn't have to wait alone, which was great. We started weaving our way through the property, all the while avoiding light posts. We got to the entrance. It was one of those concrete entryways that immediately led to descending stairs. We headed in. The usual graffiti was present, iterations of fuck and penis sketches, and a bit of it was just the word no repeating. I turned on my flashlight and we headed down. At the base of the stairs, it smelled like absolute shit. It was also at least 10 degrees cooler. He clicked on the light switch at our end and we started off. There was nothing remarkable about the tunnel. It was just a bunch of empty, mostly doorless rooms, an inch or so of putrid smelling water, and a few pieces of destroyed furniture. I routinely looked through every room and he waited in the main tunnel. The rooms were 10-foot cubes. I both expected to find something horrible and also feared I'd find something ghastly. Most of the rooms were harmless, just kind of gross. Honestly, I was slightly disappointed. It hadn't been the adrenaline rush I had hoped for. There were 4 rooms left at the other end that looked particularly beat up. He explained that they had been holding cells for patients that were having episodes and needed isolation. They were the only rooms with intact doors. I made him come in with me because I was paranoid that the door would suddenly slam shut and there was no way I was going to be haunted alone. I started inspecting. Nothing interesting in the first 2 rooms. In the third, I found some indents at the bottom corner of the black wall. After inspecting for a bit, I realized they were fingernail marks. The worst part about them was imagining the position someone would have to be in to make them, crouching on the floor with their back to the door. I found a few more spots of claw marks all bundled together, marks going in all different directions. Most of them were clustered around the bottom of the room or corners, but there was one grouping of scratches about 9 feet up on a wall. I guessed maybe the person was standing on a bed and just going to town, but the unnatural height bothered me. At this point, that was enough. I really didn't need a lot of creepy stuff to fill my quota, so I was ready to leave. Max understood, but also thought I should check out the last room since I had looked in all the others. I wanted to leave, but my OCD and curiosity was like, you totally need to look in that last room, you have to complete the dungeon crawl. So I went in and made him stand right by me. We started going over all the walls, but found nothing. I kept going back to the back corner, since that's where I had found the first marks in the other room. I bent down to look at what I thought was another mark on the wall, and noticed there were marks on the floor. It was hard to see since there was water all over, but by swishing my foot back and forth I could make it out. The word no repeating. Now I was done. I stood up and turned to Max and then stopped. We had been so focused on looking at the floor with the flashlight, we didn't realize the light in the tunnel had gone out. I fucking all out screamed. Max grabbed the light from my hand and charged towards the opening. I followed in a panic. He looked one way then the other with the light before dashing towards the stairwell to hit the corresponding light switch. I waited in the hallway, pressed against the wall, eyes down, even though I couldn't see anything anyway. But I didn't want to look around. I was afraid I'd see a shape in the claw mark room across from me. Moments later, Max had the tunnel light on and was grabbing my arm. Thank God he's an emergency responder and could act on instinct. I was useless. We ran up the stairs and out the other side. I had another brief moment of panic when he took the flashlight and went back down to turn the light back off to complete his patrol. I thought for sure he would have been pulled out of view by an invisible force or that some terrible creature would come crawling up the stairs after me, but it was nothing like that. Thing is, I'd never go back, but Max had one more night on patrol. Iowa, the wretch of Weed Park. Well, here I am, 2 a.m. on a damn school night, lying in bed, unable to sleep again, on my laptop writing this. I'm writing this to get my story out, to let someone know what happened, because Lord knows I can't speak about this to anyone around here. I live in a smallish town situated directly on the nose, if you will, of Iowa, where the Mississippi bends backwards towards the center of the states. I'm not going to give the name of the town. However, if you want to do some research, I'm not going to stop you. There's a park located on the edge of the town. It's pretty popular. There are a lot of houses there, a small kids area, an aquatic center, some tennis courts, bike trails, and the community college campus. Flowers are abundant in the park, and the city takes good care to make sure the display of colorful and well-kept flowers stay that way. There's also a husk of what used to be a zoo, which housed an array of animals, from cobras to monkeys. This park has always been a big part of the community, and there are several well-known structures in the area which are used or mentioned in some way or another, which is strange why no one ever talks about the bandstand. The bandstand is a large stone gazebo fixed on the very edge of the main flat, which is used for nothing. Nothing ever happens there. No bands play. They used to, but not anymore. It's about 8 feet in height, where the ground is highest up around it, 20 feet across in any given direction, and octagonal in shape. There's a cone-like roof over the top of the structure. When I said that the bandstand gets no use, it may have been a slight exaggeration. Every so often a group of stoners or some kids will drag a park bench over, hop on top of it, and crawl up into the thing. I've been up there myself, as a group of friends and I often parkour, and it's a prime sight. We've become pros at getting up to the top without much assistance of park benches. There isn't much up there. Usually it's filled with faded chalk writings from previous groups of teenagers, who also leave the box behind for the next group to leave their mark. But that's it. No officials ever use this place. The Gothic style gate to the entry stairs is chained and locked with an old style iron lock. It's rusty and dingy. When you're up in the bandstand, you can go down the stairs. They gently wind down around the center structure. When you reach the bottom, you can look out at your friends or whatever dumb shit you may be doing with the gate. But at the end of the landing platform to your left, if you're looking out, is a door. The door is solid iron, or steel, I don't know. Metal? Solid, hard, cold, black metal. It's about 5 feet tall, rather short. It's chained several times over. It's locked with the same old Gothic lock as on the gate. It appears to not have been opened for 60 years. There's rust, spider webs, dust, and all manners of grime and disgustingness covering it. I've never seen or heard about anyone using this door for anything. It's just there, peeking, staring out from the gate into the open, forlorn. The first real encounter I had with this door was during a film project I was working on. At the time, I was a junior in high school. It was for an art scholarship. I had decided after many failed comedy scripts to make a short horror film, a generic slasher, stalker, silent, scary guy moving when you aren't looking film. The antagonist was named Ruiz, a man whose face was terribly scarred who wore a dark gray business coat with a hoodie underneath. I made the prosthetic mask and provided the costuming. It was an extremely low budget film, but it was sort of meant to be. It was first person, Blair Witch style, probably a bad call. The center of the story was this door. This black solid metal door that never moves, that is rarely looked upon, that is hardly recalled in even the most stoic of memories. Reeves emerges from the door to wreak havoc on the group of teenage filmers meddling with a power beyond their comprehension. The film never went anywhere. I submitted several graphic design and digital media projects instead. But this door, the door which has no name, the door which is neglected and rejected and left to rot in its own filth and bile, it fascinated me. I had always kind of looked and hoped for something spectacular in this world full of normal, something that would inspire wonder or maybe fear, a monster, a hidden place of magic, a new sort of species of talking animal, something. But I'm reaching a point in life where I gotta put those childish hopes of wonder and adventure to rest, or so I thought. I try to research this door, the door which is called nothing, and that is what I found. Nothing. No specifics. Nothing. I had asked around my immediate peers. My mom said it was probably used for decoration storage. Chained? And this thing hadn't been opened for decades, and it's solid metal. I don't think decorations were in mind when this place was made. I figured I would just investigate this door myself. So I grabbed a sleeping bag, a flashlight, and a stethoscope my mom had in her med kit. She's a registered nurse. I decided it would be a good idea to go into that wretched obelisk and spend the night gathering whatever information I could about the door that captivated me. It was so fascinating. It was just amazing. The door was wonderful. I couldn't stop thinking about it. It with no name. This was the worst idea I ever had. When I was younger, I swiped some nudie mags with a friend from his dad. Up until that night, that was the worst thing I had ever done. But no, the door yielded results that I could never have imagined. The log below contains details that I recorded in a journal during my time in the gazebo. 8 p.m. I arrive. Nothing is happening. It's dusk and people are beginning to leave the park. I lay low, watching for any possible staff driving by, as the park technically closes at 10. 9 p.m. It's dark now. The only light is from a street light about 40 feet away. It hardly reaches the bandstand. The air is chilly. I can say that I'm genuinely uncomfortable, even despite being within the line of sight of at least 9 different households. 10 p.m. The park is now closed. I put quotes around closed because there are no gates or anything to make the park literally closed. I've been listening to music since I got here. It's about 40 degrees out. 10:30 p.m. I can't hold out any longer. I creep down the stairs to the door, which isn't recalled. I tap on the door and hear a clear echo inside, nothing out of the ordinary. 11 p.m. I grab my stethoscope, I put it up to the glorious door. I heard nothing. I decided to hold my position while tapping and manipulating the chains on the door. 12 in the morning. I've heard something. I can't believe it, but I heard something inside. Nothing otherworldly though. I heard a faint sound, which I concluded was the sound of bees. 12:10. I still hear the bees. It started suddenly around midnight, just the sound of bees. Maybe 3 or 4 of them, I don't know. 12:30. Bees, 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 buzz. I'm really tired. 1 a.m. The bees stopped, finally. Fuck, shit. I listened to the bees for a whole hour. Now there's nothing in there. How did the bees even get in there? There's literally an airtight seal on this door. No other point of entry into that area exists. 3 a.m. I think I heard something. 3:30 a.m. I really think I heard something. 3:45 a.m. That was something. There was something in there. I heard something. 3:50 a.m. Shit, it's only been 5 fucking minutes. It feels like it's been an hour. 4 a.m. There was something fucking in there. I heard something. I heard it. It was a whisper. One word, unintelligible, but one word. I don't know what it said. I could hardly make it out. It was low, harsh, and raspy. Fuck, what am I doing? Why am I here? Is this real? Just calm down, calm down. It was nothing. You're tired, you're cold, go to sleep. 10 in the morning. I'm awake now. I still think I heard something, but I'm not delusional anymore. I'm rested up. 10:10 a.m. I found a dead bee in my sleeping bag. Someone has to be fucking with me. A single dead bee. I'm done here. I'm going home. I get scared easily. I've been called Super Weenie Hut Juniors on occasion. I was terrified that night. It was a little over a year ago. And shit, I wouldn't be here if things hadn't acted up again. My lord, what have I done? Fucking with that door. I was lying in my bed a couple weeks ago. I woke up around 2 in the morning. I went to take a piss. My TV was still on as usual and Adult Swim was playing. I slunk back into bed and began to drift off to sleep. I had a dream. I can recall the dream in vivid detail. It felt like it lasted about 4 seconds. It was a bee's face and the sound of buzzing was overwhelming. I woke up literally within the same minute I fell asleep. I didn't even try to sleep again for the rest of the night. I haven't slept since then. Believe me, I've tried. It's no use. I keep seeing a damn bee. The bees, it's fucking ridiculous. Superstition, supernatural? No. The closest thing I've ever been to that is my playthrough of Condemned Criminal Origins for the PC. This stuff doesn't actually exist. The dream thing doesn't happen, but it is somehow, it's happening to me. I decided to go back to the door, which lacks a moniker. It's always been in the back of my mind what's behind the door. So I did go back. Last week I went there in the dead of the night. Once again, I heard the bees, this time in an overpowering amount, and then I heard it, a word, a short raspy word of which the likes have never been uttered before. I heard, hide. The voice told me to hide, and the instant it did, I got the feeling of fear that starts in your chest and radiates outwards. It's cold and uncomfortable. I was overcome with paranoia. I jumped out of the gazebo and ran through the night. I live 15 miles away, only accessible by means of highway. I was terrified. I still am terrified. I turned to look behind me and there was nothing. I turned back to running and I stopped dead. Around 50 feet ahead of me was a figure. Very, very thin. It had long legs, but a normal sized body and arms. It was kind of hobbled over, crouched, and just within the reach of light from a street lamp. It was contorted and naked looking, and from what I could tell, covered in bees. It was just looking at me, not moving, not breathing. It was dark out. I don't even know what the fuck it really looked like. Just thin. I blinked and it was about 3 feet closer to me. I freaked the fuck out. I wanted to turn and run, but I felt like I needed to stare at it. I heard the bees buzzing. Those damn bees, they're fucking everywhere. I finally decided to run. I looked back every so often to check if the fucker was after me. I saw no sight of him. I made it to my car and started it. I sped home and now I'm here. I live in a secluded house surrounded by woods. Every once in a while, late at night, I can make out the faint sound of bees in the distance when all else is silent. I don't know if it's coming from actual bees or if it's him. It's probably him coming from me. I know it's him. He who is the product of the door, which is called nothing. I still don't know what he is, where he came from, why he's here, why he exists. I named him the Wretch of Weed Park, and he will come for me, and he'll kill me. Maybe, I don't know. He's out there though, outside my window, in the dark, watching me. The scariest part to me is that he's obviously sentient, self-aware. It's not like a bird watching you. The bird isn't thinking anything, just looking at you. This thing though, the wretch, it's not looking at me, it's watching me. I can feel it, I can hear it. Even now as I'm writing this, huddled in my bed, scared shitless for my life and in wonderment of what has transpired, I can feel him. He's thinking about me, practicing restraint, practicing patience, the masterwork of a predator. I don't know if he wants something material other than my flesh. I just don't fucking know how any of this happened. All I wanted to know is what that door was about. And now I know it was made to house a malevolent evil, and I've unleashed it. Don't come here. Don't. The Tall Man of Briarbell, Missouri. We had all liked Mr. Winscott. He didn't mind when we used a sledding hill on his property, and he always gave out the best Halloween candy in the neighborhood. So when we heard he'd been taken by the Tall Man, everyone was really bummed out. You wouldn't have heard of Tall Man, so let me explain. Tall Man has been a legend in my town for decades. Those who claim to have seen him say that he is over 9 feet tall, slight, and pale, with an exceedingly polite smile. My dad told me that Tall Man is a collector. He likes things. Dad says his favorite things to take are sad people, empty buildings, and dreams. I have to admit, he's stolen away my dreams more than a few times. When Mr. Winscott didn't show up for church on Sunday, nobody thought it was weird. Then, when Monday rolled around and he wasn't at work with my dad, people started to whisper. My parents thought it was odd, but not particularly concerning. But then the rumor started that Tall Man had gotten him. A kid in my class even said that he had seen Tall Man in Mr. Winscott's house through a window. I told my parents about what Jake had seen, but they only laughed. Tyler and I biked by Mr. Winscott's place every day after school to get to our friend Rory's house. We never stopped in front of Mr. Winscott's to try to see Tall Man through the windows like Jake had. We never even slowed down. But one day we played too late at Rory's. Since we didn't want to bike home in the dark, we called our parents and asked to sleep over. Tyler was allowed to, I wasn't. I tried really hard to not look as I biked by Mr. Winscott's cul-de-sac. I almost made it, but my curiosity forced a backwards glance at the house. The lights were all on and my eyes were drawn to the face in the window immediately. I saw Tall Man looking back at me. I choked in a panicked breath and my foot missed the pedal as I tried to speed away on my bike. I stumbled for only a second, my eyes never leaving the face at the window, before pedaling home as fast as I could. The next morning at school, I told Rory and Tyler about Tall Man. They didn't believe me, of course. They hadn't believed Jake either. I knew I had to show them, otherwise they would think I was a liar. We waited until dark and then biked to Mr. Winscott's cul-de-sac. Tall Man was there, as I told him he'd be, watching us from a window above the front door. It was such a tall front door that I thought Tall Man must have been 10 feet high to see out of the window above it. He was almost smiling, but his expression betrayed a certain displeasure. Tyler fell off his bike. Holy shit, run! We did. As soon as we cleared the cul-de-sac, we all began talking over each other in a flustered panic. I can't believe we saw Tall Man. Did you see the look on his face? We have to tell the cops. We went back the next morning with more friends, but Tall Man was gone. We went back the next day, but again, could see no one behind the window. We began to wonder if Tall Man only came out at night. A few nights later, as we sat in Rory's basement waiting for pizza to arrive, we decided to sneak out and see if our theory was true. We quietly rolled our bikes down the driveway and into the street. We took off for Mr. Winscott's house, torn between hoping Tall Man was there and praying that he wasn't. We saw him as soon as we biked into the cul-de-sac. He was still standing there after all, and this time, he was outright frowning. He's mad, Rory said. He wants us to stay away. I don't get why he only comes out at night, Tyler said while he snapped a picture. Don't, I hissed. Stop taking pictures. You'll make him madder. Maybe he watches us in the daytime too, Rory shrugged. Maybe we can only see him at night because that's when the porch lights come on and shine right in the window. It was a chilling thought. We decided to test Rory's theory the following Saturday, emboldened by the assumption that Tall Man could only watch us but never come out. As soon as the sun came up that morning, we biked to Mr. Wilscott's. We had to get close, almost all the way to the beginning of his driveway, but Tyler swore he saw Tall Man still standing in the window. I made hand binoculars and squinted at the window for a few more minutes before Tyler suddenly said, "Let's go," hopped back on his bike and pedaled off. We caught up to him a few blocks later. "What the hell was that?" I said. "It was Tall Man was there, but he looked different this time." "Like how?" Rory asked. "I don't know. He looked angry or just wrong somehow." It was days before we could convince Tyler to go back to Tall Man's house, and even then he insisted on taking his teenage brother Matt with us. Matt wasn't impressed with our stories at all. He didn't believe us, but he came anyway, for Tyler's sake. As soon as we got close enough to see Tall Man in the window above the door, Matt got off his bike. He stared and squinted and stared some more. He got closer than we had ever dared to go at night. We followed nervously behind him. Matt walked up the driveway and then down the stone path to the front porch. We dared not to follow that far. Then Matt went up the porch stairs right up to the door. "Holy fuck," he said. Then a few more four-letter words. And suddenly Matt was running down the front porch, down the path, down the driveway, and out into the street where we waited. "What is it?" Tyler asked him. "There is no Tall Man," he said out of breath. "Call the cops now." And he was right. It wasn't Tall Man after all. We stayed long enough to watch the police break down the door and cut the rotting corpse of Mr. Winscott from the ceiling where he had hung himself from a lamp fixture in his foyer. The body had decayed as if it were melting in the days we had watched it from the road. Mr. Winscott had written no note and made no goodbyes, leaving behind only the sad imprint of a divorced, middle-aged man suffering a sad, well-hidden depression. It was weeks before the town lost interest in the tragic suicide, and months before kids stopped asking us to describe the body and all of its gory detail. Eventually, even Tyler and Rory stopped talking about it. Everyone had moved on. Everyone except me. See, there was one detail that always bothered me. The one thing I never told Rory or Tyler. It was about the first time I'd seen Tall Man. The time I was alone. The thing was, I'd seen Mr. Winscott that night. He'd been sitting alone in his kitchen eating dinner. But I'd seen something else too. In the upstairs bedroom window, there had been an impossibly tall, pale man staring back at me. And he'd been politely smiling. Arkansas. The Arkansas Sleep Experiments. This happened a few years ago. You may have heard rumors if you're on campus. Some even circulated online. Nobody knew what really happened, because I'm the only one who knows and I kept quiet, for a multitude of reasons. None of them matter now. Here's what really happened. The four of us were handpicked for this experiment by Professor Richardson because we'd all studied under him, worked under him, and as much as anyone can, earned his confidence. He said this one was different. We had to keep it quiet. He wanted to keep details to a minimum. All he would tell us before going in was that he required a month of our lives and that if he succeeded, sleep would never again be a necessity. Think of it, he said, 6 to 8 additional hours every day. Your month will be paid back before the year is out. If he was right, he'd have a Nobel Peace Prize for sure. It would change the world. We believed in him. Sleep would become a hobby. Imagine that. We felt lucky to be a part of it. We went in with the highest of hopes. We were so excited for a new future for humanity and for ourselves. I was the only one to leave that place. Week 1. Professor Richardson brought us out to the location in his van, explaining along the way what we were to do. For the purposes of the study, we were asked to remain in the compound, as he called it. We would be locked in fact, and deprived of windows and Wi-Fi. Other than endure patiently, we didn't have to do much of anything. My machine does all the work, he explained. It uses a complex melange of sound waves to disrupt the processes of sleep. Evolutionary appendices from the days before civilization. The most immediate side effect you'll notice is that you won't dream. Any other effects we noticed, we were to catalog. We were, as he said, in uncharted territory, and so we had to map out the dangers. The immensity of the project was inspiring enough. Then we saw the compound, the octagon as it was known, a concrete octagonal structure built at the end of a labyrinth of dirt roads somewhere in the backwoods of Searcy, Arkansas. I've never been able to find it again. The professor said it was originally intended as a jail for terrorists, but it was abandoned and never used. It was virtually impenetrable, invisible to satellites, but for us, it had been stocked with all the comforts we'd require for a month of dedication. I don't know if any of us expected to really conquer sleep. We thought perhaps a reduction in sleep requirements could be possible. We spent a fair amount of the first 2 days speculating on how the machine worked with its complex melange of sound waves, and whether sleep is an evolutionary appendix as the professor had claimed. By the third day of only getting 3 to 4 hours of sleep, contrary to feeling groggy, we were more awake and full of energy than ever. We were alert and ready to debate these ideas. That's when the excitement really hit us. He really did it, JT said. JT was a big, ginger-bearded guy, the sort of guy who still has a healthy collection of magic cards. We don't know that, James said, always the skeptic. He came from Australia just to study under Richardson, actually. The machine could be stimulating the adrenal glands to mildly dose us with adrenaline all throughout the day. Even were that so, wouldn't change the fact that he beat sleep, I said. With our extra time, we were getting in tons of reading, played a stupid amount of Call of Duty, and still had plenty of time to sit around and debate. I guess I have to admit it's fucking amazing, James said. We all felt it. It was almost euphoric. The excitement we felt for possibly being the first humans to live without the need for sleep. Technically, we still needed a few hours each night still, but we decided together that it was more out of habit than necessity. Then, on the 4th day, Don said, "There's something wrong." Don was a serious one. Super serious. He used to be a Franciscan, I'd heard. It showed. He didn't talk much, and when he did, it was usually worth listening to. This time he put into words something I'd been feeling, but I guess I just kind of buried it under the excitement. With the experiment, or... That was JT. I don't know, he said. It's a feeling, this constant uneasiness, like this isn't going the way it's supposed to be going, or that we're in the wrong place. No, James said. I think that's it. It's this place. We all knew it was weird when we first saw it. This concrete octagon, but living in it, there's something wrong with this place. Like something terrible happened here. I understood it was never used, I said. Governments always say that about torture prisons, James said. It's more than that, JT said. I feel it too. I thought it was just from lacking windows at first, but that's not it. I think it's the angles. It's like the angles in this building don't add up to what they should. What if everyone's dead outside? Don asked. James jumped up so fast his chair clattered to the ground. Cut that shit out, Don. Why would you even say that? Well, what are you saying? I asked. This is a haunted octagon? Yeah, James, JT said. Was it built on an octagonal Indian burial ground? Okay, you want to play that? He said. I can play. Look, the space around us transforms based on how we perceive it. Take a church. The people who go in there perceive it as holy, so they do things like leave their crutches behind when they force themselves to walk, or light their candles, or whatever. These changes to the space only enhance the perception of holiness and influence future visitors to perceive it in the same way and change it in the same way. Haunted places are the same. For one reason or another, they begin to be perceived as haunted. The more they're perceived that way, the more they're imbued with hauntedness. Even if you've never seen the place before, you pick up on the subtle cues, if you're at all sensitive. In a way, it's true to say it's a haunted space. It's true to say the church is holy. Our interaction with that space has made it something more than just wood and sheetrock, or whatever. So what I'm saying is, maybe something's happened here and we're picking up on it. Some bloody awful things. And in that sense, yes, it's a haunted octagon. No, Don said. Places are considered holy because an authority telegraphs it to whoever will listen. Just like haunted places make a lot of money off dumb tourists. Whatever it is, I said, we all agree something isn't feeling right about our situation. Maybe it's the machine. I say we write it down as a side effect. On that point, at least we were able to agree. It didn't put any of our uneasiness at rest, but we wrote it down. We somehow agreed upon the phrasing right away too. Acute sensations that we've entered into something where we aren't welcome. Week 2. We tried our best to ignore these feelings and carry on like we had been. Those first few days had been some of the best in our adult lives, but we never got back to those happy times. I realized around then how short-sighted of Richardson it had been to leave us there without any means of contacting the outside world. When I voiced that opinion, "That's just what I've been thinking," JT said. "Richardson isn't a dumb guy, you get me? I think he did this on purpose." "Why would he do that?" I asked. "For science, of course," he answered. "It's one of those meta studies where we're told it's about one thing, but it's actually about how we react to the experiment, like the milligram experiments." "Or it's not his choice," James said. "The government is making him do it, and that machine is designed to control us, or some sort of cult, Scientologists." "This is a government-built installation," JT said. "That actually makes sense, not the Scientology part though." "Think about it," James started, but I interrupted. Okay, I said. "Let's come back down to earth for a second. Best case scenario, Richardson is a jerk who doesn't care about our personal well-being, right?" "Give it a rest," Don said, the one I least expected to snap at me. "Stop trying to act like the most rational guy in the room. You don't know what Richardson's into. He's into other things he'll never talk about publicly." I looked at the others and saw similar confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I've heard a little bit about this actually," James said. "He has some fringe ideas. Let's just say he's not the respected academic he's presented himself to be," Don said. "I've read some of the content he doesn't publish. He thinks and very seriously believes that there's something else, something besides this." He knocked on the table. "Something more than material stuff." "That's not completely strange," I said with a shrug. I was expecting worse. "He put it this way," Don continued, ignoring me. "Think back to the beginning of existence. There had to be conditions such that the universe's existence was possible. If the universe wasn't possible, then it wouldn't have come to exist. Does that stand to reason?" We nodded. "Okay, and those conditions cannot be material nor laws of matter, since those came into being with the existence of the universe. So whatever those conditions are, they have to be something other than basic substance of the universe. Does that make sense?" "I guess," I said. "This isn't turning into an argument for God, is it?" He shook his head. "It's an argument for a something that continues to exist, except we can't even say that, because ideas like something and exist are developed by, for, and within physical reality. This is something pre-physical, something pre-existence. Whatever it is allowed the universe to spontaneously be. Who knows what else it's been doing these billions of years? Just asking that question is already violating stipulations. I started saying, my background in philosophy kicking in. Yes, Don said, but he believes. He thinks it's the source of free will. Our brains touch it somehow, and so he believes he can reach it, study it, and use it. I didn't get to read much more than that. And if this experiment is something he's not putting on the books, James added, it may have to do with his more peculiar interests. So instead of eliminating sleep, he's trying to make us see God? I asked sarcastically. I don't know, brother, Don said. I'm just saying, if he thinks the brain touches another reality, this is just the kind of experiment he'd want to try to prove his theory. You think he has his room bugged? JT asked. I think he might be in here somewhere, I said, without even thinking of what I was saying. They looked at me waiting for an explanation and with what looked like fear in their eyes. Strange we should be so afraid of this man we admired less than 2 weeks ago. I sometimes feel like someone is watching me sleep, I explained, my voice starting to tremble. I figured it was one of you at first. I feel it especially when I'm not quite awake, but not quite asleep. Those moments when you wake for just a few seconds to adjust your pillow. I could feel and see and hear someone standing over me, just breathing and watching. I was too close to unconscious to do anything about it. Then I just fell back to sleep. I could see the terror filling the other's eyes while I spoke. I've been feeling it too, Don said, almost in a whisper, like he was scared to be heard. I thought I was losing it. Me too, James said. Someone else is in here, I said. We drew closer together, our eyes darting nervously around the gray concrete room. We were all feeling the same thing, I'm sure. We were trapped inside this horrible building with someone or something else. Wait, JT said. What would this person be eating? We don't see our food disappearing. There's no way out. There isn't really anywhere to hide. We gotta start being sensible. I let out a sigh of relief because he was right. Okay, let's think about this, I said. Let's say there is another effect of the machine. Phase 2, paranoia. Phase 2, paranoia, Don said with a consenting nod. We wrote it down. The next day, we all gathered for breakfast. JT asked, have y'all had any dreams? We all shook our heads. Richardson was right on the money with that one, I said. He said. Do you know feral children don't dream? How do we know that? James asked. They tell us. The few that get socialized. They say dreaming is something that starts only after, when they have language, object permanence, and all that shit. What about dogs? I asked. Like chasing rabbits in their sleep? Autonomic responses. Maybe language and object permanence impacts only the ability to remember dreams, James said. Both are consistent with the superficial data. The onus is on you to prove otherwise. JT scoffed. What's your point anyway? Don asked. The point is, being dreamless. Do you think it's healthy? I don't think it's healthy. I think the machine isn't making us not sleep, it's making us not feel tired. I think all this might be happening because we aren't dreaming. We can't really answer that, can we? James said. Dreams naturally accompany REM sleep. So we don't have any studies that differentiate between the effects of not dreaming and of not sleeping. Or maybe we're dreaming and the dreams are just going somewhere else, JT said. I didn't know what he meant by that. Nobody did. But we all stopped talking then and dispersed. Something about it felt too true. Week 3. Our gatherings for theoretical discussions became rarer and rarer. We tended to isolate ourselves and eyed each other with suspicion. I still had those feelings of uneasiness and of unwelcomeness every day, and each night the figure standing over me. I was sleeping even less now, about an hour tops. So little sleep that I started to catch it running away. The last time, I was awake enough to see where it was going. It's this one particular corner of my room that always struck me as peculiar. I caught myself staring at it even when I didn't want to. It's a point where the angles are strange. My eyes had trouble focusing on it. The figure skulked straight to that point and disappeared into it. When I woke up fully, I questioned whether I hallucinated the whole thing. Perhaps phase 3, hallucinations? I went over to that corner and looked at it closely. It smelled strange, like turpentine. Then the more I stared at it, the more I forced my eyes to focus. I was sure something was moving inside, and it was watching me. I heard this awful, hate-filled sound come from deep in the corner then. I didn't wait around to understand what made that noise. I left that room for good. I took all my short naps in the library from then on. While lying in the library, I overheard JT talking to someone in the corridor. He was telling him about the angles again. He said there are more degrees in the building than can possibly be in a standard enclosed shape. 2.7488 degrees more, he said. Just enough to drive you nuts, but not enough to be obvious. Whoever he was talking to said something I didn't understand, something like, those are the degrees of ripping. The voice was distorted somehow, so I can't be sure. What I was sure of was, I didn't recognize that voice at all. Whoever JT was talking to wasn't one of us. Maybe silly, but I was scared. I stayed there, pretending to be asleep while JT walked by. And as he did, I felt someone or something come into my room and stand over me, then it went away. After a minute or so of telling myself I was being foolish, I went following after JT. I didn't see him anywhere. I bumped into James and he also hadn't seen JT. Have you seen or heard anyone who shouldn't be in here? I asked him. James looked at me with a mixture of surprise and terror. How'd you know? He asked. I haven't told anyone. About what? He told me he'd heard his mother calling to him. Not a faint sound that he confused for his mother, but her voice clear as mine, calling out to him. He almost answered her, he said. Almost. Then he stopped himself. She's been dead for a year, man, he said. Whatever was calling me, it wasn't my mother. I saw he was shaking and his hands were clenched. I told him to hang in there. It might be oral hallucinations. I'd been hearing things too, a crying child. So low at first, I thought it was the plumbing. We should call a meeting, he said. I thought about JT and what I'd heard moments ago. Let's just tell Don, I said. As a side effect of the machine, it makes sense, Don said after we told him. The sounds aren't supposed to be audible, yet somehow our brains must be picking up on the random patterns and interpreting them as something. The brain assigns a memory to make the pattern meaningful. Do you believe that? I asked. Not for a second, James said. But we had a shortage of rational explanations, and that was a pretty good one. I'd hoped he was right. A few days later, I found James in the gym, pounding away at a punching bag. I asked him if he was okay. He ignored me, so I went back to the reading room. A few minutes later, he was behind me. That voice I've been hearing is not my mother, he said. Of course not, I said. We've already decided that after all. No, I don't know what I mean. It's just, my mother was a kind person. Even if this voice was trying to sound like her, it's not like her at all. It's not kind, it's not human. I put my book down and looked him full on to see if he was serious. He was, very much so. She's been telling me about all sorts of things, he said. She asked me if you remember the shed. I couldn't say anything to that. I was speechless. I never talked about that, for good reason. It took me years to come to terms with what happened. It was a long time ago. I was out playing behind our house in the woods, as I often did. I like to construct shady tree houses. I went a little off property and came to this shed. I'd never seen it before. It looked old though. I remember that. I heard a kid crying inside. Thinking I might have a friend to make tree houses with, I looked through the window. The kid was all chained up and there was a dog bowl on the floor. I wanted to help, but I knew I was trespassing. I looked around. That's when I saw this man, off about 20 feet into the woods. He was dressed in all black, old-fashioned clothes, like 19th century clothes. He had to have been watching me the whole time. Expressionless, I went running all the way home. I was so scared, I didn't tell my parents about it until I was supposed to go to bed, and I had to explain why I was terrified to go to sleep. They had the cops out right away. They found the shed. I heard they found the chains and the bowl, but the kid was gone. I've always blamed myself for not helping the kid right away. Do you? James asked. Yes. Okay, well, she's been telling me how to get out. I looked at him without a word because he sounded so manic. She said there's a secret exit inside JT. We have to cut him open and get to it. James, I said, unsure what else to say at that point. Oh, I know, he said with a gulp. I know it's not true. I just had to tell someone. I don't know what's going on in this place, he added. I'm scared, man. So was I. We had to get out of that octagon. Week 4. James and I started looking for ways out after that. Since we weren't sleeping at all now, we had plenty of time to do it. Every time we thought we found something, it was a dead end. It was while we were doing this that we saw Don standing alone in the corridor with his back to us. What's going on? James asked me. Something about it just seemed strange. Don, are you okay? I called. He turned around with a big smile and gave us a big wave. Bye guys, he said and walked around the corner. I looked at James to see if he was thinking the same thing as me, that something bad was about to happen, and he was already looking back at me. We took running after him. He was at the end of the next corridor already, getting in the elevator. Don, no! We shouted and ran after him, but the doors closed before we got there. He went up. The thing is, the octagon is a one-floor building. There's no elevator. Never before or after. I don't know where Don went, or if what I think I saw really happened, but I know I never saw Don ever again. I don't understand, James said. What's happening? Before we could take time to think about it, a group of people rounded the corner and were walking towards us. I think we should go, I said. Who are they? He asked. James, let's go. Why are they blurry? I don't know, but we're going. I grabbed his arm and pulled him with me. Then I ran. I ran until I got to the kitchen and hid myself between the wall and the fridge. I was sure James was right behind me. I could hear his footfall the whole way, but when I looked, he was gone. I stayed there until my body couldn't really take it anymore, probably a few hours. When I slipped out, I saw someone peering at me from around the doorway. I was so startled. I backed up against the wall. It was a little boy. Hello? I said. Then I heard screams. The boy was gone. More screams. I couldn't just leave someone in distress. Not again. I ran towards the screams, scared of what might be happening to James. I heard a scream again, but this one choked out. It was coming from JT's room. I wish then, and still wish I hadn't opened that door. James was in there. He'd sliced JT open and was feeling around his guts. The shocked, agonized expression was frozen on JT's face. What did you do? I asked. I have to get out, James said as he dug through JT's intestines. I backed out of the room. I didn't know what else to do. I just had to find somewhere to hide until Richardson could get us out of there. Once I was out of the room, I heard James saying, Mom? And then, oh no, and then he screamed. I ran back in. James was gone. The doorway to the room hadn't left my sight. There's no way he got out, but he was gone. And black smoke was coming from JT's abdomen. It smelled like burning tires. I went back to the kitchen, I found a supply of candles, melted some wax onto paper towels, and I stuffed my ears with it. Then I curled up in a corner with my eyes closed and waited for the sleep to come. I waited a long time, but eventually it came. When I woke up, Professor Richardson was shaking me. He'd already pulled the paper towels out of my ears. I thought he'd come early. I found out later I'd been asleep for several days. He asked me where the others went. I told him everything, as much as I understood. I tried to take him to JT's body, but it was gone. Not a trace of blood. He took me to a hospital after that to make sure I was okay. I'll foot the bill, he said. Also, you can forget about your student loans. Is that how it is? I asked. I put you in danger, he said. So yes, you've earned it, if you keep quiet. I told him I couldn't keep quiet because of what happened to the others. You don't think those things really happen, do you? Would all the laws of the physical universe suspend themselves just for you four? No, those were waking dreams. You weren't supposed to dream at all. I thought I'd compensated for it. The machine needs tweaking, that's science. The others are fine. They'll be laying low for a while until I publish the results. Please do the same. I wanted to believe him. I've always considered myself a rational person, I just didn't believe him. Yes, it all could have been a dream, that would be the simplest explanation, but it was no dream. I tried to find the others, I never could. I don't think they're fine at all. I tried to tell police about it, but they wanted evidence. I couldn't even show them the octagon. James, JT, Don, if you're out there and read this, let me know you're okay. And everyone else, let me tell you what I think. I think Professor Richardson was right about one thing. Sleep really is something we've evolved to protect us, except not from the creatures that roam the forest at night. It protects us from something much worse, something all around us. It's not obsolete at all. Thank whatever you believe in that you have sleep and you dream. Louisiana, in the bayou. If you want to understand why I left the place I was at, you're really going to have to hear the entire story. You won't believe it, of course, but your skepticism means nothing, because what I saw that night on the bayou has been with me ever since. In my mind, in my thoughts, and sometimes even my dreams. It exists as a disturbing memory that I cannot shake away. It'll never go away as long as I live. It'll be one of those things so terrifying that it'll still be as keen in my mind on my deathbed as it was the day it occurred. But whether or not you believe me, I'll tell you anyway. If not only to serve a warning, a plea for caution, if you ever find yourself near the swamps late at night. At the time, I was working at a shitty little fast food place. The only thing worse than working at a shitty fast food place is working at a shitty fast food place on the night shift, by yourself without a vehicle, especially when you just so happen to live in the heart of rural Louisiana. Such was my case some years ago, the night this event happened to me. During this time, I lived quite a few miles away from the restaurant I worked at, and due to my lack of a vehicle or any access to a public bus system, I was dependent on others for my transportation to and from work. One night after a busy evening of serving customers, I closed the store and locked up the restaurant. When I phoned for my ride, nobody answered. Now, I'm not here to throw a pity party, but I can't help but express anger at the fact that the person who drove me to and from work was my roommate who had a car but no fucking job, and I was basically the only person in our house who paid the rent at this time. And this loser had the carelessness to fall asleep, leaving me with no fucking option but to walk again. This wasn't the first time this had happened. The first time this had happened, it took me an hour and a half to get home, walking briskly, and to those of you who have never been in the rural regions of Louisiana, you have no clue. Here we have what is called a bayou. It's basically a swamp. Thick, murky, moist, frog-laden, mosquito swarming, gator-infested, crappy-smelling swamp with thick, tall grass, cattails, cypress trees, and heaves of pond scum. And I just so happen to live in the bayou, all the way down a long dirt road with hardly any streetlights and thick swamp on both sides of the road. There are no roadsides, and the houses down the street are separated sometimes by more than a quarter mile apart. It's not merely spooky walking down this road at night, it's fucking terrifying. You hear sounds, both real and imagined, coming from the bayou. Chirping, croaking, howling, grunting animals, the rustling of leaves and branches in the canopy of the cypress trees, and the splashing water from underneath them. That's the worst. You can hear the sound of something lurking nearby abruptly dunk underwater. It can be a turtle, a snake, or an alligator. You never know. You just keep walking with your teeth and hands clenched tight, hoping nothing crawls through the tall glass next to you on the road. Or, even worse than the subtle dunking sounds, the sudden splashes that happen when you're walking and scare a toad or frog and it jumps into the water. The sound makes you almost shit yourself as you begin a running spree that lasts about 3 seconds before you realize what it was, and then you're left with your heart pounding so hard that the sound of your blood gushing in your temples scares you just as much. These are the types of things that happen when you're in the bayou. This is what I had to look forward to that night as my asshole roommate slept, sprawled out on the sofa with the television set probably tuned into reruns of The Three Stooges and the Marx Brothers. And don't get the impression that I simply called once and gave up. You can trust that his cell phone had around 7 or so missed calls, 3 very unfriendly voicemails, and several aggressive text messages. I could imagine his phone laying in another room of the house, softly vibrating in my desperate attempts to reach him as he snored. But eventually I gave up, and having about no other friends to contact in the area as a recourse, I stopped by the nearby gas station, grabbed an energy drink, and began my ways back home. Now, you must understand, the first 30 or so minutes of my walk isn't that bad. I'm still in the most populated part of town, and there are street lights, stores, houses, and cars passing by in large numbers. That's important. If there are a lot of cars going by, you feel safer than when there are few cars going by. Because when there are only 1 or 2 cars that pass you every 3 minutes, that means there could be a psychopath in one of those cars, and they may have enough time to stop by and murder you without being caught. But if there are a lot of cars around, there may be psychopaths still passing by, but they'll most likely not kill you because then there's too many people around to witness the crime. At least that's my reasoning. I digress. No psychopaths pulled up next to me as I walked about this part of town. Next, there comes a time in my journey where I have to turn down several suburban neighborhoods and walk some streets to get where I'm going. And here's where things get a little less safe and I have to be a little bit more cautious. There's less traffic down these roads, and you never know when some punk or gang may be hanging out in some empty lot or house who might mess with you, try to pick a fight or mug you, or just take an empty bottle of malt liquor and bash your skull in, you know, as an initiation ritual or something. These are the thoughts that go through my head as I walk through the region, and they keep me on my toes until I reach the point where houses become fewer and fewer and the bayou begins. And this is where the dirt road leading to my home is. That's where I found myself this night, on foot. I looked down the narrow road. You can only see so far before it fades into misty darkness. I resented that I would have to spend the next hour walking its distance until I reached home. But anger took hold of fear when I thought about how all this could be spared if not for the neglect and carelessness of my roommate. When I got home, I was really gonna have it in for him. I truly considered at that time the possibility of physically smacking his damn face. And with this thought in mind, I launched defiantly down the road. And the further I walked, the darker it became, until no light shined but the stars and a sliver of the moon above me. Very soon, the sound of any vehicle was completely non-existent. There was just me, the road, and the bayou, and whatever creatures dwelt there. I heard the crickets chirp and the frogs croak and the occasional bird coo. To avoid fear, I focused on their chorus and let their sounds preoccupy my mind. I walked, watching my shoes press into the sandy dirt as I placed one foot in front of the other. I would count my steps until I reached 100, and then I'd begin again. I tried to lose myself in the repetition. My shoes became damper and damper, and I felt the soles of my feet become moist. I stopped counting to ponder whether I should smack my roommate with a wet sock, but my thought was interrupted when I glanced up for a moment and saw that I wasn't alone on the road. A sharp panic seized my heart and I became very nervous. Somewhat far away, I could discern the soft silhouette of a figure. It was actually so far away that I couldn't tell whether it was moving ahead or moving in my direction. I froze and I could feel the blood gushing in my temples. What were the chances of there being some malicious punk wandering the street at night looking to rob me or pick a fight? This was the reassuring thought I had as I tried to convince myself that I was safe. I tried to keep calm and not let my nerves get the best of me. I mean, whoever this was probably just as frightened as the prospects of me as I was of them, if they had already detected me, that is. I didn't know what to do. Run? There was only 2 directions. Continue walking? What were the risks? As I stood there, I saw the figure was indeed moving in my direction, and its form was becoming more defined. And this was the time I began to notice how awkward it was moving. The figure didn't walk normal. It didn't bob up and down like how a normal person looks like when they walk. What was coming towards me, it would seem from my perspective, moved in short, quick, jerking movements. And I could see from what light was present how its twitchy limbs projected from its torso and how it was getting closer, and how its head struck out from a neck that was longer than any human neck should be, and how at this time I could now faintly hear the noises that it seemed to make, the sound of suckling, and it was now moving quicker, and how its face lifted, and I could see its eyes glare like glowing yellow beads, and how these wide beady eyes locked onto mine staring at me, and how it stopped, and how we were both there, motionless, yards away, looking at each other, and how it then let out the most ungodly, inhuman screech I've ever heard. Like a pig being gutted, it squealed violently, and the sound resounded through the bayou, and the chirping and croaking of crickets and frogs stopped. Everything stopped, and the rumbling and humming was all that could be heard afterwards. The rumbling and humming of a motor ahead, a vehicle speeding towards us, tires racing loudly. The thing in front of me hunched over and turned to see the headlights beaming our way. It hissed, getting down on all fours, only pausing for a moment to turn back towards me, gawking at me with its wide eyes before crawling hastily into the swamp. The vehicle that scared the thing away was my roommate's car. He never saw it, whatever it was, and I never wanted to see it again. I moved as soon as I could and haven't been there ever since. Wisconsin. There's something seriously messed up with my new TV. There's no interesting backstory here. I didn't buy this from some creepy garage sale. I didn't get it as a gift from some estranged relative that doubled as a cultist or anything. The TV was bought at the mall for fuck's sake. It was sitting on a shelf, ordinary as anything. It's a cheap one too. Nothing about the way it looks would suggest that this thing would be as screwed up as it is. My new television plays shows and programs that shouldn't exist. At least it plays things I've never seen on regular television before. No sane person would ever air some of the shit I've seen this thing put on for me. When I brought it home this afternoon, I spent some time screwing around with it, as one does when they buy new electronics, hooking up the cable cord, making sure my Fire Stick was working alright, etc, etc. But there was one thing that caught my eye. You know how every television has a source menu that brings up a series of options? Aux, USB, HDMI 1, HDMI 2, all that stuff? This new TV of mine has all that, but there's one extra source that I have never seen or heard of before. It's not mentioned in the manual at all, and I cannot find anything online that can tell me what it is. There's no given name for this source, as the menu on the TV simply refers to it as I, all capitals. When I first selected the I source, it took me to something that seemed like cable television, but there was nothing of the sort. There were channels, yes, I'm not talking TNT or AMC or any of that. I don't think anything broadcasted on the I channels would be allowed on cable TV. Allow me to explain. Channel 32. As soon as I hit I was brought to Channel 32, which was airing some kind of family sitcom. I let it play as I started Googling an explanation for the extra source, trying to figure out if this was perhaps a manufacturer error or something similar. I was mostly focused on reading, so I wasn't exactly paying attention to the show that I had left on, but a line was suddenly read that made me snap my attention back to the TV. Just where the fuck have you been? On the sitcom that was airing, a father was scolding a teenage boy who had snuck into the kitchen in the middle of the night. The kid was dressed up but looked a mess, likely having been out partying. As soon as the father swore at her, the studio audience for the show laughed. The kid began. The father cut him off. As soon as the father swore at him, the studio audience for the show laughed. The kid began. The father cut him off. I've been waiting here for you all fucking night. Where the fuck have you been? The studio audience laughed again. What the fuck, I thought? I put down my phone. What kind of show is this? I was at a party, the son admitted. The father, a large bearded man, took a dangerous step closer to him. His eyes were wide and manic. The son took an instinctive step back. The reaction seemed far too genuine for a sitcom. A party, the father repeated. You were at a party. Yes, Dad, The large man's hand slapped his son across the face, making a meaty thud sound. The kid gave out a yelp in pain and shock and fell onto the floor of the kitchen. The father stood above him, practically frothing at the mouth with anger. And for a third time, the studio audience laughed. I'm sorry, the kid wailed from the floor. Please stop, I'm sorry. But the father was now kicking him relentlessly. His back was to the camera. The scene faded to another one with a lighthearted jingle. Reminiscent of so many other sitcoms like Full House or Family Matters, we were now in a living room. The kid from the previous scene was sitting on a couch, bloodied and bruised. A young girl, perhaps the character's sister, was sitting next to him. You know you can't just sneak off like that, the younger girl was saying to the beaten boy. Daddy gets mad when you do that. It hurts so bad, the beaten son said, starting to choke up. Tears trickled down his cheeks from his bruised eyes. The studio audience laughed and clapped. What the fuck was I watching? It was shot and timed like it was supposed to be some sort of comedic family show, but everything that was happening was just horrible. At the time, I wondered how such a thing could possibly be given airtime. Although I was disturbed, I was also extremely curious. I sat down on my couch and watched the episode of this horrific show right to its end. There was maybe 5 minutes left in the episode, and all it consisted of was the two siblings crying and admitting that they wished they could escape their father. With every sob and admission of sadness from the two characters, the studio audience kept laughing and clapping, like as if these poor kids' misery was the most hilarious thing they'd ever seen. When the credits rolled, the show's theme song played. It was upbeat and merry, as if its premise was about a goofy family getting into funny situations rather than a miserable one abusing itself. I sat there for a moment or two trying to process what I had just watched. The entire thing made me feel unclean. When another episode started to air, I changed the channel to Channel 61. What looked like a home shopping network. There was an older woman with white hair smiling brilliantly at the camera. Graphics displayed phone numbers and prices framed her, making a perfect little portrait of capitalism on my screen. My wife watched networks just like this one all the time, usually to admire the jewelry we can't afford, but this was something different entirely, and much like the sitcom, it was different in all the worst ways possible. On some networks like these, they'll sell clothes or accessories and have mannequins set up to help display the products. This channel did the same, but instead of wearing a dress or a necklace, this mannequin was wearing a leather leash strapped incredibly tight. The old spokeswoman held the end of the leash in her hand. As you can see here, she was saying,
The grip is significantly strong around the neck, ensuring your property's immediate obedience. Nothing's quite as persuasive as a crushed throat.
She gave a little giggle at that.
I see we have a buyer named Emily from Wisconsin, she carried on. Very quick to your phone, ma'am. We hope you enjoy your new lethal leash.
The woman's voice spoke out on speakerphone.
Thank you, Amy. I absolutely love it and cannot wait to try it out. Glad to hear, sweetheart. Let's move on to our special deal for this evening.
The spokeswoman, Amy, walked to the right and the camera panned to follow her to the next product. Standing in the room, chained to the floor and gagged with a metal block strapped to her face was a young woman. She couldn't have been a day over 20. Her eyes were wide capital O's of terror, and although she tried to scream, the gag reduced her noises to low muffled groans. She looked like she was a pretty girl, but her face had been so badly brutalized that it was almost impossible to tell.
For our next offer, we're giving you a once-in-a-lifetime deal. Not only will you be receiving this lovely product,
Amy stroked the chain girl's hair,
but you'll also get your own set of lethal leashes for free. The variety pack includes leashes in a variety of colors and designs, so you'll have the perfect one to match your product. Call in now and take advantage of this incredible deal.
What should have been a phone number came up on the screen, but instead of numbers, it was just a bunch of symbols that I've never seen before. The shot faded to briefly show off the quote variety pack of brightly colored yet painful looking leather straps before fading to the young woman's terrified face.
Amy suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, that was fast." The caller is Ted from Brooklyn. Congratulations, Ted. We hope you enjoy using your new product.
A low raspy voice said on the speakerphone, "She looks just like my ex-girlfriend. So, do I intend to enjoy using her?" Two men in black uniforms and masks came to the screen. They unchained the woman from the floor and carried her away. Despite the gag, she was screaming so loudly it was audible now. She tried, to no avail, to kick her captors. Now completely disturbed, I raised the remote and turned the channel. As I did so, I realized my hand was trembling. Channel 104. An infomercial for a fitness program came up this time. I tuned in right as they were showing off before and after pictures of a woman who purchased a workout package called Pure Motive. The woman had been very large and had lost something like 80 pounds in just a couple of months. The woman in the picture spoke to an interviewer. "It's the only method I've tried that actually works. If you're trying to lose weight fast, this is for you." The shot changed to the same woman running on a treadmill. Her face beat red. Behind her, a thuggish looking man stood with a large shotgun pointed directly at her back. A cigarette dangled loosely out of the corner of his mouth. He was staring intently at the woman, as if ready to pull the trigger at any moment. It then cut to another before and after pair of pictures, this time of an obese man. There was a brief bit of footage where he was doing squats with a couple of dumbbells. Another creepy looking thug was standing right behind him, holding a revolver close to the poor guy's head. "It's the only thing that works," the satisfied customer said happily. His voice sounded weak. A montage of horrible shots came next. A woman running on a track with a man holding snarling dogs close behind her, a group of people doing jumping jacks while thugs with assault rifles walked around them watching closely, and finally an incredibly large person trying to do push-ups. He was crying hysterically. A voiceover said condescendingly, "There is no room for laziness when it comes to Pure Motive." The large man was no match against gravity and fell flat upon his face. As soon as he did, he screamed, "No, no, please!" 4 men came into frame and started to kick the shit out of him. They went on for what felt like forever, until the guy was spewing blood and teeth out of his mouth. One of the 4 thugs went off frame and then came back with a sharp looking machete. "No!" the large man managed to cry out. "No, don't!" The thug raised the machete up with both hands like a medieval executioner, then brought it down to the large man's head. I changed the channel as soon as the blade hit its mark. Channel 11. This channel aired a commercial promoting a new burger from some restaurant chain I had never heard of. It soon became apparent that the burger was made from people, most specifically their limbs. For a dessert, the restaurant was serving large bowls of human earwax. 2 actors looked hungrily at their bowls and then started to dig in. I retched and changed the channel. Channels 9, 88, and 202. Despite being so horribly disturbed by all of this, I kept flicking through channels. Some morbid curiosity had rose up inside me. Part of me believed that there was no possible way I was actually seeing the things that the TV aired, that I had somehow gone mad, but most of me felt that it was all true, and if this was the case, then I was in the midst of something impossible, and I had to see whatever came next. As repulsed by it as I may be, Channel 9 was airing some rock concert. The singer went to the mic and screamed, "Are you ready?" and then pulled out a small switchblade from his pocket. With a click, the blade sprung out of its handle, and the singer brought it right into his face, over and over again. A shot of the crowd showed they were all doing the same, some with knives of their own, others with shards of glass. They all seemed to be enjoying it. Channel 88 had a game show that launched terrified people at a brick wall using catapults. I got the gist quickly and again changed the channel. I flipped past channel 202 as quickly as I could because it freaked me out quite badly. It was footage of a bare-walled room with a young woman sitting in the middle of it. She was staring at the camera, at me I thought immediately, with eyes that were small but had humongous sockets. It looked like some sort of horrific insect-human hybrid that was staring through me. Channel 76. This channel had a wildlife show, but it was displaying all sorts of horrific animals that do not exist on this planet. Tall canine-looking creatures with stilt-like legs preyed upon a car-sized slug. The slug had 2 hands, each with about 10 digits that slapped uselessly at its assailants. There was a narrator for the show, but just as he started, "As you can see, there is no hope for this useless goddamn creature," he suddenly was interrupted by a chorus of death rattles. The sound unnerved me greatly. I changed the channel. Channel 132, another infomercial. This one was for a product that was literally just chocolate-coated human feces. When I watched one actress gleefully take a bite and happily sigh as if she were savoring the flavor, I had to quickly change the channel and then rush to the bathroom to vomit. Channel 303. As I crouched above my toilet, hurling and heaving, a sound suddenly came from the TV. "Hey!" I looked up from the toilet bowl. "Hey!" it continued. The voice was eerily familiar. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" Trembling badly, I mustered up the courage to leave the bathroom and see what was happening on the TV next. The infomercial was gone. The channel had changed to 345. Despite the fact that I hadn't even touched the remote, this particular program featured only one star performer, me. Or at least some horrible copy of me. I was in the same room as the monstrous woman from channel 202. She was gone, and I was sitting where she had been. This copy was looking at the screen, same as the woman before had done, and was crying. In its lap there was a long black cord with multicolored wires sticking out of the end. "Help me," the thing was saying. "Please help me." It brought the cord up to its face, holding it in both hands. "Help me, please," it said again. It opened its mouth, and in went the cord. The sharp wires cut around the copy's lips, and the expression on the thing's face made it more than apparent that they were cutting inside his mouth as well. Blood poured down its chin. From behind its back, the copy pulled out 2 other large cords. Both of these were quickly shoved into its eyes. The copy raised its head to the ceiling of the room and screamed, the cords dangling from its face. Although the camera had remained locked on the copy for the entirety of this, it was now starting to pan to the right, the direction from which the cords were coming. The shot moved from my deformed other self and walked towards a white door, the bottom of which the cords were feeding through. Light shone on the other side of the door, and the entire TV screen seemed as bright as the sun as that door opened on its own. The channel changed on its own once more. Channel I. What I was suddenly looking at was a wondrous display of swirling colors on the screen. Reds, blues, greens, all fading in and out of one another. Another impossibly beautiful sight to behold. When I briefly took my eyes away from it, all other colors around me seemed to be muted, dull. I fixed my eyes back to the screen and felt a rush of pleasure. The 3 hues were soon joined by more: purples, yellows, oranges. I couldn't look away. Everything went numb. My body felt like it was melting and becoming one of those swirling clouds of color. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, I thought, and the most beautiful thing I ever will see. Another thought came, an alien one. Was it worth watching everything else? Was it worth it just to see this? Although my eyes were still glued to the screen, I felt myself frown. Had that been something I thought, or something that had come from the TV itself? It was likely a little of both. The alien voice kept on. Was it worth watching everything else just to see this? Yes, I immediately said. Yes, absolutely. Reds, purples, greens, oranges. Would you keep watching? Would you keep watching to see this again? Colors. Oh God, so many colors. Was this the source? Was this channel, these swirling colors, the source of everything I had just watched? It most certainly felt like it. Would you keep watching? Would you keep watching? The source asked again. Would you explore all those channels just to get back here? I didn't answer. My attention was still almost completely focused on the waving colors. Here, look, see, said the source. One by one, the colors started fading away. I was now back looking at the room from channels 202 and 303. I was still sitting there, cords dangling out my face like grotesque growths, but I wasn't alone. The tiny woman was there, as were dozens of men, women, and children that had been similarly disfigured. Join the others who kept watching. Watch with us, the source said. Watch with us. Watch with us, the people on the screen talked in unison, as if they were part of a sermon. Watch with us. Watch with us. Whatever ecstasy I had felt from looking at the colors quickly sobered up and was replaced with fear. I hurried over to the television and pulled the cord out of the socket behind it. Shaking, I sat down on my couch. When I glanced at the clock in my living room, I was shocked to find out 5 hours had passed since I first put the TV on. Had I really been staring at those colors for so long?
I've been sitting here for another hour just looking at the blank TV and thinking. I plugged it back in, but have not yet turned it on. I keep fiddling with the remote. Would you keep watching? The programs this thing presented to me had been the most horrific things I'd ever seen on a screen. However, those colors had been the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen on a screen. Would you keep watching? I mean, the remote's in my hand. The colors are just a couple awful channels away. Watch with us. I might honestly. I just might.
Illinois. Case Report 7591. Details of this story have been changed or censored by the State Court of Illinois and by those persons involved in this case whose safety or reputations could be damaged by such information being released to the public. In 1959, a small town in Illinois suffered from an economic blow after a Chevrolet automobile factory was shut down. During their period of decline, many of the citizens tried to bring forward their personal ideas for reviving the economy. A man named Travis Leroy, who owned a large plot of farming land near the edge of the town, decided to use the opportunity to pursue what he claimed to be a long-forgotten childhood dream of his and open the amusement park in hopes of bringing in tourism and nearby cities. Travis wasn't very well known by the rest of the town and had always been fairly quiet, but he had never said an unkind word to anyone and didn't have a single enemy to speak of. A few of the other men in town were hired to help plow the land down and assemble the buildings and decorations for the mechanical rides and carnival stands. Most of the rides were generically shipped in and set up on the spot without much effort. But there was one custom attraction in particular that was assigned with the most care and preparation by the founder of the project. It was an original idea of Leroy's that he insisted including in the park, as it was one of the few things he had specifically envisioned as part of its final opening. It was a slow indoor track car ride that would be lit and decorated to appear like an enchanted forest, complete with different animatronics of animals and lifelike statues of pixies, fairies, and other magical woodland creatures. Leroy personally had the statues and moving figures brought in by a larger outside company, and the rest was easily constructed with the nearby shrubbery and donations from the town's taxidermist. Before Travis officially opened the park to the public, he insisted on doing a final walk around on his own as he marveled the creation and assured himself that everything was perfect for its first day of general admission. Once it was approved to his standards, the local children were abuzz with the anticipation to see it, and the attraction was an immediate sensation in the region. The park was successful for many months and was immediately bringing in more revenue and income to the surrounding community, as well as to all the townspeople who were employed in many of the stands and vending booths. As a whole, the place was well loved by all and commonly visited, but as time went on, it was clear that the Enchanted Forest wasn't entertaining as many guests as some of the other rides or games. However, when it was suggested to Leroy by any of his employees or associates to shut down the ride, he would immediately cast off the idea and become seemingly offended. Because it wasn't using up very much of the profits or maintenance or repairs, the majority of those who asked never argued otherwise, and the subject was eventually dropped completely. After a few years of the theme park thriving and growing, one of the local 4-year-old boys was reported missing after disappearing in the ravine by his backyard out of the outskirts of the town. Traces of evidence were found in the brush near the side of the creek, a shoe and some locks of hair, but there was no sign of blood or violence. The case was eventually concluded as an animal attack and closed by the parents and the Department of the State. After its close, some citizens were suspicious of the lack of evidence or remains found of the toddler by search parties or authorities. The suspicions never came to much fruition, as coyotes and wolves stalking unwatched pets and children wasn't uncommon in the area. Then, 5 months later, another child went missing in an outside county. It was nearly an hour's drive to the park in its town, and thus was barely noted by many around. At least not until the town sheriff and pastor brought to attention that the circumstances of the missing child, as well as the lack of evidence and general surroundings, were very similar to each other. Upon the pastor's further investigation, it was also discovered that the two children were very similar in appearance. They both had dusty blonde hair near the same length, and were both round-faced boys with similar heights and complexion. Police launched into further investigation and were unable to find any other connections over 2 weeks of questioning and researching each victim's family. About a month into the reopening of the cases, the mothers of the boys noted that they had both taken their children to the local theme park within 3 weeks of their disappearance and notified the detectives. The entire staff was interrogated over the matter, and the lot was inspected, but most of the employees were unaware of the disappearances even occurring, and there was no suspicious findings in the park. Travis Leroy was put under the most thorough questioning, being the owner of the property and main executive manager of the establishment, but he answered the majority of the questions with ease. He had seen neither of the boys in the park the days they visited, and spent most of his time during park hours in his office or in the maintenance backlots. The case was again closed without further evidence until there was another disappearance a few miles down the ravine from the first child's tracings were found. This child was a girl of 3, but again matched the appearance of the boys, having short blonde hair and round rosy cheeks. After the parents of the girl were brought in for search and investigation, it was soon discovered that they had also just visited the theme park only a few days before. The park was then officially shut down by authorities until further notice for an intricate search and investigation, much to the outcry and complaint of the town receiving its valuable income. The rides were dismantled and the offices were cleared, but no undeclared components or secret areas were found anywhere. Even after a search of Travis Leroy's living quarters and the homes of other managing staff members, nothing was found to be connected to the missing children. The only area noted by detectives that had yet to be investigated was the building of the forest ride due to the lack of installed lighting and commonly used exits. Because the only usable lights in the ride were the colored atmospheric yard lamps set through the trees and across the ceiling, the police did the majority of their search using flashlights and lanterns. Nothing was found out of place on the track or in the cars themselves, and most of the officers seemed to be somewhat impatient to leave the area. However, the head detective became especially curious of the few display cases set up throughout the ride of the fairies and sprites. He requested that Leroy allow him into the cases, which Leroy denied by saying they were completely sealed off in the glass and had been since the opening of the park. The detective was still unsatisfied, but let the owner and his employees off without a problem. Later that night, according to the head detective himself, the detective used his warrant of the premises to search the ride again on his own and attempt to find a way into the cases. He wasn't able to manage a way in, but what he did discover was that the ceiling bordering the corners of the glass peeling was still fresh, suggesting it had recently been opened and resealed. This piqued the detective's concern enough to request another search of the building with assistance from the other officers on the case. Leroy was insistent that opening the cases would permanently damage the integrity of the display and the ride's condition, but after several different debates of policy and warranting, the police were finally able to surpass Leroy's complaints and permit it inside under state policy. On March 18, 1963, a party of 7 different police officers and investigators entered the Enchanted Forest in search of further evidence of the missing children. After only 2 hours of inspection and investigation that day, the park was immediately dismantled and the town nearby went down in local infamy, despite most citizens not knowing the details of their discoveries. What was found in that ride was said to be so disturbing that the photographs taken for evidence were strictly kept from the public, and many of the officers in the party refused to recall the experience. The group of authorities walked into the building and followed the car track around its winding bends and turns through the different displays before stopping at the first glass case about halfway through the ride. Armed with crowbars and paint scraps, the police were able to separate the first 2 panels and split the rubber-like seal in a little bit under an hour. Immediately, the scent of stale air and embalming chemicals were evident from the box, which wasn't unexpected due to the amount of taxidermy animals. But there was a different smell beneath all of it. It was described as a bitter scent with a hint of sweetness, similar to that of spoiled meat and rancid flowers, as one described. As the men delved further into the case, they seemed to agree that the smell was coming from the statues and figurines. The head detective approached the one in the middle, a small dark-haired sprite in a homely outfit of overalls and a hat who was staring curiously up at the ceiling and holding a preserved bird perched on his fingers. He peered closer at the figure's expression and stared into its lifeless glass eyes before quickly being overpowered by the previously noticed smell. Covering his face with the sleeve, he continued meticulously inspecting the sprite to find what the source of the odor could be. While searching it, he noticed that there was almost a faint hint of freckles on its cheeks under what looked like a thick layer of lacquer or resin. What happened next sent the whole group into a fit of disgust, and one man had to rush from the building to vomit outside. The detective raised his hand to scrape a layer away of the enamel from the sprite's face and sample it later for testing. But instead, it peeled back a flake of enamel, a large chunk of the figure's cheek fell away under his fingernail, and dropped to his feet. Beneath the layer of flesh tone covering was what seemed to be once living, raw flesh and muscle, long concealed and dried from years of preservation and stagnant presence in the glass box. The detective quickly swabbed the flesh for sampling before excusing himself outside, as the smell and the atmosphere of the area was becoming too overwhelming for him and the others to handle. More authorities were sent in, and after the rest of the displays were opened, all proving to hold the same grotesque odor and stale air of unease. All figures and statues were inspected, and almost all proved to show the same conclusion. After the entire ride was emptied and investigated, a total of 17 children's remains were recorded to be held in the ride's displays, 3 of which were the bodies of the missing boys and girl from the previous months. A few were unidentified, and the rest were found to be long-lost children from nearby townspeople or others from a near area. The youngest child found, an infant with no older than 12 to 16 months, was found to be the son of none other than Travis Leroy himself, who was said to have died at birth along with his departed wife. Leroy was immediately arrested and charged with the first-degree murder of all 17 children, and the park was permanently closed. Most of the other rides were dismantled and returned to their original owning companies, but the majority of the citizens refused to approach the building of the Enchanted Forest. The townsfolk held a strict belief that the land was drenched in evil, and ill fortune would come upon any who entered it. An outside construction team, unaware of the law's past, was hired to dismantle the building a few years later. They refused to complete the task after being unable to remove the sickening smell and reporting the sounds of children's distant laughter. The town left it abandoned after that, but kept very careful watch on it to keep any outside tourists or journalists from breaking in. To this day, the building still stands with the other scraps remaining of the park on the plot of farmland near the edge of the town. There have been no reported entries of the buildings or visits of the property since. Michigan, the Goblin of Northern Michigan. My grandmother Zelda owns a beautifully modest country home in the woods of northern Michigan. It's considerably secluded, with the nearest neighbor being around a mile away. In place of a neighborhood is an inspiring view from the back enclosed balcony, which looks out over a gentle grassy slope lying before an oblong lake. All of it is surrounded, almost choked, by a mixture of beautiful trees. Out front, her long paved driveway extends to meet the seldom traveled country road. All in all, it's quiet and charming, fitting for the old lady, whose only companion is her black tabby cat Beethoven, and during recent summers myself, who I'll call Jill. I began to visit my grandmother Zelda when I was 13, having begun to take violin lessons from her, my parents having decided that it would be much cheaper than hiring a professional tutor. That aside, I have to say that her home overwhelmed me upon my first visit. Never in my life had I seen such natural beauty, as previously I'd only lived in urban Grand Rapids and later and currently Traverse City. I was in love with the place and spent much of my time when not practicing my violin on the back deck or the quaint beach. The first 2 summers flew by, and at the end of both, I was sad to go when my parents came to pick me up. I've said that my grandmother's place is beautiful and pure, but there's something more. Part of what overwhelmed me when I first visited the place was an innate sense of strangeness that I couldn't precisely pinpoint. It was in the house. That was and still is perfectly normal in every respect. My first thought was that the woods were what unsettled me, or the isolation or the quiet. It was also new to me, so I chalked it up to a simple form of dendrophobia. But that subtle unease persisted all through the first summer and was at its strongest at nightfall. In particular, I can freshly remember lying awake at night in my bed and staring towards a screen window, half anticipating something to appear in it and gaze at me. Nothing ever did, of course, but the abstract worry was still there. When I left at the end of August, the unease died down over the school year, but on my return in the following June, it came back just as strongly and lasted all through that summer too. I recall spotting something small scurrying by the lake shore at dawn sometime in mid-July, but the early light and my sleepiness made me reconsider my sighting after the thing apparently vanished into the water. That was the sole strange incident of that second summer. This story isn't about those first 2 summers. This story is about the third and most recent summer, and the one which has convinced me to never return to those woods in northeastern Michigan, or in the very least, not the area surrounding my grandmother Zelda's home. Even at the cost of my free violin lessons, I'm determined to not go back again. That June began as usual. My parents dropped me off at my grandmother's house. We all sat inside and drank tea and caught up on each other's most recent business, and then they left. I spent some time after my parents left questioning whether my grandmother ever felt uncomfortable alone in those woods. It was the first time that I'd ever thought to ask, since in previous years, I'd been more of an unquestioning kid. To my discontent, she answered that she hadn't. In fact, ever felt even slightly at unease. She didn't waver in the slightest when giving her answer. Up until the 3rd week, everything was normal. Admittedly, I spent less time playing my violin in favor of wandering the tree line, but never staying far from the house. But that didn't bother my grandmother, who remarked that she was happy to see me outside and enjoying the natural surroundings rather than staying coped up and practicing and writing. I did enjoy being outdoors there, I learned. And some of that old unease finally started to melt away the more that I familiarized with the land. And then Beethoven disappeared. He snuck out sometime during the night through the screen window in my room. Neither my grandmother or myself knew until the morning, when I discovered the gaping hole crawled into it. I showed it to my grandma after I heard her calling for Beethoven in another room, and then we both came to the unexpected conclusion that he had escaped. It was completely unlike him, she commented. Beethoven had been an indoor cat ever since he was a kitten, and after being neutered, he was rendered even more deeply passive to the outdoors. We called off the violin lessons for that day and instead spent time searching for Beethoven, first around the lake shore and then a little way into the woods. We accepted defeat when the sun started to set close to 10 o'clock at night. My grandmother retreated first, calmly announcing that she would prepare tea for me once I returned. I stayed outside for a while longer, sad at the loss, and pitifully willing to keep looking. At the time, I thought that the dim lighting was interfering with my sight, but I saw an unnatural white furry foam scramble from behind one tree to another. It caught me off guard and spiked my curiosity, while at the same time reviving my apprehension about the place. And in an instinctive response, I ventured to the tree where the scruffy form settled, and discovered, to my immense surprise, Beethoven. The squeaky cry that he let out surprised me but relieved me at the same time. Although something was markedly different about his sleek black coat, perhaps a touch of white I hadn't noticed before, it wasn't readily placeable, but I cast that aside in my relief. I returned to my grandmother's house with the good news, delighting her greatly. The remainder of the night passed without incident. I drank a cup of tea, ate a light dinner, and then went to bed, making certain to shut my window so that mosquitoes wouldn't enter through the hole in the screen. That night, as I lay falling asleep, I noticed a twinge of discomfort rising again, but it felt somehow closer.
Beethoven vanished again the next week. Another night of searching, and he turned up sitting at the front porch, with blood on his face, and a few torn feathers in his mouth. I reeled in disgust, as did my grandmother, who hastily took to wiping the foul remnants from his mouth. Things continued this way for the rest of July. Beethoven would disappear into thin air every now and then, always returning at nightfall with some grisly trophy, be it blood, a feather or two, or the paw of a squirrel or chipmunk. Once he returned with an eerie tuft of black fur, the origin of which we couldn't place. I guess he just had a change of heart, my grandmother Zelda said uncertainly. Only once did I catch Beethoven in the act of sneaking out, and only once did I follow. It's important for me to note that this was, as far as I know, the only instance where Beethoven escaped in the night, and also the only one where he escaped while in my plain sight on the balcony. My grandma was already asleep, and I had just finished my violin solo when Beethoven crept stealthily through the open door and strolled past me before effortlessly descending the steps to the ground and seemingly being absorbed into the woods in my sight. I decided to follow, leaving the violin behind and grabbing a flashlight. The trek through the woods was horrible in slippers, but I managed anyway. Every now and then, I thought I caught a glimpse of Beethoven somewhere ahead, and sometimes, never while observing Beethoven, I saw a tiny white blur in the corner of my eye, only to see nothing when I focused on it acutely. Eventually, I started to notice tints of dark redness on the leaves of ground-covering plants, and a feather or tiny bone here and there. My breathing paced alongside my heartbeat as the unease flowered. I haven't seen anything as horrible as what I found in a small artificial clearing that night. Just when I thought I'd finally caught up with Beethoven, I stumbled upon something infinitely worse. It was an area where whatever miscellaneous leaves and plants that had covered the ground had been swept away, and the soil had been deliberately flattened. Also present were miniature structures of sticks and pebbles comparable to little shrines. Under a nearby tree root, I spied what appeared to be the entrance of a den, but what adorned this clearing is what horrified me and still does. In short, a menagerie of animal remains, from rodents to birds to even fish. Small bones and skulls were scattered about in various stages of decay, with feathers and fur intermittently placed. Among the vile mess, I saw an incomplete black form, the rotting corpse of Beethoven. Chills ran through my body. There was no logic or reason. Then, when all else ceased to make sense, there came the sound of rustling behind me. I swung around to see, shining my flashlight beam on Beethoven, whose back was arched in a show of contempt. I screamed, and as I did, his body transformed before my eyes. The noise was awful as his body twisted into something unrecognizable, but somehow familiar, popping and gurgling, but it all made sense to me as I watched that single white spot in his fur overtake his whole shrinking body until he was a pure white ball of fuzz. That wasn't all though. It had tiny limbs with smaller, jagged nails and an unmistakably human face, however scaled down and distorted. It was a goblin. I dropped my flashlight then, and I think it's a good thing that I did that, because I feel that the goblin wasn't able to see in the dark, and carrying that flashlight would have given my location away as I sprinted through the woods, losing both slippers along the frantic way. As I ran, I heard the disturbing grunts of the thing coming and going, near and then far, but it never found me. I didn't say a word to my grandmother when I returned. I didn't even wake her. The only thing I did was close the balcony door tightly, shut and lock every window I could access, and laid down and shivered under the blankets of my bed while a painfully regular tapping commenced at my window and out of my sight. That next morning, I informed my grandmother that I wished to leave. I couldn't give her a forward reason when she asked why, and to this day, I still feel awful for making her feel so hurt. But I was left with no other choice because that morning, she let Beethoven back inside. He stared at me that day as I made that phone call to my parents. I don't dare tell my poor grandmother Zelda what happened in those woods. I only pray that nothing comes to harm her, while regretfully understanding that if anything bad comes of the situation, it's more or less my fault. Those mysterious northern Michigan woods, I don't know what to make of them anymore. Indiana, the mystery in Darby. The cool autumn air filled the lungs of Detective Josh Gaines as he exited his patrol car and walked to the front of the entrance of the Buckingham Funeral Home. Gaines was a 17-year veteran of the Helmer County Police Department and a lifelong resident of the small Indiana town of Darby. He had been in the funeral home several times in the past, but dreaded entering it on his particular occasion. He rang the doorbell and waited for a member of the funeral home staff to let him in. "Detective, I'm glad it's you. I want to keep this issue as quiet as possible, and I know that you can be trusted to handle the situation with discretion." The man greeting Gaines was Jeremy Buckingham, the owner of the funeral home. The stout man was the third generation of the Buckingham family to operate the business and was one of the town elders in Darby. Gaines knew Buckingham from their time together at Derby High and had always liked the man. "Hello, Jeremy.
I came as soon as I heard that you had another break-in. The chief felt that it made sense for me to handle this case since I was involved with the earlier event. The event that Gaines was referring to was a break-in at a funeral home just 2 weeks earlier. Gaines had investigated the crime, but he had come up empty on a suspect or motive for the entry. Now he faced the same issue again. I'm glad that you were selected. Let's go down to the prep room. That's where the break-in occurred. Buckingham led Gaines down a set of stairs of the basement of the house. The prep room was Buckingham's area for receiving and ultimately embalming bodies prior to family viewings at the home. Buckingham was a licensed funeral director in the state of Indiana and typically prepared about 125 bodies a year for funerals. He did most of the work himself, but on occasion, he would contract out work to Terry Kinney, another funeral director in Helmer County. The stairs in the Buckingham home were old and creaked as the heavy man made his way into the basement. He turned on the lights at the bottom of the steps and pointed toward a table in the left corner of the room. Gaines walked over and immediately recognized the body of Ted Cushman, a 92-year-old resident of Darby who had died of heart failure just a few days earlier. Cushman's body was blanched, void of its normal color. You had already prepped Cushman's body? Asked Gaines as he noticed the broken window to the right of the body. No, Josh, the body was fresh. It had just been received from the county morgue earlier in the day. The body condition you see is what I found this morning. Someone has literally drained the body of its fluids before I even had the chance to do any funeral preparations for the Cushman family. It's just like before. Gaines reluctantly reached out and felt the body. It was unusually stiff and hard. The skin was tight against the bone and lacked the softness typically present in live bodies or even in embalmed corpses. Buckingham continued, I tried to prep the corpse this morning, but nothing would drain. Just like the condition of John Schneider's body after the break-in 2 weeks ago. I'm telling you, Josh, someone broke in last night and purposely drained this body. What sick person would do a thing like that? Gaines examined the floor and sink area near the Cushman body. The sink was clean, and the floor was free of any stains that might be present if human fluid had been spilled. He then examined the corpse and found 2 small puncture marks at the right external carotid artery. 2 marks side by side. Is this where you tried to drain the body? Buckingham looked at the marks and shook his head. No. Morticians always cut and drain from arteries either at the groin or one of the armpits. We never put cuts at the neck since those marks could be visible to the family. Gaines continued his questioning. Jeremy, have you used the sink or touched the floor in any manner after you noticed the break-in? Buckingham shook his head again. No, Josh, both are the way I found them this morning. Gaines walked over to the broken window. It was the same window which had been broken 2 weeks earlier. Underneath the window, Gaines found evidence of a small faint shoe print, probably from a sneaker. It was present on the interior wall next to the floor. Perhaps the print was left behind by the intruder. Is this print new? Buckingham examined the print, being careful not to touch the mark. It has to be. There have been no prints on the walls down here in the past, and I don't wear athletic shoes. Is it something you can use? I think so, replied Gaines as he opened his cell phone. A call to the county police connected him with a forensics team who promised to send some technicians out to assist with gathering the evidence. After completing the call, Gaines examined the window and the adjacent area. Most of the glass was broken inward and now laid upon the basement floor. Someone on the outside had clearly broken the window. As he closely examined the remaining glass on the frame, a second piece of evidence came into view. A small blood stain was present on the lower right-hand corner of the window frame. I'll ask the forensics team to sample the blood stain over here on the window. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll be able to test for DNA. Buckingham nodded and gave out a sigh. I hope you're able to find the guy that keeps doing this. Gaines nodded in reply. I hope so too. It was nearly noon when the Helmer County Forensics unit arrived at the funeral home. Gaines explained the situation to the technicians and helped them get started. Once they were set up, he left and walked into the backyard to look for further evidence. The grass was still wet from consecutive days of rain, making the ground softer than normal. Gaines could see the footprints near the window, a clear indication that someone had recently been in that area. The footprints led to the side yard, which bordered a small street that merged with the main street of Darby. Based on the prints, it appeared that the intruder had left by way of the side yard and then headed east towards Ridge Road, the main street that passed through the town. Gaines rubbed his eyes as he looked down Ridge Road, wondering where the intruder could have gone. The possibilities were endless. He needed a clue, something to work with, if he was going to make any progress on finding the individual. Then, by pure happenstance, he saw it. A video surveillance camera on the outside of the Sherway grocery store. Could he be lucky once again? Could the camera have captured an image of the intruder? Gaines yawned as he watched the surveillance tapes from the Sherway grocery store. Brett Wheelman, the owner of the store, had been cooperative in providing Gaines the recent tapes from his security camera. By luck, Gaines had caught Wheelman before he had reused the tapes from the week of the break-in. But Gaines now had the uninviable task of watching hour after hour of boring videotape. People walking by the store and long stretches of time where nothing was happening. As one of the tapes reached the late evening hours of Thursday night, the evening of the break-in, Gaines noticed some movement across the street from the closed store. The image appeared to be of an adolescent youth around middle school age, wearing a Los Angeles Lakers jersey. The blue and gold coloring on the jersey stood out on the dim street lighting.
The youth had darted onto Ridge Road from a side street directly opposite the grocery store. The time on the tape was 2:45 a.m., an unusually late time for someone this age to be out. "Find anything?" asked Brett Willman as he entered the small office area inside the Sherway grocery store. "I know this must be very taxing." "I think I found something," replied Gaines as he paused the tape, "but I don't know what it means." "There appears to be a youth out very late Thursday night who ran down the street in front of your store. I can't make out a face, but he appears to be wearing a Los Angeles Lakers jersey. Does that mean anything to you?" Willman squinted as he looked at the image on the screen. "I have never seen any kid in town wearing that kind of shirt. The only one I know of who has a Lakers jersey is Bill Congdon from the Fairfield area just outside of town, but he's in his 40s. Congdon? I don't know him." Willman continued, "Bill and Mary Congdon moved here about a year ago, no children, at least none that I know of. They're quiet and pretty much stay to themselves." Gaines nodded as he made some notes about the Congdons and where they lived. He intended to stop by to see the couple. It was a dubious lead, but at this point, any lead was a plus. Gaines' cell phone rang at 9 a.m. the next morning. He was just preparing to drive to Fairfield when the call came in from the Helmer County Forensics Unit. Jack Riley, the chief of department, was on the line with information on the unit's analysis of the blood found at the Buckingham Funeral Home. "What do you have, Jack?" asked James as he placed his morning breakfast dishes in the sink counter. "I hope you found something." "Our results are still preliminary, but since I know that you're anxious for information, I thought I should call." The forensic department head seemed hesitant as he conveyed the details to Gaines. "The test will need to be repeated since our results are unusual." "Unusual?" replied Gaines as he adjusted the cell phone against his head. "How so?" "Well, we determined that the blood is AB negative, a rare blood type. But that by itself didn't alarm us. What did was the early DNA test data. The blood appears to have 24 chromosome pairs, not 26 like human blood." 24 chromosome pairs? "Jack, the blood was found inside the basement. So we've been assuming that this is from a human intruder. Your data suggests otherwise. A non-human intruder? Perhaps an animal? That's why we really need to rerun the test. It could just be a testing error in our lab." Riley went on to assure Gaines that the repeat testing was being given a high priority. "I will call you with the results of the repeat test once we have them done." "Thanks, Jack." And with that, Gaines left for his car and the short trip to Fairfield. The Congdon house was in an isolated part of Fairfield, set back on a rural county road. The house and surrounded land provided privacy for its inhabitants. Gaines knocked on the door and waited. He could hear a dog barking inside as well as the shuffling of feet. The door was then opened by a middle-aged man who Gaines assumed had to be Bill Congdon. "Mr. Congdon? Hi, my name is Detective Josh Gaines of Helmer County. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about some problems we have down in Darby. It should only take a few minutes." The thin man standing opposite Gaines hesitated. "Why are you interested in talking to me? My wife and I spend very little time in Darby." Gaines nodded and replied, "Sir, it will only take a few minutes. Can I come in?" Congdon looked around and finally nodded for Gaines to come in. "Okay, but I really need to go in a few minutes. I have an appointment in Westwood that I have to get to." Gaines entered the house and stood opposite of Congdon. The man seemed edgy and distant. Perhaps he was just fearful about talking to police. Gaines tried to put the man at ease. "We're investigating a break-in at the Buckingham Funeral Home that occurred last Thursday. The person we think that may have been involved was captured on videotape running by the Sherway grocery store. He appeared to be young and wearing a Los Angeles Lakers jersey. Does that description mean anything to you?" Congdon wiped sweat from his forehead as he looked away from Gaines. "Detective, this isn't a good time for us to talk. I really have to leave. I'm gonna have to insist that we talk about this a later time." Gaines sensed tension in Congdon. The man clearly knew something that he was holding back. "Mr. Congdon, just a few minutes, sir. I really just need a little bit of your time." Congdon's anger came out as he replied in an elevated voice. "No, I said that you need to leave. I don't have time for this discussion right now." A rumbling came out of the second floor of the house. As Gaines looked up the stairs, he briefly caught a glimpse of the source of the noise. It was a hairy, stooped, animal-like creature peering down at them. Suddenly, without warning, the creature rushed down the stairs, lunging at Gaines. The animal's long, fang-like teeth protruded from its mouth and deep growls emitted from its lungs. But before Gaines could react, the animal was upon him. The beast hurled its body onto Gaines like a torpedo. Gaines was immediately knocked into the floor, his paperwork scattering from the force of the blow. He winched in pain, feeling as if his ribcage had been broken by the force of the animal. Bill Congdon shrieked as Gaines fell to the floor. "Robbie, no, fall back. Go back to your room." The beast fell back, but just briefly. A snarl spread across its mouth as it examined the prone police detective, and then it lunged again. The short pause between attacks allowed Gaines just enough time to remove his service revolver. He didn't have time to aim. He simply pulled the trigger once, then twice, then a third time. The shots entered the chest of the animal and dropped it immediately to the floor. Congdon shrieked in horror. "No, no! What have you done?" Epilogue. Josh Gaines grimaced as he wrote the official report on the attack that had taken place at the Congdon house.
The 3 broken ribs and bruised internal organs would need time to fully heal, but the doctors assured him that no permanent damage had occurred from the attack. Little was known about Robbie Congdon, the deformed child who had attacked Gaines. All that Gaines was able to find out was that he was 14 years old and that the Congdons had shielded Robbie from the world for all of his life. At the recommendation of legal counsel, the Congdons decided to not cooperate with the ongoing investigation being conducted by Helmer County. Jack Riley did get back to Gaines shortly after the attack with final test results on the bloodstain found at the funeral home. Riley was able to confirm that it was AB negative blood and that it did match a blood sample taken from Robbie Congdon. The 24 chromosome pair indication seen in the first test was confirmed in the second test run on the blood. Riley offered no explanation for it. Helmer County hired Dr. Kelly McDonald, a human physiology expert from the University of Illinois, to assist in the Robbie Congdon investigation. McDonald determined that Robbie Congdon suffered from an extremely rare digestive condition where his stomach was literally void of the highly acidic enzymes needed to break down and digest solid foods. McDonald theorized that Robbie Congdon needed to consume blood to access needed amino acids, proteins, and carbohydrates to live. Shallow animal graves in the backyard of the Congdon home seemed to confirm that Bill Congdon was hunting down small game to help feed his only son, but apparently, Robbie Congdon needed access to human blood from time to time in order to keep the correct human blood balance in his body. This accounted for his various break-ins at different funeral homes around the county. Eventually, Bill and Mary Congdon sued Helmer County to gain access to their son's body. The court ruled in their favor, feeling that the county's 2-month-long hold on Robbie Congdon's body was excessive. The Congdons buried their son in an unmarked grave. The burial was private, with no Helmer County residents invited to attend. Josh Gaines thought of visiting the Congdon house to offer his sympathy to the family, but was advised by county legal counsel to avoid doing so. The Congdons left Helmer County a few weeks after their son's burial, moving into an unknown location away from the state of Indiana. Kentucky Route 0 Medical Curse. To be honest, I just love Annapurna interactive games, especially if there's a strange atmosphere and tension like in Kentucky Route 0 or Stray. The first game is almost my favorite. I went through it completely, built theories, etc. But one day, very deep on the internet, I found an old version of it unknown to anyone, and it's more strange and creepy than the game's final version. It was somewhere in the summer, I don't remember the exact date. I found in the depths of the internet an old version of the game Kentucky Route 0, which could be downloaded for free. I downloaded and started playing, and almost immediately after the logos of the studios, there was a warning. Here's what was written. Warning, this version of the game is not intended for children under 18 due to disturbing images. There was tension, but the game was already running, so I continued to play. The main menu differed from the final version of the game in that there were only 3 chapters and 2 interludes. The first chapter began much like the current version, but there was one difference. Joseph was nowhere to be found, although the gas station remained the same. Then everything was like in a regular game. Conway found the address to the Marquez farm and received the task from Weaver to follow her sister into the mine and fix the TV. Already in the mine before Conway's foot was discovered with stones, Shannon stopped answering Conway and looked somewhere to the side. While the protagonist was trying to bring the TV repairwoman to her senses, the television buzz kept growing, and in the end, stones fell from above. Then everything was as usual and the first act ended. I immediately began the first prelude. 2 men and 1 woman walked around the exhibition and looked at the very creepy exhibits while asking each other what made Lula Chamberlain make them. They approached the second exhibit, and then something truly terrible began. At one of the selections, Lula's recording, which wasn't like the final version, began to play, which played like a real recording. The voice of a woman that said everything was going very badly. The testers of a certain project were missing. Some were found, but they all went crazy, which is why she wants to hide this project as soon as possible before others go crazy. After that, a male voice is heard, which says, "Nature will cure us." The recording ends with a woman's scream. The second act began just like in the original and was normal until the departure from the Museum of Dwellings. The forest was darker and no music was playing. When the heroes got to Dr. Truman's house, tense ambient began to play. Inside, the doctor's house looked like a surgical room. The plot was the same as in the usual second chapter, but when Truman started injecting an anesthetic into Conway's leg, creepy violins started playing. And as the doctor counted down, the violins got louder. Conway began to hallucinate where he saw a group of people looking directly at him, and the second chapter ended. The second prelude was normal in terms of plot, but even scarier in terms of atmosphere. The third act began with the truck driver waking up from hallucinations in a ruined forest. Walking a little further, I saw Dr. Truman, who began a dialogue with Conway. The doctor said that while Conway was paralyzed, he managed to yell Shannon and Ezra out the door, telling them that there was a side effect of the painkiller, and he, in turn, carried the main character out of the house to another part of the forest. To Conway's threats with the police, he calmly replied that everything would be alright because nature would truly cure him. Truman began to speak even more calmly, trying to recruit the main character into his ranks, saying that it would become even easier for him. Besides, his friend Shannon is in the ranks of the doctor. Completely obeying the doctor's voice, Conway approached him and took the gun from him since, according to Truman, a great mission awaits him. This ended the whole game. After beating that version of the game, I started feeling weird.
I'm not interested in anything else except for the neighboring forest. I started visiting it more and more for healing purposes, and I can't stop. Now I want to live there. After all, nature will cure me.
Tennessee, Bristol Cavern. I always loved urban legends. Just the simple idea of a paranormal or supernatural entity sparked my interest. Between haunted houses and cryptids, some could say that I was obsessed, but they didn't understand the need for knowledge I felt was the main reason I decided to travel to this town, Bristol, Tennessee. I decided to only rent a room in a small motel. I had no desire to stay long and only rented my room for a few days. My reason for being here came from the local legend that a friend had told me about. I had even stopped at the nearest bar to get the latest gossip. What mainly brought this place to life was the missing person posters all over the town. I introduced myself to the bartender and asked him for the latest news. He chuckled lightly and asked if I watched the news. I did have a TV in my room, but all I seemed to get from it was old shows in black and white. I told the bearded man of my technology crisis, and he seemed to chuckle. The bartender grabbed a glass and poured whiskey into the clear cup. I grabbed my beverage and took a quick sip. The bartender rubbed together his thumb and pointer finger as a sign for money. I quickly complied and slipped him a 10. He told me the recent disappearance of a young boy who ventured into a cavern. This sparked my interest, and I asked further about it. What could have possibly made this boy just suddenly disappear? There could be a number of reasons, but without the boy or his body, there was almost no way to tell for sure. The bartender told me about the growing fear of the cave. For some odd reason, the town citizens began to believe that the cave held something supernatural. My curiosity piqued. I asked him if it had something to do with the various missing people posters around town. He confirmed my inquiry with a grunt and a nod. He went even further by telling me that the townspeople believed their loved ones were still trapped inside the cavern, even after all these years. But it seems that outsiders find the idea preposterous, which can be assumed from logical human beings. I decided to ask the bartender where the cove was. I found it particularly odd how he knew so much about this cavern, but I chalked it up to hearing the local gossip. The bartender's face twisted in a look of suspicion, almost like he was displeased with my prodding for information. The bartender asked me why I wanted to know where it was. I lied and told him I was doing a school documentary on urban legends, and that this cavern was being used as an example. The look of disbelief on his face made it obvious that my bluff failed. I grabbed my beverage and took a long drink before slamming the glass back onto the countertop. This was hopeless. I began to turn away with my hand still on the rim of the glass. The man quickly pressed his hand down on top of mine. His skin felt wrinkled and sweaty on top of my own. I glared at the man and asked him to let go of me. He simply told me the location of the cave. I still to this day have no idea why he did what he did. I like to believe that he had a personal reason for telling me, but I really have no reason to believe that. All I knew at that moment was that I needed to visit it immediately. I left the building as soon as I got the location and headed to the motel. I arrived at the small building and entered. My feet slapped against the carpet and I quickly turned my knob and entered my room. My eyes flickered around the small space as my jaw dropped. I stared at the devastation before me. Broken tiles were hanging off the wall and most of my possessions were lying about as if a tornado had torn through. I began to collect my possessions off the ground and pack them away. There was no way I was going to stay here after someone broke into the motel and trashed my room. But what didn't add up in my head was why someone would do this. Perhaps it was the work of someone I knew? No, it couldn't be. None of my friends knew where I was staying, and they wouldn't prank me this way. Maybe it was someone from the town. Yeah, that must have been it. It had to. But I arrived in this little town last night. It just didn't add up. Unless someone from the bar overheard me, but then how would they have learned where I was staying? I jumped onto my torn up bed and laid the blankets and pillows in the same position they were when I had left. I needed to take my mind off of this for the night. Unfortunately, I had not slept well that night. It might have been the worst sleep of my life. My nightmare consisted of my spelunking of the infamous cavern. In my nightmare, I was walking inside a large rocky cave. I felt the need to escape this place for some odd reason. I began to move across the area and spotted several bats hanging from the ceiling. Nothing unusual for a cavern. Bats prefer the dark, so they were bound to be in these kinds of areas. The stone I walked upon felt slippery underneath my sneakers, so I made sure to take my time walking. But something wasn't right. It felt like I'd been walking around the cave for what seemed like hours, and yet I hadn't managed to discover another path. No exit, no path. It's almost as if I was transported into this exitless cavern. How would I get out? How would I eat or drink? I began to panic and banged on the walls. "Get me out of here!" I yelled in panic. Fear rose along with anxiety and anger, but fear was the main root. It was a horrid feeling. I looked around the cave once more, and once again noticed a lack of any sort of exit that led outside this large underground dome of stone. I looked to the ceiling to see the bats once again, but something seemed off. One of the bats seemed much larger than the others, unnaturally so. The large fangs seemed to shine in the darkness, exposing its head. I stared at the creature with curiosity and fear. It looked like an oversized bat, but it also looked vaguely humanoid. It opened its wings and let out a large screech. Its clawed fleet let go of the stalagmite and fell down towards the hard ground beneath it.
The creature outstretched its wings and began to glide towards me. I let out a scream of fear and ran in the opposite direction. I quickly collided into a solid wall due to my limited space. The monstrosity lunged towards me in an attempt to capture me. I jumped to the side and felt something sharp pierce my skin. I quickly looked to my shoulder and spotted 3 large slashes. Blood erupted from the wound and stained the rock below. I let out a whimper of pain and spit onto the stone. The creature had regained its composure and took slow steps towards me. I jumped down a ledge to my side and prepared to hit the ground below. I felt something wrap around my torso, arm, and legs as I fell asleep and realized that I was suspended in midair by vines. I grasped the vines and began to pull, but only felt the vegetation constrict my limbs even tighter. Anxiety washed over me. It was gonna get me. I looked around all over the place. It was above me and was sure to attack soon. I let out a cry of terror as the beast fell down with a sickening screech and grabbed me. Its hands appeared to be attached to its wings, and they were slightly wrapped around my body. Its mouth opened widely. Its razor-sharp teeth were stained a deep crimson. I realized why as it swung its teeth into the clavicle of my neck. My eyes shot open as soon as the sharp teeth made contact with my skin. I grimaced as I thought about the night terror. I jumped off my bed and quickly freshened up before I began to pack up my belongings. I exited my room quietly and carried boxes of my belongings to my car. After what happened to my apartment, that meant that the person who did this knew where I lived, and they could easily do it again or worse. I quickly put the stack of boxes into the trunk of my car. My stomach churned at the thought of last night's horror trip. I had a choice: either leave town and return home, or visit the cavern, then go home. After the nightmare, I wasn't sure if I wanted to risk going there. Surely the idea of some sort of bat monster was purely fictional, but something caused those people to disappear. No, it had to be something else, I told myself as I rejected the idea. It was just a nightmare after all. There was no way something like that could ever exist. It couldn't hurt to go there and find nothing out of the ordinary. After all, it was only a dream, and dreams were only the imagination's way of projecting an idea or thought. I drove to the cavern and entered. Vegetation creeped down from the top of the entrance. Clearly, this place wasn't kept in the best of shape. It didn't even look like civilization had touched this place. An entire forest had sat upon the large cavern. So why were people coming here? I pushed the question aside and entered the large opening. It was big branching paths started from the stone and led in different directions everywhere. I even spotted one that went in a circle. I turned on my flashlight and began to explore. Most of the paths led nowhere or just intersected back into the original. I spotted small puddles in between various rocks and even some nice looking minerals sticking out from the walls. I found the experience to be quite peaceful. I never had a problem with the dark, and the deafening silence was peaceful in its own right. I noticed in my exploration that the underground cave was completely different from the one in my nightmare. There was almost no relation between the two. I decided to head out. There didn't seem to be much else to look for. I didn't want to get lost in this stone prison. I spotted a lot of bats hanging from the ceiling. I shined my light up at one and it screeched at me. I snickered at the small creature and resumed walking back. It took me a second to realize that I still need to learn about the missing people. What if they simply got lost like I feared? But it could also be anything else. There's any number of reasons that could explain the disappearances. Could be runaways, kidnapping, maybe concealed murders. They still couldn't be here. God, I hope not. I began to walk out the cavern but winced as I felt an odd burning sensation on my neck, almost like I had gotten sunburnt. I twisted my head at just the right angle and spotted a bright red mark on my neck. It felt on fire, almost like someone was holding a match to it. I felt very uneasy and stopped in place. I looked further into the cave and felt my heart drop as I spotted a large silhouette hanging from the leaky ceiling close to me. I felt my muscles tighten around the bone beneath and turned me into a human statue. Maybe it was simply a stalagmite, but its form was too rigid. It also seemed to be rocking back and forth. I didn't take my eyes off the swinging form as the bottom part of it seemed to move around irregularly. I couldn't really describe it due to the darkness. I dreaded to shine it with my flashlight in fear of it being something hostile. What looked to be its head shifted as what I thought to be its mouth opened, revealing a purely white row of fangs. Its slimy red tongue slipped outside of its maw while its jaw stretched out. Was it waking up? I took slow movements backwards as my muscles finally began to relax. Why was my body in such a state of stress? Was it because of my anxiety? The creature's head began to move around more frequently until its eyelids opened, revealing precise black orbs. They darted around in the thing's sockets until its eyes looked straight ahead. Its eyes looked to be bulging out of its skull until it spontaneously took a sniff at the air. What was it doing? I found out my answer when its head pointed into my direction. The burning in my neck increased into a searing pain. I felt the spot on my neck and noticed that my flesh had become irritated. It turned around and began to walk away at a fast rate. A screech was let out as I could hear a loud flapping sound. My fast walk turned into jogging, which quickly turned into sprinting. I slammed my sneakers against the wet stone for what felt like hours as I continued to sprint away in my frenzy. I felt like it was getting closer and closer to me. I thought it was going to be breathing down my neck within seconds, but I managed to stay away. I finally made my way to the entrance and saw that the sky was now darkened and covered with puffy clouds. I quickly took out my keys and used my remote car starter. The lights of the high beams turned on and shined a blinding light into the vine-covered entrance. The creature let out an ear-piercing cry and fell onto the ground as it attempted to cover its eyes. It quickly looked in the other direction and flew into the sky as it was carried by the wind. I stared into the sky as the creature made its way into the woods on top of the cavern. I got back into the car and drove right home. When my mother called me and attempted to learn where I was, I simply told her I was sightseeing. I never found out what happened to those poor people. I still wonder if the figure happened to be the monster in my dream. I can't help but make the connections. What does concern me is that the burning on my neck not only was in the same place in my dream, but the burning also comes and goes, mainly at night when the bat roams around. A walk in the woods. It was a calm summer's day in the woods of central Mississippi, and he walked through the forest, enjoying his time, when he heard a loud rustling to his right. Instinctively, he ran to cover as to not be spotted. Through the gaps in the bushes, he saw a strange pink creature walk through the underbrush. It was somewhat like himself, but he didn't think it could be one of his species, for it was much too short and scrawny, even for a young member. It also had an odd, slender, shiny appendage protruding from its back. Curiosity overcoming his fear, he decided to follow the strange pink thing. The creature didn't seem to know where it was going, for it would often stop and look around with a confused look on its ugly, hairless face. As he was walking, he accidentally stepped on a twig, which caused the creature to whirl around suddenly. He panicked and ducked into a bush, but the creature followed in hot pursuit. He ran and ran until his legs would no longer carry him, but the creature had somehow managed to catch up with him. He hid behind a tree to catch his breath, but the creature soon discovered his location. In utter horror, the pink creature whirled its skinny appendage around into its thin arms, glinting brightly in the afternoon sun, and a bright flash appeared out of the end. He felt a searing pain in his chest and looked up, only to see the creature's appendage flash again, after which he fell to the ground, dead. The young hunter, stunned by his recent experience, examined the thing that he had just shot. It was large, bipedal, and covered in hair. It lay on its back, one bullet hole in its barrel chest, and one between its eyes. He stood in amazement and blurted out, "Holy crap, I can't believe my eyes. I've just shot and killed an actual Bigfoot. I've got to bring it with me or no one will believe what I say." To which he hauled the creature's corpse out of the forest, back to his pickup. Ohio, the Steubenville Ghost. Our encounter with the Steubenville Ghost was very surprising because we didn't believe in such phenomena. If I had imbibed or been by myself, I would have probably turned to some professional for help after the experience. I say we because I wasn't the only participant. The late Clarence R. Coulter, whose family still reside in Akron, Ohio, and I owned Halbert and Coulter Construction Co. This was in Wheeling, West Virginia. In the early morning of December 30th of 1948, he drove his new Hudson as we went to a small factory at 1817 E High Ave in Youngstown, Ohio. It was an unusual day for that time of year in Northeast Ohio. It was an overcast day with the temperatures in the 40s. I give you this because the records can verify the accuracy of my memory. About 11 in the morning in the office of Stormstash Inc., a radio announced an extreme cold front was approaching, carrying extremely hazardous icing conditions. It warned everyone to get off the roads and streets shortly. We went to a little greasy spoon nearby and prepared to leave earlier than planned to try to beat the severe weather. We concluded our business and left at about 2 p.m. As we proceeded south on Market Street, we came to the south edge of the town and Scott's Restaurant on the east side of the street. It was a well-known establishment that was only closed and torn down a few years ago. Neither of us was smart enough to be too afraid, and we were both great optimists. We couldn't resist the feast. We ate with no drinks. We had parked about 20 feet from the door. As we stepped out of the door, we almost fell on the predicted glare ice, so we held onto the car fenders and anything else for support to keep from falling. We were agile and very active young men. We saw no traffic moving. We entered his car and sat there debating if we should try to find some place to stay. Since New Year's Eve was the following day, we preferred to be home and Wheeling for it. We decided, since we were experienced drivers in inclement weather, and no traffic was moving, if we proceeded at 20 or 25 miles per hour and slid into something, we might bend a fender, but unlikely to be injured, so we decided to go home. We proceeded south on Route 7 and already to the point where it turned east to East Liverpool, Ohio. There we encountered 2 emergency vehicles crawling along. There were no others moving until we next traveled through the small town of Steubenville and came to our place of encounter. The temperature had plummeted and was now biting cold. About some 20 miles south of Steubenville on the old highway, we came to a place flat and even as a floor. At the north end of it, the Ohio River turned east maybe a quarter to half a mile, then south a ways, and then it turned back west on the highway. There had been a town there on the low plain, but it was washed away in the Great Flood of 1936.
As we entered this plane from the north, we saw a string of maybe 6 cars entering it and approaching us from the south end. After passing only 2 moving vehicles in about 3 hours, this struck us as very strange. Suddenly, the lead car moved over and back again on this very straight road. Those behind did the same in a serpentine line. We remarked that maybe an animal was down the road or something had fallen onto the road that they were trying to avoid hitting. When they came to us, they passed us making a sloshing drumming sound as if they were in heavy water on the pavement. This eerie sound seemed weird to us since the road was smooth glitter ice. We proceeded and came to that place where the strange maneuvering had occurred, and a woman in a white gossamer gown with a veil over her head put up her hand to stop us. We thought she was dressed in a wedding gown. There was a lot of crime activity in the Wheeling, Steubenville, Pittsburgh triangle that we were in. We thought she might be there to stop us for robbery as we looked prosperous. But no one would be out there with others lying in a ditch for that kind of activity in the bitter weather conditions we were in. Clarence steered gently into the left lane. When she saw we were trying to pass her by, she floated smoothly and quickly over into the left lane. Fearing we might hit her, we steered back into our right lane as she quickly glided or floated back to it and stood in front of us approaching her car. It was either hit her or stop. As we stopped before striking her, she moved back on the berm of the road and we came to a complete stop with her standing by the right-hand door where I sat at. We were confused and scared, but completely lucid and in control. I rolled the window down about 4 or 5 inches. She sounded like someone in a complete alcohol or drug stupor, as if her tongue was very thick. She leaned down and her face was maybe 18 inches from mine. She asked if we were going to Steubenville. She kept repeating it and I said any fool could see that we just came from there. Clarence leaned forward to see her pass me and try to get some sense out of her. I was sure I was going to see her in a police lineup for identification, so I stared intently at her face looking for any marks or features whereby I could positively identify her. I suddenly realized she was featureless. There were dark spots where there should have been eyes, nostrils, and mouth, but she was like smoke. In back of her to the west against the foot of the hill, a house had recently been built. As we were both staring into her face, someone turned on a light in front of that house and we saw it through her. We were suddenly very scared. He was a semi-pro fighter and I wasn't a coward either. I was afraid she might enter the car. I'll never forget my exact words as I cranked the window closed. Let's get the hell out of here. We went spinning our tires out of there to a club or bar down the road, maybe at Tiltonsville or Yorkville. We slid into the lot, stopped by the front door as there was only one customer there. We clung to the car to the steps, entered where I called the Ohio State Patrol, and I told them someone should investigate. If that was a human being we left there, it would be a terrible thing to have done. Hearing no news, I called the patrol office 2 days later. The dispatcher laughed me off the phone, saying they received no such report. I replied they had since I gave it. In 1961, I moved to Topeka, Kansas. During the course of business, I met an Air Force Staff Sergeant here at Forbes Field. I don't remember his name. In a conversation, I began to tell him about the foregoing experience. Before I mentioned the name of the town as I related the event, he pulled on his pipe and said, "That was the Steubenville ghost." Somewhat surprised, I asked how he knew about it, since I hadn't even mentioned that she wanted to go to Steubenville. He said, "Matter of fact, I was reading about her just last week." She is one of the phenomena many people still discuss. I asked if he knew anything about her. I don't believe I ever referred to her as the Steubenville ghost before that time. He said the most in general or plausible explanation was this. In downtown Steubenville, on the west side of the main street, sits an old small frame church. I believe it was a Congregational or Episcopalian church. He asked if I remembered that church. Of course I did. He said the prevailing wisdom was that she was a young lady near Rhode Island, Ohio, dressed up and in a buggy at that point on her way to that little midtown church for her wedding. Maybe a riverboat whistle. Something spooked her horse, which bolted and threw her from the carriage, where she struck her head on a rock and was killed. I told him I often thought about returning to see if I could meet her again. Maybe we should have given her a ride. He said I'd better be glad we hadn't. He said he didn't know if it was true in this case, but there are reports of similar incidents where the apparitions were given a ride and those who gave the ride disappeared to never be seen again. This is all I know of this phenomenon. After all these years on the former roadway having been made into a divided 4-lane, maybe she doesn't appear now, but I would really like to know the whole story. Maybe what I've given here will fit into other unknown pieces. This was submitted with no request or credit or even a name, but as it seems like a personal account, if anyone knows who wrote it, let me know so I can credit them. I had heard of the Steubenville hitchhiker before from here, so this is either a true account of someone's experience with an established local legend, or fiction inspired by this classic vanishing hitchhiker ghost story. That didn't take long. I knew this sounded familiar, and upon further investigation, it's posted here as well. I assume whoever submitted got it from here, and no credit is given there either, so perhaps we will never know. Alabama. The custom of the Alabama watermelon man. He was a striking gentleman. I mean, the stereotypical southern yes sir, no sir, mother may I gentleman. The first time I met him, I saw this stranger from a distance attempting to move a heavy-looking recliner into the condo next to mine. My wife and I haven't had next-door neighbors for over 2 years. I was met with mixed emotions as I'm happy someone finally moved in, it's a great neighborhood after all, but I also enjoyed the quiet. Our particular setup is a 1950s era brick townhouse condominium where every complex holds about 10 individual homes. We're awfully close together and the walls are pretty thin. I was just coming back from ordering a pizza and was excited about consuming said pizza. As I made it closer to the eventual destruction of dough, sauce, and cheese, I saw this man struggling with the aforementioned recliner. I mean, he was so underwater it was kind of embarrassing. We all know how awkward some things are to physically move. Recliners can be so much worse due to the internal steel mechanism inside that makes it recline. It looked like this dude was so unprepared for this task that I had to stop and help. We made eye contact, the man looked drained. He was smaller, about 5'6", maybe 150 pounds in a hurricane, had deep blue eyes, bald, and had a genuine niceness to him that hit me like sunlight. I instantly needed to help him even more. "Hey man, looks like you need a hand. Let me throw this pizza inside and I'll be right out." He just smiled, nodded, and stood up, leaving his awful deadlift-like crouch. It looked like he was going to give that chair one more spine-snapping attempt. Between the two of us, we moved the chair easily into his living room. He thanked me profusely and we introduced ourselves. His name was Vin and he was from Alabama, quite a few states away as I live here in Michigan. He explained that he buys and rents out condos around the US. Vin then gave me his business card, where I see he is in fact based out of Orange City, Alabama. 1 week later, I heard a knocking on my front door. As I answered the door, I saw a wide smiling Vin holding a pretty good sized, healthy looking watermelon. He was thankful for the hand in moving his recliner and decided to offer me a giant piece of fruit for my trouble. I thanked him, actually tickled by the gesture. Honestly, I placed it on the counter and then never touched it. Not because I don't like watermelon, I just never got around to eating it. I didn't find out until much later that I encountered one of the most brutal serial killers in US history. 2 weeks later, as I was coming home from work, I was again greeted by Vin. He was holding a big slice of another watermelon. "Hope you enjoyed the watermelon. I thought I'd get you another one." Thanks, I said. My wife and I loved the first one. I lied, of course, but I didn't want to be rude. He was just so nice and genuine, I couldn't tell him we threw out the first one. I thought it was kind of strange to offer a watermelon to someone you just met, but I figured it was some kind of southern thing. I even googled if it was true. All I found was that it was a typical Japanese gesture of kindness. Shrugging it off, I still appreciated the gesture. I actually had a few bites of this one to be nice. It was okay. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the taste to begin with. And that was the last time I saw my neighbor Vin. Over the years, I'd see different people come and go from the next door condo. I assumed Vin was renting it out, and that was that. One day, while browsing the news on my phone, I saw an interesting story title. "One strange thing has been found around 5 apparent homicide victims over the last 2 years, a watermelon." My body started to tingle. Either this was a gigantic coincidence, or I had met the Alabama watermelon man. That wasn't what the press was calling him. That's just the first thing I thought of when I read the story. Obviously, they couldn't know he was from Alabama. Apparently, there had been 5 men, all throughout the country, stabbed and beaten to death with a giant green watermelon placed near their lifeless body. There had been 2 mid-20s aged men found within miles of each other in a condo complex in Indiana. One older man in his 40s had been found crushed beyond recognition in the Tampa Bay, Florida area. One man was found in the western part of Michigan, beaten so badly he was unrecognizable. He also had one of his arms sawn completely off, and the last victim was actually all the way in Alaska. How the hell did they even connect these, I thought? Reading deeper into the article, I discovered that the local police made it public early on that an untouched, fresh watermelon was placed at the scene of the 2 Indiana men, probably trying to get any help from the public they could, thinking it was a local person who may have been seen buying watermelons, I guess. When the next couple of gruesome murders were found, one of the Tampa detectives remembered that story from Indiana, and from then on, the country's police forces were waiting for this watermelon killer. Shutting down my phone, I sat in silence for minutes, hours, days maybe. Now what? Do I get brutally dismembered? Did the Alabama watermelon gentlemen give their victims the fruit and wait to kill? Should I contact the police or the FBI? Would I sound like a lunatic? I'd say it had been years since I'd seen Vin. I know this could all just be a huge coincidence and maybe I'm just paranoid as hell, but my gut feeling was that something very bad was going to happen. He had killed all men, so I felt fairly sure that my wife was not in danger, so that was a relief. Should I start aiming myself like Arnold in Commando? A light bulb shattered over my head, figuratively of course, and I ran to the loot drawer where we keep random paperwork, including business cards. I found it. Vin from Orange County Condos in Alabama. I looked up the condo association info on that card to find that it indeed was a real place, and his name was on the website, although not as Vin. It was another name that started with V that I will not disclose. The internet is an amazing place. You can do a little detective work and find anything. I linked Vin to several properties throughout the states, including ones in Indiana, Alabama, my home state of Michigan of course, and even the last frontier, Alaska. Needless to say, my internet sleuthing did not help calm my mind.
Still a massive coincidence? I peeked through my windows every day before I left my house. I had lights and cameras put in. I almost threw up when I saw watermelons at the grocery store. This went on for a year until the memory of Vin, the Alabama gentleman, the possible watermelon killer, just disappeared. I've always been into true crime, serial killer lore, and interesting lesser known stories like the smiley face killers and the toy box killer. These kinds of subjects didn't get their own coverage on Netflix or national television. I found them on YouTube from content creators like Rainbot, Nexpo, and Nick Crowley. It was on one of these channels I found an amazing, albeit terrifying, recounting of the quote, custom of the Alabama Watermelon Man video. I probably looked like that character from A Clockwork Orange when he's being forced to watch hours of videos with his eyes pried open. I watched over 1 million hours of serial killer videos, but not one of those videos was about something I was possibly involved in. The narrator went into detail about the killing, the social media posting around the event, and even some real, somewhat censored pictures of the actual crime scenes. The only thing I can remember from this video was that the watermelon was fresh. It wasn't rotten or fake. I had gotten 2 fresh watermelons from the Alabama man. Why was I alive? I thought about DMing the YouTuber that created the video, as they had a grasp of this story, but I felt maybe that would be a bad idea overall. Hi, I might have ran into the watermelon killer, XD. That would be a freaking dumb addition to the comment section. I did leave a comment though. I just left a simple emoji. Imagine Macaulay Culkin doing his most famous scene ever, to make it simple. I guess that was all it took. Several days after watching and commenting on the watermelon killer video, I opened my front door to see a card on the steps. My wife and I left cards for each other frequently, so I wasn't at first alarmed. Seeing a cartoon of a watermelon on an envelope, I became alarmed. I shakingly opened the note with blood absolutely rocketing through my body. "You're one in a melon," it said inside, with a sketch of a watermelon slice that had a little smiley face. Soon after, there was nationwide breaking news. The man that struggled to move a reclining chair 10 feet from his front lawn to his front door that I met had been taken into custody in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. The man I knew as Vin had committed one more deplorable crime, taking the life of a 30-something nomad outside in a nightclub in the beach resort town. Smashed watermelon was all over the corpse. I followed the now dubbed Alabama Watermelon Man story from start to finish. I had a Google alert placed so every time his name came up, I would be notified. When asked why he chose watermelon to mark his crimes, his response was, "I just like watermelon." 15 years later, the man I knew as Vin was leaving death row to face the chair. I suppose you could describe it more as an examination table, as electric chairs aren't really used anymore. Before the deadly lethal injection cocktail was administered, he was asked if he had any last words. "Be nice to people," he said. Mr. Widemouth. During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island, but there are fragments in the attic of my brain which belong to the various homes we had lived in when I was much younger. Most of these memories are unclear and pointless, chasing after another boy in the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on the creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there is one set of memories which remains as clear as glass, as though they were just made yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are simply lucid dreams produced by long sickness I experienced that spring, but in my heart, I know they're real. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine, population 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute to my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, attended by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleosis, which meant no rough play and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and these served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth because his mouth was large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest. "You look kind of like a Furby," I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look. "Furby? What's a Furby?" he asked. I shrugged. "You know, the toy. The little robot with the big ears. You can pet and feed them, almost like a real pet." "Oh," Mr. Widemouth resumed his activity. "You don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend." I remember Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped to check in on me. "I lay under your bed," he later explained. "I don't want your parents to see me because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore." We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and the pictures they contained. The 3rd or 4th morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face. "I have a new game we can play," he said. "We have to wait until after your mother comes to check on you, because she can't see us play it. It's a secret game." After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand. "We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway," he said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission, but Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He then beckoned me to look out at the ground below. We were on the second story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from this angle the drop was farther than 2 stories due to the incline. "I like to play pretend up here," Mr. Widemouth explained. "I pretend that there is a big, soft trampoline below this window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try." I was a 5-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. "It's a long drop," I said. "But it's all part of the fun. It wouldn't be fun if it was only a short drop. If it were that way, you might as well just bounce on a real trampoline." I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through thin air only to bounce back up to the window on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed. "Maybe some other time," I said. "I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt." Mr. Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment. "If you say so," he said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived holding a small box. "I want to teach you how to juggle," he said. "Here are some things you can use to practice before I start giving you lessons." I looked in the box. It was full of knives. "My parents will kill me," I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room, objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. "I'll be spanked and grounded for a year." Mr. Widemouth frowned. "It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it." I pushed the box away. "I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe just to throw in the air." Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke me up at night, saying he put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mother came to me one morning and told me I had her permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined to my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out the back porch, yearning for the feeling of sun on my face. Mr. Widemouth was waiting for me. "I have something I want you to see," he said. I must have given him a weird look, because then he said, "It's safe, I promise." I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail which ran through the woods behind the house. "This is an important path," he explained. "I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day I hope to take you there." I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of our things had been packed into a moving truck. I would be in the cab of that truck, sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving, but even at 5 years old, I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a 6-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man who was about to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 days riding still. "Early enough for you?" he asked. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. "This is the last move, son, I promise. I know it's hard for you as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and we can make friends." I opened my eyes as we backed out of the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn on the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to New Vineyard. The piece of land our house stood upon was empty except for the foundation, as the house had burned down a few years after my family left. Out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Widemouth had shown me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me, but I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many of the tombstones belonged to children. New Hampshire. I found a diary while I was out hiking in New Hampshire. The diary was from a while ago, 21 years according to the dates. It was sealed really well in plastic wrap and stuffed in a watertight bag. If I hadn't hit the thing with my shovel when digging a hole to take a dump, I would never found it.
I wish that would have been the case because I can't stop thinking about the stuff I read. I'm only going to share the fucked up parts, but all I'm leaving out is the lady talking about how she and her husband were spending the month camping and having a good time. There, I just saved you 5 pages. Here's where it got weird. July 2nd of 1994, 7 a.m. Last night, James and I got woken up by a ridiculously bright flash of lightning. There was no thunder either. James said it must have been heat lightning. He's probably right because it was disgustingly hot and muggy all day, and once the sun went down, it got even more humid. We eventually got back to sleep, and this morning the air seems a little less like a wet sponge. We're hoping to do 12 miles today. July 2nd, 1994, 8 p.m. I don't even want to write this down because it's so gross. James asked that I do it anyway, so we'll remember to report what we saw once we get to the ranger station. Like I could forget something like this. Anyway, here. All day while we walked, we saw animals. Deers, birds, raccoons, squirrels, chipmunks, and a black bear. That's pretty par for the course out here. But when we went off the path for a little bit because, well, James was staring at my ass for the last hour while we walked and I guess he got some ideas, we were stopped by the sight of something awful about 100 feet off the path. Well, many things. Strewn across a wide area that I estimated to be a couple thousand feet were miscarried animals. They were all at different stages of development. It was horrible. July 3rd, 1994, 2:45 a.m. I'm not able to sleep after the events of yesterday. James, of course, is snoring like a buzzsaw despite the big flashlight lighting the tent up. What the hell could have caused something like that to happen? I've heard about animals going to find a safe place to die when they're sick or old, but I'll be damned if something like what we saw is in any way normal. The heat lightning just happened again. This time it was 3 flashes clustered together within a couple seconds. No thunder. Fuck, that's creepy. James is mad that I just nicked him to wake him up and tell him about it. Sorry, hun. July 3rd, 1994, 7:30 a.m. I got to sleep about an hour after the lightning. Thank God we brought some coffee to brew over the fire. We're gonna do 10 miles, although it might be a little less because the map says we're getting into a pretty hilly area. Good for the glutes. July 3rd, 1994, 9:15 p.m. Pretty good walk today. We're both gonna be sore tomorrow though. The map does a decent enough job telling us where the hills are gonna be, but it's shitty at indicating how steep they are. On the bright side, I never thought I'd be at a point in my life where this sentence would make sense. We didn't see any more fields full of animal fetuses. July 4th, 1994, 6:10 a.m. My dickhead husband smuggled some fireworks in his pack and decided to wake me up by setting them off right outside the tent while screaming Happy 4th of July. Of course, he was naked as he did all this and was presenting himself to me through the tent flap while holding a sparkler in each hand. I've come to the conclusion that I love his sense of humor between 8 a.m. and midnight, and anything from 12:01 a.m. until 7:59 a.m. makes me want to choke him. Waking up to explosions and his dick and balls is not quite how I envisioned our mornings together. Take away the explosions part though, and I'm pretty okay with it. It looks like it's gonna rain today. The clouds are low in the sky and it's pretty breezy, gusty too. The rain gear we bought before we started our hike kept us dry during the storms last week, so I'm not too bummed out about it. July 4th, 1994, 6:30 p.m. No rain while we walked. James shot a rabbit an hour ago and he's about to skin it and get it ready for the fire. He's making me learn how to do it too. It's pretty much the last thing I want to do, but there's no reason why he should have to be stuck with the job every time we want to eat some cute forest critter. Ugh, here we go. July 4th, 1994, 7:30 p.m. I just finished throwing up. As soon as James started working on the rabbit, we saw how sick it must have been while it was alive. Again, I'm only going to get into detail so we can report it at the ranger station, but for fuck's sake, James, if I have to learn how to skin a rabbit, you can learn how to write clear, descriptive sentences. That's a fight for another day. Under its fur, the rabbit was absolutely covered in what looked like big whitehead zits. They were under a lot of pressure too, because when James poked one with the tip of his knife, it burst and flung grayish white pus like 10 feet onto the tip of my shoe. Cue me throwing up for half an hour while he apologized and tried not to laugh. We still have a good amount of beef jerky and stuff in the food pack, so it's not like we're gonna go hungry, but it would have been nice to have something a little different. The rain finally started and we're stuck in the tent. And here's the lightning again. It's flashing over and over and over. Sometimes it's a few quick bursts, others it's just single ones that last upwards of 4 or 5 seconds. It's those long ones that scare the shit out of me. I've never seen lightning like that before. James keeps telling me it's unusual but not unheard of, especially at this time of the year. It appears to be tapering off a little now, and I'm pretty glad it coincided with the rain this time. I guess it really is just plain lightning. James is a pretty reassuring guy. Early bedtime. July 5th, 1994, 10:10 a.m. I'm freaking out because James is trying hard not to freak out. We've been up since 6, and when we opened the tent, the ground outside was covered in dead birds, dead bats, and dead bugs. And I mean covered. I guess we didn't hear them hitting the ground because of the rain that started up again while we slept, but we still have no explanation as to why they're all fucking dead. That's not the worst part though. They're all covered with those zits like the rabbit. We're deciding to cut the trip short and get the fuck out of here. The map says there's a ranger station about 40 miles to our west, and James said we can get there by tomorrow afternoon if we really move. Both of us are at the point where really moving sounds like a great plan. July 6, 1994, 12:30 a.m. We walked fast and we walked far. The whole way we saw dead animals. They weren't as tightly clustered together as they were around our tent, but we saw a lot. I remember walking under a tree where the ground was littered with dead wasps. When I looked up, there was a huge nest with nothing flying around it. The forest is almost silent too. No birds, only insects. And even their sounds are few and far between. I never realized how omnipresent their din was until it was nearly gone. Fuck. Just a minute ago, the first live deer I've seen all day walked into the lit area around our tent. It stared at us for a while on the outskirts of where the light fell, and when it turned around, I saw a dead fawn hanging halfway out of her body. As the deer trotted away, the fawn slid out and hit the ground with a wet thump. Still connected to its mother by a tangle of afterbirth, and that stretched until it too slid out a few feet later. Fuck everything. Good luck trying to sleep tonight, Mel. Okay, something just happened while we were sleeping and I'm freaking the fuck out and can barely breathe and don't know what to do other than write it down and make it make more sense. The lightning came and just stayed. The whole forest was lit up. James and I tried to convince each other it was just the weather, but it stayed lit for a whole minute. Then too, I begged James not to go outside, but he unzipped the tent and went out. I panicked and didn't want to be alone, so I followed him, and the entire sky, not just one area where lightning might be, was white. Brighter than the sun at noon. It hurt my eyes really bad to look at, and James was squinting hard too. I squeezed my eyes shut to recover a little, and when I reopened them, he was gone. I ran around and looked and didn't see him until I turned back around, and he was right there again, staring at the sky. Except he was wrong. He didn't answer me when I screamed his name. He didn't even blink, and I could see bumps starting to form on his neck and face. The light was so bright. I pushed James to try to get his attention, and when I did, the area under his shirt where I pushed got soaked with something. Well, I know what it was, but I couldn't look. I can't. He's still outside and not moving, just standing and staring at the terrible bright sky. His pupils are gone, and all that's left is the blue and white. He's different. He's wrong. His skin is getting worse, and I'm fucking terrified. Little bumps are popping up on my hands while I write this, and they're coming to a head, and now one of them just broke open, and that's my blood on the page. I know the wetness I feel on my thighs is blood too. Blood signifying the end of what I've been waiting to tell James on our anniversary next week. I keep thinking about the dead fawn sliding out of its mother. I'm gonna wrap this journal up in a bag and run in the direction of the ranger station. I don't know what else to do. I'll leave it under a tree or in some safe spot right off the trail so someone can find it if something happens to me on the way. This page is soaked through now. I have to go before I get worse. Before James gets worse. The light is so bright. Epilogue. And that's what was in the diary. As soon as I read it and typed out what was inside, I mailed it to the CDC because I have no freaking idea what was wrong with that lady and her husband, and I sure as hell don't want to catch anything. That last page she wrote on was disgusting. I wish I'd been wearing gloves when I touched it. It was encrusted with dried stuff, probably the pus she wrote about, and it smelled awful. I washed up real good and left a note for the CDC guys to be careful with it. I'm pretty reluctant to go back in those woods again, but I'm just being stupid. I bet the whole thing was a prank by some high school assholes, and I'm just gonna waste the time of some pretty important guys when they get what I mailed over. Still, I'm more than a little creeped out. Everything that lady wrote about is just so far-fetched, but I still wonder. I wonder because I vaguely remember hearing about some massive animal die-off back in that part of the state in the mid-90s. It was probably something else though. It had to be. Vermont, a town where strange things happen. Every year since my son Lucas turned 10, he, my wife Jenna, and I have taken a week-long vacation in Vermont. Years ago, my wife's father left her a small cottage by a lake I had never heard of, in a town I had also never heard of up to that point. A perfect getaway spot, tucked away from civilization. We ventured out every July. The night before spent excitedly packing suitcases full of clothes, coolers with snacks and drinks, and affixing our modest rowboat to its rickety old trailer. Dinner on these nights was always the best. My wife spared no expense, spending hours whipping up meals that could make even the royalty jealous. We always awoke the following morning at the crack of dawn, hopped into the car, and had breakfast at a nearby diner called Cleo's in preparation for the trip to come. From there, we would begin our 8-hour drive to Vermont. After the first year, my wife and I had mapped out every gas station stop and rest area for fuel ups and restroom breaks. It became a sort of ritual the way we went about it. For years, everything on our drive went according to plan, except for this last one. Last year, the highway that covered the last 60 miles of our trek was undergoing road work and was completely closed down. We had no choice but to take the designated detour through back roads. It had begun to rain pretty heavily before we reached the turnoff for the detour, and we almost immediately became lost. Signs became too difficult to see, and as to not slide off the road, we were moving nearly 15 miles per hour slower than the posted limit. After an hour or so, we wound up in a small, rundown village called Orion's Crest, according to our map. It was nearly impossible to make out any distinct observations about the town as we drove through the narrow, single-lane streets, only ever catching quick glimpses of lanterns above sidewalks or hanging from storefronts. My wife and I decided that the weather was making things far too difficult. We decided to pull into the first parking lot we saw to wait the storm out. Upon doing so, I turned off the car, closed my eyes, laid my head back against the rest, and listened to the rain. My wife was quite frustrated. There had been no notice of rain on her weather app, and she desperately wanted to know how much longer this storm would last. By now, we could have been enjoying our vacation, but instead, we were stuck in some backwater town trapped by the cruel forces of Mother Nature. I hadn't realized it when we initially pulled in, but we sat in the parking lot of a diner. From what I could make out, it looked very similar to Chloe's back home. As if my mental note on the subject turned on an invisible switch, the lights for the diner flickered to life. In big, familiar neon pink letters, Chloe's. As soon as the sign came on, the rain stopped. The sky was still nearly black with clouds and thunder, but could still be heard off in the distance. I nudged my wife and indicated towards the sign. "Huh?" she uttered. "Didn't realize they were a chain." "They aren't," I added. I craned my neck to check on Lucas. He had fallen asleep. I can't say why, but I felt a sudden need to take a closer look at the diner. From the parking lot, it looked exactly like the one back home, as if it was just copy and pasted, or even picked up and just moved to our location. Something about it struck me as odd. "Hey," I whispered to Janet, "I'll be right back." Without taking my eyes off the neon sign, I stepped out of the car. My wife was asking me for something, but I was too focused to notice. For some reason, the diner had my complete attention. I walked towards the establishment, occasionally looking around the lot for any signs of life. We were alone. I made my way up to the window by the entry and parked inside. Nothing unusual. Then the car alarm went off. I turned to see my wife leaning over the driver's side to switch it off. My son was now stepping out of the car, his hands over his ears. The alarm chimed off as my son approached. "Dad, where are we?" "We just stopped to let the rain pass. Come on, bud, let's get going." We hopped back in and started off down the road. Further into town, we came across another unusual sight. Police cars blocked the road along with sawhorses. The word caution painted on them. An officer stepped out of one of the vehicles and held his hand up, signaling me to stop. He came over and tapped on my window. "Good evening, folks." The officer's voice was deep and scratchy. "You'll have to turn around. Been a real bad accident up ahead." "What happened?" my wife asked, leaning over to see the officer better. The officer looked into the back seat at Lucas. "Probably best the young one doesn't hear the details, ma'am." I nodded and thanked him for sparing us the info. "What brings you three to Orion's Crest, if you don't mind me asking?" "We're on a trip to Vermont. We own a cabin up there. Detour took us off our path. Any way we can get around the accident?" The officer then gave us directions that would take us down a few lesser used streets, leading us to another highway. We thanked him and turned around. A difficult task with a trailer on such a small road. By now, the clouds had mostly dissipated, and evening light filled the sky with dim oranges and blues. We were 2 hours behind schedule, and Lucas was getting restless from being in the car so long. 15 minutes later, we were met with another roadblock, similar to the first. There were police cruisers and more sawhorses with caution painted on them. Another cop approached our car after having us stop. I nearly burst out laughing with anger. It was the same officer as before. "Good evening, folks," the officer said. "You have to turn around. Been a real bad accident up ahead." Dumbfounded, I turned to my wife. Her expression was the same as mine. "You don't remember us, officer? We were just here a few minutes ago." That's what Janet said. The officer stood staring at us a moment, his face absent of any expression. "Probably best the young one doesn't hear the details, ma'am." "Are you alright, officer?" I asked, puzzled. Again, he just stared. "What brings you three to Orion's Crest, if you don't mind me asking?" "What the fuck?" I asked the officer if it would be alright for me to step out and talk with him. "Sure thing, sir." I rolled up the windows and stepped out. The air was so much cooler than it was back at the diner we stumbled upon. "So you don't recall us pulling up a few minutes ago?" "No, sir," he replied, sounding a bit peppy. "I'm a little concerned that..." "Would you like to see them?" He cut me off. Caught off guard by his question, I stared a moment. "What?" "Would you like to see them?" "See what?" I asked. "Their bodies." At this point, I was pretty freaked. "What do you mean the officer interjected. "Come." He began walking to the cruisers. "Come see." I looked back at my wife through the window, motioning towards the officer in disbelief. She shrugged, but waved at me to join him. I obliged, just as curious as she was. As the officer and I maneuvered past the blockade, he started humming to himself. I looked over at him, still confused, and he turned back at me. I quickly broke our gaze and surveyed the surrounding area to avoid awkward eye contact. The cruisers were empty. Up ahead, past the flashing lights, were what appeared to be two bodies in the road covered by gray tarps. When we reached them, the officer stood between, pointing each of his hands at the deceased. "Pick," he said. "What?" "Pick which one you want to see first." "No." "Fine," he grinned. "At the same time then." He knelt down and peeled back the tarps, revealing the faces of the dead. In an instant, my knees gave out and I fell to the ground. Not possible. Not real. It couldn't be. Beneath the tarps were the bloodied faces of Janet and Lucas. Feeling a strong sensation of dizziness, I tried my best to stand upright.
I began backing away from the scene before turning and running full sprint towards my car. I stopped a few yards away. There in the car, my wife and son, alive, looking at me with confused expressions. I waved at them as if to say, "I'm fine." Janet's eyes then wandered to somewhere behind me. It looked as though she was screaming, wildly pointing in my direction. I didn't hear his footsteps, but now the officer stood behind me, and a knife plunged into my lower back. The pain was immense. I dropped to the ground again. The officer, kneeling in front of me now, grabbed me by the hair and yanked my head up to look at his. I love the faces. They're the climax to their story. The final words expressed through a dead stare. It's my favorite part. He stood and turned towards the car. I could now hear Lucas and Janet screaming. My wife frantically tried to open the car door, to no avail. "Pick," he said calmly. "What?" I felt consciousness fading away, the desire to close my eyes strengthening with every breath. I couldn't even feel the pain anymore. I was too tired to. Pick one. I was unable to even get a single word out. Talking was too difficult a task in my wounded state. "Fine, both then," he replied to himself. He walked over to the car and hopped into the driver's seat. My wife had climbed to the back to protect Lucas. The officer stared at me through the glass, smiling a malignant smile, his jaw unhinging like that of a snake. He then turned to look at my wife and son. The last thing I saw before blacking out was him unexpectedly scarfing down my family. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. To my left, in another bed, was a young woman. Her arm was wrapped in a thick gauze. Blood soaked all the way through and dripped beside her, and I watched it drip. As I watched it drip, my pain returned, and with it, the memories of what happened. A nurse rushed in. I hadn't even realized it, but I had begun to scream. After settling down, numbness took over my mind and body. I was informed by a doctor that I had been asleep for 6 weeks. I didn't know what to do. My family had been officially reported missing, and an investigation was underway. I talked with shrinks and authorities, telling them my whole story. None believed me, but they were at least able to rule out my involvement. My car had been spotted by a traffic camera a few days prior, being driven by an unidentified woman. After a couple more days in bed, I was allowed to get up and walk about. The hospital itself seemed normal, but something in particular caught my eye. I was returning from the cafeteria when I noticed the sign above the keycard locked door to the ward I had been checked into. The sign read, "Curious Cases Ward, authorized personnel only." The Northern Woods of Western Mass. As a super quick background, I'm a reporter for a small newspaper in a sleepy town in Western Mass. I've seen some strange things which I wanted to share. As most weird and scary stories start off, this takes place in the woods. If you're not familiar with Western Mass, it's quite different than the rest of Massachusetts near Boston and along the coast. When I say different, I mean the complete opposite. Most of the area I live in is made up of small towns, winding roads, and woods, and I mean lots and lots of woods. In our town, we have a few popular wooded areas, but none quite as notorious as the northern woods. From afar, they don't seem much different than other woods. There are a lot of trees, some hiking trails, and the constant threat of getting lost overnight. That's not too different than most towns' wooded areas, especially the farther away you get from the city. The thing about the northern woods is, there are a really few odd stories that come out of there. Some of these experiences include people claiming to hear classical music playing all around them, even when they're miles out from civilization. Every story is the same, in that the music begins quietly at first when they're far out in the woods, and slowly builds up until it's all around them and impossible to ignore. And just like that, it'll disappear. Another local legend revolves around different people going out for hikes in drastically different zones of the wood and coming back talking of finding trees holding spotless portraits of people they didn't recognize. Each story tells of the same night, a grouping of large pictures painted of unknown people from a previous century, all in golden trim frames. I've never personally encountered either of these, but I wanted to mention them nonetheless. There is one old story about the northern woods I do know to be true, and I wish it wasn't. Years ago, a young girl and her family went out into the woods for a day hike. Let's call her Sally for the sake of the story and the privacy. Sally and her family were locals from a few towns over, and they loved to hike around the trails in the area. The trails in the northern woods were a place her parents hadn't yet explored, so they took their young daughters for a walk one day in the summer. Apparently, 9-year-old Sally wandered off while her parents were tending to her younger sister during their picnic lunch. Although they had only been busy for a few moments, by the time they realized she was missing, Sally was gone. After an hour or so of searching, they contacted the authorities. A large-scale manhunt ensued, bringing in many members of the town to look for Sally, but to no avail. After 2 weeks or so, most of the people searching gave up hope, and the family took it as a sign to begin mourning their daughter. That didn't mean the townspeople forgot, however. 1 year later, on her birthday, which as it so happened was around the time of her disappearance, a few of the more spiritual townsfolk got together and brought a handful of dolls to the woods for Sally's spirit. They left them by the area she went missing as a token of their love, and in hopes that if she was still lost in the woods, she'd have some company now. Rumor has it they also took a part of some kind of ritual, though no one I knew in town would elaborate on that part. A few days later, when one of those locals was hiking through the woods where they left the dolls, they were surprised to find them all gone. Assuming it was local kids taking them as a joke, the woman came back in a rage and made a bit of a scene to the families of a few local teenagers. Only none of them seemed to have the dolls or even know they existed. And one was even quoted as saying that would be a mean trick even for them. And this was the kind of kid who spray painted genitalia on every open surface he could find. Flash forward a couple years, and stories start to circulate from people who walk deep into the North Woods. Stories trick back of people going on hikes they thought they knew, only to somehow end up turned around on the basic trails they traveled hundreds of times. After some annoyed discombobulation, they would come across a clearing they hadn't seen before. In the clearing would be none other than Sally's dolls. As the stories were told, the dolls were all lined around a small table, each having their own rock to sit on. The elements hadn't been kind to the dolls, however, and they had rotten and tattered with age. They would always be aligned so that they all appeared to be staring and waiting for the newcomer, and a solitary spot was open at the rock table. As all urban legends go, it got darker, claiming that if you did sit on the rock and wait, Sally would show up and you would become part of her tea party forever. One thing all these stories had in common was that the people who saw the table immediately left, and many got lost on their way home. When I first heard these stories, I thought they were a load of trash, just typical small town folklore trying to make a sad story scary. That was until another young child, this time a boy, went missing while I was living there. The story sounded familiar. A family goes out for a hike, parents stop paying attention to one child for a while, and then they disappear. Only this time it was a little boy. And the townsfolk weren't going to let another kid go missing. Considering how the last search failed, the town went absolutely frantic. All hands on deck was called, and we even shut down the paper, well, our whole 7-person editorial team, to devote all our time to help. It was during these searches that I began to suspect there was a grain of truth in this story. As it turned out, Ben, as we'll call the little boy in this case, was found 2 days later. Other than having a few cuts and scrapes and having quite the appetite, he was fine. Only the stories he told of what he saw in the woods seemed very odd. Ben, an 8-year-old boy who knew nothing of folklore, said he left his parents because he saw a little girl. She asked him to play, and being bored of the picnic and his whining little brother, he left with her. He said she asked him to sit down at her tea party, which he did. Only when he sat down, she disappeared. When he got bored and tried to leave, she reappeared and told him she didn't want him to leave, then disappeared again. Every time he got up to walk away, she kept reappearing and bringing him back to the table again. Ben's story concluded that eventually he cried and left from the table, running forever across the entire field. He really accentuated this, which was really strange because although there are some clearings in the woods, I wouldn't call any of them a field even from an 8-year-old. When he looked for the girl again, she had disappeared, taking her dolls with her. A few minutes later, one of the local searchers found him and he was brought home. Now, there are 2 really odd things about this story. Number 1 is that he claims to have seen Sally and had no idea her story existed. Number 2 was the timeline of his story. Even though he's young and was likely traumatized, he should have remembered 2 nights passing, but his story only seems to span 2 hours or so. And when he was found, he should have been more hungry and dehydrated, but he was in near perfect health, as if he just wandered off the trail for an hour or so. The family didn't think about this too much and instead thought it was a miracle. I, on the other hand, was curious as hell. So naturally, I began to walk with my dog Rocco. We walked into the northern woods as much as we could. I pretty much explored every trail I could with Rocco over the next few weeks, and even though the area of the northern woods is pretty huge, I honestly began to feel like I knew the area quite well. There were some really easy walking trails, some more difficult, a hill to climb, they called it a mountain but please, with a great view, a few gorgeous open clearings, and even a small pond that teenagers would escape to when playing hooky on beautiful spring days. All in all, it was a pretty beautiful area, and I felt Rocco and I had the place pretty much nailed down. That was until one morning when Rocco and I were walking down the main paths right at the beginning of the trailhead. I noticed what appeared to be a different path jutting off from the main one I had never seen before. I began walking towards it and I heard Rocco cry and back away. I called him forward, and he reluctantly followed me through the brush and down this strange new trail. We only had to walk a few minutes until we quite suddenly came to a clearing that seemed to come out of nowhere, and was one I'd never seen before. I stopped just at the edge and had an odd feeling. Then I listened. No birds chirping, no bugs, and no sounds of animals sneaking through the underbrush. The spot was just about dead silent. Just as I was about to make note to Rocco about the silence, I heard a little cry from him. I looked over and saw him looking intently across the clearing. There, and between the few trees and open in the sunlight, was a small table surrounded by 6 or so rocks. Each rock had an old, decrepit doll on it, save for one, and each of the dolls were positioned as if looking at me and Rocco, waiting for us to join them. Normally, I like to think of myself as a pretty brave fellow, but this was a bit much. There was something about the placement of the dolls and the fact I swear I didn't see them when I first walked up to the clearing that utterly freaked me out. I've seen enough horror movies to know the overly curious guy who plays with the ghost dolls tends to end up dead, so I turned on my heels and started to walk away. I didn't even have to call Rocco. The moment he sensed I wanted to leave, the poor little guy was halfway back up on the trail. I swear though that on our way back, I could hear the faintest sound in the background of a young girl crying. Even though my adrenaline surged fear, it did break my heart a bit. It didn't feel menacing, it didn't sound like a trap, it sounded like a sad little girl. The one time I tried to stop and listen, I got a quick bark and cry from Rocco and resumed my journey home. By the time we got back to the main trail, I noticed something odd. It was dusk. We had begun our walk at about 7:30 a.m. and it had only taken us 15 minutes or so to find the new trail, then 20 minutes max to walk down that, then some time to explore the clearing. Yet somehow almost 12 hours seemed to have passed. I checked my watch and it read the time I was expecting, about 8:45. Besides the fact I was annoyed I had literally wasted an entire day in the matter of minutes, this definitely added to the curiosity of the situation. This was strange. This was very, very strange. But considering the weird tea party from hell I had just found, it definitely took second place in the weird race of the day. That entire night, I couldn't get the quiet, sad cry out of my head. I also couldn't shake the feeling of loneliness the clearing had. It didn't even have a single bird to break the silence. I knew eventually I was gonna have to go back there. Only next time I would need to be prepared. Fast forward a couple of completely normal weeks, and I felt I was ready to try this again. I had made my preparations and felt like enough time had passed that when I saw this thing again, I wouldn't crap my pants. I packed up the car, grabbed Rocco's leash, and off we went. This time in our journey, the hidden trail wasn't so easy to find. I know exactly where it was last time, and yet during this visit, it was inexplicably gone. Although I couldn't trace it at the time, I figured I must have made some miscalculation, and Rocco needed a walk anyway, so we just traveled our usual trails. I know most people would say finding that was a once-in-a-lifetime thing, that it was paranormal, but I really did feel like I was meant to find it again. I felt like whoever was there wanted me there. I just had this gut feeling I'd get there. I also realized most people who had experienced this and had a sensation that the creepy place wanted you to return would probably do their very best not to return. But hey, I'm a curious writer, guilty as charged. About an hour and a half into our walk and far from the original entry point, I spotted it. There, behind a fallen tree on the opposite end of the woods, was the same exact quote hidden trailhead I found before. I began to walk down the trail and Rocco was having none of it. He whined and cried and even sat his doggy ass on the ground and wouldn't move. After a few minutes of calling, pulling on his leash, and an extensive amount of dog treats, he followed me, reluctantly, but he followed me down the path. It was at this moment I had really begun to wish I had brought a friend. I mean, I had Rocco, but he wasn't a very large dog, and if I ever wanted to tell the story, he wouldn't be able to give his first-hand account, unless I called the dog whisperer, that is. But this thought was fleeting, because just as I realized how big a mistake it was to do this alone, I heard Rocco's cry and felt him hide behind my legs. There was a small clearing in the woods. What was strange is that it genuinely appeared to come out of nowhere. One second I was walking down this path surrounded by trees, then I looked down to see what Rocco was up to, and bam, I'm at the edge of this clearing. And there, right in the center, was a small table surrounded by 6 or so rocks, miles from where I originally had found it. On all but one were seated dolls, their clothes torn and dirty from years in the wilderness, and their hair matted and their eyes blank. This time I walked towards the little table. I noticed the silence again, and I could hear my heart beating in my chest. I began to realize that my plan was half-assed at best. I also realized that most normal people would not do what I was about to do. I sat down at the table. Nothing happened. None of the dolls came to life and strung me up between a few trees by my entrails, and no little ghost girl came out. I waited a few moments, and even called out Sally's name. Still nothing. And realized just how old and dirty they were. They looked like they had been out here for ages. I began to think that maybe I really did get lost this time, and I was where I originally thought I was. The whole thing, I decided, was just a really odd happenstance of getting lost in the woods. What must have happened was some kids took the dolls when the volunteers left them and set up a tea party for the missing girl Sally. My original loss of time could have been due to dehydration, or I could have even passed out or something. I laughed to myself, calming down and feeling pretty dumb that I actually believed that, I don't know, a ghost girl would show up or these dolls would either kill me or want to talk politics or something. I got up, and as I did, I took out what I had come prepared with, a brand new Raggedy Ann doll I had purchased at the toy store a few towns over. As I turned to leave, I placed her on the extra rock, now empty since I've left it. She looked so out of place next to these aging dolls, her clothes still clean, and the dyes in her fabric still vibrant. I'm not entirely sure what was going through my head when I decided to do this, but the thought of this little girl's ghost out here alone stuck with old toys was absolutely depressing. I'm not sure I even believe in the paranormal, but in the 1 in 1 million chance she was real, the kid deserved something nice. I started to walk away, back towards Rocco, who was waiting patiently for me at the edge of the clearing, and smiled at him. I kept walking towards him, but the strangest thing happened. It almost appeared that, with each step I took, the clearing became further away. I started to walk faster, and yet still, the clearing seemed to be farther. One step forward, two steps back, if you will. So I began to run and eventually panic. And I'll admit, I may have lost my cool a bit. I ran as fast as I could and may have made a few prayers to a god I haven't prayed to since I was 12 or so. Yet with each step forward, the clearing seemed to get farther away. Just when I thought I would never make it out, and the edge of the clearing was almost a distant speck across miles of open field, I stopped and looked up. Right in front of me was Rocco, and we were at the edge of the clearing. He looked at me, then behind me, and cocked his head like dogs do when they try to say, "What's that?" I looked behind me, and the table was gone. I'll admit that was a little spooky, and I definitely walked faster than was comfortable on my way out. I also swear I heard a young girl's laugh, but that could have been my imagination. Then I heard, from what sounded like the wind, a whisper of, "Come back." I felt a cold breeze on the back of my neck, completely out of place on this 90-degree day, and it felt like small fingers trying to grab me. That definitely wasn't my imagination. I hightailed it out of there. I got back to my car and it was much later than expected again, and I was kicking myself for not taking another human to witness it. I definitely wasn't dehydrated and definitely didn't pass out this time, though I almost felt like it after that crazy run out of the clearing. That night I slept with most of the lights on and Rocco never left my side. I made plans with a friend of mine from college to meet up for breakfast, promising to tell him an interesting story. The next morning I woke up, got ready, and walked out of my house. I almost didn't see the message at the end of my driveway as I walked to my car, but when I did, my blood ran cold. There, scratched in the dirt as if with a stick, written in the half-backwards handwriting of a child, was a message. "Thank you, sir, for the dolly and for coming to my tea party. Next time, we will play longer." Needless to say, I haven't gone back into the northern woods again.
Rhode Island, the red raincoat. I don't allow myself to buy a doormat for my home anymore. I lived in an apartment complex about 5 years ago, right in the heart of New York City. I was living alone at the time, my family was in Rhode Island, and with me being new to the area, I didn't have many friends to speak of. I moved into Shallow Reed with my backpack and 2 large suitcases. Boxes from home were on the way, but it couldn't be anything too big to not fit in the mail, and had to be light enough for me to not go dirt poor in fees. My family helped, but they've already helped me enough. I was fresh out of college, looking to be an editor. This lifestyle didn't come with the happiest hope. Just an immature energy that will push your loved ones away from you, but will fulfill your personal aspirations. My apartment was small, but fulfilled more than enough. The rooms were clean and the utilities worked. I was stressed but happy, excited even. The area was, well, pretty rough. I had to grow a pretty thick skin to not take it personally if someone was calling me something or trying to hassle me. Crossing the street was once stressful, but it's nothing now. The bus station was only down the street and it took me everywhere I needed to go. I didn't take my car with me, so walking and public transport was my way to go. It was about 2 years into my job at a publishing house that I had to leave. I had recently gotten a few shelves, a few wall decorations, and a welcome mat for the entrance to my apartment. It was a tufted mat with a rainbow, and under it was a white lettering of welcome. Something sweet, subtle, queer pride, a homey feel. The day of the incident went about as expected. I woke up for work and did what I had to do and came home. I didn't go out to a club or a bar that night. I liked the nightlife of the city. I had a few people over every now and again, but no one really stuck around. I had a relatively defensive disposition with where I lived. There were a few times where I had to fend off a few solicitors. I always kept my door locked and bolted. I didn't take any risks, especially when I lived on the first floor. I was pretty pissed off that night, to be honest. The unit above me was blasting music, and the couple in the room next to me was enjoying the relationship just a bit too loudly. It was a little after 8 p.m., and I was watching something on my TV. I didn't really watch a lot of TV shows. I read what I needed from my phone and heard office gossip at work. I did watch the nightly news though, got into the habit from my parents. I had to be in the know about literary news, not so much local news. Suddenly, I heard the faintest sound of a knock. I perked up from my seat on my couch, but didn't mute the show I was watching. It could have just been anything. There was a knock again, this time sounding more firm, more confident. Immediately, I stood, some panic starting to rush through me. Who would be knocking at my door at this hour? The police? Maybe a neighbor? I walked over to my door, quietly, sneaking up to look through the peephole. The person was looking down at the floor and had a red jacket on with the hood obscuring their face. They looked small though, like a child. They nervously shuffled as they waited for me to respond. I cleared my throat and put on my man voice, trying to sound somewhat intimidating. They were knocking on my door after all. "Hello? Who's there?" The person turned to look at the door. I could see the tears running down the young girl's face. I barely even gave it a second thought as I opened the door. With her being no more than 9? I was concerned for her rather than myself. "Hey little one, are you looking for someone? Is someone out with you?" "I can't find my mom," she sniffled and wiped her eyes. She was wearing a simple red raincoat that was soaked from the rain outside. I peeked down each end of the hall and saw no one else was there. I knelt to be closer to her height, I'm not a big guy, but I towered over her. When did you last see her? She was here, but then she was gone. She continued to talk, but her words came out as a blubbering mess. It's alright, listen, we'll find her. Do you know a phone number we can call? She nodded and wiped her face once more. Come inside and we'll get you dried off. I gently offered her my hand, which she took after a moment. She wiped her shoes on my doormat, and when she looked up, her eyes were wide scanning around the apartment. Not that I felt embarrassed at the time, but my house wasn't really geared towards young children. I had a nice little cart of different alcohols and various collections strewn about that I used for decoration. I led her to the living room where the TV was. She took off her raincoat after I asked if I could leave it on the doorknob outside the apartment. Anyone who knew her would recognize it, and I doubted anyone in my building would steal a children's raincoat. I quickly rushed to my bathroom to grab her a towel. She was standing in the center of the living room staring at the TV. I offered her the towel and grabbed my phone. Here you are, I'm Derek. Can I get your name? I'm Cho. I'm calling Mom, she said in her small voice. I offered her my phone, which she quickly snatched up, dialing the numbers. She turned her back to me as the dial tone rang. I stepped away to the kitchen to give her a moment. A small marble island separated the two rooms, which allowed me to peek over at her while I got her a cup of water. After a few moments, she spoke in a different language, which I only knew enough about to know it was some Asian language. She turned to me as I handed her the water. What is this place? She asked. Shallow Reed Apartments. I'm Unit 5, first floor, I clarified. She spoke again to the person on the phone. She was quiet for a moment, looking around the room as if someone could be listening to her. She briefly made eye contact with me and flicked her gaze away. I felt a bit awkward standing there. Despite knowing the fact that this little girl could do absolutely nothing to harm me, I was still a bit on edge. It was a few moments later before Cho handed me my phone back. She'll be here soon, was all she said to me, looking down at the floor. I looked at my phone, thinking if I should report this to the police or not. Yeah, her mother is on the way, but why was she missing in the first place? How come you knocked on my door and not Unit 1? Sorry, the first door in the hall. Your carpet. My carpet, I thought. What did she mean by that? There's a rainbow. No one else had a rainbow, she said simply, like it was obvious. I realized then she was talking about my doormat. Shallow Reeds wasn't exactly the most queer inclusive, but I didn't worry about someone knocking down my door for having a rainbow on my mat. I hoped to show some bit of friendliness. Didn't expect it would lead a kid to my door. I moved on and asked another question. How did you and your mom get separated? I asked her in the most peaceful tone I could. She didn't answer. She just kept staring at the ground. Her eyes darted to my TV when the opening theme for the news started playing. Can you change this, please? She asked. I mean, it felt out of the blue that she asked me that, but then again, I don't think the news is the most popular children's show. I found the remote right where I left it on the arm of the couch and put on a kids show starring a blue heeler family. Figured that would be better than the nightly news. She didn't really seem open to talking much anyway. Well, the quicker she's out of here, the better, I thought. It was maybe 5 minutes later that a hurried knock sounded through the apartment. I immediately stood up from where I was on the opposite end of the couch from Cho and rushed to the door. I instantly opened it up and found a woman clutching the red raincoat in her hands. Unlike Cho, she had long black hair and a slight hunch on her back. She looked younger than what I expected to be walking with a hunch. Maybe she was in her 30s to 40s. Cho cried behind me, "Mama!" I quickly stepped to the side as the woman moved past me into my home. I kept the door open, expecting them to be on their way shortly. The mother started talking to Cho in the same language I heard over the phone. She cupped her face in her hands and did a thorough look over her child. She arrived maybe 10 minutes ago. She hasn't said much. I spoke up, but the mom didn't indicate if she heard me or not. Would you mind if we use your restroom? She has a cut on her arm that I want to clean, said the mom. Oh, sure, it's down the hall and to the left. First aid kit is in the closet. I pointed in the direction she had to go. My bedroom was right across from it. She led her daughter to the bathroom, looking a bit too curiously into my bedroom for my liking. They've seen the whole apartment by this point. I didn't remember seeing a scratch on the kid, but I didn't search her to begin with. While they were in the bathroom, I went to change the TV, but I couldn't find the remote. I found that a bit odd, seeing as I placed it in the same spot I did earlier. The great thing about today's day and age is that everything is digital. So I pulled the TV app on my phone and changed it from there. When I changed the channel back to the news, I was met with a video of a roaring house fire that happened earlier in the day. Well, I didn't miss all of the nightly news coverage. I could hear them fiercely whispering in the bathroom, which I didn't find surprising. I'm sure the mom was giving the kid an earful, but I was under the impression that improper adult supervision was the cause and not the child. But I'm not going to intervene. And in our last update of the night, we have a local alert brought to you by the police department. We are on the lookout for a group of individuals wanted for home invasion and murder. On the screen, they flashed a few images of men that looked like basic figures. None of them really stood out in a remarkable way. They all wore black masks and had thin figures. They'd been breaking into homes and stealing electronics, jewelry, and anything that could be sold off easily. It was what came next that caused my stomach to churn. In their most recent attack, the homeowners had a camera system installed that captured the entire event all on film. On the TV screen, someone was standing in a bright red raincoat. The recording had audio and subtitles to go along with it. I can't find my mom. I could feel the blood draining from my face. I quickly lowered the TV volume, looking behind me to make sure no one was there. The bathroom light was still on, but the whispering had stopped. I turned back to the screen and they had fast forwarded the clip. The same woman in my bathroom was there on my TV screen. I quickly dialed 911 and turned off the TV. I kept my eyes locked on the bathroom as I rushed to the front door. I was about to reach for the handle. A heavy knock banged against my door. I froze in place, my finger hovering over the call button. From the bathroom, I heard the lady call, "That should be my brother. He's our ride home. Can you tell him we'll be right out?" "Sure thing, let me just turn off the oven," I responded. Panic coursed through me. I slowly locked the door. I even grabbed some mail to make an impromptu doorstop. As I shoved it underneath the door, the person knocked again. I jumped back and tiptoed to my bedroom. They pounded the door again. I held my breath as I passed the bathroom. Neither the girl nor the woman made a sound. I locked my door behind me and called 911. 911, what's your emergency? My house is being broken into. It's the people from... I was interrupted by a sudden slamming. They were breaking down the front door. They made it into my home, I whispered. I stepped away from my door. Sir, what is your location? There were shouts from the men who busted the door down. They were smashing my stuff and God knows what else. I knew my door wouldn't hold long enough for the police to get here. I had to do something now. Without a second thought, I ran to the one window in my room. I heard the woman cry. My doorknob twisted as she did. She was crying for help. She yelled that they would kill her if I didn't help. They would kill her child. I opened the window and pushed the screen out of the frame. The wall shook as someone started to pound my bedroom door. I stepped out of my window, only to have a hand grab tightly onto my shirt collar. Someone was standing outside waiting. I dropped my phone and I was pushed to the ground. I could hear the 911 operator yelling to the phone as it dropped, breaking against the small rocks that lined my building. There were hands around my throat before I could even react. The person on top of me dropped all his weight onto my hips, straddling me and keeping me pinned. I struggled in his grip. I didn't even have time to panic. All I could do was react. I'll never forget the look in his eyes, the utter disregard for humanity. I can still see, the smile stretched across his lips. I could see myself reflected in the black of his eyes. I tried to knock away his arms, trying to scratch on my face. My head was pounding and my vision was getting darker and darker. I couldn't hear him, but I could see him bending closer to my face. Spit hit my cheeks as he laughed just inches from me. I grabbed the ground under me and used the last of my strength to aim for those dark pools. The blood hit my cheek before his laughter turned into screaming. Air rushed into my lungs as the man clutched his eye, or what would be left of it. I could only wiggle away from him as he dislodged a small rock from his eye socket. He pulled out more than the rock. I finally picked myself up and left the man behind me. I ran as fast as I possibly could and didn't look back. I ran across the street and started yelling at the top of my lungs for help. There were a few businesses, one of which was a pizza joint that still had its lights on. I ran to their door and yanked it open. I quickly found the lock for the glass door and turned it. The employees immediately started yelling at me, getting ready to defend themselves, I'm sure. I turned to face them and they stopped trying to shoo me away after they saw the dark red handprints around my neck. Everything was a blur of the moment from that point on. The pizza place ended up calling the cops, which is where I was able to give them more information. The cop cars took a few minutes to arrive, long enough for me to know that if I didn't go out my window. By the time they arrived, there wasn't anyone left in my apartment. Even with the officers by my side, I was worried about going in. They had a team come in to try to get samples of anything you could think of. They swabbed the man's blood that got on me and took photos of everything. My apartment was an utter disaster. Whatever they couldn't take, they smashed. The police took me down to the station in order for me to write up a formal report. I told them about Cho and the woman who came to my door. Hours later, they gave me an update. They found a man fitting the description I gave them. He was missing an eye and was dumped in a garbage bin 20 minutes from where I lived. Even after I spent a week in a hotel and another week at a coworker's place, there was no sign of the people who attacked me. The cops weren't any help either. Without anything to go off of, all they could do was wait. I asked the cops why they came after me and they responded by asking me if I owned any firearms, which they would have known the answer to already, but I told them I didn't. They told me how the other homes they had been suspected of breaking into all had something in common. The first family they attacked worked closely with a local church. Another home was just an apartment of college students. And the last home, the one that got footage of the woman from their security cameras, was a family who didn't have their citizenship in the States yet. It didn't take much to connect the dots that none of these people would have owned any guns or would have turned away a young child. We were all targeted as an easy mark. The police said they couldn't know how much the group knew about us until they were able to catch the culprits, but they knew enough about me. I've since moved and taken some self-defense courses and even bought myself a handgun that I touch once a year and bring to the range. I jump every time I hear a knock at the door, but I'll be ready for when they come to visit me again. At least that's how I felt before I came home today. And on my doorknob, there was a red raincoat. Connecticut, the Sombra. I hate to close my eyes, I hate sleeping, and I hate to blink. The split second that each blink occupies is still long enough to see it. I can still see that shadowed face attached to that sickly body as it motioned for me to close my eyes. Written by Anonymous in 2005. The Sombra is said to live in the wooded areas in the regions making up New England, New York, and New Jersey. It's been seen and documented by several people during camping trips and expeditions for several years. He is described as a sort of Sandman-like creature in that he comes to those who try to stay up until the wee hours of the morning in order for them to go to sleep quickly. That is what one camper wrote who refused to give his or her name for the story. The Sombra came within touching the surface of my tent as I was trying to read. I could hear his sickly breathing as it came closer and closer until it suddenly went away into the night as I turned off my lantern and laid my head to sleep. The Sombra is the modern day name of a creature widely described as a shadowy figure or a creature that inhabits the shadows. In fact, the term Sombra means shadow in Spanish. When the creature stands in the dark, most people report that it's at least 6.5 feet tall and looks like a sickly human wearing a long coat. When the Sombra stands in the light, people report to see that it has long, bony arms that are incredibly pale, just like the picture on this page of his face above. The Sombra also has long legs of the same description, as it has arms and feet that look inflated. He's sometimes described as wearing a long black coat that looks tattered and worn, but some reports dispute this. However, it cannot be disputed what the Sombra's face looks like. The Sombra's face is incredibly pale with eyes that are also pearl white. They seem to be so piercing that, quote, even after seeing the monster's eyes, I still see it on occasion, end quote, wrote Michael Smith Rothschild, a man who saw the creature back in 2010 and whose story we will share in due time. But when looking down towards his mouth, one notices that he has no actual mouth. He has a slightly open mouth that can't move much since it's a tiny row of stitches that keep the mouth mostly shut. However, it is what the Sombra does that sets it apart from all the rest. Of all the letters, stories, and reports that have been found that fit in a description that fits into the Sombra, all write that they have lost the ability to hear. Before they lose the sense, they all report to hear a constant sound of wheezing like wind or other nightmarish sounds. Note, some people swear that the Sombra can open its mouth, and when he does, the creature starts to make loud noises that sound like wind in the middle of a hurricane. The Sombra has an interesting past. Several people have seen it ever since the beginning of European colonialism in the United States. The Sombra is known by many different names. Hessian soldiers who were originally from Germany and came to the United States during the Revolutionary War called the creature Böser Weihnachtsmann, which literally translates to evil Santa because the soldiers saw the creature around the Christmas of 1776. The term Böser Weihnachtsmann is rarely used, if at all, to this day. The group of Hessian soldiers made up the British Guard of Trenton, New Jersey that was sacked by George Washington's men after they crossed the Delaware River. There are some passages from some soldiers that can still be read today, but that's for another report. Before the Revolutionary War, however, some people did see the Sombra. Sightings of the Sombra were concentrated in Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey. The first documented sighting from a European settler can be traced to 1703 in the coastal town of Fairfield, Connecticut. The sighting was from an anonymous Dutch merchant who described the creature as Lacht Schiem, which was translated as a sort of smiling or laughing shadow. The creature, at the time called Laxim, instilled a sort of fear in the surrounding communities. Soon more sightings of the quote Laxim were documented in the forest near Hartford, New York City, and Newark. Another important group of people to find the Sombra was the Pequot Indian tribe of eastern Connecticut. The small Pequot tribe migrated to eastern Connecticut in the early 1500s. Both their whereabouts before and their reasons for leaving the region aren't exactly known. However, there are some sources that may point to a motive. There are a series of carvings in the woods spanning from near Buffalo, New York to Ledyard, Connecticut that show a picture of a tall creature standing next to a longhouse as some people leave the house on the other side. Some people find this as definitive proof that the Sombra chased the Pequot Indian tribe away. The Pequot Indians call the creature Napoi Kepe, or night spirit. We know this because there's also some journal entries that come from around 1640 from an early settler to the region. His name, Thomas Connors, a Mohegan translator who wrote down some of the chilling stories that he heard from the Pequot Indians. Some stories were passed down from as far back as 4 generations prior, and some were as recent as days or weeks prior to the recordings. It cannot be doubted that many people have seen this horrible creature. However, there are many stories that will never be found. Ever since the big camping boom around the 1950s and 60s, park rangers, police, and other residents have discovered empty tents, trailers, and RVs in the woods with no one inside. And the few tents, trailers, and RVs that are identified to a person have nearly always been of someone who has been never seen again, not even a body found. This was around the time when the reports about a shadowy figure tormenting campers started to spring up left and right all over the tri-state area. And even with these terrifying reports, more and more people decided to camp. Some of these reports will be released in the near future, with some dating as far back as the 1950s. Also, some other somber stories will be released that were written as far back as the 16th century. This menacing creature has been here and always will be here. At least in the tri-state area in the northeastern US, humans are not at the top of the food chain. All we can tell is that the somber has been around for so long that the somber has been a sort of campfire tale that has been changed often through the years. The somber has been often connected with the rake. The rake is another very well-known cryptid that has been found in upstate New York, much like the sombra. It's undeniable that the rake has something to do with the sombra, but it's unclear what that could be. Some people believe the rake was the sombra's sibling or child. Others believe the rake was the sombra's lost pet that ran away from the sombra long ago. And still, others believe that the sombra and the rake are one and the same, just two separate names for one terrifying creature. However, it is certainly one question to ponder as I go on to share the terribly true tales associated with the sombra. New Jersey, New City Village. I used to live in New Jersey in an old Victorian, right in the smack dab middle of the boonies. Where I lived, cell phones rarely get reception. Back a few decades ago when I was a kid, a housing development went up, big places. They cleared a few miles of the barrens for it. It was a stone's throw from my place. Once the places were finished, people moved in. City people, really. It was either old people or new families with real young kids. People that wanted to either wind their life down or start a new one up. Nothing special. I knew a handful of the kids through elementary school, but none of them were exactly my age. They were normal. When the people moved in, my mom made an effort to meet everyone, with us being so close and all. There was this one guy that stuck out in my mind, mainly because he was bald yet young. Probably like 38 at the oldest, I want to say. My mom said not to say anything because he might have a disease or something like that. Years went by, I grew up and went to middle school. I came home one day, I had to walk because I missed all the buses. I went past the housing development. Glancing down the street, I didn't see anyone, not a soul. It was around 5:20 according to my watch if I remember right. Normally, all the fathers were getting home at 5 p.m.-ish. Curiosity got me. I walked down the street to see what I could see. Every house was dark, except for the bald man's. I glanced in his window and saw about the entire population of the small community sitting in his living room. Children, parents, the elderly, everyone. Standing in the middle of everything was the bald man. It seemed as though it was just a casual meeting. People were talking and laughing. Whatever. I don't know why the hell I cared anyway. I walked home and got grounded for being late and not calling from the school. That night, my mom got a call from another local neighbor saying that she was hearing unsettling grinding noises from the small community. My mom said that someone was probably getting work done. When she asked me if I had seen anything on my way home, I didn't answer as I was still bitter that she had grounded me in the first place. The next day, every kid from that small neighborhood was marked absent in school, and the day after that. The police went to investigate that night. The first thing they found was an ear on the front lawn of the bald man's house. A severed human ear. A child's arm was found in a trash can, dumped with a few pizza boxes, and a man's split open torso was located in the woods behind the property, with human bite marks penetrating the flesh. The rest of the community was inside the house. All the entrances, both doors and windows, were boarded shut. When they broke down the door, they found the corpses of everyone, the entire development's population, children, parents, the elderly, everyone. Some were mutilated beyond initial recognition, and most were missing organs like livers and kidneys. Forensics showed that the victims were alive when the organs were taken out. A child's body was also found in the oven of the house, burnt to the point where the skin melted. Forensics showed that the child was alive when his skin started to melt. Children's, parents, the elderly, everyone except for the bald man. A background search on him proved that he was involved in a local sect of the cult, which are known to practice in the Pine Barrens. He fled. He hasn't been found. Needless to say, what happened literally tore our community apart in multiple ways. Instead of the boogeyman, my friends and I had nightmares about something real, about a bald man. Horror movies didn't scare me because I knew they were fake. What happened was real, and that terrifies me to this day. The massacre occurred in 1984, 28 years ago. I'm 41 now. I went back to the site last month. The houses are still standing. All of them are abandoned. The single road that once connected the community to the outside world is long overgrown. I can't find any police files, nor can I find any news broadcasts about the murders. The houses are still there, but everything that had to do with that place seems to be gone. I could spend hours telling all the urban legends I've heard about it. Weird New Jersey posted a story in their book, I think. Nothing's conclusive, no newspapers, no files. I searched the records of some of the children from my school. They were never legally documented. But I know, and every other person that witnessed it and lived in West Milford County in 1984 knows. I cannot in any way express to you how much the events that I've described have literally ruined my life. If you doubt the reality of it, the only thing I can say is you're wrong. This happened.
This isn't meant to be a creepypasta, and this isn't an urban legend. The only reason I posted it here is because I know that this is a community that will actually read what I'm writing. I'm not sure what I can say to make you believe, but a total of 37 people were murdered in the most brutal ways I can imagine. The place has a lot of names. It used to be called New City Village, now it's called Demon's Alley. Look it up for yourself if you don't believe me. People need to know about this. For all it's worth, please share this.
New York. The New York subway deaths. One of my friends is a paramedic in New York. Don't ask me why, but it was always his dream to become one. And New York being the big and wild city that it is, he has of course seen some crazy things. He doesn't talk about his experiences much since they are always very personal and often disturbing, but I know that he's encountered his fair share of gruesome stabbings and gunshots. For example, he told us how one time some kids were playing with a shotgun and one of them got his jaw blown off. The boy was still alive as my friend rushed him to the ER and eventually lived, but he's horribly disfigured now and he has to eat through a tube for the rest of his life. There were other stranger things. He told us once how he responded to a call where an elderly woman managed to decapitate herself at home alone. They found her body sitting in the chair in front of the TV, which was still on, and her head was laying on its side in the middle of the floor beside a puddle of blood. The door was locked and all the windows were closed. All they know is that her neighbors heard a loud thud in her apartment and called the police when she didn't answer her door, but no one has figured out exactly how it happened. Yet by far the strangest, creepiest story that he ever told us is one about the mysterious subway deaths that happened several years ago. A few of my other friends and I were hanging out at his apartment one time, drinking and listening to music, when the topic of ghosts came up. We started by talking playfully about ghost experiences we had as children, just shadows in the corner of the eye, feeling of being watched, and stuff like that. But then my friend spoke up and said in a very serious voice that he wanted to tell us a story that he swore to God actually happened and freaked him out so much that it sometimes kept him awake at night and, when he rode the subway late at night, almost gave him panic attacks. We all became serious as he told us the following story, which I will tell you now. So my friend said a couple years ago that the ambulance crews started getting calls about once every week about people found dead on the subway. The deaths always happened between a few particular stations. He said the names, but I can't recall them exactly. The New York subway system is huge, and they always happen late at night when the cars were almost deserted. In fact, the victims were always found alone in the subway cars, sitting or lying on the benches, and there were never any witnesses. Another detail is that all the victims were males and died of heart attacks, sometimes even when they were unusually young. After the calls that had been coming in steady for a couple of months, the story started to get some minor attention. The police checked footage from the cameras in the stations, but never saw anyone get on or off the trains regularly that made them think of a particular person that was causing the heart attacks with drugs or a stun gun or some other means. There was no explanation. It seemed that some unlucky guy would be riding a subway car, everyone else would happen to get off, and then sometime when he was alone in the car between stations, he would simply have a massive heart attack and die. The newspaper even ran a small insert about the case in the back reaches of the police blotter, perhaps you even saw it, asking for information, yet nothing came of it. But eventually my friend was lucky, or unlucky, enough to get a clue about what might have been going on. He was on duty one night when his crew responded to a call about one of the heart attacks, but this time the person managed to survive. They picked him up from the platform of one of the stations where he was lying on the ground with a jacket from a Good Samaritan who called 911 under his head. The person who placed the call was still there and said that when he entered the car, he saw the man sitting slumped over on one of the benches and gasping for breath. Then he called 911 when the man indicated that he needed help. My friend assisted in strapping the guy, who was about 40 or so, into a stretcher and was with him in the back of the ambulance as they went to the emergency room. The man was well enough to talk, and my friend listened to him while he did whatever medical things one does in such a situation. Soon he realized that something abnormal was going on in the subway, something that still disturbs him to this day. The man said that he was on his way home from an exhausting shift at work, late as usual. There were just a few people in the car when he boarded, and he was very tired and started nodding off as he sat in the car. He said he remembered at one point in between naps that the car became deserted except for him. Then he suddenly awoke to find himself paralyzed. He could see in front of him what was going on, but he couldn't move anything, not even blink. He tried to yell, to moan, to do something, but the only result of his inward efforts was silence. He said that he experienced sleep paralysis before, usually at home, but it was what happened next that almost killed him. As he was sitting there paralyzed, the train rolling between stations, he saw a little girl walking towards him. She was neither happy nor sad. He said just an average little girl like you would see walking down the street, but she was transparent, as if he were watching a reflection in a window. He began to feel extremely anxious as she came near, but still couldn't move. She didn't look at his eyes, but he said that he looked at him as if she knew him. She acted like it as well. She climbed up into his lap and curled herself into a ball as if to sleep, just the way you often see little girls do with their parents when they're tired. At that moment, he said his heart attack started. The little girl was cold and motionless as she sat in his lap, and he said the cold from her crept over his whole body until it began to feel like someone was squeezing the middle of his chest. He started to lose breath, but there was nothing he could do. The little girl just sat there in his lap, filling him up with cold. Subway suddenly arrived at the next station, and the little girl just quote-unquote dissolved. Those were the man's words. She dissolved from his lap as he heard the door open. That's when the Good Samaritan who made the call came up to him, he said. My friend related that the man survived the incident and recovered fully. The calls about heart attacks continued to come in for another month or so, then mysteriously stopped just as quickly as they started. No conventional explanation was ever found that could fully explain the incident. My friend offered a couple theories of his own as to what might have happened. First, he said that sleep paralysis is fairly common and often accompanied by vivid dreams and hallucinations, which could explain what the man saw. Yet it doesn't explain the wave of heart attacks, all occurring to males alone in the subway, all between roughly the same stations. Unfortunately, for the sake of finding the truth, the lucky man was, at least to my friend's knowledge, the only one to survive, and consequently there are no other stories to corroborate this. The other theory is that there really was a ghost of a little girl who caused the heart attacks on the subway. Like any big city, New York has a lot of domestic crime and many broken families. My friend speculated that she was a girl who was perhaps killed by one of her parents, or maybe died when she somehow wandered into the subway tunnels, running away from home, and spent the time after her death searching for her father. Of course, no one knows for sure. After my friend finished speaking, we all sat there silently, staring at the ground. Some upbeat song played in the background from the stereo, but the mood was dead by now and stayed that way until my friends and I went home. When we did, I don't think a single one of us took the subway that evening. Pennsylvania. Children's laughter. I went to a remote prison in Pennsylvania for a robbery in 1989. If you try to find it, you'll be out of luck because it's gone, erased from most memories because it wasn't well known in the first place. While the prison was standing, it had a very low escape rate because of a story that circulated around within the walls. The story was told to me by a friend, and it won't leave my memory anytime soon. Harry Winslow was an inmate in the late 40s who was in the prison for life. He had been going mad in his prison because he always said he'd been framed. Every night he would look out his cell bars and would see the river about 100 yards away. Past there was a thick and immense forest. He would always see children playing and laughing past the river next to the guard fence. So with this gnawing at his mind, he went after it. It gave him a taste of hope and freedom. That's why he went for it. The story gets shaky from there because Winslow didn't have a journal, so it was just eyewitness accounts. On the night of the escape, his friend and cellmate Dom Solchek saw Winslow make his exit from the missing bars in the cell. What followed, Solchek said, was only sounds. Winslow was like a bull, so this made it easier to hear his footsteps on this foggy night because Solchek couldn't even see 10 feet in front of his cell, let alone 100 yards. Solchek warned him that it wasn't a good idea, so he stayed alone in the cell. He tried to go back to sleep immediately after Winslow had departed, but just sat in bed listening to the sounds. First, he heard Winslow's heavy footsteps trudging in the mud, and by the sounds of suction, it was pretty thick. Second came the noise of the fence rattling back and forth as Winslow struggled to climb the fence. All the while, he could hear the faint noise of children laughing in the background. Before this could register as being wrong, he could hear Winslow splash down into the river, probably 20 feet from the riverbank. At this point, Solchek leaped out of his bed to look out the window, if only to hear more clearly. All he could hear now was frantic splashing and the laughter that was now the overwhelming noise. By the sound of the panting, Winslow had hurried his pace in the water. Finally, and this he could only hear faintly, Winslow walked up the bank, and the laughter was replaced by something else. Screaming. Screaming and tearing of clothes and flesh. The laughter was now deeper and primal sounding. And after 30 seconds that felt like an eternity, the noise was all gone. Solchek looked out of his window the rest of the night for any sign of what had happened. All he heard was rustling in the trees. In the morning, when it was discovered how he had escaped and Solchek's story had been relayed to the authorities, they ventured to the riverbank across from the prison and found 3 items of interest. The first was several pieces of torn clothing, the second was a human tongue, the third was a note that was messily etched into the ground and had since hardened in the wee hours of the morning, and it read as follows: "Do not follow the sirens." The rest of the body was never recovered, never found, and it was dropped into the cold files case within a year. One day, it was said that the sirens called Solchek as well. He followed them and disappeared just as Winslow had. The river dried up and eventually the prison was closed down. So if you ever happen to find a large complex of bricks in debris form and large blocks with wiring all over the place, go to the far end. I recommend that you wear earplugs, lest the children still dwell across from the dried up river. Let's just hope they haven't crossed the river by now. Delaware, the Witch's Tree. There's been a legend going on in our town, a legend that dates back all the way to the colonial times, a legend that involves a woman by the name of Allison Gregory. Allison was a woman who lived in a small village in Delaware during the late colonial era. It was a peaceful, quiet town. There were never really many conflicts there. Everybody just lived a normal life. Nobody really knew Allison. She was usually such a quiet woman. She never really got involved in social affairs or anything like that. Normally, she was practically a shut-in. She would just stay in her house and not go out as much. She never really had many friends. Now, during this time, there was already paranoia of witches and evil forces, which caused people to kill many innocents out of fear. One day, there was a knock at Allison's door. When she opened it, it was a messenger from another town. He told her news that her sister, who lived in that town, was accused of being a witch and killed. Allison was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what she had heard. For days, she would mourn her lost sister. Then one day, she stopped mourning. She wasn't heard from for months after that. There was no sign of her in her home or anything. It was during these months where the town, which killed her sister, fell into chaos. There was famine, citizens falling ill, deaths in the mayor's family. A month earlier, the mayor's son went missing, and the mayor ordered a full-scale search for his son, but with no prevails. Weeks later, the crops went bad, the soil being treated with some strange dark purple liquid. As all the crops were ruined, famine started to occur. Just days later, people fell ill, with the deaths of the mayor's loved ones. When the bodies were examined, their insides contained traces of this purple liquid. The town now knew that whatever was happening because of this purple liquid. The doctors tried researching what it was, running tests on it. As it turned out, it was blood. But not just blood, the blood of the mayor's son, with some type of mysterious elements mixed in. When Allison's village heard of this, they knew it must have been her. They knew she did it for revenge. They broke down her door to find her in the basement. She looked awful, ragged. She shook violently as her beady eyes looked at the mob. The villagers noticed that there were all different types of liquids and jars of powder on her shelves. Two people then charged at Allison. They knocked her to the ground. She fell unconscious. In this state, the mob tied her up and carried her outside. Those two people saw something covered by a sheet on the bed. The sheet was bloodied. When they lifted the sheet, there was the mutilated body of the missing son. His abdomen cut open, ritualistic marks all over his forehead, his body all cut up and covered in blood. The mob carried Allison into the forest. The night was cold and dark. In the forest, they found a tree, its branches bare, its bark was black. It looked as if no life was in it. They took another rope and tied her to the tree. Allison screamed and struggled with no avail. The local priest came up to her. He carried a blessed dagger. He held it up to the sky and chanted holy words. When the chanting was over, the priest raised a dagger and stabbed her through the heart. Both Allison and her screaming died. Today, there's a legend saying that since the tree had no life in it, the ghost of Allison went into the tree and now lays dormant in it. The tree is now called the witch's tree, and anybody that says this chant will free her spirit. Witch's soul, now lost forever, I now summon you, Allison Gregor. Her ghost will haunt that person 3 days, then they die. Apparently, those bodies contain traces of a type of purple liquid. Maryland, the Glendale Horror. At first, the drinking days were fast, fun, and filled with hilarity. Booze and pot were cheap, and so were musical performances at venues and other places. Parties were easy to find too. Crashers were even welcomed as long as they weren't empty-handed grifters and scrubs. The economy was fine, jobs were aplenty, and none of us had spouses or children back then. In the 90s, we didn't have internet access or smartphones, not even regular cell phones. I think a handful of us had pagers. We relied on word of mouth, zines, or flyers for the scoop on social events. It was rare to be all dressed up with no destination on a weekend night in Northern Virginia. We were just a short drive from the nation's capital. Killing the third to last beer of the last 12-pack of ale, Eddie asked, "What about a strip club?" With an audible slur in his loud, overbearing speech. "Don't you guys want to see some naked chicks?" I rolled my eyes and looked over at Jason, who had a similar reaction. As appealing as the idea sounded, we'd spent the majority of our weekend spending cash already. We had no idea of what was going down that night or where the rest of the gang was. Remember, no cell phones. If you got left behind, that was that. You were stuck at home. If you were lucky, someone would call and let you in on where the action was. We didn't even have enough money for one of our sorry asses to get a lap dance, and Eddie was talking about painting the town red. Eddie, my kid brother, was acting like a moron. But that's how 19-year-olds act when they drink too much. Jason was the same age, but somehow managed to keep his cool better than Eddie. I was 2 years older than the both of them, making me the only one legal to buy booze. We didn't have a clue. What we had was $26, a Honda Civic with a full tank of gas, and the motivation to keep things rolling. We weren't about to call it a night just yet. "Nando," Jason said to me, "it's 12 o'clock and no one's called. If we leave now, we can get us across the border and at a checkout center well before 2. I'm sure if something's going down, the boys will leave us a message on the answering machine." Jason was right. I don't know how it is now, but back then any place in Virginia that sold liquor was legally obligated to lock up their booze at midnight. Alcohol sales between midnight and 6 a.m. were strictly prohibited. However, Maryland sold booze until 2 a.m. I can't count how many times we did 90 miles per hour or faster across that Woodrow Wilson Bridge over the Potomac River and into the state of Maryland just for a 12-pack and some cheap ghetto wine. A fly-by-night, last-minute beer run sounded like it could be enjoyable. Finally, someone was starting to make sense. I laced up my docs and brought a mag light in case of road rage. I concealed it in the inside pocket of my bomber jacket and made for the car. Eddie threw on his chucks and his hoodie and grabbed his mag light too. Before we knew it, we were in Jason's Civic jumping on 495 with Baltimore's very own Gut Instinct blaring through the Kenwood tape deck. Hardcore isn't the same these days. It was the journey as well as the destination that were both so exhilarating to us. At the end of the line were containers full of that ice-cold, gut-warming, magical elixir that would make us feel woozy and take us to God knows where. Drinking was our favorite pastime, followed all too closely by social deviance that came with it. Vandalism, petty theft, street scuffles, and other forms of criminal mischief paired with public intoxication were always shits and giggles all around. The background music was hardcore punk. We didn't have a care in the world, and fuck you if you weren't one of us. Traffic was dead. A cool night air settled in and the bridge was in sight. We were almost there. We were making good time, so I made Jason slow down lest we get pulled over. Aside from driving a little drunk, which was easy to talk your way out of back then, we had nothing illegal on us. No drugs, no weapons, no explosives. As long as we didn't speed, we'd be in the clear. Jason knew of a spot and we took an exit just a few miles into Prince George's County, Maryland. We always made our nighttime Maryland beer runs quick. We stuck together and tried not to draw attention to ourselves. As quiet as we were, people still stared when we entered the liquor store. We said nothing. We grabbed 2 12-packs of Killian's and 3 40-ounce bottles of Crazy Horse malt liquor before making our way to the checkout line. It was while we were in line that Eddie spotted a couple of locals with a story about an abandoned hospital vandalized by local youths. It wasn't my first time hearing about the abandoned Glendale Hospital in Bowie, Maryland. I'd been there once with some punks from Richmond. The place was intense. Dozens of vacant, rotting buildings of older architectural style scattered through the property with a network of underground tunnels, mostly flooded, connecting the above-ground structures. We got high and played tag that time. As I told Jason and Eddie about it, I could see how stoked they were getting. "How do we get there?" asked Jason. We had booze, motivation, and somewhere to be. I felt optimistic about the evening's adventure unfolding. The increase in vegetation and further collapse of the hospital wards enhanced the experience. The eerie resemblance to the backdrop of a sci-fi horror film or comic was uncanny and thrilling. We immediately regressed in our delight and played as children on a jungle gym. The mag lights came in handy for their actual intended purpose. After a half hour of running the grounds and scouting the perimeters, we were ready to brave the rusty cages. We entered with caution. The damp air reeked of mold, oxidation, pigeon shit, spray paint, and God knows what else. There were glass shards with Brits of billow scattered about, and freshly spray painted tags on the walls. We were on land that previous visitors, one possibly with worse intentions than ours, had claimed. We should have left, but we pressed onward. After half an hour of not coming into contact with other humans, we let our guards down. We found dormitories, labs, a morgue, journals, and magazines. We discovered underground passages that connected above ground structures. Jason almost fell into an empty elevator shaft. We climbed up and onto the roofs of several of the largest buildings. The network of hallways, tunnels, and chambers was amazing. Then the thrill and drunkenness both began to subside. The harsh reality was that our playground was a place where people were quarantined for incurable diseases and left to die. These barn walls in drab colors were the last home they knew before they retired to an early grave. It was a hard thought that led to our decision to go find the Civic and head for the bridge. It really should have been that simple. Leaving the hospital, we heard footsteps, voices, and that unmistakable static-filled feedback on a handheld radio. We ducked out behind an entryway, shut off our mag lights, and kept quiet. We knew exactly how to go about situations like this. No words needed to be exchanged. We all knew what to do. We kept quiet and kept our cool and simply waited for the cops to go away. Those 8 minutes went by as slow as an hour. That's how long 8 minutes seem when you're standing in the pitch black with your kid brother and your friend, not uttering a peep and hoping you won't spend the night in a county jail. Following the trail that brought us in, we gradually sneaked our way to the Civic. Thankfully, it hadn't been discovered and towed by police patrolling the area. Impound fees were beyond our budget and we were in the middle of nowhere. It was just past 3:30 in the morning. We had our fill and were ready for bed. Sweaty and smelly, we plopped our soggy asses into the tiny Japanese hatchback. We lit some smokes, cracked some brews, and headed for the bridge. Who would have thought that such a poorly planned night could go from being a total bust to such an event? With the windows down and the music on, we made for the freeway, mistakenly convinced that the peak of our adventure was well behind us. We laughed at the patrol trailer on our way out. The fatigue and the alcohol probably had a lot to do with our getting lost. Getting lost was what led to the arguments that followed. Each of us arrogantly proclaimed his own righteousness, insisting that the predicament was surely the fault of the other two parties. It was ridiculous. At some point, Jason pulled over at a truck stop and got directions back to 495. Thanks to the full tank we started out with and the fuel efficiency of his ride, we had plenty of juice to get us back on track. We were so far off the grid it was pathetic. Once we knew we had the right directions, we apologized to one another and laughed about how far from home we were. Jason got drowsy but was coherent enough to co-pilot the trip. Eddie was drooling on the back seat with his eyes closed. I took the helm and followed my friend's directions to our home in Fairfax, Virginia. At some point, we ended up on a winding, desolate stretch of freeway. To this day, I can't remember what route we were on. 2 lanes went one way, and 2 lanes the opposite on a road almost completely devoid of light disappeared as well. It was almost 4:30 in the morning. How true it is, as they say, that it is the darkest before the dawn. The headlights piercing the pitch black ahead reminded me of our mag lights leading our way through the maze of decay just a few hours prior. What a night we'd had. Jason had given me the last of the directions and closed his eyes to pass out. It was many miles but few turns to get us back to 495, so I took the sole responsibility of our return navigation. As the front left fender of the car seemingly devoured the dotted lines on the road, I could see the tree lines on either side of the car in my peripheral vision. I glided down the right lane. Ever so gradually, the tree line in my left peripheral vision faded from sight to an abysmal blackness. It was as if someone had draped the left side of the Civic with a giant black curtain, blocking out everything to the left of the vehicle from sight. I winced, blinked, and shook my head, attributing to the onset of the extreme fatigue. "Jason, wake the fuck up! Jason!" He groaned some swear words. "Look, dude, I'm nodding the fuck out. You gotta take the wheel." As that last sentence came out my mouth, I felt my pulse race and my stomach rise to my throat. Although I didn't fully comprehend what was happening, I got the undeniable feeling in my gut that something was seriously wrong. The dark mass was quite clearly a large moving object, a vehicle perhaps with no headlights, marker lights or tail lights, no lights at all. It mysteriously navigated the twists and turns as effortlessly as if it were daylight out. All the while it kept pace with the Civic, staying dangerously close to our left. "What the hell is it, man? What the fuck?" Jason's sweaty back was pressed against the inside of the front passenger door while he was outwardly panicked. He'd awakened to a state of perplexity and terror that exceeded my own. I tried to outrun the dark mass. I got the little hatchback up to 114 miles per hour, and the dark mass didn't skip a beat. When I slammed on my brakes to slow it down, it was almost as if it was an extension of our own vehicle. I couldn't shake him for the life of me. Eddie, by now, was fully awake. Unlike Jason, he was so full of fear that he had fallen dead silent. My panic gave way to anger. "Brace yourselves! Hold on to something!" I shouted at my two passengers as I attempted to sidesweep the object. That too was of no use as it turned in direct response to the Civic. I shouted and cursed through my open window. Just then a light came on. It was my mag light. Jason was shining it on the object. Once we realized it was in fact a big black car, Jason attempted to blind the driver with the mag light to get him to leave us alone. "Take that, motherfucker!" We shouted as we laughed and cheered, pleased with ourselves and our childish antic. When all the lights of our unwanted neighboring vehicle, including the interior dome light, simultaneously came on, our laughter fell silent. The pilot and the passenger of the mammoth-sized vintage hearse that taunted us mercilessly were virtually identical. Their grotesque appearance forced Jason to retreat with the mag light. The interior dome light of the hearse revealed the silhouette of the two, large individuals that both looked putrid. I mean, they looked like animatronic cadavers. They looked as though they could be almost 7 feet tall standing. The driver's hands were so huge they made the steering wheel look small. Between glancing forwards at the road ahead and staring at the ghastly scene beside me, I took in what I could. I tried to tell myself that they were wearing masks, but the rancid appearance of their facial flesh matched the necrotic hue and texture of the driver's hands. Both were clad in outdated formal attire. And despite of the lights on their vehicle being activated, the precision of their navigation was still a mystery. Both figures had their gazes fixed on us and not the road ahead, while somehow managing to make the necessary maneuvers to avoid collision. Once again, as a last-ditch effort, Jason aimed the maglite beam at the driver's face to make him go away. Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! I didn't know what had just happened, but Jason was losing his shit. "What is it, man? What happened?" I yelled. Eddie spoke up. "Don't look, Nando. Don't look. Don't speed up. Don't slow down. Just keep your eyes straight ahead and keep driving." This whole thing sounds so absurd when I talk to people about it nowadays. It truly doesn't do any of the experience any justice at all. We didn't mention the hearse incident for years. On the night of Eddie's bachelor party, Jason and I were somehow able to find humor in the memory, but Eddie wasn't. The very mention of the incident almost ruined the event. We never brought it up in front of him again. Jason and I too eventually got married and started families. A distance grew between us, but somehow we managed to maintain a friendship. We laughed about the whole thing and decided it was all a part of some prank intended to keep us away from the area. It makes things easier for us, but it doesn't explain a lot. Someone once told me that what is seen cannot be unseen. I don't have many regrets in my life, but I regret looking. Eddie was firm when he told me to face forward and keep driving, to not look at the hearse to my left. My curiosity got the better of me. The flashlight revealed unsettling features that I still can't make sense of. Both pilot and passenger were in a total state of decay. Their mouths and eyes, wide open, lacked any sign of human resemblance. The mouths had no teeth or tongues. The eyes were empty, cavernous pits of darkened meat. When I gazed into their faces, I instantly felt an indescribable emptiness wallow up inside me. It was the lowest low I'd ever felt in my entire life. That's the best way to describe it. The very sight of their faces seemed to draw any kind of positive energy I had inside of me right out. To call the incident traumatic would be a huge understatement. But Jason and I force a laugh when the story comes up. We say it was a hoax even though it doesn't adequately explain what we experienced. It doesn't even make sense of their speedy getaway. After I saw their faces, we began to approach a stretch of highway lined with streetlights. Once again, I tried to outrun the abominations that followed. I got the Civic up to 120 miles per hour this time, but the hearse began to pass. In fact, it accelerated to such an awesome extent, it dwindled our 120 mile per hour travel speed to a seeming standstill, leaving us as if we were stopped at a traffic light.
As it did so, the engine and electronics inexplicably gave out, and we began to slow to a stop. As our vehicle decelerated, we could hear the hearse continue to race forward up ahead. We watched each streetlight it passed flicker uncontrollably before completely powering down. Then it vanished from our sight. We still insist on telling ourselves it was a show of sorts, a ploy on the part of locals to keep troublemakers at bay, a way to scare off hooligans and trespassers. It doesn't add up, but it works for us. It makes it easier to sleep at night.
Virginia, Clifton Forge Underground. Background information. The town of Clifton Forge lies in the western region of Virginia, near the George Washington National Forest. The town came to be thanks to the railroad business. Back in the day, it thrived. Now the town is slowly dying. Walking up and down the main streets, one can see the closed down shops or businesses that eventually died out due to the town's dwindling population. I visit a bed and breakfast in Bath County, Virginia around the same time every year. This little hotel I stay at is roughly a 25-minute drive away from Clifton Forge. Several years back, I went with my cousins into Clifton Forge for some particular reason. I believe it was to pick up some tools from the local hardware store. While exploring the town, I found a strange tunnel that sat on the side of the road right across from a gas station. My curiosity was at an all-time high, and I convinced one of my cousins to explore it with me. Unfortunately, my other cousin was too afraid and miserable because of the heat to do anything. I reluctantly decided not to do any exploring in the tunnel and made plans to return on a later date. My experience. This past year, I returned to Clifton Forge with my cousins with the sole intention of exploring the town. I used the excuse of geocaching to go into Clifton Forge, and my cousins willingly took the bait. Eventually, we stumbled across the tunnel once more. I urged my cousins to go in, and they agreed they would do so if I returned with the proper safety equipment. I needed to know more about the tunnel. I went into the gas station across the street and asked one of the clerks at the register, "What's the gated tunnel across the street?" The woman was very old and appeared to be dead on the inside. She said nothing. She was of no help. I felt that everyone in town was going to act this way. A majority of the people in town were old and far too apathetic when it came to anything at all. This led me to believe that no one would actually really care if we entered the tunnel. It was an incredibly stupid thought, but I was desperate and I needed to get into that tunnel. My cousins and I left the car in the gas station parking lot and made our way across the street. I looked around the entrance, hoping for a way down the stairs and into whatever lay beneath our feet. I discovered an incredibly poor design flaw in the security of the tunnel entrance. It was most likely built in the 1940s, so I'm led to believe it was something with a Cold War paranoia madness-induced mistake. The outer walls of the passage cut off around the handrail, going all the way down until the ground swallowed up the tunnel. This allowed us to just walk around the side and climb under. Once inside, I started running down the stairs until I was close to the bottom. I realized I had to wait for my cousins to finish getting through and walking down the stairs. I looked up to see that one of my cousins, Jack, was having some issues climbing down. There were a lot of slippery leaves and some piles of rocks in the way. I had my issues getting through the mess, but my excitement blinded my sense of caution. Jack stepped on some sort of old brick wall and slipped and fell. The bricks fell with him and scraped his leg up pretty badly. I ran back up to see if he was alright. My other cousin, Sarah, almost had the same exact issue, so Jack and I had to help her down. Once we were all in, we took a look at Jack's leg. There was some blood, but it was mostly mud and some scratches. Jack shrugged it off and I urged us all to keep moving forward. Once we reached the bottom of the stairwell, cold air rushed up against our bodies. There was a smell of decay about the space as well. I figured some raccoon died nearby. I didn't think that anything terrifying may lay further down the tunnel. On the left was a small hallway that led to an entry room for an elevator that went up to the ground level. There was a mirror on the wall for some reason and an old sign that read, "Danger, men working on elevator." The elevator doors were widely shut and there was nothing else to see in the area. Looking down the tunnel was haunting. It was just an empty black void that seemed to go on and on. What was this place? Was this going to lead to an abandoned bomb shelter? Was it a system of maintenance tunnels that run underneath the city? I couldn't help myself but get excited. Old rusted pipes lined to the right side of the wall and went on forever. There were puddles from leaks in the pipes here and there, but it wasn't anything too bad. We started down the passageway with our flashlights and wavering sanity. We walked for what must have been 30 minutes before the ambience began to change. The sound of running water was growing closer, and I suddenly thought we found the entrance to an underground lake of sorts. As we approached the end of the tunnel, we found ourselves in a large industrial cave. There was a large creek that split the area in two, a makeshift bridge that had been formed with a wooden plank. We were not the first people to have done this. That reassured me that everything was going to be okay, as there were no corpses laying around. My morbid sense of humor and common sense do not function well together. The place was huge. It must have gone a quarter of the mile in each direction. We weren't exactly sure where we should start. There were the exterior walls of an old building to our right, directly across the creek. After a surprisingly simple cross Jack, Sarah, and I were facing that seemed to be some type of warehouse built in the early 20th century, there was a door missing, right in front of us. Jack and Sarah were terrified almost immediately. I decided it would be fun to peek inside. There wasn't anything of particular interest.
It was an old storage cellar that somehow became filled with incredibly old washing machines. There were at least 20 of them, all tossed and thrown about the room like someone didn't know what to do with them, so they just threw the trash into the portal to hell in their company basement. There seemed to be a few other entrances to other rooms within the cellar, but the path was blocked by the piles of washing machines and mounds of dirt. "If you go in there, Zach, I'm leaving and not coming back for you," Jack told me. I considered begging him and Sarah to enter the cellar, but I decided it simply wasn't worth my time. To our left, however, was something that heavily intrigued me. A stone ramp that led to a doorway that had been sealed off. The doorway was completely filled with cinder blocks, except that someone had broken a hole and knocked half of them out. I peeked inside this hole to see what the surroundings were. A huge wave of hot air blew back. The area inside was twice as large as the industrial cavern. It was a massive tunnel that seemed to go on for miles. I pulled my head back and looked at my cousins, ignoring the fact that the cinder blocks lay around my feet on the outside of the tunnel and not on the inside. Sarah raised her eyebrows as Jack tilted his head with some doubt. It was so big and there were tons of other areas to explore. We all agreed that it would be best to explore that space last. We looked off to the left of the ramp and saw there was a walkway about 10 feet above our heads. It led to an old metal ladder that went up somewhere. There were also a set of metal stairs that ran down to a lower walkway behind it. Something about this area intrigued me as well. I jumped from the stone ramp and made my way around the platform that the ramp led up to. There was an old tree that had been knocked over at one point or another laying across the river and directly below the walkway. I thought maybe that if I climbed on top of the tree, I would be able to see a possible entrance to the walkway and whatever lay beyond. I began to climb the tree. I put one foot on the massive trunk and a hand on the stone pillar the tree lay next to. As I pulled my other foot up to gain balance, I realized my view was no better than it was before. I decided the next step would be to climb onto the stone pillar. As I prepared to do this, another hot rush of air flew and hit me. Then I felt a sharp tug on the back of my shirt. I fell back and landed on the dirt below me. I got up to see what the hell the big deal was. Jack and Sarah were just staring at me like I was an idiot. "Why the hell did you pull me down?" I asked. Sarah's eyes widened. "We didn't." Jack looked at me. "I was taking pictures if you didn't believe us. I took one of you as you fell." Jack handed me his phone. I looked at the photo. There was nothing except me and gravity. It didn't make any sense. The whole concept of some sort of darker energy being in the cavern with us gave me chills, and I decided it was best if we didn't try to explore the walkway. We decided it was time to leave, except for the last stop. We needed to explore the sweltering tunnel. We walked back up towards the ramp in the doorway. I decided to go in first. I looked in and around, shining my flashlight, hoping that I would catch something that gave me a clue of which way to go. There was nothing. It was so vast that my light eventually stopped reaching sections of the room. I turned on my flash on my camera, and that yielded nothing. It was whited out, but I could see the other side of the room partially. There was a sheet of plywood leading from the doorway to the floor. It was about a 7-foot drop. I slid down the plywood and told my cousins to wait. I wanted to make sure everything was safe and okay. That's when I suddenly got what I will remember to be the worst feeling I've ever had in my entire life. Alarm bells were ringing left and right in my head. I looked towards the edge of the tunnel, and I could see that one side of it was L-shaped. It came out a little, then turned and kept going. Right in the corner of that L was something. I could barely see it even with the light. I couldn't tell if it was just a shadow or trash. But then, I felt it look at me. I was able to discern its shape. It was definitely humanoid, but it was crouching. Whatever it was, it couldn't have been human. It simply felt too evil. The only other detail I remember was that it seemed to be covered in a skin-tight material that looked like a black trash bag. It was shiny, tight, and slimy in appearance. I quickly thought back to my night terrors as a child, where I would be chased by strange, slimy black beings in what seemed to be a white world. I panicked. I told Sarah and Jack to not come down into the tunnel at all. I started to run up the plywood. I stepped on it and slipped on the wall. I placed it up once more and continued to slip. I didn't want to look back at whatever was in the corner, but I was terrified that it was moving towards me. I jumped and grabbed the ledge. Jack and Sarah reached over and helped pull me up. I climbed out of the doorway as fast as I could and looked at Sarah and Jack. "We need to leave, now." We all ran across the creek, not caring if our shoes got soaked, and ran towards the maintenance tunnel. I never ran faster in my entire life. Once we got to the entrance and we could see the daylight, I felt a sense of relief. I could feel a sense of dread and terror behind me, but I assured myself that it was merely a combination of adrenaline and fear, and fortunately, it was. Upon reaching the real world once more, I needed to know what the hell we just experienced. Further research into Clifton Forge revealed that the entire town was built about 50 feet above ground level due to the creek that ran through the town. This was to prevent flooding whenever the creek rose too high. Everything started to make a little bit more sense. I believed that the entrance was indeed a maintenance tunnel. The strange hot tunnel, or hellmouth as I like to call it, probably ran under the main street, which went straight through the town for about 5 miles. As to why there were old buildings underneath the town is beyond me. I'm sure they were simply structures that would have been too much of a hassle to destroy when building Clifton Forge underground. The energy I felt down there was incredibly evil.
I'm surprised I didn't even realize it until I resurfaced. Perhaps that's what evil really does. It tricks you. It doesn't let you know it's there until it wants to scare you. It wants to feed off of fear. It certainly succeeded in that, but whatever it wanted to do after, I'm glad I didn't stick around to find out. West Virginia. Lyford, West Virginia. Lyford is a small rural town located in West Virginia, United States, established in 1717 by William Lyford. The town was never large nor wealthy and sustained itself primarily on the fishing business situated at Lyford Lake. It was, and remains today, an unincorporated community several miles from any other town. It's surrounded by dense Virginian pine forest and noted for its isolated location and closeted community. The most recent census conducted in the area in 1990 indicated that the population was around 700 people, 37.7% of which were below the poverty line. Lyford is infamous for its dark history and supposed curse. The town was struck with frequent tragedy from its earliest days when a local man known as Mad Jack massacred 13 townsfolk. All this while wearing a dog's face as a mask. He was never caught after escaping into the surrounding woods. Additionally, a small factory and oil drill built in Lyford in the 1830s burnt to the ground in 1840. Smog and ground chemicals produced by the factory killed off much of the surrounding forest, poisoned the water, and even destroyed the fish life, devastating the Lyford economy. By the early 1900s, the town had already slumped into depression and become largely forgotten, even being unintentionally excluded from American maps. The land Lyford was built on was never a long-term habitat for any Indian tribes. The dense forest was sometimes used for hunting, but this practice was only done in the most desperate of times. Water from the lake was not to be consumed, according to native lore, due to the spirits inhabiting the flooded cave system beneath the lake. Why the area of land was so revered is an enigma, as it offered fertile ground, food, and water. When speaking to local Indian tribes, William Lyford was told that the area was perceived as a circular shape across the land. Years earlier, it appeared. A circle around the circumference of the cursed place had been etched into the earth by another tribe. The etched circle remains visible today. Within the circle was the lake, a large expanse of the forest, a stretch of marshland east of the lake, and a burned-out clearing in the woods. The forest itself had a name, translated by Lyford as the Trinity Woods, but no explanation was offered as to how it got its name. Furthermore, nothing else within the circle was given a name by the local peoples. The burned-out clearing, in which no living plant has ever grown through the blackened soil, was to be the place of an important, grim event in Lyford's history. In 1718, the construction of William Lyford's home was completed after several unfortunate accidents resulting in the death of 2 builders. At its time, the largest home in the town, it was a place avoided by locals due to the tragic case of William's youngest daughter, Lily, aged 13, who went missing in the Trinity Woods for almost a month. She was found in the clearing, severely bruised and covered in blood. Only with much difficulty could she speak at all to the young men who came across her by chance. When first discovered, it's known that she mentioned a circle of light before becoming unconscious. The clearing had been searched many times before Lily was discovered there, and her enigmatic words caused tension in the small community. When at home, she took the upstairs room of the house as her own. It would be in this room that she spent the rest of her days, having contracted a totally unknown illness which caused bleeding skin lesions to come and go, hair loss, and mental deterioration. The only people to ever see Lily again during her time in the room were her father and older sister Lydia, age 16, as well as the many doctors from all over the United States called in privately and discreetly. None were able to help, and inhuman screams from the Lyford house were heard regularly for many years by townsfolk. Many believed that Lily was possessed, and speaking of her in public, especially near William Lyford, was taboo. William himself never again mentioned his quote other daughter, as the townsfolk called her. Lily died in 1740, days before her father, but Lydia, who inherited the house, claimed to continue seeing and hearing her sister frequently in the building. Sometimes she would walk past that horrible room and glimpse Lily's grotesque, bald face staring up at her from the supposedly empty bed. She refused to enter the room herself, and guests who did always reported feeling a presence. The ghost of Lily Lyford eventually became too much for Lydia, and after less than a year alone, she refused to enter the house. She eventually left Lyford altogether with her husband years later. From then on, the house remained empty, yet the screaming from the upstairs room carried on almost every night. In 1780, Lyford became the setting of the Mad Jack murders. Mad Jack had arrived in Lyford 2 decades previously with his mother, father, and younger brother. The family is not known. They kept to themselves in a small house by the Trinity Woods, quite far from the rest of the town. Jack was seen very rarely, but quickly gained a reputation among the town's youth as being unpleasant and unhinged, once throwing a dead cat at a boy who picked on him. The cat incident had him removed from the schooling system, and he had become a total recluse. Although not an unattractive boy, particularly amongst the Lyford townsfolk who were notoriously inbred, Jack was often taunted for being ugly. John Garrow, one of the few children who was friendly to Jack, would later say that Jack had on many occasions made the express wish to remove his ugly face and replace it with something quote pretty. Jack also appeared to have what was quite possibly unrecognized schizophrenia, often being found talking to himself or in hysterics over faces in the lake's surface. His father was by no means a cruel man, but we must keep in mind that the values of the times were very different to those we look up to now. And when Jack's father beat him for his quote-unquote cloud cuckoo land fantasies, it was out of parental love. Jack clearly didn't see it as such and became hateful towards his father. The woman of the family was by all accounts a wretched mother who adored her second child, but was openly neglectful to Jack. His brother observed and replicated these feelings. He was a year younger, but was always the more mature of the two. Some nights it was claimed that Jack would be seen entering the now abandoned Lyford home. It's known that at least once, his father forced him out of the house, having had enough of his son's paranoia. On these nights, the unexplained, unmentioned screams of Lyford Hall were never heard. Jack's strange behavior only worsened. Some recalled seeing him drowning rats in the lake. On April 5th of 1780, he brought a dog from the woods back to Lyford Hall. That night, there were no screams. Jack all but lived in the hall at this point, having been rejected by his family and even his few friends. John Garrow claimed to have abandoned Jack years earlier after an incident in which Jack cracked his own forehead with a hammer in an attempt to change his facial features. Garrow's ending of the friendship may have been the factor that finally drove Jack to violence. On the overcast cool morning of April 6, 1780, Mad Jack emerged screaming from Lyford Hall, a dog's face messily stitched onto his own like a grotesque mask. He first killed an elderly couple in their bed, 3 houses down from the Lyford house, on what would later become Steinland Street. Jack used the hammer to commit the murder. The next victim was a young mother, asleep with her 4-month-old daughter. Jack didn't harm the child in any way, being careful to aim his blows far from them and to kill the woman swiftly as to not wake up her baby. He did, however, place a small dot of blood upon both of her eyelids. Jack proceeded to strangle a woman on the path who screamed upon seeing him. The event was witnessed by several residents who watched through their windows. It was claimed that at this point he began to bark like a dog, before storming into the nearest home and stabbing Mr. and Mrs. Mons, as well as the 3 guests hiding in their upstairs room. All 5 died of their injuries. By this time, the Lyford police force, a small unpaid group, had entered the Mons house and were advancing upon Jack. In a panic, he flung himself from the window and hit the ground behind the house on his right leg. The bone was seen to tear Jack's skin as it snapped, but it's claimed that he made no sign that he was in pain. Still barking, he sped away from the Mons house, his right leg twisting and slipping with every step. Garrow alerted the police that Jack would most likely return to his family home. By the time they arrived, he had been gone, leaving behind 3 corpses and a set of bloody footprints which trailed off into the Trinity Woods. Jack's climactic killing of the family who had taught him to hate was his most brutal act. His brother was missing his tongue. It appeared to have been ripped out by canine teeth. His toes too had been removed before he was ultimately killed by asphyxiation. Jack's mother woke upon hearing the racket in her son's room and had no time to so much as scream before Jack was upon her, tearing her flesh and ripping off her cheeks. Jack's father suffered the most extensive mutilation, however, much of which is thought to have occurred before death, with Jack keeping his father alive in order to savor his pain. His eyes, lips, and scalp were removed. The left arm was severed and both legs were broken. Most of the internal organs had been crudely gouged out. Shards of glass were found inside the body. Once his father died from his injuries, Jack then cut the body in half with his father's own saw. The atrocious nature of the crime should have been big news. However, the townsfolk did all in their power to keep it unheard of in the outside world. Regardless, word spread of Mad Jack throughout Virginia and Ohio until it had spread in one form or another all throughout America. For weeks, people kept their doors locked and their windows shut at night. The people of Lyford were given no time to recover. The screaming from Lyford Hall returned as usual every night after Jack's disappearance, lasting several minutes every midnight. The family home was burned down, but Lyford Hall remained. Inside, in the upstairs room, a bizarre shrine was discovered with incomprehensible writing on the walls and the dog's body lying in the bed. Chunks of flesh had been torn from the bone, seemingly by human teeth. It was dressed in a bride's gown and had a long, deep scar in its side, within which was an envelope letter. They live so sadly beneath you. Their pure glow in the murk is at once beautiful and terrifying to behold, like a dying angel. They beg Jack not to do this thing. Have you seen the eye in the woods? It's the reason you can never leave. Jack can leave. The eye has let Jack leave. We blame this thing but pity its beauty. I must leave now. The children in the lake want to speak to me. I think I shall return for them someday. What became of Jack after his escape is unknown. No clue of his whereabouts were ever discovered. No footprints in the dirt, nor torn hair tangled in a low tree branch. To anyone who stumbled into Lyford unknowingly, it would be as though Jack's bloody touch had never graced the place at all. In 1838, following a severe earthquake, oil bled from the cracked earth beneath Lyford. A wealthy New Yorker invested a considerable sum in setting up an oil drill in the town. This was seen by the poverty-stricken population as the town's brightest hour in years, and many became involved in the project. The employment rate rose vastly. For some time, Lyford seemed to be reaching prosperous days. The town's happiness was, of course, nothing but temporary. On the frostbitten morning of January 6 of 1840, the oil pocket beneath Lyford was mysteriously ignited. The drill burst into a tower of flames which could be seen for miles. The blaze spread quickly, decimating several residences. Of the locals who attempted to control the flames, 15 were killed. John Garrow, former friend of the infamous Mad Jack Killer, died as he tried to save a young boy from the inferno. He was 79, the boy was 7. He also perished. The fire lasted 3 days until a torrential downpour diminished it, leaving behind only ash and the drill's skeletal form standing alone among blackened trees. It stands to this day. During the economic downfall following the fire, the people of Lyford naturally sought some kind of rationalization for the chaotic, terrible thing that had happened. So it was then that a building in the center of the town was repaired and became a church. Religion had never been prominent in Lyford before, but following the disaster, little ease could comfort the small Christian community. It's interesting to note that, according to the local lore, it was by sheer coincidence that the same day the church was erected that a young smiling priest, Henry Wilde, wandered down the road into the town. Henry identified himself to the congregation as a new priest from New Jersey who had heard all about the church and wanted to be a part of it. Some wondered how he had heard about the church project at all, but most were delighted to have a real priest leading them. At first, the town stuck to its traditionally Christian ways, but some of Henry's more unorthodox teachings became highly talked about. Henry, for example, insisted at times that as the spiritual leader of the town, he had the right to take money from the community at will and place it into personal projects, which he assured them would benefit Lyford as a whole. Aside from this, he was known as a kind and softly spoken man. He slowly but surely made the town stick closer together and converted most, if not all, the residents to a new religion revealed to him, he claimed, by a glowing orb in the burnt clearing in the Trinity Woods. The cult became increasingly dependent on him, and he certainly abused his power over the townsfolk. For no reason, he would sometimes make the whole families fast for days on end, usually with the feeble excuse of sin. Sometimes family members would die of starvation, their loyalty so fierce. In one of Henry's most unusual acts, he declared that virginal daughters of the town belonged by right to him and would occasionally take a young girl to the church with him at night, after which she would never be the same. By 1850, he was rarely seen, living alone in the church, which wasn't allowed to be entered ever. The town was absolutely under his control. Crops were grown in the name of Henry. Prayers were said in the name of Henry. The dead were given as gifts for Henry, placed upon the altar outside the church. They would be gone by morn. However, the full horrible extent of Wilde's influence wasn't known until 1861, when a young Susan Moth received a letter from a friend informing her of a most unpleasant incident in Lyford. She was called into Lyford to investigate a fellow hiker's claim that after staying at night at Lyford Motel with a friend, the two were assaulted by people unknown, dragged out of their beds, and taken to the Trinity Woods clearing, where his friend was shot dead. He managed to escape and alert the authorities. Moth was intrigued by the case and chose to stay in the motel herself. She continued reaching dead end after dead end. The townsfolk wouldn't speak up. The motel claimed to have no record of a second guest. No matter how much she pursued the matter, she wasn't allowed entrance into the abandoned church. On her 7th night at the motel, Moth was gagged and tied up, then dragged into the town center by people wearing what appeared to be dogs' faces. She was, however, a physically strong woman and was able to free her legs and run from her assailants, who followed close behind, screaming incoherently at her. She ran for Lyford Hall and slammed the door, where the dog-faced men howled at her from the outside. But they didn't enter themselves. She ripped open her arm restraints with a broken window pane and armed herself with a knife from the kitchen. She entered the upstairs bedroom, although two conflicting accounts were given by Miss Moth as to what occurred in the room. In her memoirs and in early interviews that she gave on the subject, Moth claimed to have leaped from the window and onto the veranda roof, a short way below, spending no prolonged period in the room. However, in a later interview in her old age, Moth gave quite a different account. She claimed this time to have stayed in the room for almost half an hour, during which time the dog-faced men refused to enter the hall. Moth, however, heard noises from within the room. Downstairs, she registered a noise that she believed to be footsteps, and was surprised when the door was flung open by what she described as a, quote, hideously pale, gruesome old woman whose eyes and mouth were nothing but black, screaming holes. In fright rather than by choice, Moth scrabbled backwards and found herself crashing through the window. The reason behind Moth's change of story is unknown. The second version is often considered unlikely and a symptom of Moth's old age corrupting her memory of the event. Some, however, consider this version of events to be in fact more realistic, citing the time frame of the following events, which would not fit correctly unless Moth had indeed remained within the room for at least half an hour. The men in dog masks were upon her immediately, but in self-defense, Moth slashed the throat of one and slapped wildly at the others in an effort to scare them off. They simply didn't move, however, and stared at her. They then picked up the dying man, who was still gurgling as he was taken away, and left. It was at this point the young agent discovered at the church's doors had been opened very slightly,
presumably by the same men who had attacked her. Moth entered the church and very nearly fainted in shock upon entering. Moth wrote that, quote, Henry Wilde's home in the church was a place smelling of death, limbs in all stages of decay and flesh long ago rotted, made by a grotesque cocoon around the walls, behind which were innumerable bones. Some animals, mostly human. I caught sight of too many skulls to name. How many of these belonged to travelers? Men and women who had simply stumbled upon this terrible place and paid for it with their lives. I caught a glimpse, at least once, of an infant skeleton. Unmistakable and sickening. The people of the town, so warped in their obsession with the almighty, all-hating Henry, had sacrificed even children to him. He had eaten children. It took some time for Moth to see Henry himself. When she did, she was at first unsure if what she was witnessing was even human. Quote, Henry had finally grown into the beast he always was inside. His sins had heaved up within his flesh and turned him into something that I dare say was far beyond human proportions. I stood at first shocked, unable to convince myself that the beast in the church could ever have been human. The limbs were impossibly long and outstretched like a pale, hairless spider. The body was hunched over and skeletally thin. The face, oh God, the face. The eyes inky black and always open, the nose long gone, tearing a hole into the lip, through which more and more of his unending fangs tore out of his black gums. The lower jaw hung on its sockets, and out of it a tongue poured out, twitching and wet. It was more horrible to realize that yes, this thing was indeed human at least once, than it would have been to simply know it was some demon from hell. He let out a monstrous groan and heaved towards me, his hideous smell of decay filling my lungs as he came upon me with an intent so evil I at first was paralyzed. With surprising strength, he pinned me down, one hand pushing down into my chest, the other leaving a wet print upon my face. I was in no doubt of my impending death, but vowed to myself that if I were to die, I should take with me to hell this monstrosity. Fumbling in my pocket for my pen, I struck the thing in his eye, causing him to scream in pain and recoil, clawing at his face. I tore myself off the ground and sprinted into the wall, fitting myself between three fresh bodies and standing there, limp as though I were one of them. Henry seemed to follow my scent, his nostril holes widening and contracting as he sucked in long, wheezing breaths, the pen still lodged deep within his dripping eye. I knew he would find me. In a bizarre moment of clarity, nothing short of a miracle, I felt on my fingertips the oil that coated the walls, trickling slowly down every corpse and every dead face, organic oil seeping off the surfaces, rolling down them like sweat on some foul skin. Making a conscious effort to make as little movement as possible, I retrieved from my jacket pocket a single match I had taken from the pack they gave me at the hotel. Just before Henry could come across my hiding place, I struck the match against the wall behind me and simultaneously ignited the whole thing. The fire burst to life and spread faster than I could have anticipated, and the back of my jacket caught fire. I sprung out and Henry, hissing madly, attacked. Wasting no time, I whipped off my jacket and flung it at him. He himself was shiny with the liquid on his flesh, and the fire enveloped him fast. Henry screeched as the flames spread up his limbs until his writhing body was all but consumed in smoke and flame. With much difficulty and immense luck, I managed to escape the fire myself. The entire church was burnt to ashes. The cult was brought down, and 17 people were found guilty of murder. Although Moth insisted that the whole town was part of the cult, she never spoke out. Her efforts put her in a place of much higher respect, and her memoirs, which primarily discuss the Lyford incident, allowed her to retire wealthy, if not at peace. North Carolina, the Hill Beast. No one hears much about the little town of St. Paul's, North Carolina. It's located in the southern parts of North Carolina, literally 2 hours away from the South Carolina border. It's a quiet town located right off the Interstate 95. When you get off the St. Paul's exit, the first thing you see in front of you is the ABC liquor store. You turn to your right, there's a Days Inn hotel owned by the Patel family. I graduated with their son. He was valedictorian in his class. Beside the Days Inn is a McDonald's. It stays busy with visitors that often stop there during long trips. Across the street is the Burger King, which has the worst service you'll ever get. I ordered chicken strips from there and got raw chicken twice. Something about their atmosphere just reeks of laziness. But that's not the point. You turn to your right on a little road called Odom Drive that's right past McDonald's. There's an empty field to your right and a neighborhood to your left. You turn into the neighborhood and there's a little yellow house that looks in shambles to the left. That's mine. I live there with my younger brother and our parents. We've lived there practically my whole life. But back to that road you're on. Before you turn into my yard, you'll notice to the right, across from my house, is the woods. Those woods have been a source of stress for me all the time I've lived here. They aren't so bad during the day, but I get the feeling in the pit of my stomach that something watches me from them. I'm not so terrified that I've never entered. I've actually journeyed through them, but again, only during the day. My journey usually allows me to clearly see the house through the tree lines or the little tree house my neighbor built for his kids. I remember once journeying in with that neighbor and his kids when I was perhaps 12. That was the first time I ever saw the swamp.
dirty green colored water that was opaque and mud-like. It was the farthest I've ever journeyed into those woods. I felt as if I'd been invasive or something, like I'd found something out not meant to be seen by the human eye. Maybe that makes me sound like I fear nature, but in fact, I find nature very beautiful. However, something about the swamp seemed bottomless. I believe a deep, dark, old danger lives in those woods. I was in its natural habitat and invaded its personal space. After this, I never journeyed any farther than the edge of those woods. I've always believed in supernatural things. Even as a child, I had a sense about not playing with fire, as one would say. My parents often warned me that the woods had very wild animals. We even supposedly had an alligator come from the swamp and try to cross that busy road between McDonald's and Burger King. I recall bats being popular visitors at dusk and dawn, and snakes were common visitors to our yard. One night, my dad and I went out looking at the fireflies. It was the first time I had ever seen them in real life and not on television. I thought it was cool, but the fireflies were in the edge of the woods and the sun had sunk quite significantly in the sky. I remember this feeling of something coming from the back of the woods edging towards us. Something was dark and determined. I tugged my dad's shirt and insisted we go back in. He seemed disappointed that my timid side had shown, but he obliged. My parents seemed to strongly support the belief that I had a very overactive imagination. I am an artist after all, so they weren't wrong. I remember having a nightmare the night we saw the fireflies. In it, we had stayed watching fireflies and I had ignored that gut-wrenching feeling in my chest. Something large that I couldn't see came running through the woods, tearing after my father and I. We ran for the house. We ran for our lives. I collapsed as my foot caught something in its path. I struggled to fight the overwhelmingly heavy defeat when the form collapsed onto me and I heard the sounds of heavy breathing in my ears. The pressure of teeth shot through my ears in a horrid pain. I finally jolted awake. There were many times I had vivid nightmares. My artistic mind led me to dreams that were just so much more real and detailed than most people. As I aged though, I simply got used to those types of things. It was rare that I didn't have nightmares. Maybe my parents were right and I did have a very overactive imagination. Time passed pretty quickly, and eventually I was in college. I remember very clearly being a college senior, ready to get out of school and start my life. I think most people have that blind excitement of not knowing what is to come, at least I know I did. It was spring and the flowers had finally started coming out. I hadn't actually had a nightmare in a few weeks. This is where things started to get strange though. I remember one night I had gone to bed pretty early, around 10, to get a lengthy good night's rest. I remember kicking my blanket half off because it was hot. I had always been very warm-blooded for some reason, so I slept better when it was cooler. But this time, I decided that the temperature didn't matter that much because there was a lot to be done the next day. Eventually, the exhaustion succumbed to sleep. I remember running frantically before tripping. I turned to face what looked like a rabid wolf. It was growling, ferocious, and edging closer, slowly and ominously. Its eyes had a film over them, making it appear blind, but yet it looked right into my soul. It was then that its head contorted upside down, still bearing into my soul as the deformed beast edged closer. I jolted awake. I looked at the clock, which read 3 a.m. I collapsed back into my pillows and stared at the ceiling. The next night, I anxiously went to bed. I closed my eyes and dreamless sleep waited, but relief was short-lived when I woke up again at 3 a.m. I sat up having this ominous feeling return to my chest. I gasped in the hot North Carolina air. I looked at my window. The blinds were closed except for one that appeared to be drooping open. This wasn't abnormal as I occasionally peeked through them. This night, however, I decided it was in my best interest to close them. I had just got out the window when a shadow darted across and the blind closed on its own. Terror arose as I returned to the shelter of my bed. The next morning, I grabbed the tape and taped them shut. I remember the third day was hot and I had been finishing up with my class. My mother called to inform me that my grandmother was ill and she needed me to come get her from the rest home where she was residing. I drove to the rest home and we visited for a little while. I remember sitting in the rest home waiting on my mother to help my grandfather eat. I had pulled up my laptop to work on a paper when a dog entered the room. Its eyes were glazed over just like the beast in my dream, making my heart sink, but it's the kind of presence that was undeniable, so I reached down to pet it. The dog gently rested its head on my lap, it looked at me, and I felt as though it may be actually trying to warn me about something. My mother emerged from the room and we left for home. My driveway in the backyard resides next to a hill, being as we don't own that land and we have no permission to touch it because it's owned by the town. Therefore, there are overgrown weeds that make it impossible to see over. On many occasions, my dad would grumble that there could be bums right next to us ready to rob us and we'd never know. Nonetheless, it was overgrown and no one could do much, so complaining got us nowhere. My mother was frustrated about the complications with my grandfather's illness, and I recall letting her drive home. Driving somehow channeled that anger. I won't say it soothed it, but by the time we got home and got out of the car, I knew she'd be alright. That's how it always worked. She had always been extremely stressed, and I just let her vent. We finally arrived home. I remember us talking, but not what about. It wasn't very important in the grand scheme of things, just that we had both exited the car and were continuing the conversation. The car lights were fading slowly out. The conversation was cut abruptly short when the sound of rustling filled my ears. I turned to face its source, the hill. To my surprise, my mother was also very attentively staring. I watched as the moonlight hit what appeared to be brown fur. It descended from the hill. It was then that the sounds of heavy breathing raced to our ears. My mother, who had always said I had a very overactive imagination, the same woman who usually said, "Pay it no mind," now said, "What is that?" I heard the creature charging towards us and I remember only one thing. My voice yelling, "Run, Mom!" We ran into the safety of our house, quickly closing the door behind us. My dad and younger brother greeted us, noticing our obvious terror. They grabbed flashlights, shining them out into the yard while remaining safely behind the glass door we had just run through. My brother muttered, "I think I see a dog or something furry." My dad nodded, "Sounds like it's just a coyote." My mother retorted, "Why would it come to the car though? I've never seen a coyote come to the car." My brother shrugged, "Maybe it's rabid." I remember a sense of relief that for once, I wasn't over-exaggerating. That maybe if I was right this time, I had been right the other times I sensed an ominous presence, in which case, was this thing following me long before? Was it what I saw in my dream? I had a lot of unanswered questions and sleep had been much harder to obtain. The next day, I left for the weekend to go on a trip. My return was met with findings of my younger brother and father. They had been cleaning the yard that weekend. Then, when they got to my mother's car, they found something they had not expected. By the back tire was an animal hind leg, stripped of nearly all its meat to the bone. In fact, the only hint that it was even an animal was the paw. Upon further inspection, the leg appeared to be a larger raccoon. We decided to see if perhaps there was any trace of this beast on the hill. All we saw were possible raccoon tracks and what looked like a bigger animal's print. I never saw the beast again after this. My brother came home telling stories about the adjoining neighborhood. A wild animal the size of a Great Dane had been seen across the neighborhoods and was aimlessly eating squirrels and other small animals. One of my brother's friends that lived on the street told his personal encounter. He had taken the trash out after dusk when the beast approached him. He owned a German Shepherd who leaped to defend him. The beast easily grabbed the German Shepherd and tossed him into a nearby wall, wounding the dog. However, my brother's friend had already entered the house and avoided conflict. I never saw the beast again. I don't know if it still lurks in our swamp. Sometimes I think I may hear it lurking in the swamp, but I've never dared to let curiosity get the better of me. I do what I've always done, go into the house and never leave after dark. The dark is full of fears beyond comprehension. Fear that summoned a beast that terrorizes the little town of St. Paul's. South Carolina, Hanging Man Hill. Gaston, South Carolina is a lonely little place. Sitting just south of Columbia along 321, it's only a small crumb of the misshapen piece of pie on the United States plate we call South Carolina. Its population has almost never gone over 2,000, and it's only 3.4 square miles across in all directions. It feels even lonelier when you come from a place like Virginia. After Mom lost her job, we moved to the only place where the rest of our family resided, good old South Kakalaki. I had been moping the whole time on the way down. The way I saw it, the only friends I was going to be making here were fire ants and that inferno of a sun. Once we got settled in at 304 Dixiana Drive, I always remember the address because the number in it was carved into the driveway and it's spelled ho if you look at it upside down. I immediately set out into the neighborhood in search of friends. I didn't know how to ride a bike at the time and I barely knew how to ride a skateboard, so I petered down a long stretch of road directly across from the front of my house on my cheap little Walmart board until I came to a small cul-de-sac that seemed to go uphill. Sitting outside on his front porch was a chubby kid with glasses that looked about 10 or 11, about my age at the time. I really had no one else to talk to, so I asked him what his name was. Terry, he told me. He liked being outside a lot, and I didn't, but we both seemed to enjoy video games. With that, we would get along just fine. There was one thing that he hadn't told me over the next few weeks that we spent riding around the neighborhood. He was into scary movies. I was a massive chicken when it came to anything that seemed intent on forcing you to change your underwear every 5 minutes, so I didn't really like that aspect of him. Even worse, he had tons of horror movie action figures and loads of VHS tapes of all classic creepy movies you can think of stacked in his room. Every time I came to visit, he was almost certain to scare the living bejesus out of me with one of those creepy Freddy Krueger dolls, or force me to watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre with him in the dark. His room wasn't really that nice looking to begin with. He had a bunk bed, he was an only child, and his grandmother lived with him, in which he slept at the bottom, and all his slasher flicks and action figures slept on the top. There were loads of holes in the walls and everything had a generally grimy feel to it. It made those horrifying moments of watching pure terror in the dark all more icky. One day, when he realized that I pretty much hated any kind of horror movies he threw at me, he began telling me urban legends. Some of them were about the town as a whole, but more often than not, they were about our particular neighborhood. I didn't really believe any of them. That is, until he told me about Hanging Man Hill. It was about a year after we had met each other. We were riding around the neighborhood. By this time, Terry had told me to, quote, man up and eventually taught me how to ride a bike. He stopped when we were riding in front of a house we simply entitled the Crack Shack due to its residents being stoned out of their minds on a regular basis. He seemed to be peering out at a small pathway behind the place that sloped up the farther you went back. He was usually the leader when it came to showing me new places in the neighborhood, so I didn't question a thing when he beckoned for me to follow him up the trail. It was a pretty steep climb up the side of the hill, with plenty of sand and rocks to send anyone not being careful straight back down. It felt as though trees were closing tighter and tighter on us until we reached a larger opening at the top. Besides the empty soda bottles and used condoms, the only man-made thing in the area that we could see were long stretches of telephone poles going across a series of sandy, dry hills. If not for the 2 stripes of heavy forest on either side of the hills, it might have gone on forever. The area didn't seem to have any particular importance. I had expected him to bring me to some awful cemetery, but in the dying light of the late afternoon sky, those rolling hills looked beautiful. I thought that he might try some desperate last attempt to scare me, but instead, he just turned to me with the most serious and grim face I'd ever seen on him. "Here we are, Hanging Man Hill," he whispered. "Hanging Man Hill? Is this another one of your stories?" "Sort of, except this one's true." I rolled my eyes at the thought. How did he possibly expect me to believe any of his tales? He just kept staring at me with that face, waiting for me to respond. How could this even be a Hanging Man Hill? There's no hanging man, and there's at least 5 dozen hills here. "Right down there, look." He pointed his finger toward the nearest telephone pole, sitting between the 2 closest hills to us. A small creek, no more than 5 feet across, ran between the 2 hills and went onward into that never-ending forest. There was no hanging man, but the pole itself seemed more ominous than the rest. "Roy Terrence," he whispered. "Who?" "It wouldn't be Hanging Man Hill without a hanging man, would it?" He bolted down the first hill on that blazing orange bike of his. I tried to keep up, but Walmart and sporting goods don't seem to be a good mix. There was a faulty chain on my cheap, dull red bike. The sticks from the surrounding trees had rooted themselves to the ground and were now snagging onto the dangling chain. With one mighty tug of a huge root on the bike, I was head over handlebars all the way to the bottom. I landed on my knees with a small sploosh sound as my legs hit the water. It couldn't have been more than a few inches deep. I almost called for help from Terry when I realized that he had stopped at the bottom just before I had tumbled to the creek alongside him. His head was peering upwards, looking straight at the top of that dark and shadowy looking telephone pole. "Little help?" I squeaked. Terry broke his gaze with the pole just long enough to wrench me from the creek and get me to my feet. After that, his stare continued to be fixed on seemingly nothing at the top of the pole for the longest time. "What is it, or who is it, that you're looking for again?" I grumbled in frustration. I was going to be pretty pissed if he'd taken me down here, and all I had gotten out of the trip was a banged up knee. I hadn't noticed the pain before because the water in the stream was cool, but now it stung like the dickens. Roy Terrence, owner of that small shed just beyond the trees over there. I hadn't noticed the shed before. It just sat behind a large oak. It couldn't have been bigger than 5 outhouses put together. After his wife and kid left him, he hung himself on the wires just above us. Cops didn't find much, just a charred husk of what used to be a man. Legend says that whoever is out here at his exact time of death gets strung up on the wires with him. Oh, and do tell, when would that be? For once, he broke his serious tone and gave me a goofy, I don't know, shrug. And then he was back to that grim attitude. "And you're suggesting that we stay here and wait for him? Despite the many excuses I have to dispute this, I think I'm gonna go with it's late and mom's making dinner, so I have to go home." "Fine. Tell your mom you're sleeping over at my house tomorrow night, and I'll do vice versa with my grandma. Meet me here at 7. Against my better judgment, I decided that I might as well come. What harm could it do? Obviously, he was lying, and if nothing else, it would set my mind at ease knowing that he was. While none of his stories actually seemed to be true up until this point, his sudden change of tone had made this one sound slightly more believable. When Terry had told us his other stories, he was giggling so hard that one might think he'd snorted at least a pound of happy crack. When we were heading home, just as the last hint of orange had left the sky, I asked him, "Why did you get so serious back there? You're always such a total goofball." "I lost my grandpa to Roy Terrence. My grandma was with him when it happened. Haven't you ever wondered why she's so grumpy all the time?" His grandmother was, in fact, very crockety. I had never bothered to ask why she was that way. If this was all some elaborate hoax by Terry, I was going to slap him into next Thursday when he was done. That night, I had a horrible nightmare. Like most people, I couldn't remember much about it, but it had Roy Terrence written all over it. Even though it was roasting on that hot South Carolina night, I had woken up with chills. By the time 6 p.m. had rolled around, I had already packed my old school backpack with basic equipment like a flashlight and a few bags of Chex Mix in case we got hungry. By 6:30, I had rolled out into the neighborhood as fast as an overweight 11-year-old could. I had to admit, I was actually pretty excited. Finally, at around 6:55, I arrived at the small creek where Terry had already set up a small fire and was roasting marshmallows. If I hadn't decided to show up, I would have disappointed him like hell. How is this going to work out exactly? Are we just going to camp out here all night? We don't know when he's supposed to show up, I said. Terry had stuffed his face with marshmallows. What? He crammed the marshmallow down his throat. I said, "I'll wait here all night if I have to." "Whatever," I retorted as I plopped down next to his fire. He had thrown 3 lighters into it to keep it lit, and I began to pull out my snacks. After about 3 hours, the first of the crickets began to sing their endless chirping song as the last streak of sun reached its end.
I had begun to grow irritated and a little bit tired. Terry was wide awake, his hand glued to the bag of marshmallows. He had started his eternal glaze at the top of the pole again. Terry, man, I'm tired. If I don't see a crispy dead dude in the next hour, I'm out. Okay. His cheeks stuck out like a squirrel's with another marshmallow. I snuggled up to the fire and began to doze off. Just as I was about to slip into unconsciousness, a loud, crusty, brittle peeling sound echoed through the hills and into the forest. I immediately sat up. My vision was pretty blurred from having almost dozed off, but I could make Terry's shape. He was gaping, wide-eyed, at the top of the pole. If there had been a bit of moonlight, I might have seen what I was sure to have seen up there. But the crescent moon just sat beyond the trees, like the shed. In an instant, Terry was on his bike flying up the hill, bag of marshmallows in hand. I managed to pull myself up to get to my bike. I began pedaling like a madman before I realized my chain had popped off. Stupid damn bike. With my eyes adjusting to the dark, I peered back to the top of the pole one more time before I bolted to the top of the hill. Roy Terrence wasn't so much as a person as he was a sagging shape. His flesh, dark as the night, was clinging to his bones for dear life. His facial features, though not entirely evident, seemed to be in constant state of both agony and ecstatic joy. And that eye, that one eye he had left, deep in its socket, gazed upon me with absolute hatred and insatiable want. Just when it seemed that he was ready to climb off the wire and come for me, the weak spine that had been holding his head to that molten pile of flesh and bones snapped, sending what was left of his skull tumbling into the fire Terry had started. It gave me one glowing, burning, satisfied grin before disintegrating into a wisp of ash. I had been halfway up the hill before I realized I was moving. I followed the bike tracks Terry had left, which led further into the hills instead of just off to the side, where the trail led back to the neighborhood. Just as I clawed my way to the top of the hill, I saw a thin shape dangling from above. Oh no, I creaked. Terry's bike, that blazing orange bike that he loved so much, was left wrecked at the base of the telephone pole. Above, Terry's body hung limply, though it didn't look much like Terry anymore. Terry hadn't been on the wires as long as Roy, which made it even worse. He was charred, but not entirely. His eyes bulged from his head in constant shock. What was left of his hair stood out on end, still smoking. The seemingly endless wires above entangled Terry's neck like a boa constrictor. Dangling from his scrawny, burnt little arm was a bag of marshmallows, melted into his hand from the heat. The police investigation hadn't dug up much. They had scoured all throughout the area and hadn't found evidence that anyone was ever there. I begged them to search the telephone wires, but they continued to state that there was no evidence that anybody had even touched the wires. The search continued for 3 weeks. After police had finally given up, Terry's grandmother passed away. For those last few days, she hadn't said anything to anyone at all. She only sat and stared at the picture of her and her husband for the remainder of her life. After the house had been cleared out, the contents of Terry's room were offered to me. His entire collection of horror movies, action figures, and all else was donated to Goodwill, my request. I went back a few years later. We had gone to Gaston to visit with our family for a while, and I'd requested that we stop by the neighborhood. Any evidence that we had ever been there those few fateful years ago had been swept away by police or the weather. Now, like before, there was only useless garbage and telephone poles. Just as I was getting ready to walk away, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. I only saw a tiny bit of it before it fluttered away. It was a melted marshmallow bag.
Georgia, the Lake Burton story. I live in the northern half of Georgia, which to those who are unaware, is full of hill country and mountains. The Appalachian Trail starts in North Georgia, as do many of the tributaries that feed our major rivers. Around 100 years ago, as electricity became a more common fixture in American life, southern power companies began damming up rivers in North Georgia to produce hydroelectric power. As the valleys filled with water, large reservoirs became permanent fixtures in the hills of Appalachia. Though most lakes engulfed previously uninhabited or sparsely inhabited land, a few were built at the expense of a small town or settlement. Such is the case with Lake Burton. The town of Burton, which was best described as a small collection of mountain settlements, was dissolved and sold to the Georgia Power Company in 1917 to build the Lake Burton Dam. As the floodgates closed, the small abandoned town of Burton, Georgia became swallowed up by the rising waters. The spooky concept of burying completely intact churches, graveyards, homes, and stores under hundreds of feet of water conjures up some rather eerie imagery. Coupled with the looming mountains, rainy climate, isolated atmosphere, and rich mountain culture of superstition and lore, such imagery has created a slew of legends about the lake. People have dived down with scuba gear and seen the town, some will say. At night, the people buried below the lake will walk straight out of the water. On full moons when the lake is low enough, a church steeple rises at the center of the lake and a surreal fog covers the reservoir. These legends and stories are just that. The conjurings of a mountain culture rife with superstitious predispositions. However, given my experience at the lake, I can no longer write off all of Burton's lore with the brevity and assurance that I once did. I say experiences, but it was really just one experience. A very real, very startling experience, but a single experience nonetheless. My aunt and uncle own a cabin on Lake Burton. Unlike most other lakes in Georgia, Lake Burton was built over 40 years of Atlanta's primary water source, Lake Sidney Lanier. As a much older lake, some of the houses on Burton follow a similar pattern of age. My aunt and uncle's cabin was probably built in the 1940s or 1950s. Consequently, it's small, simple, and quaint. My uncle, a home builder by trade, renovated and added to the house some many years ago, but the pine walls and antique fixtures of the interior remained. Low lighting, wooden floors that creak an endearing amount, board and batten exterior walls painted a Georgia red, green shutters, etc. A classic cozy cabin on a mountain lake. It's important for me to preface that even at the time, myself being in 7th grade, never found the house scary or creepy. It had a warmness to it, a feature juxtaposed well to the often damp, gray conditions outside. The lake itself is a little different. It isn't spooky in a startling way, rather its eeriness is very subtle and natural. For example, it always seemed to be rainy or cloudy when we visited the cabin. This, coupled with mountain light effect, being surrounded by steep mountains making sunrises later, sundown sooner, created a slightly dimmer environment. The water, which was always crystal clear, was naturally cold all year round. In the mornings until midday, fog would roll atop the water like spectral clouds skimming the surface. Most of the docks were made from old, green wood, fastened straight into the earth below the waterline. The often flat water reflected the steep hills that surrounded the house, and it almost looked as the exposed rock faces and towering hills were about to swallow the lake up into the earth. That's Lake Burton, a very natural, gray place where beauty and quiet eeriness coexist quite well. To understand this story a little better, one must be somewhat familiar with the layout of this house. As most houses built into the side of a hill, the cabin has an upstairs entrance and a downstairs entrance. Both floors are, in one way, at ground level. The upstairs part of the house is the common area. Being on the smaller side, the cabin's living area gives way to the dining area, which gives way to the small kitchen. These three areas are located in one big room with no doors or walls between them. In fact, the only separate room upstairs are the small bathroom and upstairs master bedroom. The living area looks out into a big wooden porch, which in turn looks out over the small backyard and lake. Just inside the upstairs entrance to the house lies a very narrow set of downward leading wooden stairs. At the base of these stairs is a bedroom to the left, a common area to the right, and on around the corner of the common area lies another bedroom. Across from this final bedroom facing the lake stands another exterior door that leads into the backyard from the porch. This door seldom gets used, as the entire basement is used solely for sleeping. Very little conserving or visiting ever takes place down there. The story begins with a long drive from my house north to the hills of the Blue Ridge. The ride is always beautiful, never in a vibrant or exotic manner, but in a mystic, gray mountainous way. You wind through grassy hills and pastures, through winding river roads and streams, through valleys and ridges and mountainsides, all the time feeling further and further from city life. Isolation grows as the ride continues. Nature gets more influential on the landscape. The road is forced to wind about and twist around the hills. Trees loom over the one-lane road until, out of nowhere, a huge lake appears to your right-hand side, Lake Burton. You drive for a few more minutes, down a few one-way winding streets, until a gray gravel path delivers you right at the front of my aunt and uncle's cabin. Being in middle school at the time, I was eager to explore, swim, fish, jump off the dock, boat, tube, and what have you. We unpacked the car in haste, fearing the gray skies would make good on their threat of rain. The mountain grass and stone path down to the water was always damp and slippery, as the sun seldom had time to do its job of drying in the wet mountain climate. This particular trip was different than the previous ones. In the past, my aunt and uncle had accompanied our family to the lake, making for a house full of family to enjoy the isolation and beauty of the area. However, my aunt and uncle decided to give my parents the single brass house key for a 3-day weekend, and so it was just the four of us. My father, younger brother, mother, and myself. I remember having to unpack more of the car than usual, as my mother was virtually immobile from a foot surgery she had undergone the previous week. We brought coolers of food and drinks, fishing gear, and clothes. It was looking like 3 days well spent and a stunning part of our home state. We settled in that evening, enjoying the cool water and boat before the afternoon rain set in. I remember quite vividly heading to the dock that night in the pitch blackness of the night as my father cooked burgers on the back porch, rain pouring down like crazy, trying to fish or catfish with some hot dog pieces and a mag light. I was unsurprisingly unsuccessful. I don't remember much about the next day or two as the evening rain dragged on through the remainder of our stay. Given the size of the house, we probably went into town to explore and shop around and return later in the evening for a home-cooked mountain dinner. My mom would cook in the vintage kitchen while my father stood pressed against the wall on our porch, trying to stay under the roofline and out of the rain as he grilled. I can't remember what we had for dinner that night, but I do remember my dad falling very ill over whatever we ate. He disappeared into the upstairs master bedroom before it was even dark out. Me and my mother and brothers stayed up listening to the pounding rain, watching some older movie on the tiny corner television. I recall thinking to myself that I was getting to stay up late for my age, and dreaded getting up the next morning to pack up and leave. We all genuinely enjoyed the house and lake. It was a pleasant escape from the rest of the world. As we grew warier, we all departed to our rooms. First was my brother, who went downstairs to the bedroom furthest from the stairs, then my mother accompanying my now snoring father in the upstairs master bedroom. She struggled through the house with her broken foot on a surgical scooter she'd rented from the hospital. Finally, I retired to my room at the bottom of the old pine stairs. The room was 3 sides concrete wall with an ancient dresser replacing a closet and an enormous bed with a heavy red comforter. Though muffled by the concrete walls, I could still hear the steady mountain rain tapping at the small window at the top of the far wall. I crawled in bed after leaving my door halfway open, a tad of light creeping in from some dim light in the common area, and I drifted off to sleep. Something woke me up in the middle of the night. I turned sleepily to the bright red numbers on the alarm clock. It read 2:43. I always hated waking up in the middle of the night, as I found it difficult to fall back asleep in unfamiliar places. However, this night I didn't have any such problem. Just as my eyes were closing once more, it occurred to me what had woken me up. I heard my father coming down with noisy wooden stairs. The sound stopped as he reached the carpeted basement floor. I saw his silhouette fill my doorway, no features or details to speak of in the absence of light, and then he continued around the corner to the common area. I heard the door across the basement open to the sound of a clicking lock and the definite sound of mountain rain outside. Then the basement's accompanying screen door slammed shut. I thought it was odd that my dad would come downstairs to go outside, as his bedroom was upstairs and that basement door seldom got used. Cobwebs had actually covered the door when I had looked at it the day before. Exhausted from the day, I drifted back off to sleep. As I arose the next morning, the rain had let up and left behind a gray, wet world for us to leave from. When I got upstairs, my mother was cooking breakfast in the kitchen, foot resting on her hospital scooter. We talked a little and exchanged good mornings. She asked me what I wanted for breakfast, and I responded with my order. Then she asked me how I slept. I told her I slept fairly well considering it wasn't my real bed, and that I only woke up once. Then the peculiar incident of my father coming downstairs popped back into my mind. My father was still asleep in the room, exhausted from his sickness the previous day. "Hey mom, why did dad go out the basement door late last night?" I remember asking my mother. She barely looked up from what she was cooking and said, "Oh honey, dad hasn't been up since his head hit the pillow last night. He was exhausted yesterday." This puzzled me, as I so vividly remembered him or someone coming downstairs and peering into my room. However, I trusted my mother's words. She usually woke up if my father did, and she's a fairly light sleeper. Also, it was unlike my father to wake up at odd hours, especially if he was tired enough to snore loudly. I asked if she had perhaps come down and peered into my room just shy of 3 o'clock. "Of course not, dear," she stated, just as disinterested as before. "You know I can't navigate stairs with this foot." She gestured to the huge cast wrapped around her leg. All of the figures silhouetted in my doorway looked like a grown man to me. I figured my little brother could somehow be the culprit. However, as he arose from his slumber to the smell of bacon cooking in the kitchen, he denied waking up at all the night before. Plus, he had no business going up the stairs at that hour in the first place. My family laughed it off, including myself, as an eerie dream conjured up by the setting we found ourselves in. My dad arose, and the night before faded into obscurity. We started packing up our stuff. I never could shake the feeling that something was definitely awry. Around 11 o'clock, with the gray skies looming above and the truck fully loaded, we did one last walkthrough of the house to make sure we hadn't left anything. Upon finding nothing, it was time to lock up the cabin and head back home. Here's where the story takes a turn. My Uncle John gave my dad a single house key for the cabin. It unlocks every door in the house, the upstairs door, the porch door, and even the old exterior door in the basement. It's common practice to leave the key in the handle of the porch door, as it's easy to keep track of and see. Upon inspection, the key was missing from its usual location. We scurried around the cabin, nerves frayed from a rainy weekend at the limited space, looking for the little key. We dug through bags, checked drawers and pockets, table sides and dressers. Finally, an eerie thought came to mind. The basement door had been opened in what I assumed was a dream. Certainly, there was no way the key was actually down there in the door. I raced down the stairs, around the corner, and there, in the black lock of the old door, was a brass house key. I pulled it out and scurried upstairs, showing my parents with unease. Every family member began to ask me about what I recalled from the night before. I remembered waking up, the rain still steady outside. I remember looking at the clock, then someone or something with little regard of waking me up came down those stairs and peered right into my room. I tried so hard to recall the silhouette, but all I remember was its general shape. It was obviously a grown man, but I could tell little else. Said man or thing even moved to the other side of the basement, where it unlocked the seldom traveled basement door. With a key it took from upstairs, opened the main door, and slammed the screen door as it walked out into the blackness of the night. It left the main door ever so slightly ajar as it vanished into the rain, a fact I noticed as I grabbed the key that morning day. Then something chilling occurred to me. The noise that woke me up was feet unabashedly hitting the narrow wooden staircase. However, it wasn't just any feet. It was feet with shoes on. Now, this is a subtle but very definite detail, and it's what dispels, in my mind, any notion that I had a family member sleepwalk. A common response I get when telling this story: no one in my family has ever sleepwalked before or since that night. No one in my family wears any sort of shoes to bed, and to lace up shoes to walk around the house makes no sense. I often get the rebuttal that maybe my father drowsily wandered down the stairs in an isolated case of sleepwalking. To that I respond with this. How is it that a man who has never sleptwalked in his entire life not only does so this one time, but he also retains the mental capacity to put what sounds like hard-soled shoes on, find the key upstairs, come downstairs, unlock the basement door, and have no memory of it whatsoever? Also, how does that explain whatever came through the house leaving through the basement, never to walk back through the house or up the stairs again? This scenario defies logic and the bounds of human perception. I don't know what that thing was or where it came from. No one has reported anything similar from the house since. My family hasn't been back for reasons not pertaining to the story, but I have a feeling that I would have trouble falling asleep on a rainy night at Lake Burton. Another eerie fact, and one I forgot to mention when telling the story, ties back to the previously dispelled legends, that specters rise from the lake at night wandering the shores. If one looks out at the basement door, there's a stone path that leads straight from the door to the edge of the lake, where a set of stone steps from a bygone era step down into the frigid water. I've always been skeptical of mountain lore, but the imaginative image of a mountain man's spirit from some forgotten era rising from the lake in the dead of a rainy night, only to wander around a cabin and return into the depths and darkness of the inconceivable and bone-chilling, haunts me to this day. Florida, the dead zone. I've lived in Central Florida my whole life. Disney World, mosquitoes, the beach and flip-flops are a way of life. I'm used to the sticky hot humidity, the gator-filled swamps, and the tea-stained water of St. John's River. This is where my tale takes place. Horrifying and unbelievable, yet true. I don't know when I first heard the tale of the Dead Zone, a stretch of Interstate 4 between Sanford and DeBary, Florida. Legend has it that the founders who settled in the area became ill of yellow fever residing in the mosquito-infested lagoons and scrubs of Palmettos, which is where they succumbed to the abyss named Death and found their final resting place. For over a century, their plots were marked with wooden crosses, and they owned their own place amongst the moss-draped oaks. There's lots of tales surrounding these graves. Some say a man tried removing the fencing that was at some point placed around the markers, and that very night his house burned down. Another account alleges that a curious young boy tried to dig up one of the graves and was killed by a drunk driver shortly after. Myth or truth, I'm not sure. Many years later, when the developers came in and wanted to build what us Floridians call I-4, they were sworn to build the road around the graves of the settlers, asked to not disturb them. They agreed with a handshake and a smile, but as we all know, their intentions were set before the empty promise was made. Instead, they opted for what was easy and logical, disturbing and paving overtop the burial site. The tale goes to tell of ghostly sightings, travelers dealing with late-night car troubles, and more accidents on that stretch of road than you can imagine, all at the consequence of the agreement that disturbed the dead. Now, I've never been one to really buy into the paranormal, and I've driven this stretch of road hundreds of times. I've witnessed several accidents and broken down vehicles on the shoulder, but never did I feed into the dead zone theory. If every disturbed grave became a ghost story, we'd have more tales to tell than we could keep up with. But what I witnessed with my own eyes, driving that stretch of busy road, peering over the St. John's River Bridge, is something I'll never forget. Something I can't shake, and something that has forever changed me in my view of the paranormal. It began over a year ago when I had just started a new job. I had to drive past the dead zone, exiting right across the bridge at the Sanford exit. I-4 can be a white-knuckle experience, especially if you have to drive it daily, but the part I always enjoyed was approaching my exit, breathing a sigh of relief that I had not been a victim of any road rage or accidents, and peering off the bridge into the murky brown waters below. Something about the way the sun shone down, reflecting itself in sparkling ribbons across the gator-infested stretch, lily pads dancing with every swirl and breeze across the water, boats drifting lazily while fishermen cast another line, made me feel at peace. It was early on that I noticed the two houseboats floating aside the lily pads. I had seen them before, many times in fact, but it was after starting the job and having it be a part of my daily drive that I began to wonder how long the boats had been there. They looked abandoned, old, and decaying. I remember thinking, who comes to rescue deserted vessels, or do they float along until they sink? The houseboats troubled me, for no apparent reason other than the fact that they had become stationary landmark on the waters that upset my peaceful feeling with a darker and more foreboding impression. I could imagine what horrors lay behind the surface, and in my mind's eye, I saw a mummified corpse, jaw locked open, forever staring into eternity. Abandoned, forgotten. Surely the owners of the boats hadn't jumped into the waters and swam to shore and left their boats cast off into the lily pads to sit until what? I could only imagine the poor soul who decided to one day board the craft to discover my dreamed up corpse. Perhaps more than one corpse. And then, just like that, one day, one of my sinister houseboats were no longer there. I almost couldn't believe my eyes, as I was sure it had been there for as long as I could remember, and there was no way the motor on the boat would still run. It had been there the previous morning, though I couldn't be certain that it had been there on my way home, as I was going in the opposite direction and couldn't see that side of the bridge. I tried to imagine what had gone down as I made my way to the office and parked my car.
A coworker of mine was exiting her car as I pulled up, and I decided to ask her if she had ever noticed the boats since she drove the same stretch of the road I did. I made my inquiry, and to my surprise, she informed me that she had noticed the boats, and she had also seen a tenant of one of the boats out on his deck sweeping. I was shocked. Never in all the years I had seen the boats had I ever witnessed a living soul on or around them, but she swore to seeing what appeared to be an older gentleman on its deck. He was definitely there, she stated. I know what you mean about the boats looking abandoned, but there was for sure a man on board, sweeping off the deck. Have you noticed how the lily pads have gotten thicker around them and are almost vining up the boat? I had not noticed, not really. I knew the boats were in the thicket of lily pads, but I hadn't noticed them getting thicker. No, my attention seemed to be on the boats and only the boats anymore. I no longer watched the sun-dappled waters and the fishermen's lines. Now I watched the boats, searching for signs of life, imagining horrors that I drummed up in my mind. And now that there was just one boat, I couldn't fathom where the other boat went. Perhaps whoever comes for the old abandoned boats had finally come and taken it away and would be back for the remaining boat another day. Weeks went by, the houseboat didn't occupy all my thoughts, but I did perk up when approaching the bridge, and I did make sure to be in the far right lane for the full length of the bridge till my exit. I wanted to see the boat. I had to see the boat. I wanted to see if there were signs of life or movement or anything to prove that it actually had someone aboard. The lily pads did seem to thicken, and the words vining up the boat seemed fitting. They appeared to be growing right up the side. I didn't think that lily pads could do that. I thought they grew on top of water, but didn't have the ability to vine out or attach themselves to a boat. Some days I thought surely my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then one day there was a man. Yes, a man aboard the boat with what appeared to be a broom pushing the lily pads off the side back towards the water. I tried to slow a bit before reaching my exit. I was in shock for that one. There was actually a person who must have been living inside of the boat. Yet I had never before seen, and two, that the lily pads seemed to be infesting the waters by the boat and overtaking its side. The man continued to push at the lily pads, and I watched until I had to turn into my exit and could no longer see him or the boat. Day by day I grew more uneasy when reaching the bridge. I never saw signs of life near the boat again, but I still continued to watch it. I guess you could say I was fascinated by it, and my mind worked up horror tales that gently rocked the waters of my mind, although I suppose it was just a dilapidated home on the water for some lonely old man. It did seem that the lily pads were making themselves even more of a nuisance, and eventually they reached the front railing of the boat and were tangled all around it. Each day they seemed to claim another inch of its surface. My horrors came to life one humid August morning. There were very few cars on the road at this early of an hour, and the only reason I was coming into work so early was to make up for some hours missed earlier in the week. The sun had barely breached the horizon, leaving shadows in the corners where the pre-dawn light still couldn't reach. I approached the bridge with sudden apprehension, as if my mind knew there was something sinister going on before my eyes could bear witness. As soon as I could see the water, I saw the massive lily pads that had grown over the top of the boat. The entire boat seemed to be covered by them, and they were seething, writhing, and wrapping themselves tightly around the vessel. In a matter of seconds, the boat appeared to give in, and with a screech of twisted metal and a loud crack, it was crushed as though it were nothing more than an aluminum soda can pulled down into the murky waters. The last thing I saw before reaching my exit was a bubbling, rippling mass and a few gentle waves that rocked the surface where the boat had been just moments before. In hindsight, I'm surprised I didn't stop my car right there in the middle of the bridge's right lane, because my mind was racing and my heart was pounding, and I felt sick and uncertain all at the same time. Did I just witness a mass of seemingly alive lily pads eat a houseboat? The thought swarmed my mind, echoing itself over and over again as I drove down the exit ramp. As I reached the light at the bottom of my exit, instead of heading to work, I turned toward the boat ramp near the houseboat that had been anchored, driving with reckless abandon and throwing dust in the gravel in my wake before coming to a halt. I don't remember getting out of the car, but I remember running towards the water. I saw no sign of the boat nor the man who lived on the boat, and by now the sun's rays were starting to peek over the treetops and land in dark places. The tree line most likely prevented my view of where the houseboat had once been, and there was no way I was going to enter the water to wade out until I could see something. The world seemed to stop for a moment until I thought I was going to faint. I could hear the rush of blood in my ears and my heart throbbing in my head, but the outer world was quiet. In one rush, it all came back. The noise of the cars on the bridge, the water lapping at the shore, and the birds singing and chirping. I leaned forward and vomited. I called the police once I was able to form a coherent thought. I told them what I had witnessed. I told them it was unbelievable but true. I stayed at the boat ramp until they came and took a statement from me, but I could see the way the officers looked at each other and by their tone of voice and the way they spoke to me that they didn't believe a word of what I was saying. They asked if I was on any medications or had a history of mental disorders. I disputed both and pleaded with them to have divers search the water. They assured me they would look into it. I felt like I was speaking in slow motion, and watching the two officers constantly exchange sideways glances made me want to punch them in the face. They didn't believe me, and it was obvious. In their defense, I probably wouldn't have believed me either had I not been the one to witness it. Eventually, they left, but not after asking if I had someone who could pick me up since I seemed shaken. I told them no, I didn't, but I would be fine.
I sat in my car and turned the air conditioning on as high as it would go and leaned my seat back. I guess I fell asleep. I couldn't have been asleep long, but I did dream. I dreamt I was sitting at the water's edge with people I had never met. The river's embankment allowed my feet to dangle over the dark brown water, and the smell in the air was stagnant with undertones of rotting vegetation. The world seemed muted, as if in tones of sepia, and my heart was beating fast. I felt nervous, but I didn't know why. No one was talking, just staring out at the water. Everything was still and silent other than the buzzing I heard from mosquitoes. The buzzing seemed intolerable, as if it were coming from the inside of my head. I could feel the mosquitoes swarming and lighting on me. I slapped one from my legs and it exploded in a burst of dark red blood. I felt a trickle of sweat from behind my knees. It was all so very real. Other than being able to move my hands and slightly turn my head, I felt frozen in place. I knew I couldn't stand up, let alone move or run. The heat was getting unbearable and the air was so thick I thought I would suffocate. I looked beside me and there was a man leaning against a tree. He was obviously not from this era, as his clothes were old-fashioned and dingier than anything anyone these days would wear. There were some children and a woman sitting by the water's edge as well. They never looked my way or spoke a word, just stared blankly towards the water. Finally, a man looked straight at me with a bone-chilling stare and spoke with a voice both cold and hollow. "The road to hell has been paved with lies and deceit. We no longer sleep, it never ends." Before I even realized what was happening, he had grabbed me by the hair and pushed me forward towards the water. My hands grabbed at the dirt and leaves, but the struggle was futile. I felt myself falling and hit the water, breaking the surface like crashing through a dirty window, sinking, unable to breathe, being dug deeper into the depths of water and muck. I awoke with a start, sweating profusely, my car no longer running. No more than 30 minutes had passed since I had gotten in and cranked it up. As I set my seat back in the upright position and started to turn the key, I looked down at the smudge of blood right where I had slapped the mosquito in my dream. A few weeks later, while watching the news, I heard a body was found in Lake Monroe, which is fed by the St. Johns River right across a bridge I drove over daily. The body appeared to have been gnawed on by alligators, which is creepy enough, but what was worse was that no one had been reported missing. The body had no ID, and no one could figure out who it was. He was a nobody that nobody missed. I wondered if it was the older guy from the houseboat. I guess I'll never know. I eventually quit the job I was working, not for any related reason, although the drive to work now brought much stress and trepidation, and nausea swept over me every time I reached the bridge. I would find my eyes locked on the spot where the houseboat had once been, and more than once I came close to rear-ending another car. I could hear the words, "It never ends," the gravel and fury in his voice as he spit them at me. Part of me thought that one day the bridge would just disintegrate as I was crossing it and I would plummet downwards to be swallowed whole into a watery grave. I now avoid this stretch of road at all costs. I've always heard we should face our fears, but in this case, I find I can't. I never found out if the houseboat was recovered. I don't think anyone ever looked for it. I called the Sanford PD once to check on the status of the report I filed. The lady I spoke with put me on hold, and when she came back on the line, she told me it was pending investigation, then threw a "You alright, doll?" I told her I was fantastic and figured I was probably the butt of a good joke to them, and decided not to call back. Aside from recounting my story to two people close to me, I've never uttered a word about it to a soul. Am I crazy? Did I witness something beyond the realm of reality? Or did the dead zone come alive and claim a few more victims? Because even though I wasn't physically harmed, I consider myself a victim of its lore. I know my dream was of the early settlers. I know I witnessed the massive lily pads come alive and swallow a boat. I know I'm not crazy, but I'll never be the same. So if you're ever in Central Florida and you drive the stretch of Interstate 4, somewhere between Orlando and Daytona Beach, know that there's more than meets the eye. There's a tale that keeps telling itself, in more ways than one, and it wants to be heard. The road to hell was paved with lies and deceit, and just a word of advice, stay out of those waters. There are things more dangerous than the mosquitoes, snakes, and alligators I've seen for myself.